muito bom dia a todos. Good morning, everybody. Bem-vindos a mais um dia de MEO Portugal. Hoje gostaria de ver o início da competição. E para quem chegou agora à praia aqui bem cedo pela manhã, justificou-se, sempre boas notícias, vamos dar início à prova dentro de aproximadamente 15 minutos. Início às 7h32 com a primeira bateria da competição masculina. Vamos dar início com o walking round dos homens. O homem da primeira bateria temos Ethan Ewing, que é o seleta em caso de nós. Início então às 7h32 com a primeira bateria do men's walking round. Ainda para hoje, temos programado fazermos também a primeira ronda da competição feminina, a walking round dos senhores, e também a segunda ronda do round de eliminação também da competição feminina. Início então da primeira bateria às 7h32. A todos já muito bom dia, bem-vindos. Bem-vindos ao MEO Portugal. Terceira etapa na World Tour da World Tour, etapa importantíssima. Início então às 7h32. Once again, good morning, everybody. And for those of you joining us earlier in the morning, welcome. And we're glad to say that we're on with the event. Starting the heat one of the men's walking round at 7:32. It's over 15 minutes to start. So starting with the heat one of the men's walking round, will be continuing. Start the event. Then still scheduled for today the ladies walking round, and also for today scheduled are the ladies elimination round. So really won't be able to together. Starting with the walking round and followed by the ladies walking round. Still for today scheduled the ladies walking round and the elimination round for ladies. So we start with 7:32. To all competitive researchers out there at this stage, all good. But I'm going to ask you to clear the area for the next 5 minutes. Now, 7:17 on my watch. We're aiming to start the heat at 7:32. Almost all good, but we'll start getting the last one and start with short. 5 minutes prior to the start of the heat. We have to also consultar ainda desta aprovação e temos os treinos acabados do evento e não temos os clássicos temos dois nomes temos que esperar os outros são aqueles melhores hoje são os melhores muito novos será o próximo competitors a good one. To welcome you all to the Peniche, the Super Tours, the third club of the World Tour. And before we let you know, we are on for 7:32 heat start with the men's walking round, followed by the ladies walking round, followed by the ladies elimination round. So for the heat one, please get ready or on the fence check in. That's for interviewing, legislative, and counting the notch. It starts scheduled for 7:32. Now we're at 7:19, so let's go over to our start. We'll be running it during the 30 minutes, and giving you a final cut-off for the week. We'll start with the introduction of 30 minutes. Uma competição já com 3 corredores, ninguém é final. Mas consegue ficar para a bola de pescagem do homem considerável. over attendance to start. Just over attendance to start. Like Peniche, Peniche. Desde os planejamentos interessantes, não principais para ser capa do novo também a temporada é duas etapas já realizadas no local, mais duas etapas da segunda Austrália, vários vencedores, ou seja, muito mais Under 10 minutes to start, just under 10 minutes to start. Now all the free surfers out there to get your last one, and everybody to start from the competition area. Just under 10 minutes to start. Thank you. So to the free surfers out there, please make your way in. We're now in under 8 minutes to start. And I can see already, so we need one about football. I can cut it out. You'll see the unit already. So all free surfers out there, please do the competition area now. All the way to the left as well. Pretty wide, competition area this one. Anybody can be now? Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Just over 5 minutes to start. Once again, all free surfers and staff in the competition area. Thank you. 5 minutes to start. 5 minutes to start. All three circles again. 2 minutes to the competition area. That's straight from the tower. Everybody please clear the competition area now. 5 minutes to start. Again, remaining 3 circles of line up. Clear the area now. For the group of 3 circles on the left side as well. That's still inside the competition area. Group on the other side of the patrol. Everybody please follow the instructions from the water patrol. Clear the competition area. Now 5 minutes to start. Under 5 minutes to start, remaining 3 circles to line up, don't wait till another set, everybody can lean out, follow the instructions from the water patrol. Thank you. Just over 3 minutes to start. Just over 3 minutes to start. No more serving is allowed. Hold on to your positions. Para o início do Belmicano de Portugal. Terceira etapa do outro, do outro circuito. 3 minutes for the start of the Belmicano de Portugal. Third stop on the road group. The outro circuito, que é o final. Guardia.
The World Surf League arrives in Europe for the third stop on the 2023 Championship Tour. The barreling beach break of Super Tubos is the arena for the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal presented by Corona.
Flying down the line. She's got the power, she's got the style.
Weightless on the takeoff, an absolute cavern comes out behind the spin.
A year ago, a rising star continued his climb with a perfect 10 in Peniche.
And he stops it, that thing was huge.
And a title contender redeemed herself by bouncing back into the winner's circle.
Let's hear it for your champion, Tatiana Weston-Webb.
This year, 3 yellow jerseys will compete in the chilly Atlantic to defend their spot atop the ranking, while the mid-season cut turns the heat up on the middle of the pack.
Oh, that hurt.
There's no way. I mean, I should have won the heat.
That was massive.
Under the hood.
Oh.
I love you so much.
The road to the Rip Curl WSL Finals continues at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona.
Welcome to the jungle, baby.
Welcome to the MEO Rip Curl Portugal Pro as we see the GOAT getting the Apple Watch applied. Yep, we're going to see Kelly Slater in the first heat of the morning here at stop number 3 on the World Surf League Championship Tour. We're coming you live from Super Tubos, Peniche, Portugal. And it took a while for us to get started, but we are started. I'm Kaipo, along with Hall of Famer Peter Mel, as well as former CTer Jesse Mendez. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me this morning. Peter, I'm going to start with you. Your thoughts on this opening day of competition?
I like this place. I think it's cold water. It's one of the more challenging events on tour. Stop number 3. It's right there in the middle of the start of this cut line season. So it's a little pressure filled. Sandbanks are awesome, by the way, coming over their shoulder here. I mean, it's from like 2 foot all the way up to 10 foot. Jesse, it's been showing his face with bad winds, but ultimately the sand really good.
Yeah, the sandbar is amazing. I'm actually pretty excited for today because there's a lot of opportunity out there, peaks everywhere, and the wind's kind of blowing into the right, so we're going to see big action and big airs.
Well, let's get some details on today's happenings, guys. And with that, I'm going to throw it down to AJ McCord along with Renato Hickel.
That's right, Renato. We are out here. The waves are on. We just heard the horn, so walk us through what we can expect today.
After 3 massive days of waiting, of onshore winds, of stormy oceans, we finally on. 4th day of the window. It's on. 12 hits of the men opening round, 6 hits of the women's opening round, and hopefully 2 hits of the women elimination round. Huge schedule. We still have light onshore winds, and we're still going to have to deal with the low tide throughout the day around 10:30. But we're hopeful with a mix of swell in the water, we'll be able to push through it. Fingers crossed, lots of action. 11-time world champion Kelly Slater, top finalist last year, Ethan, and Costa Rica favorite son in the water. Lots more to come. Excited.
We're very excited, so Kaipo, we'll send it back to you so you can get to calling the action.
Thank you very much, AJ and Renato. Yep, as Renato said, we got a great opening heat for you. Ethan Ewing out there in the red jersey, along with Kelly Slater is going to be out there in blue, and Carlos Munoz in white. Ethan Ewing currently number 11 on the championship tour coming into this. Again, this is the opening round. First and second, avoid that elimination round, Peter.
That's right, and you're thinking Kelly Slater, he's been putting in his extra time here on the other side with the offshore winds on that side, so he's been surfing a lot. I haven't seen Ethan Ewing surfing much, but I mean, I saw some of the warm-ups, Jesse, that he was here for a lot of the good portion of the swell that came before the waiting period started, the offshore winds. But you'd have to be pretty stoked on the way those conditions are going to translate here, because it feels like there's going to be a different style of beach, being that we've got the kind of the open peaks everywhere. I mean, it's just opportunity all over the place.
Yeah, I'm actually very excited to watch Carlos. I know a bunch of you guys haven't watched much of him because he just qualified this year. And these conditions are actually pretty similar to where he lives, Playa Hermosa in Costa Rica. So I think it's going to fit him very well. And I'm excited to watch him blow up.
Yeah, not the typical Super Tubos as we talk about Super Tubos, right? Jesse, today, more of a jumbled beach break, so that may work in the advantage of someone like Carlos Munoz.
Totally, and I think Portugal is one of the best places for you to be the big dogs because it's so unpredictable that if you're in a right rhythm, you're most likely going to get great opportunities and have an advantage on top of your opponent.
That's a classic shot right here. You see the south wind actually is smooth. As long as you stay out of the rip, that good, clean water, there's where the opportunity is going to lie.
So when we talk about rhythm and we talk about, just this break and all these different personalities, Peter, we got to look at Kelly Slater. And Slater, having surfed 30 heats here at Peniche throughout the history of this event, with 18 of those 30 heats, 18 heat wins. So he has a 60% heat win percentage at this particular venue. Pretty high.
Yeah, it is high, but I think he's high all the way across the board, right? I mean, every event he's going to have a winning record, most likely. I mean, that's why he's 11-time world champion. And it's just incredible that he's still able to compete at this level, you know, at 50 years old. It's just, you know, I mean, I know for myself, being in the same age, and watching how many generations he's transcended over his career, and literally he's still surfing at a high level, and we could see him ultimately in the Olympics at the end of the year.
Well, that would be the goal, right? Kelly Slater, 51 years old, 56 championship tour victories, his 56th victory right before his 50th birthday.
Crazy.
A thing of legends, Jesse.
Yeah, you know, he's the GOAT. He's capable of anything and things that we think it's impossible as well. As much as we're speaking right now, he's 50 years old and he's still competing at the highest level. And yeah, he's capable of winning this event, no doubt.
One of the things I think he's going to take here is experience. I mean, it's obvious, right? He has had so many situations throughout his career. He understands beach breaks and how to ride them and how to get good waves at them. So ultimately, it's a wave catching contest. Get the best waves, and you win your heat.
Yeah, and talking about experience, this is going to be Kelly's 287th event on the championship tour.
Isn't that, I mean, how is that even possible?
He's made 84 finals
and
in
he
his
retired
career.
through the middle of it, right?
Yeah. He's
took a couple years off.
I don't think I've surfed that many events in my entire life.
Right?
Yeah.
I was going to say, yeah.
Let's take a look at some of the stats, the WSL stats at Super Tubos for Kelly Slater, as we're talking about. We can see that he does have one 10-point ride here. We talked about his heat winning percentage at 60% and that average heat score 13.23. So by the numbers, Jesse, Kelly would be the favorite in this heat, but there's a young charging Australian in the way of Ethan Ewing, and Ewing has been putting on a really good opening. He came off of a great 2022, you know, finishing number 4 in the world. So Ethan Ewing really is starting to set fire to the championship tour.
Obviously, Kaipo, he's the guy to beat in this heat. He's on the peak of his career. Kelly, being the GOAT, is still already on the end, short end of his career. So I think Ethan is going to be the guy to beat in this heat.
Well, Peter, hey, this is
Carlos?
neutral territory right now. I'm gonna say, as far as priority and just to get this heat going. We've already seen, you know, 6 minutes off the clock, no waves ridden, a little bit of a cat and mouse game here. We do have maybe some waves forming up. We'll take a look at how the set comes through and if we have any takers.
I will say with Carlos and some of the waves that he's grown up on, you know, Hermosa is one of those places in Costa Rica that he surfs a lot. And this cat has a lot of similarities. You know, the way the beach break is, you understand where you need to be to find clean water. And it looks like Kelly might find his first wave. Nope.
All right. Well, you know, talking about Kelly, let's get a little bit of a soundbite from Kelly Slater and see what the GOAT had to say.
I picked Margot Oberg because she was a queen of surfing early on. When I was a little kid, I used to just see her in the magazines and vote for her on the Surfer Pole Awards, and just wanted to honor some of the old school women of our sport.
Yeah, Kelly Slater talking about what we're celebrating here throughout this event number 3 on the championship tour is International Women's Day. So all of our athletes will have an inspiring female in their lives or a female athlete on the back of their jersey. Kelly Slater choosing Margot Oberg, the 77, 80, 81 3-time world champ, and, you know, really a pioneer in women's professional surfing.
And she's now residing in my hometown of Santa Cruz, Capitola, matter of fact, and I was able to hang out with her at the Coldwater Classic. She actually was one of the first women to get a prize check in Santa Cruz at the Smirnoff. And, you know, this was the first time a woman had been paid professionally, and she's been, you know, a big stalwart of, you know, equality throughout her career, and in a big way, and she's still around, still inspiring. It's really cool.
Yeah, and, you know, talk about Carlos Munoz. He's out there. He's got another world champ on his back. Carlos Munoz choosing Frida Zamba as his inspirational female surfer. Frida Zamba, a 4-time world champ and an exciting goofy foot out of Florida.
Oh, no, unreal. I mean, that was, again, another one of those inspirational women, especially coming from America, to be able to win world titles like that. several in a row. So yeah, good. There's great inspirational women.
Looking at this lineup right now, you see Carlos on the right side of it, and you see that rip right across from him. And I just noticed that everyone moved a little bit left of the bank because one thing it's very important here in a beach break that is that powerful, there's going to be a lot of water exit going through the lineup. So if you're one of them, most likely you're not going to catch many waves or get any opportunities. So it's interesting to see them all move to the left side of the bank.
Well, in the rip, looks like he's going to get the first wave, though.
Here we go. Carlos Munoz. Little snap to set up. Nice carving turn. Wants to secure a finish. Times with a little bit of backwash there, so that's going to be a nice start for Carlos Munoz, our WSL replacement wild card in this event. So that's going to set the scale for the morning, Pete.
I like it. Smooth, silky, doesn't look like he was rushed, just cruising through that wave. Not going to be a huge number, but an ultimate start there just for confidence. Nice open wall, was able to get some top turns done, so combination of moves here. Probably lacked a little criticalness in the sections that he was able to find there, but ultimately going to be a nice mid-range score.
Yeah, I'm with you, Pete. I think the wave didn't give him too much opportunity to really go huge on it, but you almost don't want that on the first wave. On the first wave of the event as well, you're trying to get the butterflies out of your stomach and, yeah, finish the wave and get a score on the board.
Big moment, right? I mean, you think about Carlos and, you know, unfortunate start to having the injury, not able to surf the first year on the CT, now getting his chance. Needs some results as well, so there's some pressure there in order to make the cut. So this is surfing against Kelly Slater, right? I mean, anytime you're surfing against Kelly Slater, it's obviously going to create nerves because you know that the spotlight's going to be on the heat.
Yeah, let's take a look at what the judges put out this morning for the points of difference that the judges will be looking at scoring today. Innovative and progressive maneuvers will be highly rewarded. Combination of major maneuvers. Single maneuvers can still receive good scores. Degree of difficulty in the sections that these maneuvers are performed on will be an important factor. That coming from Renato Hickel to the surfers this morning.
Yeah, and that text goes out, and it basically, it's almost prioritized in a way. You know, they're saying that the innovation, progressive movers, just by looking at the conditions today, it's going to be one of those days you're going to see a lot of ramps. Ultimately, I think that that's going to be the case, especially when you start to get into the lower tide. So those things are going to be rewarded because that's the opportunity they see out there.
And the reward for Carlos Munoz on that opening wave, a 3.5. 19 minutes on the clock, and a solid start for Carlos Munoz.
Well, you think 3.5, you know, it's not a huge number, but ultimately in the reality here is this is one of those types of events that, you know, 8 points could turn a heat. He just needs to get first or second, does not want to get third. Third goes into the elimination round. It's the goal here, just get first or second.
And you're going to the elimination round, just added so much pressure, mostly for a guy like Carlos that has no results yet to back him up. So you really want to squeeze through that first round and go straight into the third round.
Yeah, I mean, and ultimately ninths are where you want to have to set the goal to make the cut. You know, that's 18 surfers left in the draw, 22 make it out of the cut.
Ethan Ewing throws a tail there, getting a little dynamic, but unable to go complete. So that's going to be a throwaway score for Ethan Ewing. Here we go with Kelly Slater. Slater off the bottom, clears that first section, comes around here, nice carve on that Slater design board. One more time in the lip and gets the finish. So I think the early advantage piece is going to go to Kelly Slater. However, Carlos Munoz, wave number 2 for the Costa Rican. Nice rail work there in some jumbled water, surfs past Slater for the finish.
So there we go. I mean, this is what we were seeing in the warm-ups. We saw lots of opportunities, lots of different waves, and so to have this slow start was kind of unique. Ultimately, now we're seeing some of the cleaner water with the waves starting to come in. We are having 2 different swells. We have a northwest, kind of longer interval swell that's on the smaller side, and then you still have the leftover swell from the west, which is that tighter interval. So we got 2 mixes of swells. If we watch this wave here of Carlos, a lot more speed involved in this wave in comparison to his 3.5. So I see an improvement here, and then Slater on a bigger wave. And he looks smooth.
Yeah, he looks amazing, and I like the speed that he had attacking that critical part. Obviously, the wave split up a little bit, and it was tough for him to just connect throughout the turns. But it's a great start, and yeah, it's better to get your feet on the wax and get it going.
Yeah, it's nice that you can see this in the slow motion, Peter, and the patience that Kelly Slater has in his surfing when he's picking points on the wave to put in turns.
Yeah, it's so true. I mean, and again, he's not using unique equipment. This looks like a real normal, 3-fin, rounded pin, good size, not too short. I like the board choice.
Catching back up with Ethan Ewing here. Just opened up with a fractional score, needs to do better than that. So now the judges owe us scores for all three surfers at 16 minutes and 35 seconds on the countdown.
Yeah, a little unique. See how these all kind of, they're very similar scores in relation to each other. Again, just that top turn into the finish move, 2-turn combo there. This is going to be Ethan's best wave.
Yeah, a little more critical, yeah. He found a wave that actually gave him a good opportunity to hit it twice. And with a little bit more pressure on the back foot. Nice slip line right there. And straight into a nice, almost it felt like it was a closeout turn, but then the wave gave him a little bit more opportunity. But great surfing from Ethan, and I think that's probably going to be the best score of the heat so far.
I would agree. You know, just again, just the 2-turn combos, that was something that the judges has already kind of allocated as an opportunity today, is to be able to get those types of waves. And those were 2 critical sections, not super meaty, but nice.
Yeah, and you know what? The board looks good under Ethan's feet, and that opens up the conversation, Pete, on the CT Shaper rankings that we're utilizing all year in 2023 on the Championship Tour. Ethan Ewing out there on a Darren Hanley design, Kelly Slater on his own Slater designs, and Carlos Munoz with the San Clemente shaper underneath his feet, Timmy Patterson.
Slater designs, but he has a stable of shapers, so you can ride all these different shapers. It's kind of funny, right? Does that still get to work for Slater designs?
Oh yeah, it's
okay.
part of the process they have there, where they have multiple shapers as well as multiple different builds for the surfboards. There's a little peek there at Maxime Husno, who will be coming up in the next heat against Samuel Pupo as well as Griffin Colapinto, our defending champ.
Oh, and you'd think that Griffin would love the type of waves that are out there right now. You know, stormy little T Street or State Park. You know, kind of that's kind of the vibe you have out here again. Again, another great beach break.
This is like morning high school surf practice at San Clemente right now.
Hey, not just San Clemente, but
every beach break.
Yes, so there's a few guys that are laughing when they show up at the contest this morning. They see those winds blowing into the right, which usually have north winds, which is the opposite way blowing into the left. So a few guys are laughing right now, and that's Griffin and Sammy are definitely going to try and go huge in the air today.
Oh, look at Felipe too, for that matter, right? Like watching Felipe and his warm-ups, looking just so good, just incredible. Air make ratio. We watched him just for a half an hour. I watched him for a half an hour over on the other side.
Yeah.
And 4 amazing aerials, all inverted and all complete with style. No problem. Would have been 8s any given day. Right, so I mean, he did it in literally 20 minutes, half an hour.
Hey, Stephen Bell's made it down here. Belly with a watchful eye and support for Leonardo Fioravanti. We got some numbers in. First to Slater, 4.17. Second for Carlos Munoz, a 5.17 and a 4.83 for Ethan Ewing. You can see the standings at the 13-minute, 35-second marks on your screen. All the scores are in. And we will be waiting for the next exchange from our surfers.
You mentioned that all these waves are pretty similar, and they're only separated by a point. Low score there for 4.17 for Kelly, the high number of 5.17 for Carlos. So they liked Carlos's slightly better than what we saw from Ethan Ewing. Maybe the size of wave slightly. There was an extra turn for Carlos. He carried a lot of speed through it. So very similar scores, but only separated by a point.
Yeah, we're waiting for the next series of waves coming through. So we're going to step away for a sec. We'll be back with more from Peniche Super Tubos. Back at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona, taking a look into our surf line forecast, Pete.
Well, we've got red. That's good. All of the Atlantic has swell in it, and we're going to see lots of waves here throughout the waiting period. The problem was winds. We had a lot of southwest wind, which is actually straight on shore here. And with that, we've seen it today finally back off slightly. You can see the 6 to 9 knots. We've had way more winds yesterday and the day before, so that's why we're running today. As you can see, there's a little increase in wave faces as we move in through the day. So swell increasing. There is this new northwest. It is out of the northwest direction, more north than we've seen lately. And ultimately, you look at the next 4 days, just a slight decrease as we move through the next 4 days. The winds are going to stay pretty good. Not going to say that they're going to be perfect, but there is opportunity at the back half of the waiting period, Jesse.
Yes, totally, Pete. I think the second half is definitely a good choice for them to wait because a little lighter winds like you spoke, and swell increasing tomorrow with light winds, so we could see a very good day tomorrow, possibly showing up.
Fingers
and
crossed.
waves could be firing.
Yeah, but right now we're getting through this opening round for men. We're going to get through the opening round for women and hopefully into the elimination round for women to kick things off. If you're just joining us, we got the scores up on the board. Carlos Munoz out in front. Ethan Ewing holding on to that second position, but it's a vulnerable second position. Kelly Slater out there with priority, just needing a 1.4 to get into that second advancing position. Turning our attention now, Ethan Ewing looking on a smooth waves face, a nice gaff on the forehand, and great rail work again from Ethan Ewing. Looking quick, looking sharp. He's going to kick out of that and likely take the lead at the 9.5-minute mark. Pete.
You'd have to say he would take the lead. 3.85 needed there. That was definitely similar to, not a huge number coming in here, but ultimately something similar to what he's had. So he's got 2 numbers. You look at 9.5 minutes left in the heat. That looks solid. Again, wanting to get first or second, so you don't have to go into that elimination round.
Yeah, and also what I thought was very interesting in both of those guys, right? Carlos and Ethan, the first wave, they're looking a little bit more stiff, putting the feet on the wax, and the second wave, they're really pushing much harder. So it shows how important it is for you to just start quick in those conditions, mostly being that cold. And as you see Ethan right here, just really pushing the back foot and redirecting the board very well. Kind of a short wave, going very small in the end, but very good surfing.
Yeah, and those sections weren't like super steep ultimately, but I mean, the surfing he did was more critical. He's pushed harder on that first turn for sure. So again, very kind of similar number, probably could be, the best number of the heat just because of the speed carried throughout these maneuvers.
And I think that the technical aspect of that first turn was very important too for that scoring ride.
Yeah, and you're right. It is the best wave of the heat. We're seeing it on the replay right now. This is a 5.77 for Ethan Ewing, and Ethan Ewing going into the lead. Carlos Munoz now in second. Kelly Slater has a little steeper hill to climb right now, needs a 4.51. Carlos Munoz, nice looking wave, throws it up and throws it away. No harm, no foul, and that's not going to change the situation. 8 minutes remaining.
Yeah, he's an amazing aerialist, so I like his thought process there. Wasn't able to pull it down, but that's going to be a point of difference, right? We see it, Slater can go to the air, but you don't see it as often as, say, someone like Carlos. But I think that that's something he needs to bring to the table here on the CT because he is such a great aerialist.
Yeah, it's interesting that, in that conversation that we don't see Ethan Ewing taking to the air too much, where we see this guy take to the air quite a bit. He garnered a 10-point ride last year. That was Griffin Colapinto on the previous shot. This is Sammy Pupo, who's also going to be in Griffin's heat, along with Maxime Husto. In the barrel, Ethan Ewing finds a bubble, showers his way through there, but slips on the way out.
Oh, man, that was an opportunity. I mean, again, you start thinking about Super Tubos and scoring opportunities. It's about the barrel. If you want to get excellent numbers, I mean, all last year, they showed all the excellent numbers from last year in one little compilation. They were all either barrels or airs. There was no 2-turn combos. Only on the women's side that we saw last year, Tachi was able to get an 8 on 2-turn combos or in one big move. But ultimately, it was all about barrels and aerials here. And that's why we love it. That's why we love Super Tubos.
That's why it's so interesting to come and watch here, and it's so exciting because it's caverns here. It's not even barrels. Like when it's on, it's literally like so shallow, so intense, and so much water in the shallow bank and huge ramps. So
yeah.
What else do you want to watch?
Yeah, no, nothing.
It is an exciting stop. So 6.5 minutes and Ethan Ewing in the lead. We were talking about international women's. We didn't touch on Ethan Ewing and the woman that he's honoring on his jersey, none other than his mom, Helen Ewing, whose maiden name was Helen Lambert. She won bells in 1983. So the 4th stop of the championship tour. Mom's got a bell. Ethan's going to want a bell on the next stop.
How cool would that be, right? To have mom and son with bells that they can ring together at Christmas dinner. I mean, how cool would that be? It's or Easter dinner, considering it's during Easter week. Yeah, it's pretty incredible. I mean, and it's rad to have. I mean, and that's, I think, something that translates across, at least surfing for me, is lineage.
Yeah.
You know, and DNA, right? It comes. There's a lot of great surfers and brothers and sisters, and aunties and uncles, and you know, and surfing is that being as small a world it is, it's very interconnected with family as well.
Yeah, so it is great. Again, we are celebrating International Women's Day throughout the event. Raisa Leal on the back of Sammy Pupo's jersey, the incredible skateboarder coming out of Brazil right now, who, Jesse, is actually raising the bar, I feel, for women's professional skateboarding.
Yeah, it was even funny first time I watched her skate. Almost like it felt like her skateboard was too long for her because she was so little.
Yeah.
And it's almost like a Samuel type of deal. Like, I've watched Sammy grow up because I'm Miggy's one of my best friends, and I used to stay at his house and everything. And he was so small, but he was ripping so hard in such a different level. In my opinion, he was the best surfer coming up when he was about 11 years old. We go back to it. I guess he kicked out, but anyways, so I wonder if he has some sort of connection with that, because he was so good, and that's how Raisa is. Like, she's just this next level prodigy that's coming out of Brazil and skateboarding.
Yeah, Raisa is quite a phenomenon. We'll get more of that, but let's take a look at what's happened in this heat so far with our heat recap.
Well, you think about this one, Kelly. Slow times for him. Live action right here, though.
Ooh, I'm glad we stuck around for that. That was Clay Marzo-ish type of layback snap, getting loose on the tail there, Jesse.
That was so exciting. It's so amazing to watch Ethan push that little extra, you know, because you used to seeing him doing everything so perfect and so casual. So when we get back to that, Kelly's pulling up right now.
And unable. So
was he
close,
just pull some magic for us right there? I mean, at the end of the heat, needs a 4.51. He pulls that, most likely gets the number.
Yeah, this is true, but I feel like Ethan Ewing is going to start running away with this heat, Jesse, with just the leverage that he had on that last turn and the impact of that last turn. Let's take a look at that turn. Talk us through this, Jesse.
Like I was saying, look how much pressure he put on the board and lost his foot and regained. It was just incredible to come out of that clean as well, out of that turn. And what I thought was so amazing of this, you usually see Ethan being so composed, and that little X factor, it just makes it so exciting for a guy like him.
Yeah, and I think he's done that. He's timed that type of maneuver, and there was actually technique in there. You know, you see how he pushed it and actually knows the release is there, so he pulls that back foot up into the middle of the board, puts it on the biggest and widest portion of the board. So you're able to kind of put yourself back up on your feet really quickly. And it's great technique that actually works.
And Pete, do you think that is something that Ethan might be developing, in that I think Ethan can fall into the kind of the Parko syndrome, the Joel Parkinson syndrome, where his surfing is so polished, but sometimes you need a little rawness in it to give some excitement, because, you know, if you're too smooth, you're making it look too easy.
Yeah, I'm going to say right now, you think about your surfing on a championship tour. You know, there's a certain level that got you here. He's now expected to be a title contender, being that he's been able to be in the Final Five, and it's a, you know, so ultimately what I'm basically saying is you need to refine your surfing and get better and better and better, and that's just part of it.
And it's, we'll get back to it after Carlos wave.
And Carlos opened up with a lip glide float and looking for a finish here, and we'll see if he improves upon his scoreline. If he gets better than a 3.5, he will do so. Gets a little reform to the inside here, sticking with this wave, redirecting to the right. A couple of S-turns there for Carlos Munoz. And that may make things a little bit more difficult for Kelly Slater looking at the final 2 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be, I mean, if anything, it's a quarter point maybe for riding that extra part on the inside at the 2 minutes of the heat. You know, he had to improve on the 3.5, so I guess any incremental moments of that, although the outside work was pretty slow, in my opinion.
What do you think?
I think he was also just trying to play a little strategy against Kelly, because Kelly was right on his shoulder right there, so I think he was just blocking him a little bit too much. We couldn't see on that one, but...
Oh, I guess that turn was nice. We caught that from the drone angle, but it slows up here, right? There wasn't much, you know, critical sections on this portion of the wave. But ultimately trying to better a 3.5. The outside turn there definitely got my, piqued my interest there. So it's going to be probably a little better number.
Yeah, but not by much, I would say as well. I'm with you.
Well, the judges made their decision, and they were not impressed. We're watching this replay. It did not improve Kali's scoreline. A 3.07. He remains in second place. Kelly Slater remains leading at 4.51. We're under a minute right now, and the surfers having to negotiate the rips that we're seeing in the lineup.
See the north angled swell there. That's a little different than what we've been seeing through the first couple days of the waiting period. So this new angled swell, it doesn't get in here as easily, right? It has to wrap around the top of the peninsula at Peniche. It's way better to have more westerly angled swell, and so we're seeing that yesterday, that westerly angle stuff kind of drop off, but we're going to get reinforcements through the rest of the week from the more west angle, which is what we want.
Yeah, so that's good news in the future. Right in front of us, though, we have a Kelly Slater who, with 20 seconds remaining, needs to get to his feet if he wants to avoid that elimination round.
There's not enough time. Didn't get the opportunity. A little too selective for Slater in this heat.
Slater only 2 waves ridden in this heat, and he will be going to that elimination round. The horn has blown. It's official. It'll be Ethan Ewing and Carlos Munoz into the round of 32. Kelly Slater, we'll see him in the elimination round, and we'll see you right after these messages here at the MEO Rip Curl Portugal Pro.
The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona, is brought to you by MEO, official title partner of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company, and by Corona. This is living.
Kelly Slater coming out of the water here at the MEO Rip Curl Portugal Pro, presented by Corona, and Ethan Ewing with a great start here at stop number 3 on the championship tour. He took the heat win, and he's on his way up to the Red Bull Athlete Zone and also into the round of 32. I'm Kaipo along with Peter Mel and Jesse Mendez. Heat number 2 out in the water right now in this opening round. Griffin Colapinto, Sammy Pupo, as well as Maxime Husno, and I'm going to go to Jesse for your thoughts on this matchup.
That's a very tight match. All the 3 surfers are very good in the air, and they're very good on beach breaks. They have a lot of experience, the 3 of them coming out of beach breaks pretty much. Maxime, obviously, coming from Reunion Island, which is a lot of point breaks, but he moved very young to Hossegor, so he's very used to these conditions and very used to adapting. So is the other 2 surfers, so it's going to be a good heat.
Yeah, Maxime Husno, 30 years old, a rookie on the championship tour, had a long road to get here to the championship tour. Maxime Husno did the 2009 World Junior Champ, And he is donning a ode on, as we're celebrating International Women's Day, to Serena Williams is his pick to represent on the jersey, Peter.
Pretty unique, but he has an affinity for tennis. Grew up watching tennis, and Serena Williams, very influential woman on that tour.
Here we go, in the barrel, this is Sammy Pupo, and completed. Nice start for Sammy. Samuel, couple of turns to finish off, and for the 22-year-old, really nice first wave, great foundation, Jesse.
Yes, he's solid, of very good foundations, like you said. Amazing technique, very composed, always looks calm on top of the board, and that was a great start for him. Second wave, starting with a nice little barrel, and yeah, we'll see what that scores come.
Yeah, just a correction there. There was a fractional wave for Sammy, but here we go with the replay, Pete.
And he was right in the hole. Perfect positioning. You know, it was a nice smaller wave, but it had a nice round barrel, and he was able to exit out of it clean. Gets a couple turns to finish it up. Great start for him. It's our first real completed barrel in this event so far in these first two heats. So we'll see where it goes. It's not going to be a huge number, being a smaller wave, and there's going to be some opportunity for some big barrels on those bigger set waves. So you got to keep that part of the scale open. But just look at this, right behind it, and just quick pump up underneath. Saw the opportunity there. I like how it stayed nice and round, and then he comes out nice and clean. Judges take note of those exits, you know, just a quick little shampoo, but straight through it. Good timing, and then straight into a combination of major moves. 2 turns here to finish this wave off, and I expect it to be a pretty solid number, being probably in that mid 5-ish is where I'd go with it. But again, we haven't seen any barrels scored yet.
Well, let's hear from the first winner of the day, Ethan Ewing, on to the round of 32.
Ethan, it's never easy being the first heat of the day. Made even more difficult because you had to wait 3 days for this moment. What was your strategy going into your heat?
Yeah, it kind of took a while for the first heat to come around, but I just wanted to catch a lot of waves, and the waves are pretty hard right now, but yeah, I just thought get my feet in the wax and feel it out. And yeah, it was fun. Stoked to get the win.
It looked fun out there. You had the high score of the heat. What were you seeing in the waves?
I was just seeing like a lot of rights off that kind of like rip out the back, and it was kind of like a slow start, and I kind of started bad. I made a bit of a mistake, so I was like, damn, but yeah, finally got a few scores on the board and kind of got a bit of momentum going.
It's a good way to start when you start with your first heat here on the glass. Of course, celebrating International Women's Day and Women's Month. What does it mean to you to have ride out with your mom's name on your back?
Yeah, it's amazing. Mum isn't with me anymore, but she introduced me to surfing, and she's a huge inspiration for me. So yeah, it means a lot to have her on my back, and yeah, always thinking of her.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, good on Ethan Ewing. And we saw Sammy Pupo. He had a 5.83 on the previous ride, and now talking about laying a foundation, getting a great start. Replay here, Jesse.
Amazing air for Sammy right there. Nice critical section and just into the flat. So hard to keep your board under your feet right there and keep the board flat so you have something to land on, because he's going so upside down and straight into the bottom of the wave. So that was great air for Sammy.
Clear intentions. What scores at Super Tubos? The barrel and the airs. First 2 waves of the event, and he goes for it exactly what he knows is going to score good numbers. You'd have to say Sammy is going to come into this event inspired, and an event that he could easily take a win.
Come back live to a quick one for Maxime Husno. We'll be waiting for that score. Here we go. Colapinto throws it out, throws it down, but catches the outside rail, goes down. Griffin Colapinto, our defending champ. So early advantage to Sammy Pupo with a barrel completed, and now a nice air rotation also.
These two are the future, right? You think about Sammy and Griffin, and even Maxime. You know, Maxime, we're still waiting to see. These guys have made the tour. They're going to be here for a very long time. But look at the intentions of both these surfers. And you see Maxime on his first wave.
It was a very nice turn. A little bit of whitewash going through, so it's hard for him to generate speed. But like you're saying, Pete, those two guys have nice bottom turn. See how deep he got and how on rail he was? That's what made him actually get a nice release and a nice angle on that first turn. Unfortunately, the wave got a little whitewashy for him, and it was tough for him to just hit that last section, and got a little stuck and couldn't finish the wave. But yeah, nice first turn. But going back on those two surfers, you see how simple it is for them when they see those conditions? They know it's air time. It's air show, and they know they're going to get the big scores on those big turns. And Griffin first wave straight to it.
Yeah, he's showing his intent. Griffin Colapinto still waiting for that the third score for Sammy Pupo, which is really going to lay the foundation. Colapinto on the paddle here. We can talk a little bit about boards. Griffin Colapinto on Mayhems. Sammy Pupo usually on OHP's Ohana Pupo designs shaped by his dad Wagner, but it looks like Sammy is on a Sharp Eye for this event. And then, of course, we have Maxime Husno on the Channel Islands boards.
Yeah, and Sammy, I was chatting with him a little bit. He actually got some Sharp Eyes made here in Portugal, him and Miggy. So I guess the boards are coming out very nicely from here, and they wanted to try, and it's looking great for Sammy.
Yeah, currently Sharp Eye second on the CT Shaper rankings, but what a great cast of surfers that we have on that brand. Hey, I wanted to say a good morning to Paul Evans. Paul, what's going on?
Yeah, morning, Kaipo, morning, everyone. I'm here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. First day of competition, first day back at school. So the energy's pretty good here. Everyone's happy to see each other. We've got pretty much the entirety of both tours on the balcony here, keeping a close eye on the waves. Underneath that, there is a little bit of tension as well that is kind of palpable with people. If maybe you didn't get great results in Hawaii, maybe lost early at sunset, you've had a long time to think about this first round heat. And that is palpable too, and that's just kind of making things even more entertaining in terms of what's going to go down today.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Paul. There's some intensity out there. Maxime Husno, 17th on stop number 1, a 33rd on stop number 2. Sammy Pupo, he's holding 2 17ths right now, so he needs a good result as well. Here's Pupo, our heat leader. Throws that one away. Previous wave, though, for that air was a 5.67, so Samuel Pupo with a strong lead right now. Colapinto throws it up, throws it down, spins it around, and that's going to be just stock standard for Griffin Colapinto. Just such an exciting surfer.
And what I would say there is, but he noticed that his landing was going to be on a bunch of pillows, and you see what he did is he forward momentum, lands on his nose in that foam, and actually just made it like it was like a foam pit, and he just rode out of it so smooth. And that's what I love about him. He's got this great flow to his maneuvers, and you see this first section there, it fell down, but it was a nice soft section, so he's able to just rotate around it with such ease.
And so smooth as well, right? Like, tricky section. He was actually a little bit too late, but he was able to put that rail, the tail very high, and use the wind to help him out to actually get that extra lift. And yeah, great execution for him.
Yeah, the crowd likes it. A great crowd here every year in Portugal, from all over Europe, descending upon this small fishing town of Peniche that has developed actually into a big surf town, Pete.
Yeah, it sure has. And it's, you know, the Portuguese fans are so on it. It doesn't matter what the weather's going to be. It doesn't at all. They're going to be down here in the mornings, cold, and first heat. You got Slater first heat, so everybody ultimately got up pretty darn early this morning.
Yeah, we saw just Sammy with another attempt there. Not going to factor into anything. Still waiting for score for Griffin Colapinto and Maxime Husno.
I was going to touch on those two scores from Sammy. I mean, literally the barrel, 5.83, right? So, I mean, ultimately they see that that's an opportunity. It felt like it could have been mid-5, but ultimately a 5.83. That's a good number, you know. So barrels will score pretty well. And then the aerial, just the one move, 5.67 for Sammy. So ultimately knowing what he needs to do to get it done.
Colapinto. Yeah,
oh
wow.
My gosh.
That was a forced little nose pick reverse there to come out of that, and that was a difficult wave, but gee, she made it work.
That's what the best of the best do. They can take a wave with limited opportunity and still produce a number that just gets that X factor, something that's so unique. I mean, again, nice peak here, first section, and again it just dies out on him, but somehow finds a way to release the fins and rotate around with limited amount of speed. So creative, really creative.
Really surfing on the nose through that to go complete, Jesse.
Yeah, I think he actually had to adapt. Look how much the wave split right there, and there's that big rip in the middle of it, and he had to use that front part of the board to release and disengage the fins so he could actually rotate, and then after just the wave kind of disappeared, but
it's
great.
Reaction time, right? I mean, he had to like jump over a lip to get to that section, and so you lose speed doing that, but just ultimately that reactionary timing to be able to just get something done on a section that literally disappeared on him.
Yeah. Griffin, oh, go ahead.
No, sorry, but just having a look here, 5 waves for Sammy, 3 waves for Griffin. See how simple it is in their head right now? They're going for airs. Most of the waves they rode, it was all above the lip.
Yeah, Griffin Colapinto, he's got some inspiration on the back of his jersey. Let's hear from Griffin Colapinto and how he's celebrating International Women's Day.
SSA series when we were little. They were a big part of like us developing our competition life and just like having a place to go and like put all our energy every weekend and like a purpose and like just giving us that passion. So, you know, without the NSSA, like who knows where we would be with competing. So yeah, it's really cool that I get to like represent her.
Yeah, so on the back of his jersey, Janice Aragon, who's the national director for the NSSA, the National Scholastic Surfing Association, which has been inspirational for young surfers for decades in the USA. We talk about the legacy of Janice Aragon. We should actually talk a little bit more about it, Pete, because, I mean, I was a product of the NSSA, you were a product of the NSSA. Most surfers coming through the ranks within the States were touched by that organization.
Yeah, absolutely. And you say Janice Aragon, but also you got to mention Galen Clifford too, and her part of the NSSA as well. So their partnership together has created an amazing NSSA, the National Scholastic Surfing Association. You think about Peter Townend and Ian Cairns and the legacy that they started, and they've just kept that going for many years.
Husno. Oh, goes for the slob there, but landing on the back of the wave. I like the intent for Maxime Husno trying to fight back in this heat. He's currently in 3rd.
Creative again. Like that's what all 3 of these surfers, that's why this heat was so exciting, is that he literally was like, he's not thinking in his head that he's going to go slob. It literally is a reactionary time to grab the board because of the inversion of where he was, to grab your rail, to bring it around. I mean, he almost had it. It just didn't have enough juice to rotate out of it. But he just instantly, it wasn't like he's going, okay, I'm going to do a slob on this one. He literally is not even thinking about that. It just happens. And when you have quick reactionary timing like that, that's what the youth will give you. You know, you look for a certain style of wave. But here, another example. Griffin. No worries, just the full easy rotation out of it. Didn't have quite the amplitude probably, but look at the pop and then the rotation. Front foot flies forward. Unique about Griffin, I think, that's different about his airs that I see, is that he keeps his back foot still on the pad. You see a lot of surfers that move up everything all the way to the front of the board.
There's that slob again for Maxime, and again, unable to ride out in front of the whitewater.
But being able to just rotate and have your footwork is really what it comes down to. Having good footwork, being able to move your board without even touching it. You just move it with your toes and feet.
Well, the number comes through for Griffin Colapinto, a 5.57 on that last wave. Colapinto in a strong 2nd. Sammy Pupo with the lead. Maxime Husno needs a big number, Jesse, a 7.34 if he wants to avoid the elimination round. And to make it a little bit harder on him, he's also 3rd in line priority-wise.
Yes, but as you see on the lineup right now, he really moved left off the bank, so he's basically by himself as we speak, so he most likely going to have the right of way for any wave that comes towards him.
And I like that move too, being that the swell direction, there's some bigger sets that are coming out of a more northwest direction, and again, it pushes down to the south end of the beach. You know, the westerly angle is going to push more to the north end of the beach, so you can see the lineup's going to be pretty broad.
Well, 13 minutes, 15 seconds. We'll see if Maxime Husno can come back. He needs a 7.34. We're going to see if it happens after this break.
What's up, Kato? What's up, brah? You look at any spots yet?
Lost Winds looks really fun.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Sick.
So we could check that, maybe like State Park or something.
We could take the golf cart and just go zip around.
Sweet.
Yeah, sweet. San Clemente is my hometown, where they're having the finals. The wave I grew up on. We're off. Time to wake up. San Clemente is a very proud town, and so to be able to represent them would be like a dream come true. This part's pretty funny. And I know that they'd all be down there cheering me on. Eyes are watering.
How are they going so fast?
The aim for the season would be to make the Final Five and win the world title. I feel like anything's possible.
A little bit of the hometown with Griffin Colapinto on episode 6 of Make or Break. All 8 episodes right now are streaming on Apple TV+. Check it out and see more about some of our favorite characters on the Championship Tour and a behind-the-scenes look at the 2022 Championship Tour. All the highs, the lows, the victories, the defeats, Pete.
And it's really, it was a kind of the creating the rivalry. Hold on, we'll get to it.
Hold up, wait a minute. There's a slob again. Oof. But one more time,
He wants that. He wants that. He stomps that, though. That's a big number. That was more inverted, high, full rotation all the way around it. But I was going to touch on the fact that Griffin and Kanoa both kind of giving a little breakdown of Huntington Beach and San Clemente. So let's take a look here at this one here, Jesse, from looks like Sammy Pupo.
Yes, a lot of speed down the line and just a huge air, so lofty into the flats. And unfortunately, he was so tall and he landed so far forward that it was just very hard for him to just stick to it. But a great effort for him.
That's the thing. He brings loft. Again, he's just so creative. All 3 of these surfers are.
But extra pop for him, right? Like that was so much taller than we thought it was going to be.
Live action with Colapinto, and he hangs on for the finish there. Griffin looking to improve upon a 5.27. A 5.93 will take him to the lead right now, under 9 minutes in this heat. So it's really been a back and forth between Sammy Pupo and Griffin Colapinto. Maxime Husno still yet to really enter the conversation.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, he like I said, he pulls that one. Whoa, big float there. I mean, how did he carry all that speed into that section? This feels like it's going to be, you know, bigger wave, 2 huge sections. Up and over. And he did that more as a transition move, knowing that that wave was moving down the line, and he had to carry all that extra area to get to this section, and he does it so well. That's that combination of major moves. I like this wave for Griffin.
And also, Pete, obviously this is just a typical, not a typical beach break. Even though it's a beach break, there's so much juice in those sections. It comes from very deep water. You have like huge swells that goes through here. So it's not your Huntington typical day surf type of surf. So those sections actually have so much juice in them. It's very hard to do what he was doing.
And a lot of it's due to the bathymetry that's outside.
The kick stall for Sammy Pupo in the barrel, out of the barrel, hacks a turn there. Pupo, one more time. Just a little tap dance to finish and a happy dance for Sammy Pupo, likely to increase upon his scoreline.
That was vicious. You know, just the finesse to set up the barrel and then come out with all that extra speed and just lay into that section. Just elevating throughout this heat. Sammy Pupo, definitely going to be one of his better numbers.
Yeah, so like we said, Jess, it's just been back and forth. Griffin Colapinto, Samuel Pupo firing at each other. Colapinto takes lead with a 7.5 on his last, but we're yet to have the score for this one.
Nice little pit for him right there. And check this one out. Just engaging so much power and just that little extra X factor that he can bring.
The section steepened up slightly as he went through the carve, and he was able to see that going on. The timing perfect in the barrel. And then this turn here, right at that moment, he was able to lay in with that front foot and just throw all that extra spray out the back. That's a wow factor, the X factor, whatever you want to call it. But anytime you see that moment where you're just like, whoa, it reflects into the score because the judges get that same feeling.
Yeah, just a back-to-back. So we're waiting for that score. Italo Ferreira preparing for his matchup. And Maxime Housseau, again, coming so close. Multiple air attempts for the French surfer, but unable to go out complete. And, you know, it's getting a little bit loose out there for Maxime Housseau.
Yeah,
Let's go to the beach with Luisa Florence.
Bom dia, Portugal. Bom dia, mundo. Good morning, world. We're finally on after 3 late days, tasting wines and buying Portuguese ceramic with AJ. I'm so glad we're on. And I was talking to the surfer this morning, and everybody's really pumped to finally press play here in Super Tubos. But as you can tell the way I'm dressed, it is cold in Peniche, and that adds a new layer of challenge to our surfers, you know, mentally, physically. And the joke around here is definitely we said goodbye to the Hawaiian paradise vibes, and we said the pressure's on, you know, especially with the mid-season cut coming really quick around the corner. So, Pete, I'm going to toss it back to you because I remember last year talking to Felipe Toledo and Italo Ferreira, how they were explaining to me how this weather really affects their performance. They missed airs because they couldn't feel their feet. So please explain to everyone at home how it's not easy to surf in the cold waters here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Luisa. And again, you know, you don't wear booties because you have such good grip. But with that, when you spend a lot of time in the water, your feet get chilly. I wear booties a lot, and I don't wear them here. So it's just at that level of coldness where you don't want to wear them. But if you spend a lot of time in the water, it does end up getting cold. As we see another attempt, and
fighting for that finish for Griffin Colapinto is not going to get awarded with that. We also saw Sammy Pupo on a wave going incomplete. The previous wave for Pupo did not change the situation.
Wow.
That kick stall to big turn, Peter, just a 4.67.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, again, I was going to mention when I watched the barrel, his board was still there. He wasn't behind the curtain, and I think that's what factors in. You need, if you're going to get barreled, you need to be gone.
Here's a replay. Jesse, Griffin Colapinto, wheelie air.
Yeah, great attempt. Obviously not as lofty as he was hoping for, but just the section right there had a sort of angle that was very hard to hit it. As you see, it's coming at him and already like breaking as he was hitting the lip. So his tail was very low. Not what you expect for, not what you want for airs going high scores.
Yeah, his timing just a little bit off, right? He was just a little late, and he didn't get the pop that he wanted, and that's why his aerials are so tough.
Well, and you know, relating to skateboarding, a lot of times that's called like a wheelie air or a rocket air when you don't have proper pop to flatten out your board. Same thing in surfing, right?
Yeah, and basically it's a mistake, just off of timing. It still looked cool, and if he pulls it off, he still gets an okay number, but ultimately he would have looked at that and went, ooh, I mistimed that.
Speaking of numbers, Jesse, Maxime Housseau needs a big number. He needs an excellent score to avoid the elimination round. He needs an 8-point ride.
And if you look back on this heat, you see how important it is, the details. Like, he almost had 3 amazing scores. 2 with the slob airs that would have put him right in the heat, or maybe actually in second place right now. Obviously, Griffin is sitting a little bit ahead of both of them, but those 2 slob airs, if he had it, he would have been sitting in a good spot right now.
Yeah, so close, right? It's a game of inches at times.
It sure is, you know, and we saw the one rotation, right? The one where he went vertical into it, and he had the rotation all the way around, but just didn't ride out through the face. And then the other one where he went full big into the flats and basically landed it, but didn't rotate out with any speed. 2 mistakes, and unfortunately, he may find himself in the elimination round.
Yeah, and Jesse, you said it. It actually, the mission got a little simpler for the surfers in a way today, in that they know with this wind, with these conditions, airs are going to win.
And it's all about the surfer who's approaching the water as well. So for these guys, it was very simple for them to actually put that together. But some guys don't have the strength as their air game. So they obviously looking for different waves.
Yeah, that's a great pickup right there. Colapinto puts it up, puts it down, full rotation for the surfer from San Clemente.
That wave level, like you look at that wave, you're like, you know, most surfers that don't have aerials are like going, you don't even look at it. You just paddle over the top of it. But he saw an opportunity for an air section, was saying, oh yeah, let's do this. Get some extra speed, you get some extra pop, can put an 8 up easily.
And that's just adapting to the condition and the level of skills that Griffin has. Like, he doesn't need much out there today to get a big score.
Well, the defending champ looking good right now in the opening round here at the MEO Rip Curl Portugal Pro, presented by Corona. We follow him on the paddle back out. We're expecting another good number for Griffin Colapinto. Looking in the water now, we can see Sammy Pupo sticking close to Maxime Husno. Remember, first and second, avoiding that elimination round, third place going to that elimination round. And Sammy Pupo does have priority over Maxime Husno, who's searching for an 8, Jesse.
Yeah, it's getting very tough for him because he has second priority, so he's going to have Sammy just sniffing him the whole time. And here you see just what a great section, right? Timing it perfectly, perfect rotation, head going over the shoulders halfway through the turn, so that actually accelerates the speed of his rotation and makes him land forward and just clean and perfect.
If you think about errors like that, he did ollie, you know, an ollie rotation or in a grab. I'd love to have your opinion on it. What do you think is more difficult, or is it more challenging to do the full rotation without the grab, or do you like the grabs?
I think there is a conception with everyone that there's a few grabs that are harder, but I think it's very personal as well. Like I personally have a lot of trouble doing slaw bears, and I find myself, oh, let's see Sammy here on this wave.
Big section in front of Sammy Pupo, and no change in the situation.
I think it's just very personal. I think each person and each section that comes to you, it makes it easier or harder for you to decide what you're going to do.
Yeah, well, we're down to 20 seconds, you guys, and that's going to be it. Griffin Colapinto, Sammy Pupo, moving on into the round of 32. We're going to see the rookie Maxime Husno in that elimination round. We got 7 more seconds on the clock to make it official. Just don't see it happening at the moment. And that's going to make it official. There we go. There's the numbers. Colapinto, Pupo, move on. Husno into the elimination round. Coming up next, Italo Ferreira, Connor O'Leary, Ezekiel Lau, when we return.
What have you done to sort of build your mental muscle?
The last few months have been me just trying to focus on the positive things in my life, focus on manifesting positive things to happen. And I've been trying so hard this year. And that's why I'm laughing so much, because I'll paddle out in the heat and all of a sudden all this crazy stuff's happening. I'm like, I don't understand why. I'm trying to be so positive here. Where's all this coming from? I've just been, for me, I just feel like I'm getting tested and I got to stay strong. There's good things happening around me, and competitive surfing is not everything in my life. So. Yeah.
Great insights there from Zeke Lau. Coming soon on WorldSurfLeague.com. His one-on-one with AJ. They're coming at you right now out in the water with a heavy hitting heat. Two of the most powerful surfers on tour, Zeke and Connor O'Leary, taking on the 2019 world champion, Italo Ferreira, 2-time winner at this venue. And here to talk you through it, joining myself, Paul Evans in the studio, Strider Wasilewski. Morning, mate.
Good morning. Beautiful day here on the beach. A lot of fans out there enjoying the scene down on the beach. Everybody excited. And the waves, high performance today.
Felt like just that last heat with Griff, that quality just kind of ramped up a little bit, and obviously taken to the air, taking those opportunities.
Definitely.
Let's pick up Italo Ferreira here, swinging on a left-hander. He'll definitely be looking at some of these ramps. We know all about his explosivity and his acrobatics. He's been putting in the hours in the free surfing too, and looking to be in fine fettle. He didn't waste much time getting a wave early on in this heat.
Straight off the buzzer, big booster, just full rotation. Doesn't come out of it really clean, but a make nonetheless, it looks like. I mean, how quick did his board rotate right there? It's almost like he just tossed it up there and just let it happen. It's a beautiful thing, you know? He kicks it over with that back foot and really creates that rotation and a twist, kind of coiled up and then just let it fly. And, you know, coming down, he really is an acrobat. You know, the way that his muscle just works, the muscle memory out of that. He's done that so many times. Connor O'Leary, too, going straight up vertical. A couple of nice hits right there. Like you were saying, most powerful surfer on tour. Big frame, hailing about 6'2" and just absolutely a muscle.
Let's pick up live action here with Italo, an aborted attempt as that one ran away from him. Always so much energy surrounding everything he does. Even just making his way down the beach with his crew around him, there's always a big buzz. The crowd love to see him here too. And you just feel like that approach and this wave and the way it works and being a beach break with opportunities here or there, just seems like a perfect match, Italo and Super Tubos.
Well, you know, it's his body structure to wave, right? He's that compact, hard-hitting, you know, multiple waves in his sessions, just like this wave. Compact, hard-hitting, you know, short period interval waves coming in all the time. It's just like perfect match for Ito. That's why he's a champion out here before, and that's why he possibly will be again. And, you know, seeing him in the water here during the warm-up sessions before this event, and those heavy left barrels that we saw him in, and then even when they were calling it off, he's out there pushing, you know, trying to warm up in the conditions that they have on hand. He just never stops actually putting in the time and the effort, and that's why you see him finding flow out here.
O'Leary coming in to this season with some solid confidence in the form of a top 10 finish last year. Got 9th career best for him. Meanwhile, here goes Ferreira again, staying real busy. He'll throw away the rotation. And definitely that's what we'd expect to see from Italo. Just looking for all sorts of opportunities out there, and he'll keep doing that all heat. In the meantime, let's go down and hear from a man who looked very much like he's continuing his form of last year where he won this event. It's Griff Colapinto with AJ.
The confidence just carrying over from Griffin Colapinto from last year to this year. What is it about this break that makes you so comfortable?
Well, I feel like beach breaks is kind of like a really good, beach breaks are really good for me. So, because I grew up in San Clemente, and it's just beach breaks everywhere, and it's pretty much like this, but this is like way bigger than where I have it. But I don't know, just everyone from San Clemente is like grown up doing airs and stuff, so it like kind of falls right into our little playground.
It really looks like it. You also have been swarmed by the fans here in Portugal. We know how much fun you had at this event last year. What does it mean to you to come back and have all these people just love seeing you?
Feels super good. I was pretty surprised, actually. I've never really like felt that before. I was like, whoa, this is a lot going on. So I guess that's a good sign, and just embracing it all.
Opening round under your belt, how much confidence does the way you start give you going forward?
Yeah, it feels good. My boards feel super good, and my body feels super good, and always working mentally. So yeah, I don't know. I love surfing heats so much. So the more heats I can surf, just the more fun I can have.
Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
All right, thanks.
Coming of age moment for Griffin Colapinto in Portugal last year. Went from that kind of smiley ripper to just deadly and a contender at any venue, Strider.
I think, you know, he's still a smiley ripper, but I'm feeling world title. I just think that kid's on fire. He's got so much good energy right now. The way he surfed that last heat, he was just on point, clicking in, beautiful surfing. Griffin Colapinto.
First look here from Zeke Lau as he hits it. And this one will have a little kind of abbreviated pocket for him on the inside, so a couple of quick hits from him, and it'll feel good just to get a completion and get a wave under his belt. Lost 7.5 minutes in this heat, his first ride. And getting one going to open up his campaign. His finishes on the championship tour, he's always been around about in the 20s. And this year, he's been quite open about what his goals are and his priorities and how he wants to show his true surfing.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. You know, he's definitely pushing really hard, trying really hard. You can see there's no lack of effort in his surfing, but it seems to, you know, he's got to get that wave that lets him flow. So that wave, you know, had a couple of sections on it, and he definitely knifed into that turn. He used a lot of power, went to the rail, engaged the fins, and finished, you know, like I said, a lot of effort, but the wave didn't give him the opportunity that he wanted to let his surfing open up. You know, he's a big surfer. He's got a lot of flair and power, and he needs an open face for that.
Yeah, we do tend to think of the guys with the bigger physical stature as being the power surfers on the rail, but no slouch as well with the progression. I remember seeing on the Challenger Series, Zeke Lau down the coast in Ericeira doing massive full rotations, pretty much on a dry reef. He's got a bit of everything, as Zeke.
No, he's amazing, and the surfing he did at Waimea Bay in the Eddie Aikau, that was incredible. He was one of the best performers on that day, and just sending it. So he's got a full gamut. There's no, you know, spot on the pie that he doesn't fill. He's just got every slice, and I love it. He's got a game on the beach. He's got a game in big waves and small waves. He's got a technical game in the barrel. He's beautiful. Strong surfing, Ezekiel Lau.
Connor O'Leary with the highest single score of this heat. He's inspired by his mother for International Women's Day, a pro surfer from Japan, and a great role model for him in all sorts of ways. Connor O'Leary using that powerful backhand frame. A couple of hangers early on in this. Got himself a 6-1-7. Italo, as yet, with 10 minutes gone, would have backed himself to probably put a little more on the board. Let's have a look at his WSL stats at Super 2 Boss. I mean, it's quite sort of scary looking numbers. Heat win percentage, 76. That's mad.
Look at his excellent wave scores, 20.
Unbelievable numbers for Italo Ferreira. That's why he's made 3 finals. That's why he's won this event twice. And every time you see him in Portugal, we talked about that connections. Obviously, the Brazilians have it. Runs a little deeper than that, you feel, for Italo. He looks very much at home here. And a little spin to finish there for Zeke Lau, as he'll just collect that one with a slight air of nonchalance. He'll complete that on the inside. Of course, repping Melanie Bartels, wide pro surfer for International Women's Day. Here's another look at Zeke's wave.
Yeah, without priority, you're going to look for a couple of little, like, you know, nuggets that are kind of running underneath. And with this wave, you can really find a lot of opportunity, because even, you know, a shoulder to head high wave will give you the opportunity to throw a full rotor, you know, and that's something that's an interesting point out here, is that you can get these waves that allow you to do high performance maneuvers that, you know, aren't bigger, aren't the set waves. And obviously on a bigger, heavier wave, it's going to give you more points, but why not keep the rotation?
Ferreira getting the completion there, and just a quick one, and he'll just keep doing that. He'll keep rolling that dice. And his make rate is pretty scary. Live action here. O'Leary off the bottom, nice and vertical. And again, that low bottom turn. He'll douse Ferreira a little bit as he clips one through the midsection of the wave. Looking for a finish again here, and puts that board up. Does really well just to collect that turn. Made sure he got a completion. So his second ride would be a reasonable number for him.
I'm calling he's going to have the 2 best scores of the heat on solid fundamentals. Going straight up vertical, big, strong frame, carving that board around, found open face. He does 4 maneuvers on this wave, finishes with a vert. I think that, you know, Connor O'Leary doesn't try to adapt to somebody else's game. In other words, I think he's got a big air game. I've seen him in the air. I've seen him flying all over the joint. But this guy has got a weapon, and that is his backside whip. And we just saw it, and we're seeing it again. And he's going to come away with the 2 highest scores of the heat so far, I think, you know, the way he's surfing out there. And he's not falling into that trap of trying to be, you know, trying to have somebody else's mindset of that big air game. I got a couple guys who are going to do airs in this heat. I got to do airs. You know, he's just putting away his numbers.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point. Also, just being that little bit more selective and making sure that his waves that he rides are keeper scores. That certainly will be for him. His second ride already with that 6. And this one, 18 on the clock. No one else really able to put significant numbers up. We are waiting for scores though for Italo, that rotation, and Zeke as well for his forehand rotation. Let's see when these numbers come in. We'll have our first situation, everyone with 2 rides.
Well, it's just interesting. I wanted to, you know, like point out the scoreboard. You know, Italo Ferreira, if he would have made that big backside 3 clean, he would probably have one of the bigger numbers on the board. He did ride it out, but it's all about the way that you actually execute your maneuver. And so if you fall back, if you have a bobble in between there, you're not going to get the score you want like that. You know what I mean? Everything's got to be a lot cleaner. And so if you're watching and you say, oh, what about Italo's backside 3? Well, it just wasn't clean. And if it was a little messy, a little dirty, they're going to dirty up your score.
Second in the world in 2022. He's a contender every year at every location. Feel like the finals day format really suits him too. And always electrifying in the water, exciting to watch. There's always something going on with it, like you just kind of have to, as a surf fan, pay pretty close attention to. At the moment, he'll be keeping an eye on O'Leary, who is in the heat lead, got a 4-4. And that backs up his score to give him pretty decent numbers. And as you mentioned, not trying to play anyone else's game, just finding the opportunities, being patient. And if you think about him and Dog maybe going through their game plan, looks like kind of sticking to it pretty good.
Yeah, you know, I feel like that's what, you know, you have a coach for too. You know, keep your head set in the right place, keep you down the pipe, looking straight at the goal and what's on hand. Here we go.
Of action from Zeke, pumps off the bottom, opens up on the rail, just slides the fins a touch, and then looking down the line here for a lip to hit. Really nice. Whoa. Rotates above it as he grabs the rail and then doesn't get the landing. And he went into that turn with a load of speed. That would have been paying dividends in terms of points. It's going to be incomplete for him. He'll have to paddle back out and look for some more opportunities here, Strider.
Yeah, well, you know, this venue is like we saw in that last heat. Griffin Colapinto caught a wave, did a 3, came in, was back out in the lineup in, I think, 90 seconds and was on another wave. It was just so quick. And that's something that's crazy about this venue is that you can catch a wave and be right back out there. This heat, like, you see heats turn right in the last few seconds of it. And I just think that that's a beautiful part about Super Tubos.
In terms of opening day, obviously no one getting eliminated today, no one losing out. So that side of the pressure is off. But it is an opportunity to kind of like exert yourself and kind of put a bit of a stamp of authority. And thinking about Griff Colapinto, just put performance out there and say to everyone, hey, I'm feeling pretty good, I'm surfing great.
I know it's only the second heat of the day, but he looked the best so far out of everybody. And we've seen a lot of free surfing going down, and he just looked like he was inspired. And that's something that, you know, is noteworthy. The inspiration that you find out of surfers when you see them in the water, and you can just see the elevation of you know, performance and energy.
Joanne Doru, 33-year-old Frenchman, and a veteran from the CT, did 3 laps, 2017 to 2019. And he has been getting barreled off his dial up in Osgore all winter. It's been an incredible winter up there, as it has been down here, with great waves, real good swell angles and winds for Super Tubos throughout. And Joanne will be coming into this one with a ton of confidence, no pressure. Let's see what he can do out here. He's had a load of experience at this venue. At the moment, it's Conor O'Leary making the best of it. A couple of rides from him got him in first place. Zeke Lau needs to get something going here with a couple of 3s. Still got just under half the heat time remaining. But it does seem waves up and down and opportunities to find scores, and there's something there for everyone. Just got to find your little nugget.
Yeah, you know, I feel like it's going to be like this all day. The thing we're going to see too through the day is that tide's going to change, and we're going to see a lot of like heavy waves coming in. You see how hollow that wave looked right there? So the tide's, you know, it's going to move around, it's going to bottom out. It goes high and then it goes down, like almost 8 feet, I think we lose in the tide, which is a huge coefficient.
Opening day of competition. Here is Zeke Lau, 3rd place currently in this heat, not where he wants to be. Good first turn, and he'll deal with a wobble and build up some speed, and there it is. We talked about that progression that he does have, and really smoothly done, and he's feeling it.
That was just a big muscle twist right there. The board just wasn't even like a part of the equation. It felt like he just had so much power into it. Nice quick tap off the top right there, but then winds up and finds a full rotation. Look at that body twist. So, you know, the wind's blowing up the face, and if you throw the board up into that wind, it's going to stick to your feet. Here's that quick tip, right? He's off the top. He throws the tail out. I mean, nonchalant, but beautiful turn. And then he goes whack right into it, moves the foot forward. But did you see the rotation and the way that his shoulders turned and everything? The wind up the face is holding that board on his feet. Beautiful work right there for Ezekiel Lau, and he'll look to push in.
Waiting for scores here for Zeke, and he's looking to get back into this one. We reckon it well with a decent score. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, more live action from Portugal. Stay tuned.
Ah, tu já sei que você já tava de roupa, já tá pronto pro almoço.
That moment in Bells was pretty bad for Italy. Italy needs to understand to totally. I don't need to go upstairs again because it will change nothing. I have to change myself and to adapt.
He put so much pressure on him, and not winning a contest makes more pressure.
Were you worried?
Oh yeah, a lot.
His biggest rival is his mind. So that's why he gets sometimes frustrated.
It's a dangerous, dangerous place if you get stuck in that thought process of, oh, the judges hate me. Because even before you paddle out, you're trying to prove something to someone else when all you're meant to do is just go out and surf.
Live now on Apple TV Plus, Make or Break Season 2. And a fascinating look behind the scenes at Tour Life. I love that episode with Italo and Marcos, his coach, one of the busiest men in surfing. He's not peeling potatoes, he's coaching, he's taking photos, he's doing all sorts.
He's cutting up garlic, he's getting it ready. You know, it's so fun to see what's going on behind the scenes. And I think that is probably, you know, the biggest hole in surfing for us is getting in behind there. And now we're taking a look and we're actually having that opportunity. So Make or Break, filling in that hole of what's going on behind the scenes, just like we're seeing right now.
And another explosive start from Caio Abelli on the North Shore this season. He'll be coming up in the next heat. Meanwhile, live action, nice drift on the backhand off the top. And again, razor sharp from Conor O'Leary. Thought about the third hit, decided didn't really have room for it. And he looks like he's dialed into the sort of waves he wants to catch and the sort of sections he's looking to aim at, Strider.
You know what's interesting is his coach, Richard Dog Marsh, he's down there. He's counting waves. He's going, all right, this wave's coming in at least 3 times a heat. Sit and wait for it. Bang, straight up into the corner, pushing hard. Goes it again, right up for that. And, you know, he wanted that third turn, but it wasn't really there. And the execution would have been great if you could have cracked it that last time. But, you know, 2 beautiful turns nonetheless. And, you know, he's crispy, quick surfing like that. And we love watching that kind of stuff. It's just fun. I like to see that, dare I say, old school
Bit of meat and potatoes.
Yeah.
We do have that powerful frame. It only really takes a flick to get loads of spray out the lip as well. You're surfing with the speed. It does get so low on the bottom turn. And always explosive into the lip. Let's wait for that number to come in for your heat leader, O'Leary. That just his 3rd wave, so an economy of effort for him. As we'll check out preparations for Liam O'Brien. Coming up in the next heat, it's going to be another tough one. We saw a glimpse of Caio Abelli, who has been deadly so far this year on tour. And I feel like the best is yet to come for Liam O'Brien. Such a sharp surfer. We were a little bit deprived of him last year with that injury, and I think all his best surf and his best years, they're all ahead of him.
Yeah, 100%. We saw some great warm-up clips from him out here. Beautiful tube rides and really just sending it under the lip on big, heavy sections. You know, that's where he got hurt, actually. It was on a big, heavy section at Pipeline in Hawaii before the event started. Actually, it was on the morning of the first event of the year. Well, I mean, can you imagine what that does to your mental? Just bang. Sorry, buddy. You thought you were on tour, but now you're off.
Just a measure of his resilience, able to go straight to the challenges and get that requalification done and come back to fight another day. That's why he's here in Portugal this year. Zeke Lau, he's improved his end with that 5-7. Finished off with that smooth full rotation, rewarded by the judges. Not quite enough to get him out of that dangerous third place position. 7 on the clock, only at the 3.86 required for Zeke. Of course, first and second will advance third place into that elimination round where no one wants to be. Duru just going through the motions. He did seem very relaxed this morning. I just caught up with him briefly first thing, and he didn't seem to be feeling the pressure. You come into as a wild card, you get an opportunity to surf an event. Sometimes people can wear that pretty heavy. He does have a ton of experience, and I think for him here, he's just having fun and going to find some opportunities and show what he can do. Let's check out the story of this heat so far, our third heat of the elimination rounds. Conor O'Leary so far with the best of it.
Yeah, beautiful surfing, straight vert right there, sends it, just finds a nice clean face too, you know, that lets him execute on that. That was his opener. It was just a solid, 617. Italo comes down the line. He's boosting the tail up, lip high. He's just really solid, quick, fast, technical surfing out of Italo that we would expect, and I feel like we've yet to see more out of him. But this is our heat leader right here. This is our man with the plan. This is our power surfer of the heat, and it's showing. Conor O'Leary just pushing around that water, sending spray into the air. Christmas trees everywhere, I call them. Just beautiful work.
Still leading this one. And he did improve slightly, the 4.63, so just nudges up that number a touch. Still leading this heat. Meanwhile, here goes Zeke. Needs to get something going here. Doesn't need a big number. 3.86 a requirement. Bang, the first turn. It is a smaller inside wave, and as he just kind of squared up to that, he realized there wasn't much on offer, had to kick out. And he's going to have around about 5 minutes by the time he gets back to the lineup. He's still going to be looking for a number.
Yeah, he's got plenty of time. We've talked about that. That's not the issue. It's actually the execution is going to be what it all comes down to, and we've seen him already. All he needs is another one of those three, that front side 3 that we saw him stomp, and he'll be right in this heat taking a solid second. He could even, take a lead if he gets a really good wave, but that, is what that's what we're waiting for out of Zeke, because we've heard that interview earlier, and it was all about positive thinking, putting himself in a good positive mindset, and hoping for the best.
Just keep a little bit of distance with that third priority. Just trying to stick a little bit away from the others. First prior with Italo Ferreira. And he'll be hoping to put some bigger numbers on the board too, just to kind of consolidate his position, because he's well within range of Zeke Lau right now.
And, it's interesting, you say what you said about, them trying to find some distance, but it's funny how you got 3 surfers in the water. You got about 400 yards of beach, and they're all sitting right in the same place. And it's just you wonder, huh? Because they would have identified that that's the best peak and the most consistent place of a good wave coming in.
So Italo had a look, decided that not the wave he wanted. Zeke as well. Just cast an eye down the line, realized that was going to run away pretty quick. Just eat up a little more time off the clock. O'Leary won't mind that. He's looked very much in control in this one so far. As he sits on the apex of the peak here with the lead in this one, it is Zeke Lau, the Hawaiian, who does need a number if he wants to avoid the elimination round still.
That's also, an interesting look into, nobody loses, they say, round first for opening round, right? But you actually mentally are losing if you go into that elimination round. You're like thinking about it. You're going, nobody wants to be in that round. Like Slater, I saw him over there. He did not look happy. There was nothing happy about it. And, Carlos came in and he gave him a little fist tap, but he was just more inside of his head. You could see him just going, he's so pissed, like you just feel it. And I think, it's something that really needs to be emphasized here in this round is that there is somebody up against the fence. And if you get third and you go to the elimination round, you're putting yourself in a very, very vulnerable situation.
High stakes as ever on the championship tour. We're midway before the mid-season cut as well. Event 3 of 5 before the cut comes after Margaret River. And everyone very much aware of that now on this tour. And you think about, you come away from a heat in the opening round with a third, and that's going to be playing on your mind the whole time between then and when you get to surf again. If you get a win in this one, if you get through, you're just feeling lighter, maybe walking a little bit taller. Your food tastes a little bit yummier. You're just feeling great about being in Portugal. So amazing how, you know, right from this very first round, it can go one or two ways, Strider.
Oof. And you know, and I was just back to that, you know, Ezekiel Lau, I think he's 33rd on the rankings right now. You know, he's looking at that mid-season cut. He's got a couple of events to really get himself into a better position. And 100%, that's got to be creeping into the back of your mind in a heat like this.
All right, just over 1:45 to go in this. It's still O'Leary and Ferreira at the moment advancing. Zeke Lau is not a long way back. There he is, the Hawaiian 3.86, the requirement. That's a very doable number for him. Third prio, though. That's why he's trying to get away a little bit from the others. And he might see Italo improve on his score if he does use that first priority. A little scramble here for position. No one likes the look of this. Zeke doesn't like it either, and that one will just run away. So he's seen, what, 4 minutes go by with kind of small waves just rattling away quick. No one able to take an opportunity. And that number of 3.86 will just kind of grow a little bit in terms of the requirement for Zeke Lau and what he's got to do. Before he's able to get that number, he's got to find himself a wave, and he's got to get away from Italo Ferreira.
You try and get away from Italo. It's got to be probably the hardest thing in the world to do, especially, you know, with the energy that Italo has and the heat IQ. I mean, this kid, he's on fire when it comes right down to it. He knows exactly what he's got to do in a heat, and there's no way he's going to give him any space. I mean, he's just going to be all over him.
The competitive intensity from Ferreira is why he's had such an impressive career so far. And he has been really impressive at this venue in Portugal. Love surfing over here. Two-time winner of this event. The crowd love him too. A big buzz for him when he ran down the beach this morning. A lot of fan favorites down here in Portugal. We talk about the crowd and how important they are. And Italo, you know, we saw in that make or break clip, and talking about judging and these sort of things playing on his mind and things to avoid. On the plus side of that, being a fan favorite, that's going to make you feel good about yourself. He's feeling good about a right-hander. Here he goes, flying down the line. We'll get the horn, and Italo will just clip one off the top. Opens up that body with another hit from him onto the inside. And just getting a nice finish as well. So aggressive with that hit off the top on the inside. Doesn't look like Zeke was able to get away there. Conor O'Leary split the peak and went left on that. So Italo, looks like job done for him as he makes his way in.
Yeah, you know, great surfing, quick, sharp, snaps it off the top. Nothing massive, but having a couple of turns out the back and finishes strong on the inside. Nice little tree off the top there. So great surfing right there from Italo Ferreira, keeping his opponent off of that wave, which was the key note of this wave. The surfing was great. It's Italo Ferreira. We already know he's going to be banging away at it, but keeping Zeke off of this wave, which was the main priority of this end of the heat, and kept him away from it, because, you know, Ezekiel would have got the score there.
One thing up for grabs, possibly his first place, 5.58. The requirement for him to go to first. That'll improve his seeding into the next round as well. Let's see what the judges make of that. Either way, Italo Ferreira is through and avoids the elimination round. Numbers in. He'll stay in second. It's a 3.6. So Conor O'Leary, impressive from him. Never really looked rattled in that heat. Very much composure from the Australian. And he wins that heat alongside Ferreira's out. Zeke Lau goes to the elimination round. Join us for more live action from Portugal. Heat 4 coming up right after the break.
The Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, by Visit Portugal, official tourism partner of the Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal, and by EDP, official partner of the Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal.
The world's best surfers are back in town. Championship Tour hostilities renewed on the Atlantic coast of Portugal, the most western-facing point of this continent. As we'll check out Caio Abelli, world number 5, taking on Liam O'Brien of Australia. Joan Duru coming in as a wild card. Caio, again, Strider, so impressive early on in the season in Hawaii.
I think he's going to be impressive here. He's one of those surfers that just thrives in these kind of like hollow, punchy beach breaks. And, you know, we saw him pull away that 10-point ride over in Brazil during the event there. It was just always finding the honey hole. He's just got a knack for it. So, beautiful work.
Talked about the fans here and how much they enjoy seeing this guy, Ferreira. Just showed us glimpses there. Never really going over exuberant in terms of his performance. He's got loads more in the tank. We can't wait to see it throughout this event here in Portugal. But just serving a little bit of notice out here. We talked early on about this being basically a tubes and airs contest. Well, very accomplished at both of those in his skill set. Here's a look at Joan Duru.
Bang, right up into the lip, big meaty section. Joan Duru is known for, you know, his solid fundamental surfing, again, just like a Connor O'Leary. So, you know, he's not that crazy air guy, but his surfing in the lip line and on the rail is just second to none. There's Caio. Great look at the quickness of Caio, looking really sharp out there, fast surfing. He's got a lot of energy putting it into his surfing right now. It's fun to watch.
Live action here. Joan on her left, uses the rail, just staying real tight in the pocket. And looking to tag it for a finish. And a little mistake there from him. He'll have wanted to complete that at this level. There's not loads of room for error. You can just see that on his face there. He's kicking himself a little bit. Maybe just letting his mind get slightly ahead of him on that final turn. Nevertheless, a couple of decent hooks in the pocket for Joan early on. Half an hour to get yourself 2 scores. Sounds pretty easy when you say it like that.
Sure does. Then sitting out in the water, just time goes by so fast. Here's a replay. Beautiful, sharp bottom turn. Finds that nice critical section to do a turn in. And then comes up for this second turn, just kind of a follow-up. And then tries to bring it home right here. What goes wrong here is he comes down just a little off-timed. You see the board fall down below the lip line, and what happened there was all the water came down on top of him and just kind of wobbled him off the board there. So unfortunate for him not to pull that down, because, you know, nice little 3-turn combo would have put himself into a comfortable place.
He'll get numbers in for the first 2 turns that he did, but already just showing in terms of his strategy, just take opportunities early on in the heat. Don't sit out there and get on the wrong side of a requirement. As he comes in as the wild card here, and looking to take on the very best in the world. We talk about Abelli and how impressive he's been. Just seems like he doesn't fall off in those real critical situations. Really impressive the way he's able just to recover those turns. And he's also got tons of resilience, right? He doesn't mind it going against him in heats, and he loves that. He thrives.
Yeah, that, but it's also like, if you look at his technique, he stays really low to his board, so he's giving himself the best opportunity. It's when you extend yourself that you find yourself, if you catch a rail, you're gonna, you know, dump right over. But if you have the shock absorbers and you're down low and you're going through those turns and you have a wobble, you have the time to and the body mechanic to actually regain your composure and actually come away with it. So he gives himself his best shot by staying low on his board and having that, you know, technique of making sure that he's giving himself the best opportunity.
Abelli finishing 8th in the world last year, so a top 10 finish for him. Obviously, the conversation in recent years has been the dominance of the Brazilians in terms of competing for world titles. And obviously, there is pressure and spotlight and focus on the real biggest stars. Caio Abelli won't mind just kind of trying to sneak in there, and you wouldn't bet against him for a Final 5 finish.
No, he was the nemesis of guys like John Florence, and just like, you know, in these big heats where you would like, you know, wouldn't even think twice to give it to John as a nod when you're going into the heat. And then all of a sudden, Kaio's on the inside, and he's boosting these 360 airs, doing what John you would think would do. And then all this, you know, he's like, whoa, he's putting his athletes on the back foot. He's getting, you know, under their skin. He's doing the things that he needs to do as a competitor. So I feel like Caio Ibelli is one of the most underrated athletes on tour.
All right, live action. Duru hits the lip here, covers some ground, just gliding over sections, and throws that back arm into the wall. Just grinds out a layback to finish off as well. So Duru, with that busy approach, does get the completion there. 23 on the clock, leading this one right now. Get another number in. Reasonable chance of improving here.
Yeah, the Mayhem looking fast right there. I like the body mechanics, the way that he laid into this thing. Comes off the bottom, quick hit. That's just a transition move, but this one, rah, puts the arm in the water to anchor himself and rolls that rail all the way through the transition of that wave. So beautiful. Look at that backhand in, pushing hard on the fins, buckets out the back, and really great, solid surfing right there for the Frenchman.
Think about maneuver selection and trying to just eke any scoring opportunity out of a section. A really well-read wave there in terms of his timing, his flow. Able to get that strong finish. The judges will give him a number. Still plenty of time to go in this heat. For surfers like Liam O'Brien, who's got nothing on the board thus far, he's got priority. And he's been real patient out there. Such an erudite young man, super smart. Really impressive in the water as well. Really well-rounded surfer. And in these kind of conditions, you'd be thinking sooner or later his strategy will be just get some waves under your belt. You've got to go stuff and see what happens.
You know, it's the interesting part about these events. You want the waves to be the stars, right? You want the waves to give you the opportunity. But I'd say 70% of the time, the surfers are the stars. They make it look good. They are so good at surfing that they will make a subpar wave look really great, and that's something that these guys do. They save the show 99.9% of the time.
Let's go here from Pete Mel. Is in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
That's right, Strider. Hey, Strider, I must mention that you talk about the stars and how do they get ready? Well, right here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone is where they get ready, and they've got everything here. They literally have a hot tub right in front of me. They've got a Yeti 110 cooler with ice in it for an ice bath. They've got a sauna, warm-up area. Jack Robinson getting ready, getting stretched out. Beautiful beach marshals, Apple Watch station. Get your Apple Watch set up here. Couches, watching broadcast. I mean, everything's here. Hot coffee in the corner. Stationary bikes. I mean, everything you need here is in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Pete.
And that's to make those stars perform.
Pete, yeah,
yes, Strider.
I posted that yesterday.
I know. Well,
I'm just kidding.
Oh my gosh. Strider, not everybody follows your Instagram, although you should.
Let's pick up live action here. Duru staying busy. That wave just a little bit lacking in energy and push, and that's reflected in his choice of maneuvers. Clips it a couple times, did get the improvement. You thought he would stride his previous wave, the 477 in the lead in this one. Here's another look, Meaty out the back.
Oh, free fall, elevator drop comes around the corner. I love that first turn. The judges are gonna like that too. Quick little transition turn on the inside there and kicks out. But that first turn, that's fun to watch. Look at this thing, right up into the bowl, snaps the fins loose, and then elevator drops, clicks it down. That's just board control right there. You know, it's really hard to actually stay over your board in those kind of transition moments as you're coming out of the lip, and just beautiful work right there by Johan Duru.
Making it look pretty easy. Here's Caio Ibelli, replay from him.
Tosses it out there for a quick frontside 180 to transition out of it. And here's Liam O'Brien, catches into something. Big gouge on the face. Wow, that was speed, power, boom, two-turn combo. What? I like that kind of surfing. That's what I like to see. That was some flair right there. What do you think about that? I mean, that's the kind of action. He's such a subtle guy on the beach, and then you see him in the water, and it's just like all of a sudden there's this flames are flying off the back of the tail.
Razor sharp from Lobby there. Real nice combination from him. He was just sitting there quietly, just kind of simmering, waiting for his opportunity. And when it came, he took it. So judges now will have a bit to think about. Here's Duru on the backhand. He does love the backhand, does Johan. What's he got here? Looking down the line, and he is just able to kick out. Was maybe thinking about a ramp, wasn't really forthcoming. And this one just cranked up a little bit now in terms of the action. Liam will get himself a number of sorts. Still will need another one. Under 19 to go in this. I just want Liam to catch more waves.
Yeah, that was really fun to watch. You know, because we've seen the other athletes in this heat, and they've looked really on point and sharp, but Liam looked like he was just having a little more fire off the rail.
Duru again whips one on the backhand off the bottom of the wave. It's tricky to get that bottom turn done and get up. When it does bottom out like that, you see the sand gargling up the face, gets the finish crucially. So his approach to stay busy, paying off thus far, as was that two-turn combo. O'Brien 6-1-7, the best number of this heat. And he's still in third right now, but he's still sitting on a decimal, a tiny number for him. 18 on the clock. Belly, just a couple of threes from him. He just kind of snatched at that rotation a little bit, didn't he? And he's got plenty of time to get more going. We'll wait for scores to come in for the last rides. In the meantime, let's go and hear from Connor O'Leary. He's with AJ.
Yes, he is. Coming off of the way sunset ended, it has to feel so good to be back here on the glass in the first heat here in Portugal. What did you do to reset and come into Portugal?
Yeah, sunset was an interesting one. It was kind of one of those days where, you know, to be honest, I felt so out of place, and everywhere I sat in the lineup felt so, yeah, it didn't feel right. And like I said to you before, I feel like it was one of them ones that you could dive real deep into what you did wrong and stem from there. But I just kind of kept it real shallow and just lost and went, oh, well, you know, the conditions were tough, and it's got nothing to do with my surfing. So, yeah, went home for a week and then came over here a week early with Ryan Callanan, and we've been having such a good time, you know, laughing and really enjoying the Portuguese culture, and we've been getting really good waves as well. So if I'm having fun, I do my best surfing. So, yeah, that's what I'm going to keep doing.
So despite the fact that the mid-season cut is fast approaching, you're just sort of trying to take your mind off of it and let yourself surf free?
I mean, I'm only human. You're always thinking about it, but it's a matter of, you know, how you react to those emotions. And I feel like for me, it's just accepting that the mid-year cut's there and just trying to do as best of surfing I can. And at the end of the day, I just want to entertain. And if I'm doing that, then I'm happy, and then I'm getting results, and everything's good from there.
Also good, you're getting a chance to represent your mom here in Portugal for International Women's Day. What does it mean to paddle out with her name on your back?
Yeah, it definitely gives me an extra bit of fire. Not only doing it for her, without the jersey, but I'm actually wearing her name, so I'm like, I really got to try hard. And yeah, I mean, she came from an ex-professional surfing background from Japan, so to be able to represent her at the highest level is something that, yeah, I really wanted to do, and it's working good so far. So we'll keep with the mum's last name.
I think it's working for you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Onwards and upwards from O'Leary. Great interview there from him. Always honest and frank and forthright with his debriefs. And he'll take that little extra confidence, that kind of understated power approach. I like it, Strider.
We all love it. It's just fun to see, that kind of power surfing come into play in a new school arena, where you see so much of that above the lift game. But I feel like, hats off to surfers like Sonny Garcia for really just pushing on that power button, and then you get to really it's continued through generation after generation, and there's nothing like a big, heavy forehand carve or backhand that just slams straight into the lip. And that's just something that it really, really is just going to transcend the generations, I think.
Past the midway point in this heat at the moment, it is our wild card, the former Championship Tour surfer, the Frenchman, Johan Duru. He's leading this one. Not huge numbers on the board thus far. It's all about avoiding third. Here's a belly. He's been standing out with his performances early this season on the North Shore, as he did last season. This particular wave, as with this particular heat, just not quite finding an opportunity right there.
Yeah, and just a note, O'Brien with the highest wave of the heat, the 617 for that two-turn combo. That was the best surfing we've seen so far in this heat, and it's noted, and the judges took a great note of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just showed us real quality, didn't he, through those turns. That smoothness that he's able to get in pretty critical situations. Does keep a real cool head on his shoulders as well. You mentioned it, how kind of dialed back and calm he is, and he might need that with a decent score, but no second wave. We'll just want us to keep mentally calm. Let's get a look at him. As he'll go backhand into the lip. And a little bit of explosion from the white water, deals with it well, and the Aussie contingent, the fans here, they like it.
Yeah, well, maybe that was somebody else running down the beach, but I feel like it's interesting. You know, I was just about to say how Liam O'Brien was out there and he had priority and he was waiting for a good wave and then he got that one. But I mean, it wasn't a bad wave, but I don't think it was the wave he was really looking for, right? With priority, you really want to get something of substance. But he did put himself into second place.
Maybe that fact that he was just sitting on a 0.5, just playing on his mind, and possibly a misstep there from him. The number comes in, it'll be a 2.33, not really what he's after. Nevertheless, he does get out a third for the time being. 13 minutes, loads of surfing yet to come in this heat as we watch that rip. Have a good go at this, and surfers will try and stay in position, not only in terms of their position up and down the beach, but also try to not get dragged too far out of sea.
Oh yeah, all that water pulling out, all those rip tides, and what you deal with in an environment in Mother Nature, it's pretty wild, huh? How quickly and how fast you can find yourself just outside the impact zone, just off the drop zone. It's so frustrating sometimes too. If you imagine missing a wave in a heat, you'd just be frustrated beyond belief.
Relatively low-scoring affair thus far. Here it goes, O'Brien, and he'll just flick one off the top. Not really putting too much body into that turn, just kind of a redirection. And a quick paddle out back for him. Just over 12 minutes to go in this one. We're going to get a quick commercial break. Join us for more live action from the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal right after this. Let's pick up live action of Kyle Belly off the bottom hard. And he'll just whip one in the pocket, find himself a lip. And he has a little look in as well. That'll feel a little better for him. He's been slightly frustrated in terms of the ways he's ridden so far in this heat and able just to put a bit more into that. Surfing with the speed and trying to avoid third place. That's where he's sitting right now. The requirement 5:14, under 10 minutes, Strider.
That was a quick backhand whip, huh? Oh, he's meditating on the way down the stairs. Hasn't even hit the water. How was that walkout?
Yellow jersey of Jack Robinson taken to the water in just over 9 minutes time. Duru having a look out the back, decided not to go. And this one, in terms of those numbers being close, will stay wide open towards the back half of this heat, the back portion of it. Duru keeping a beady eye on the right-hander out the back there. Ibelli waiting for a number. Liam O'Brien leading this one now. Just got a marginal improvement with that right-hander before we went to break 3.57. He's certainly looking for waves with that energy to match the 6. Other than that, no one really get anything above the 5 so far in this one, Strider.
Yeah, you know, the judges, they're doing a great job with the scoring. You know, that This is a replay of that wave we saw live when he comes off the button. This whips it off the top right there. I mean, that was lightning fast, and that look to the beach, I like that. There's a bit of confidence, you know, sending it in there. Here's O'Brien, quick turn on the face, comes around the corner, nice pocket. Gets a little 2 for 1 on the inside there. So that's that wave that I think stacked up enough points to get him into first place. But you can see how clean the face was. He drives deep off the face. You know, he's pushing off the rail, but this kind of surfing right here is just, you know, put numbers up. There's nothing really in it. They're just getting it going and just getting what they need out of it so he can get something into the board there. He's looking for another one of those 6s though.
Live action, here's a belly with a ton of speed and a big rotation. The board gets away from him. That'll be incomplete, not the number he's after. We've got a number come in for his previous wave. Stay in 3rd position, so under a bit of pressure here. Kyle Abelli, we mentioned that strong start he got in Hawaii, and he'll back himself in this wave as well to do well, but so far in this one, it's not gone his way.
Great projection off the lip, throws it, complete rotation, but you see the back foot kind of came off in the end there? The board was tilted the other way. Did you see that, the way he was coming down? So the board was tilted, you know, the face of the bottom of the board wasn't up into the wind, it was tilted out the other way, so the wind got a hold of the deck and pushed it away from his feet. So if he could have just kept the board tilted out at the wind better, he might have actually stuck that rotation, but unfortunately the board got tilted the opposite way and the wind taking it away from his foot.
7 minutes, 10 seconds.
Robinson's preparations are complete. He knows exactly what he wants to do and how to get there. The impressive things about that man's career is not only obviously the surfing he's able to do on waves and what he's doing when he's standing up, but the stuff he's able to do in heats, with just staying calm, needing numbers at the very end of high consequence situations, keeping that cool head, and that's invaluable.
You know, we watched him, it might be a live wave here.
All right, live action, here it goes. Ibelli still looking for a number, the 5-5, big amplitude on the air, doesn't get the completion again.
Unfortunate. He's pushing really hard, and you can kind of see the overamp almost of surfing that Ibelli's doing at the moment. He's almost giving it too much, and then it over rotates a bit and coming down with a little too much intensity. And it's a fine balance, right? Because you want to give it the energy, and you want to show that the judges that you want it, and you want to be able to get the rotation that you need, but you can overcook it a little bit, and you can kind of see that happening out there for Ibelli.
He'll keep rolling that dice all the time. He's looking for a number, that 3rd spot, not where our surfers want to be. At the moment, it's the Australian, the Gold Coaster, Liam O'Brien with the best of this. He's leading this heat. Here goes Abelli, he'll go backhand here. Steep takeoff for him, deals with some bumps on the face, and he'll clip that lip. And sometimes those steep kind of rip bowl double up takeoffs do just fatten out immediately. That's exactly what happened there. It'll be continued frustration for Abelli. Duru also having a look. I feel like Joanne did his best work early on in this. He's got a little quiet strider.
Yeah. I mean, that little, you know, the tide's changing and conditions change. So what was working in the beginning of the heat might not, and you have to adapt to that, right? You have to change up your game plan. I think he went out there, he was looking at that one peak down the beach. He had some lefts and rights coming off of it. He felt like that was a substantial place to be, and now it's changed. You know, it's so hard to, like, look at this thing and watch the scores drop in. Kind of mediocre at the moment.
Heat leader Liam O'Brien has chosen to rep a former women's world champ for International Women's Day. Let's hear from him.
I'm representing Pauline Mensah, who was an Australian surfer, world champion. And she's got such a cool story, you know, so much struggle in her life that she overcame and managed to succeed nonetheless. So I thought it'd be a cool opportunity to represent her and, yeah, for International Women's Day.
1993 Women's World Champion Pauline Mensah, able to overcome some physical problems to be the best in the world back in the early 90s. Saw her at the Masters over in the Azores a couple of years ago, brought a full support crew as well. She's still ripping.
That's so cool. I just love how much time and effort the ladies have put into the careers for all of the rest of the ladies, and they paved the way, right? They've just done so much work to push down the door and open up for the level of performance and just putting their heads down and charging and getting, you know, to that next level.
Well, a close run heat, a couple of points between 3rd and first in this one. It's all up for grabs. Here's a belly again, some steepness on the wave. Whoa. And goes upside down with a rotation. And as you mentioned, Strider maybe just going a little too hard, just over-ramping a touch. He over-eggs it, he goes incomplete.
He's getting, amazing how much pop he got out of just that little section right there. That was wild. Board and energy and body looking great. Just needs to complete. He would have been riding away with this thing into the sunset. Look at how much air time he gets, and the board just flicks so high into the air right there. He just was a little bit off kilter. He's just behind the board. Did you notice that? He just...
Here's O'Brien. He'll throw one away as well. Just over 3 to go in this. Liam O'Brien still leading it and feel a little vulnerable all the while he's sitting on a 3. Duru with a couple of 4s at the moment, okay for second. And the power of this wave, obviously it's called Super Tubos, we know it for barrels, but when the wind comes on shore, we talk about those ramps, there's plenty of push behind them. You don't need to do too much, almost a case of kind of managing that energy rather than trying to milk too much out of it, Strider.
Yeah, the onshore just seems to be the new offshore these days, and the way that the athletes can handle that and just putting the board up there into the wind. But that rotation is something that's so hard to manage, just like you were talking about. So you really do have to throw it up there as well as you can, but then also get your hips and your body and your shoulders rotating all at the right time to stay over the board and try to manage that expectation of riding out and landing.
How's that bingo card? 23 waves ridden in this one so far. It's been busy. Abeli, as you might expect, needing a number, needing to get out of third. He's been busiest. Liam O'Brien able to get his work done. With 6 waves, 2 of them count at the moment. He's advancing and avoiding the elimination round, as is Joan Duru, the wild card in this event, the goofy footer. Just under 2 minutes to go. Let's check out the recap and see how this one's gone down.
Yeah, well, Joan with this nice vertical slam, kicked off the lip there. Free fall elevator drop. So Joan looking really connected to his board, looking really solid on that Mayhem. Nice little round pin, and yeah, we like to see that. But then this way, but Liam O'Brien, fire coming off the tail, whack. Just beautiful, quick turn, and then this one straight up into the bowl. I mean, pushing really hard. Timing was impeccable to ride out of that with speed. This was his backup wave. A quick couple turns here. Nothing crazy dynamic, but a little 2 for 1 on the inside. Bang, bang, and comes away with a nice little backup score right there. Doesn't push over the 10-point total, but definitely looking like he's got control of the heat.
Crunch time in this, just over a minute to go. It's the world number 5 currently in the hot seat, 3rd position, not where he wants to be. 5.51 the requirement for Caio Abeli. He's got 2nd priority, and he has been rolling the dice. He's looking to punt, he's looking for ramps, he's been finding them. What he hasn't been finding is completions.
Yeah, we've seen him come a little bit too far around on his rotation. His board got away from a bit on that one last wave that he had, so he was just we just talked about it. You need to keep your hips over that board and in proximity with that as you twist through the air. So it's so hard to keep everything tight and keep everybody over the top of that board. But you know, we've seen him do it over and over again, and we've seen him take down the big dogs. So we'll see if he can come in and get himself a nice little wave here to finish.
Duru with priority, and he will take this wave to keep Caio off it. There's plenty of foam on the face, so just a move there to just make sure Abeli wasn't able, but he got the wave behind. It looked like he wanted to square up, and that really, just that section kind of sums up really the way this heat's gone for him. It's been a little frustrating.
Yeah, just kind of a whomp, whomp, whomp. Not exactly what you wanted out of it, is it?
All right, that'll be it. Liam O'Brien getting the best of it. The 6.17 was the high note in this one. More live action from Portugal after the break. We're going to bring in Kaipo and Jesse back into the studio. Stay tuned.
Robbo having a look right now on this one. Puts the foot down.
Moraes did take the lead. Griffin to second, Jack to third. The local boy needs a 5.57 to avoid the elimination round. As we see a bigger wall out the back. Colapinto crushes the first section. Bottom turn to an impressive finish. Griffin waiting for his last score to come through. Jack's not going to wait for it. He'll take this wave. Staying on his feet for an aggressive finishing move.
That's his best wave for sure.
Episode 4 of season number 2 on Make or Break. You can catch that on Apple Plus TV. Jack Robinson behind the scenes there at Margaret River. And Robinson in the yellow leaders jersey is out in his opening round heat along with Baron Mamiya as well as Federico Moraes. I'm here with Jesse Mendez as we're getting kicked into this opening round. Heat number 5 again. Some challenging conditions out there, Jesse, and you know, some stuff for all of our surfers to overcome. As we see Joan Deroux walking up the beach here, and Joan successful, second place. Will avoid the elimination round for him. Meanwhile, in the elimination round, we're going to see Kyle Ibeli, who's had such a great start to the season. Jesse, unfortunate to see Ibeli in that elimination round.
Yeah, Kipes, it's tough to see a guy with his caliber, mostly in these conditions here. It suits him so well, and just unfortunately going to the second round, and it's going to have to go through that pressure. And we have Jack on his first wave, as you see it, like a little smaller wave. Nice first connection with the lip and really jamming that second section. Unfortunately got stuck. The wave, as you see it right now, it's bottoming out a little bit too much. You have lower tides coming up, and it makes it very tough for the competitors to actually identify waves and to complete their maneuvers.
So that will be the challenge as we see this tide continue to draw out here. Here's the Hawaiian Baron Mamiya looking for a ramp down the line. Finds it, hucks it up there, has to throw it away, but you could see the intent of Baron Mamiya on that ride. And a little bit trickier, like you said, with the lower tide conditions to find those ramps and complete those airs.
Yes, Kaipo, and also we're still looking for probably a little bit more of water getting out of it, so it's going to get tricky through this last few to the next few heats until the tide switches. And you see Baron right here. See how the bottom is so flat, so that makes it very tough. And him going for an air, backside air right now into the left, and the winds are not so helpful at this moment for airs on the left because it's blowing into the right a little bit, so that board going away from him, and we see Jack up and right.
Great call out. Robinson into the air, grabs the rail and muscles his way to make sure he's complete. He knows that was a valuable make on that wave with a little fist pump there for Jack Robinson, our tour leader, coming into stop number 3 of the championship tour.
Yeah, and Kaipo, as you see it, him just trying an air on the right there. See how his board sticks to the fit so much easier with that wind blowing into it. And just a lot of tail heightness in it, and just very clean and perfect execution for Jack. It's going to be a great score for him on an average wave or below average wave. So he's going to be stoked on that one.
Yeah, Jack Robinson really, you know, starting to kick in the afterburners, I feel, on the tour. Right now when we look at him in 2023. Here we go with Kikas, Federico Moraes on the replay.
Yeah, we have Kikas. Yeah, that tide bottoming out. The waves are getting a little shorter, closing out a bit more, and I guess it was just a great way for him to start and get his nerves off the way. He's not on tour right now. He got called up for this event. So yeah, just getting the groove going.
Mamiya, front side this time, and again, the impact of the landing just bucks him off his board. We'll see if that equipment's in okay condition. Paddling back out, you can see Jones Wong on the back of Baron Mamiya. He's honoring his good friend for International Women's Day, Moana Jones Wong. So the two North Shore surfers supporting each other. Here's a replay. What went wrong?
It's even hard to call it what went wrong. I just think right there, you see his move his foot forward to really try and absorb the impact, but he went so into the flats that it was just tough for him to do it. And I can't even say that there was any problem on his side of it. It's just very tough landing.
Yeah, well, we'll look at the numbers right now, Jesse, and that completion for Jack Robinson did give him a valuable number in the context of today's scores, a 5.67 for the West Australian surfer.
And I think even though it's an average score, what I think was most important in that wave is just the fact that he was able to squeeze so much out of that wave. That was a below average type of condition, type of wave, and that's what those guys that are in the yellow jersey are so capable of doing. They get very average waves and turn into great scores for a day like today.
Yeah, Jack Robinson, I mean, 24 on the way to 4 CT wins. That means out of his first 24 events surfed on the championship tour, he's won 4 of them. That puts him in a very, very elite class. That would be number 4 of all time as far as quick to that 4 event win number. So Jack Robinson already setting himself up with some of the legends in the sport like Tom Curran and Mark Richards, guys who got to that 4 event win really early on in their career. Hey, let's hear from Liam O'Brien. He took a heat win. 9.74 was enough for the win for Liam O'Brien.
Hey Liam, last year you were injured and you missed the stop. I talked to you this morning and I know how pumped you were for your heat. How are you feeling? How was it for you?
Yeah, it was cool. As you said, I've never been here before, so or to this part of Portugal, so it was pretty cool to actually come up here and check it all out. And then, yeah, the wave's unreal. It's obviously a bit tricky today, but yeah, I was keen to just get out there and get amongst it. And fortunately for me, I found a couple fun ones.
How did you select the waves, and how do you think you were able to find these nuggets?
I think there's been a bit of a consistent peak throughout the morning. It's sort of just started changing throughout that heat with the tide dropping out. But I just watched the heats before and saw everyone sat and just copied them pretty much.
And let's talk about your pick on your back. You picked our own CT former surfer. What's the story behind it?
Yeah, Pauline Mensah's just such an icon of the sport and has such an amazing story, battling a lot of hardship to achieve what she did. So yeah, I'm honoured to be able to wear her name on my back and hopefully represent it well.
You're representing her well. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next heat.
Thanks very much.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, Liam O'Brien, and great to see Liam back on tour. He kind of got, his rookie year stolen from him when he got injured before the first event in 2022. Nice to see him back. He earned his way back onto tour and proving he belongs here.
I know, it was such a bummer. I actually saw his wave live when he got hurt. And for the waves that he'd been riding throughout that day, it was actually kind of a small wave for pipeline. And I just saw him carrying up the beach, and I already could tell it was bad. He couldn't even walk, couldn't even step, so it was a bummer. But fought back through the QS once again and got back in, and yeah, well deserved.
Yeah, it's actually a really, really cool story of resiliency when you look at the young career of a Liam O'Brien. As we're looking at a young career for the 25-year-old Jack Robinson, 5.67 already locked in, and showing that he's has an early kind of strength right now in the heat. I'm going to call him with heat control because he has the lead and he has priority. 20 minutes counting down. Jack Robinson, he's been preparing in various ways for the heats. For more on that, I'm going to throw it to Peter Mell in the VIP.
Yeah, actually, I'm in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and I got to watch him do his warm-ups, and he is one of the best to watch. I mean, earlier he found some space. He was able to get his warm-ups very determined, jumping around and everything. But then, right before the heat, I don't know if you caught this on the broadcast, but he put himself right in the middle of everybody. And there's a lot of energy in this crowd, and he put himself into a meditative state. And that is the most difficult when you have 10 cameras looking at you, the crowd's focusing on you the whole time, and to try and meditate in that kind of a situation, if you can pull that off, that's Zen, right? And this guy has been doing that all year round, and it's showcased in his performance. I mean, he literally looks like he's out there. Things come easy to him. It's incredible to watch, and I love it. I can take a little bit from that, and just a youngster like that to be able to do that kind of stuff is amazing.
Yeah, we had a vision of the meditation beginning the heat for Jack Robinson. Peter talked about the Zen concept of Satori, which is a concept in which you are trying to focus on the exact second in the universe that you are experiencing. It's really, really hard to do, but it's interesting, Jesse. We see Jack Robinson, preheat meditation. Griffin Colapinto, preheat meditation. Gabe Medina, preheat prayer. I love to see the different warm-ups, not just physically, but mentally for our surfers.
Yeah, Kaipo, and I think what's very important in this preheat warm-ups or meditation, whatever you're going to do it, is just to put yourself in that moment, because that's going to avoid any type of bad decisions you're going to make out there. So mostly with the environment that it's changing constantly, you really got to be so sensitive to everything that moves around you, under your board and on your feet.
If you had to put a percentage, what percentage is physical in professional surfing? What percentage is mental?
Wow, that's a tough question to say, but I would say it's more mental than, I think, any sports. But let's go to Baron and we'll come back to that.
Well, this is the physical aspect right here. Baron having to muscle through there and throws the reverse for the finish. So had to skip down some sections, a little bit of difficult water, but was able to get a finish.
Yeah, the tough wave right there for him. It really split up, so it lacked a little bit of speed or energy for him to generate speed, but he was able to put through a nice turn for the section, and yeah, that was great. See right there, so much wobble and the wave splitting a little bit, but he was still able to find that little lip line and just throw a reverse in it.
And one more time. So this was, all the points are going to lean on this finish here that we're seeing in the replay on slow motion for Baron Mamiya. It's just going to be under a 3-point ride, a 2.67 for that ride that's just finishing up. But back to the mental physical conversation. The competitor's mentality, well, we're going to get back to that actually, because we're going to talk about Jack Robinson on the backhand. Snaps, goes down, and was that physical or was that mental focus?
I guess we'll get back to that. It's non-stop action.
Here we go, Kikas, Federico Moraes, and went a long way. So the conversations are happening, and we're seeing a lot of waves written just because it seems like the competitor's mindset, when we're talking about mental, their mental mindset is just to catch as many waves as possible and give themselves as much chance as possible.
That's not a bad strategy out here, because there's waves everywhere, and you can actually find a good wave in any part of the bank. As long as you're trying to avoid that rip going through the lineup, most likely there could be a good wave. So yeah, they're keeping it busy, and back to what you said, I would say it's 60-40, 60 mentally, because all those guys are so talented and they have so much in their game that the mental side is just going to play off, and that's what makes guys like Gabriel so strong, and Felipe and Jack as well, because they're just so confident and so calm in such a tough conditions.
And the flip side of that sport, on that conversation, Jesse, we've seen so many talented surfers not be able to put it together in the heat, and we know they're really good surfers, but it's just a mental game. Let's see how Baron Mamiya holds up mentally here. That's a nice start for the Hawaiian. Nice snap on the backhand. So going to increase his score line, get rid of a fractional score. Jack Robinson, quick snap. One more, gets it doubled up, and difficult section that he is fighting with for the finish. Gets out in front of the whitewater to show the judges a completion. He fought for that finish.
And that's the mental side of things, like he laid back on the end of that turn, but he was like, I know how important it is for me. Just be in the moment, try to squeeze through and go out of that foam. So first turn right there, very nice tail release on both of those turns, which is very tough for you to do if you're projecting down the line and still trying to release the turn, mostly going backside. So that was great surfing for Jack. If you see right there, see that section, he was going down the line, but he was still able to put that fin outside of the water. And once again, and as he was landing, the lip had landed already, so it was going against him. So very tough for him to land that turn. And yeah, that was great.
And Baron Mamiya,
just one turn wonder, I guess. Nothing special there. He kept the composure, and I guess into the next one. Not much opportunity on that wave for him.
Marias here.
Marias just going straight to, that was a nice combo. Nothing special because the wave didn't provide him, but the first turn was very clean, projecting down the line, and now he puts a little bit more effort to it. You see his arms going upwards a little bit, and yeah, just a little bit or more of an accent on that last one. It's going to give him a nice little score to start.
Felipe Toledo coming out in the next heat with Ryan Calnan and Thiago Caric. going to be the wild card, the young wild card, is going to join a couple of C-tiers, so we're going to see how this plays out. Toledo on a roll after his win at event number 2 at Sunset Beach.
Yes.
We'll be right back with the conclusion of this heat. Jack Robinson currently in the lead. Be back after this.
The Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Oeste Tourism, official partner of the Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal. By Hertz, official partner of the Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal. And by Millennium Bank, official partner of the Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal.
We're back here at Super Tubos for the Male Rip Curl Portugal Pro. Stop number 3 on the championship tour, Baron Mamiya in the blue jersey finishing up a ride there. He's out in the heat with Jack Robinson and Frederico Moraes, the local wild card. Robinson out in the lead. Let's see what happened during the break, starting with Baron Mamiya. Jesse.
Yeah, it looks like a little better selection for him on that one. And just nice hit right there. A lot of pressure on the back foot, really jamming that oncoming section, which is very tough to do. And I think he's going to get a great score on this one. Got a little board redirection and really going with a lot of flow through that lump, which is very tough out here. And coming up, this is where he really jams the next section and gets the fins out of it for a little bit and comes out clean. It's going to be a great, nice score for him, probably in the average. And as you see right there, look at Jack Robinson. See that rip that I was talking through? It's going through the lineup, and the more the tide gets lower, the more we're going to see those things going through. So you really got to try and avoid them and try and find a clean area for you to really be able to perform.
Yeah, Baron Mamiya, 4.67, as you pointed out on that last wave. So his best number so far. Mamiya, as well as Jack Robinson, riding those Sharp Eye surfboards. You ride Sharp Eyes as well, and so does Felipe. What's special about those boards? Is it the rail? Is it the rocker wires? We have 11 CT surfers on Sharp Eyes. Why is that?
I don't know what's the special secret about him. I think Marcio keeps it very secretly to him, but the speed that the board carries and the way it cuts the water, it's like second to none. I'm biased, obviously, because I ride for them, but it's just something, it's an X factor that I got in those boards and the feeling that I was so excited about it.
Here we go, Mamiya, 4.51 will give him the lead, and not going to get it there without the finish.
Yeah, and you see the guys warming up and goes back again to the meditation. You see Felipe right there. He showed him very up close, and he has his eyes closed, probably doing a prayer and meditating and just getting ready for that moment. And then you see on the other side Ryan Collin just really doing a warm up and doing some exercises, and yeah, both guys ready to go. See a replay here for Baron. A little smaller wave. Nice jam right there, and then into the whitewash, which it gets it very tricky for you to keep the speed, and that's what happened right there. Got stuck, not much power pushing him back, and
yeah, just going to be a throwaway, a 1.93 for that wave that we just saw on replay for Baron Mamiya. Jack Robinson eyed up that wave. Federico Moraes out there in the white jersey with priority, needs a 4.7 to get into second and avoid the elimination round.
Yeah, and Kaipo, just a quick notice here. I was watching live John Duru's heat, which was the heat before, and you see much taller waves. And it looks like it almost, the waves dropped right now, but it's not what's happening. It's actually just the water getting out of the banks and just makes the transitions tighter. It makes it, the waves look smaller, but the swell still there is just very shallow right now, so it makes it very tough for the competitors.
And let's hear from Jack Robinson and pick his minds and thoughts going into this event number 3.
For International Women's Day, I picked Amanda Nunes, the Lioness, in the UFC, because she was the double champ in that. So I love UFC. I'm a big UFC fan. And yeah, just love what she did there. And yeah, I'm going to run her name, so it'll be cool.
Well, there you go. We are celebrating International Women's Day, and Jack Robinson with Amanda Nunes on the back of his jersey for his inspirational female athlete. Baron Mamiya hucks it and stomps it. So good job for Baron, looking to improve upon a 3.43 at the moment.
Yeah, that was great wave selection for this moment right now. I think for Baron, with the strength that he has in his hand, to go above the lip, I think it was a smart decision to get that closeout, because it gave him opportunity to actually get a good score. And right there, just showing how much release and how much pop he got out of that section, even though it wasn't the greatest. Right there, see, perfect timing. Look at his front foot moving forward, so that gives him a lot of stability for the landing, and just clean and nice, and gonna get another average great score for him on the board.
And you're right, there we go. 4.43 checks in for Baron Mamiya. So he's pulling further away from Federico Moraes, who's in the 3rd place position right now. That 3rd place again going to the elimination round. Baron checking his Apple Watch right there with all the updates. That Apple Watch, you can see the yellow wristband, will give him time, his priority, his scores, what he needs. It's a nice addition to what we already have with our priority squares that we have on the judges tower and our on-site announcers. So just another layer of information for the surfers with those Apple Watches.
100% Kaipo, and I was able to actually try one of those once at the US Open last year, and today is not the case because it's not windy, but when you have windy days and you cannot hear anything that's happening, it's very good to have that additional information that you could rely on it sometimes. And yeah, it's great for the athletes.
Yeah, there's a picture of the watches that are given out to the surfers before their heat. A nice feature of that too is that when you get priority, that watch will buzz on your wrist. So you have the visual of the priority squares to show you what priority you are. You have the beach announcer with the audio, but you also have the feeling, the tactile feel of that buzz on your wrist when it's time to go. And like I said, it's just an addition to giving surfers as much information in the moment that we can provide to them.
Yes, and the more the better, right? Like,
right.
You just want to be 100% sure. We go back to that after Kika's wave.
Federico Moraes throws an air. Oh, and a tough landing there for Kikas. Jack Robinson right behind him, finds a little corner. Speedy, vert, throws the air, but pokes the tail, goes down. Looked like he was on his way, but just the speed in which Jack Robinson surfing is very impressive. A little paddle battle going on out the back to see who secures second priority.
Yeah, by the looks of things, it looks like Federico has a slightly edge on that one, but it's very tight. They're going to really scrap for that priority right now.
Our priority judge up in the judges tower, actually, there you go, awards Jack Robinson a priority over Federico Moraes. And at this juncture, at this point in the heat, That is troubling for Marias because he's last in line when it comes to that priority. And he needs a score. He needs a 5.7.
Yes, they know how important and crucial it is for this last three and a half minutes. Federico definitely would love to have the priority over Jack. There's not much opportunities out there right now, so it would be very interesting for him to have the priority and have the right of way. But right now, you have two surfers sitting on him. It's going to be very tough for him to find a wave amongst those guys.
Scores coming through here. Baron Mamiya with that 4.43, and Federico Marias needing that 5.7. Here goes Mamiya. Baron down the line. Big air there. And non-complete.
Yeah, once again for Baron. Bummer for him because that was a very good air, and most likely he was going to get a good score out of that turn itself, but wasn't able to complete, and it's just going to end up being another incomplete ride. He's going to have to get back there and try and improve and get away from Federico Moraes that is in third place. As you see his foot moving forward so much, and that's what you're going to see a lot today. A lot of surfers going for the air and moving their front foot so they would have that very wide and stable stance.
All right, well, 2 minutes remaining, and Jack Robinson, Baron Mamiya in a strong position right now. Marias, again, needs that 5.7. Thank you for joining us for opening day here at the MEO Rip Curl Portugal Pro presented by Corona. We're going to get through this men's opening round. Our plan is to get through the women's opening round as well, and maybe even the women's elimination round. Kikas on the comeback here. This is Federico Marias. Wow, put it together right there for the pride of Cascais. Jesse.
Yeah, that was great effort for him. 1 minute and 20 seconds left. I would say that's his best score yet. I don't know where is it going to play, if it's going to come into the 5.7. But if you look back at that wave, he had 2 great turns, linked very well throughout them, had a lot of flow and power. See this first turn right here, putting the fins out the back, and once again pushing a little harder, so a lot of confidence on that last turn, mostly for this time of the heat. So it was great to see that that type of surfing from Kikas. Right there, as you see, even though he was going forward, he was able to really project and get speed out of it, and right there pushing very hard, and a little airdrop landing, so that adds a little bit of extra drama to it.
Yeah, needed a 5.7. Unfortunately, got a 4.63. He did reduce his need, but did not get the job done, and now we're down to 25 seconds. There's all the scores that came in on that last wave, Jesse.
Yeah, a few judges thinking it was more on the average range, and he actually got a 4.63, which is very close from Baron's highest score wave. So they're basically tight right now, just looking for the same thing. So, but just not much time.
Yeah, the clock is going to be the enemy for Federico Marias, and Jack Robinson playing it smart, gonna use priority. He's going to win the heat, and he's going to actually add probably to his point total as well with that last performance. So Jack Robinson continuing on, looking good in that yellow leaders jersey. He's moving on into round of 32 along with Baron Mamiya. Kikas, Federico Marias, we're going to see him in the elimination round. We'll see you next after this break. Felipe Toledo, Ryan Callanan, and Thiago Carrick out in the water when we return. Don't miss it. Make or Break, streaming right now on Apple TV Plus. All 8 episodes of season number 2. Check it out. Check out the opening round heats number 6. On the water, Felipe Toledo in the red jersey and blue. Ryan Calnan and the local wild card, Thiago Carrick, out in the white jersey. Thiago, just a 21-year-old getting a call up to the big leagues. This is going to be his first CT, and here he is.
Yeah, it was actually a nice pivot off the back foot right there, getting it very tight and throwing some spray. I haven't seen much of him, but great surfer coming out of Europe, and Toledo really trying to make the most out of that wave. Like, not the greatest wave, a little smaller with a lot of whitewash, but did what he could.
Yeah, Felipe Toledo, our defending world champ, coming off a win at stop number 2 at Sunset, looking good again in 2023. Felipe Toledo just quick, together. The mental game we talked about before, seems like he's really settled into that part. He's always had the physical skills, but now I feel that Felipe is really strong-minded.
Yeah, Kaipo, imagine how much weight off his back he had before the world title. Like, he was probably one of the greatest surfers to not have a world title yet. So after he took that off, he's gonna be the most dangerous guy to compete against.
That's a great point. Thiago, nice swing on the backhand for the French surfer, and one more time. Gets 3 in, so the 21-year-old out of Biarritz, making the best of his opportunity here on the showing on the championship tour. He's going to be a cameo appearance. He's number 2 on the European qualifying series. That's how he got in here.
Yeah, starting off a combo wave, like 3 turns. It's very hard to find those waves today. Lacking a little bit of powerness because the wave wasn't really giving him the opportunity, but he connected turns, had a lot of flow, and yeah, it's going to be a nice score for him to start.
Yeah, as we were talking about his regional ranking here on the qualifying series in Europe, ranked number 2 currently on their leaderboard. Number 1, Gatien Delahaye, got injured, and so Thiago took his place because of that injury. So he's got a big opportunity here. Ryan Calnan, Arcal, glides through that first section. That's all he's going to get.
Yes, tough one because it was a great start, great projection to out, but the wave ended up closing out on him and wasn't able to stick another one. And it could have been a great night, nice start for him if he had an opportunity. But going back to Thiago, how more than anything, how great is for him to get the opportunity to surf a WT event and able to perform and feel that pressure, because obviously his goal is to one day qualify, and he's having that preview of how things work, right?
Right, and that's really the path, right? The path to the championship tour is through your regional, we have 7 regions, your regional qualifying series. Once you're out of that qualifying series, you get onto the Challenger Series. The Challenger Series then is your pathway ultimately to the championship tour. So the road here to, to the best of the best is very clear at the World Surf League, and a clear road right now into the round of 32 is Jack Robinson. He just took a heat win.
Yeah, and I am with one of the best of the best. Jack, you're just arriving in Portugal with this beautiful yellow jersey, feeling the pressure, because you told me that before. But this is 3rd season on tour, and I know you're managing it all better right now. Am I right?
I'm staying warm in this yellow jersey. That's the main thing. It's cold over here, so just keep warm. And yeah, I don't know. I found it was a couple little waves here. I like super tubos, but yeah, you just got to try and hunt the waves down. It's always tricky.
What did you see on these waves that you think the other guys didn't?
I always see other things, but yeah, I don't really say anything. So yeah, I just yeah, you just
want to share.
No, maybe I'll wait till the end of the year. Yeah, no, but you just try to feel the ocean. You know, it's yeah, as surfers, like you got to be connected with it. So yeah, just try and feel it.
And I know you love Brazil. Talking to your wife, and you have a Brazilian on your back. Let's talk about the Lioness and how she has inspired you. Amanda
Nunes, yeah, she's the champ. Yeah, I just love the way she goes about her business. She's just a champion. I really am inspired by her, and yeah, she's a strong woman, so yeah, love it.
Yeah. So let's keep on going. Congratulations, Jack. Back to you guys.
All right, yeah, Jack Robinson in form. Here we go. Calnan, Arcal swings through that first turn. One more time for the Novocastrian, and he, much better effort on that third wave for Arcal.
Just impeccable, like great technique for Ryan. Just amazing to see how much he can engage the rail even in these conditions. Check it right there. Nice bottom turn, really low center of gravity, and just again pushing a little bit harder on the second turn. And felt confident, kicked the board a little bit on the end right there to kick out. So that was a great way for Ryan, sorry.
Yeah, looks like he's fired up. And just catching up here with Thiago. Previous wave for Thiago was a 3.13. We're waiting for the score for Ryan Calnan. Up and down for Thiago is just going to be a 1-point ride right there on the paddle back out. This is what happened.
One big section, very critical, but just got slammed right there when he landed in the bottom. Landed with the lip, so the lip came up with came on top of him and just really didn't give him a chance to land that. That was very brutal and actually, yeah, kind of dangerous too. You can really tweak a knee or ankle very easy in those conditions. And as you see, both of those guys sticking very close together, not giving an inch to any of them, and Ryan getting a 3.43.
Yeah, there you go. So with that effort, Ryan Calnan in second. Thiago, the wild card, currently in first. And Emrod, Michael Rodriguez, getting ready for his next matchup against Seth Moniz and Miguel Pupo. That's going to be heat number 7 of this opening round coming up.
Yeah, and Kaipo, just looking back here at the ocean right now as we speak, those guys have to be very adaptable to what they're wanting to do in the heat. We have the biggest tides on tour is here in Portugal. Used to be France, but now we don't have France anymore, so it's Portugal, biggest tides that we got. So the ocean is constantly changing. The banks are constantly moving around. As you see, all the 3 surfers now, they're on the very far left bank of, if your center is the scaffolding. And right now, the next heat is really going to be able to adapt to what the conditions are going to bring to him.
Yeah, and you know, but the tide change you were talking about, it's about 9 feet a day, 9-10 feet. You know, over 3 meters, over 3 meters. So yeah, it changes the playing field a lot. Arcal on the forehand this time, and had a nice start, but slipped out on the bottom.
Yeah, and for guys like me that I'm from Brazil, on the south side of Brazil, and you're from Hawaii, we don't even get close to those tides.
Toledo, what's he doing? Oh, yeah, we don't see that kind of change. So I think, and we've seen in the past here, Jesse, you've competed out here in the past, is that you have to be, and same thing with France and all of you, you have to really be able to adapt, even within the day, to a whole different surf break because of those big tide changes.
I could think of numerous heats that I paddled out, and my game plan was completely changed because of the tides, and it happens all the time. That's a big error for Felipe, but not even close from land. And just unfortunately right there, he was a little bit late to the party, and nothing of lack of ability, just I guess lack of section really providing to him. And you see here Ryan disengaged a little bit and lost his foot a bit, and that just made him lose his rail and fall forward.
So back to live action here with 9 minutes and 10 seconds on the countdown. Thiago, the wild card, in the lead. Felipe Toledo in third place. Uncharacteristic for the defending world champ in this opening round, but still plenty of time on the clock, 19 minutes. Ryan Callahan with a couple of solid waves in the Sculpted today, a 3.43 and a 2-point ride for Callahan. Oh, let's hear from the Prince of Portugal, Tiago Perez, AJ.
That's right. So, Jesse, you were talking about who was late to the party over there, but I'll tell you the real party happening right here at the EDP activation in the village here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. We have kids doing some art lessons behind me. We have a place where people can customize their beanies. But what we're really here to talk about is the EDP Surf for Tomorrow program. I'm standing by with Saka and Mateusz, who are going to tell us a little bit more about this. So, Saka, you were on the world tour. How have you seen this program? Give us a little rundown of what it is.
Yeah, it's a it's a new program. It's an high performance training program created by myself and José Seabra, my longtime coach and friends. That has the backup, the huge support of EDP to try to change our achievement ratio success. Helping surfers to qualify for the WCT, you know, and we just focus on really young athletes like Mateusz next to me, and the rest of our team, which unfortunately we had like three injuries, 2 injuries, and one is pretty far away. They couldn't be here today with Mateusz, but it's a full-on yearly program, an amazing opportunity for these kids. You know, I wish I had this opportunity when I was their age, but super proud to be part of this project. EDP is doing a great job backing us up, and we're also doing a documentary that everybody can watch on YouTube that shows the ups and the downs of this kind of life. So I'm just honored to be here and happy to be able to help these kids.
Mateusz, for you, what has it meant to have this program? How has it helped you?
Well, first of all, I want to appreciate for you guys having me here. The project has been great. It's been perfect for the progression of a young generation like me and the athletes from the group. We've been doing surf tricks, we've been training, we've been going to competitions, and it's just amazing that these guys are believing in us and the new generation, and I really appreciate it.
And Saka, it's not just investing in the next generation, but it's investing in the ocean and the place that we get to compete. As a former CT surfer, how much does it mean to you to see how EDP was pouring into not just the next generation, but making sure sustainability is top priority?
No, it's a nice vision, you know, a very nice vision. I think EDP is really upfront in terms of doing what's best for our planet. This project is focused on young athletes, but EDP is also doing projects like open sessions like today, where we focus on even younger kids, kind of teaching them how they should behave, how they should treat the planet. Sometimes the kids they know more than us already, which is great. It means that the message is passing along really well. So for me, I really like to see what EDP is doing, because they're really concerned about the energy of the future, and they're in a period of transformation right now, and they're doing a great job. So.
Very cool to see. Thank you both for your time. If you're coming down to the contest at any point, be sure to check out the EDP activation. We'll send it back to you, Kipes.
Arcal with a big oncoming section there and is able to negotiate a finish. Jesse, that was difficult, and you know, he was able to complete that maneuver. We'll see how that changes the situation out here. Tiago, our heat leader, caught up there, little slip off the deck, and that's going to cost him. But Ryan Callahan, great wave.
Yes, really putting a point of difference on that one. If you look back at that wave, a little bigger set, a little bit more water on the wave, so that really gives him the opportunity to open up and look bigger. So visually, if you're a judge scoring that wave, it just looks way more appealing. If you look back to it, look how much taller that wave is from any other wave ridden in this heat, and everything's going to come out of this turn right here. Big section, really opening up the arms, making the board going floating the board throughout the lip. So yeah, that was great from Ryan.
Yeah, had to skip right there and then some dead water before having to match that oncoming power. Very difficult.
Everything, all the score of this wave came out of that turn pretty much.
And the number comes in at 4.23, and Ryan Callahan takes the lead. Thiago drops to second. Remember, Felipe Toledo with priority just needs a 1.96. He's in the red jersey. He's looking for a corner somewhere out there. You can see him on the left side of your screen having to duck that wave, but there's a number of waves in this set.
Yes, and as we speak right now, we're heading to the lowest tide of the day. 20 minutes from now, so most likely this and the next two heats are going to be the most challenging for the surfers. So they will have to squeeze through and try and find the most of it out of those conditions.
Yeah, well, that's the way it goes in this changing playing field. Can Felipe Toledo come back? You'll find out after this, the conclusion of heat number 6 on the way.
Felipe looking calm and comfortable.
The biggest heat, it's against myself. If I win the heat against myself, I feel like I can do anything I want.
Deus te abençoe. Escolhe a zona, tá?
Felipe Toledo setting up his opener. Big blitz off the lip. Total control. Winds up and punches out the finish.
Nossa, toda arrepiada.
No warm-up required for Felipe.
He is on. Just to see his confidence on that opening ride, he's making a statement.
Make or breaks coverage on Apple TV Plus of the Rip Curl WSL Finals. That's going to happen this year. Pro surfing's biggest day, one day between September 7th and 15th at Lower Trestles, where we will be crowning a men's and women's world champ, and they're going to take home that Duke Kahanamoku WSL champion trophy. Will Felipe Toledo be in the mix then? Well, he's looking pretty good in real time. He's number 2 on the leaderboard coming into this event, Jesse.
Yes, Toledo, and how dangerous is going to be this year, you know, with no pressure on his back, going literally on one of his favorite venues, and just, yeah, it's actually going to be amazing to watch him.
Yeah, he's, I mean, like you said, we talked about the mental game and everything, Jesse, in that he's now already, he's got a world title. So that's, you know, fulfillment. Here he goes. Oh, drops into that one and is going to stay underwater for a little bit. Toledo currently in 3rd, needs a 3.44 to move into 2nd place and avoid the elimination round.
Yes, a little too late to the party on that one. Very underneath. He was actually able to squeeze through that, but just so much water going through, and just not enough open barrel for him to actually squeeze through that, so I ended up going down. And in a tough situation right now, sitting in 3rd place.
Yeah. Peter, what do you got?
This year, one of the things we get to use here as the technology, the Apple Watch is one of the things we get to use. And if you could see, I wanted to show you what the surfers are actually seeing in the water. So here's Kariike's watch, here is Callinan's watch, and Toledo's watch. So they have priority right now with Callinan. You can see here 2nd priority for Kariike, 3rd priority for Toledo. Time is there, scores needed, and how far ahead you are. So all of the information is right there on your wrist, exactly with obviously the commentary telling them in the water. This is a supplementation to give you all the information needed.
Thank you for the reporting, Peter. Yeah, it's a nice addition to the information as we're talking about with that Apple Watch, and it has so many other functions as well, but we're applying it to surfing here.
Yeah, and Kaipo, with 8 minutes left, Thiago has 2nd priority, Felipe has 3rd, so most likely he's probably trying to play a strategy game right there. But how tough is to sit on Toledo with the guy that has that much talent, and any wave he can turn into a big score. So I just remember trying to sit in guys like this, and it was basically impossible. Every wave that shows up to those guys, they're capable of getting big scores. So it's almost like you got to play your own game and try to forget them and try to improve your situation.
Great point, Jesse, as we see Miguel Pupo getting ready for his next heat. In that 7.5 minutes, that's a long time to try to play defense, especially against someone as skilled as Felipe Toledo. But you talked about the low tide and the challenge is drawing water right now. We're kind of at the lowest point of the tide right now, and it seems that it's hard to find a corner.
Yeah, 100%. And as you see it right there, they're not directly still sitting on him, but they're obviously not giving him that much room as well, because they know if a good wave comes, they have to kind of be close to him and keeping an eye on him, so he doesn't take that opportunity and just turn the heat over as he could in a split second.
He was on the paddle and just circling the lineup. Felipe Toledo again in the red jersey. Ryan Callinan with heat control. The lead as well as priority. Callinan doesn't want that one. Toledo's not going to go.
Even Ryan right there in 1st, he sits in 1st, but he's still right by Toledo.
Yeah.
He's not giving him an inch because he knows how dangerous he is.
And things change real quick. You go to 2nd, and then someone like Toledo performs, and all of a sudden, I mean, we've seen 1st to 3rds in the final 2 minutes a number of times in this opening round throughout the years.
Mostly in such a below average scoring heat right now, as we see. So all of these guys are so capable of getting good scores, and Felipe definitely being the most dangerous out of them.
Yeah, great point. You know, highest single wave score on the board for this heat of 4.23. So a 7 can flip the heat in anyone's direction right now. No matter what priority you're in, you get out there, you get a 6 or a 7, it's your heat.
Yes, and speaking about conditions changing, I spoke earlier in this heat that they're sitting far to the left side of the bank, and now if you look back, they're just behind us and moving towards the right. So they're just trying to adapt and make the most out of these conditions right now.
How much do the banks change out here?
I usually come during the same time, so it's hard for me to know how much it changed, but I know we have very good banks right now, and Felipe coming up.
Toledo looking to get the job done with a nice carve to begin with. Needs a finish, and that's what world champs do. They get the finish, rides out complete, needs a 3.44. No doubt that he's going to get the number and change the situation at the 5-minute mark.
Small wave, but excellent surfing for him. Not much opportunity on that wave, but just the way he's able to cut the water and generate speed, it's second to none, mostly in these conditions. As you see right there, very small wave, but redirect so strongly, so much power on the upper body to do that. And right there, just really hitting it so hard. And he knew how important that turn was, and he was started to get a little stuck, and he just pushed through it. Right here, check this out. He just works his upper body and really brings the board around. As he does that, he gains speed again and just comes and jams it on this last section. starts to get stuck, but he knows how important that is, and that mental game comes into play and just squeeze out of that whitewash.
Yeah, great explanation there, because that was some mental tenacity to be able to just make sure to finish that wave. Without the finish, it would have been a questionable if he's got that 3.44. Judges haven't given us the number, but I'm feeling he's going to have he's going to get the score. Things could change, however. Here's a set coming through. Ryan Calnan on the left. Arcal double pumps off the bottom, throws the air, and spins it out. A revert. Beautiful job from the Novocastrian Ryan Calnan.
He found what he was wanting to, right? One big section. That's basically what you want if you're a guy like Ryan that is great on the air and super consistent. Felipe getting a 3.67.
Got it.
Got the score, got what he needed. And as we were speaking, in a very below average wave. So how tough is to sit on a guy like that? Like, it's basically impossible. Any wave is going to get a score as soon as he stands up if he's needing only a 3-point ride.
Yeah. But that was a slim ask right there. You know, he needed 3.44. He got a 3.67, so just got the job done. When this score drops in for Ryan Calnan for this wave, he's going to increase his lead.
A lot of juice on that section for these conditions right now, and he was really able to capitalize. Check this out. There's almost a barrel, and he really goes on that shoulder, right on the tip right there, and hits it, grabs the rail, rotates around, really flat to land, which is great stability for him. And look at his feet, up top on the board, right on the nose. I'm sure he had wax all the way through it, because otherwise he'll be down.
Yeah, stomping that JS Industries surfboard for a 4.73. Ryan Calnan increases his lead. Felipe Toledo with priority in the red jersey in second. Thiago, the wild card, needs a 3.37. Not a big score for the French surfer, but he's last in line priority-wise. Toledo's not going to give it to him. Here we go. Felipe Toledo speeding down the line, throws the air. Oh, big ollie, but incomplete.
That was a bummer for Felipe, because that potentially had a great score for him and put him in a better situation with 1 minute and 50 seconds left. But unfortunately, he got stuck as he was landing. The whitewash had a lot of turbulence and just took him down.
So that will not change the situation. Just a fractional score for Felipe Toledo. Thiago still needing below a 4, 3.37. 97 seconds on the clock and counting down here. Ryan Calnan looking good to go into the round of 32. It's going to be the battle for second and advancing position in this heat. Here we go with Thiago on the backhand. Lip glide, struggles for the finish, still struggling, gets back to his feet. One maneuver, a little late to that lip glide. What did you think?
Yes, it was a great turn. Don't get me wrong, hard section for you to manage, but I thought he was a little flat. So that's, in my opinion, what's going to keep the score away from getting that 3.37.
Ryan Calnan just being a magnet out there, getting all the good waves. A couple of arcs on the backhand, make it 3 for Arcal, and he can confidently ride in right now, dominant in his performance in his opening round.
Yes, I think for Ryan, that was great surfing on that wave, great way to finish your heat. But in my opinion, he already had his 2 best waves. I don't think that's going to play in a factor. His other wave had a little bit more juice. He was a little bit more aggressive, and obviously the air was the turn of the heat, right? But if you look back here, the wave is a little flatter, but he was able to get up there vertical. Gets a little washy right there, and just kept the flow great, but just not much to offer on that wave.
Live action coming back to Toledo. A couple of slices on the forehand. Gets through a couple of ribs, works his way in, and 77 is on his way to the round of 32 as well. And the gallery, the crowd appreciates it.
Yeah, great effort for Felipe. Really didn't find the best waves, but he was able to push through, and most likely, we're still waiting on 1 score for Thiago, but most likely he would squeeze through that one and avoid elimination round, which is every surfer's dream.
Let's take a look at the last of Felipe Toledo here.
Nice wave for Felipe, pushing the back foot very nicely, and yeah, just not much to offer on that wave, but it's so impressive how he's able to torque and use that upper body to his advantage. Like, one of the most powerful surfers on tour, no doubt, and so much so much pressure he puts it and applies in different parts of the board that just gives him that release and power. Look at that. It's great surfing, man.
Yeah, it's a push and pull of rail and release in the surfing of Felipe Toledo, and that's why it's so enjoyable to watch. Calnan, Toledo, they're on to the round of 32. We are on to a commercial break. Paul and Strider will bring you back with the action. Stick around.
She just owns her story and is super authentic.
She's a really powerful woman. She stands up for herself.
There are two women that have busted down the doors.
She's broken a bunch of records in the Olympics, and she just inspires me a lot.
Because she had a tough run and she came back strong.
Because she's honestly on a tear right now.
She always motivates me and sends me messages to get me pumped.
She's just supportive of the next generation of women.
She's gonna be one of the best we've ever seen at the sport. She's the best in the world.
I just love the way that she carried herself. She was just cool.
Yeah, Haddad Maya. Dash Brody.
Venus and Serena Williams.
Naomi Osaka.
Sam Kerr.
Luisa Estefani.
Nora Vasconcelos.
Nawal Mutawakil.
Haisa Leal.
Katie Ledecky.
Marta.
Susie O'Neill.
And a very warm welcome back to the MEO Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. We'll see the world champ Toledo making his way back up after a tough heat. Got it done, got his scores towards the back end of that. Not easy out there. Here to talk you through the next one, joining myself, Paul Evans, Strider Wazalewski. Welcome back, mate.
Thank you very much, Paul. Yeah, beautiful time in here in the booth with you, my friend. I love having a hash out with it. It's pretty fun mixing it up, and that last one was a tough one.
Yeah, it was. Let's see what this three can do out here. Miguel Pupo coming in hot to this off the back of his career best year. Great result for him, getting the win, of course, in Tahiti last year, 6th in the world overall, and almost that kind of two-stage career. Late flowering from Miguel Pupo. Let's see what he can do out here in Super Tubos. Also, Miguel Rodriguez in this heat, and Seth Moniz. Here's Pupo.
Pupo just cracking away there on the lip line, just having fun. Pupo, he's been re-inspired, I think, by his brother Sammy. Here we go, Rodriguez pumping up. Throws it up into the lip line. Looked like he wanted to go for the big frontside 3 rotation, but ended up with a little floater.
All right, so half an hour for these three to get their 2 best ways and avoid 3rd place, avoid that elimination round. Let's welcome Peter Mel back into the studio as well. And we'll check out some live action here before we go to Pete and just see Miguel with a quick in and out. And you're thinking, Pete, I just wanted to ask you, if you're a competitor in this event and you're having your coffee this morning, you think about getting out, getting a couple of 8s, maybe getting barrel, doing big airs. How much of that readjustment, that kind of pragmatic approach do you need to take, seeing what we've seen so far this morning?
Keep that expectation low, right? Don't go in there thinking, oh, I'm going out there for 8s. I mean, just in perspective of what you've seen before. I mean, that last heat, for example, wasn't very high scoring, right? So you come in here just going out there to start building look what your competitors are doing, but just find the best waves in the lineup and don't have a huge expectation.
So opportunities out there for our surfers. We've seen point scoring maneuvers with kind of stock standard surfing, hitting the lip hard, doing big turns, also flaring up above the lip. Here's someone that does that well, Rodriguez, who got back via the Challenger Series last year. He's surfing with a ton of speed. Rodriguez on a soft inside section, just hits it, throws up some spray with a little tap of the tail. Last we saw of him, 2019 in Championship Tour action. Fell off tour that year, had a couple of seasons out, and he's come back and he's looking pretty sharp this year, Strider.
I love it. He's flying all over the joint. There was no lack of edit, though. This guy was dropping big bombs, big airs, all kinds of stuff on the social feed. So he's no stranger to the lip line and doing some great work. He's just keeping the board moving right there, just trying to get something, in there. But watch how explosive he is in the pocket. He's got a lot of drive. He can take a small wave and do big surfing, and that's the thing we love about Rodriguez, is that he's got a lot of above the lip and a lot of flair. Those little mayhems to really get going under his feet.
It's funny, the very first wave, there was like the full ramp for that wave, and he actually just hit it and flied it over the top. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. He's like trying
uncharacteristic.
to build. He's trying
he
to
wanted
build
more
score.
out of it, yeah.
Look at that thing, has glitter on it.
Callanan getting through that last one. Reasonable ways for Ryan. That'll feel good for him. Get himself through, getting the scores, and avoid the elimination rounds.
Some of the best fans in the world here, when you come to Europe. There's just a lot of, Portugal, everybody's coming. They're coming in from Spain, they're coming in from France, they're coming in from all over England. They're here in Portugal. It's just so fun to see. All piped!
Pupo in the tube. The crowd love it as he emerges, and he'll try and connect on a section on the inside, but he completely disappeared then, and he'll get a finish as well. That's the kind of form he's in.
Oh, Tahitian flashbacks? Are you kidding? Pupo! He's been inspired. We were talking about it by his brother Sammy coming on tour and really, mixing it up, just killing it. A huge pipeline that first year in his rookie year, getting a third out there. But right now, looking good. Sammy's come to inspire his brother Miggy.
Couple of swings of the axe there for Rodriguez. He liked it. A little fist bump from him. So this one firing up early on. Pupo completely disappearing on a really round section. And Rodriguez with a couple of hits. Our judging panel with a bit to think about. Also out in the water, this guy, Seth Moniz. He'll go down the line looking for opportunity. Gets a crumbly section. In the end, for all of those travails, a Superman kick out is all we get. Seth, who injured back half of last year, struggled, was unable to surf. Looks pretty healthy though from what we've seen so far from this year. How's he looking?
Yeah, he's surfing really well. I mean, he's an amazing surfer. We've seen him, at this level, getting back in the driver's seat. It's just a mental thing, I think. I think it's just getting the head together to make sure that you're in a good place to, take it to the next level. Here's a replay right here. Rodriguez, 2 quick snaps into the lip right there. I like the way, he put it together. He's selling it. Here we go, Pete. What do you think?
Oh, well, look at this. Disappeared from view. Judges will like that. The nose was there for a half second, throughout that barrel. Again, the depth of the barrel, that's where the technicality comes from it. And then, of course, just working it here to find that last section. So nice work there from Miguel Pupo. Taking a look more into this angle. Look at the technique. Just drops his arm in there. That's why he's a Tahiti Pro champion, right? He's able to find the barrel, has that great technique. And I think you think about tube riding as a whole, it's about experience, right? It's about spending time in the barrel and finding waves like that. And, he has a ton of experience, so he knows how to find it.
All right, well, the crowd on the beach really enjoying that tube from Miguel Pupo. How did everyone enjoy it in the Red Bull athlete area? Let's find out from Jesse Mendez.
Hey guys, as you see behind me, there's not many people right now. Everyone is outside on the cold weather, but as soon as Miguel got that beautiful wave and I heard all the screams from the beach, everyone started coming inside, everyone had a look, and everyone's stoked with Miggy's barrel and maybe a little improve in the conditions. So yeah, I think that was a great wave for Miggy, a great start for him, and he's looking stoked and confident.
All right, 21 to go in this one. Numbers in for Pupo, the 5.67. And that's his high score, the high score in this heat as well. Putting a bit of a marker down in terms of quality. It's been a bit scrappy. Last couple of heats, we're talking 4s and 3s. Toledo was, what, a couple of minutes to go, needed a 3. He got it, but already a little bit of quality in this one, and that's what we want to see.
Yeah, you know, well, we heard Jesse allude to a little bit of maybe an upgrade in the conditions, and I think that as the tide gets lower, it'll smooth out those faces. It just draws off the sandbar a little bit more, Pete. Here we go, is Miggy on the backhand. Quick snap. He's pushing really hard. Great timing out of him, huh? Just really quick, fast surfing. I love it. Little turns it right up into that pocket perfectly, Pete.
I love the way he's been able to surf, and he's actually improving. You know, Miggy's loosening up. Just his confidence is there. That's the main thing, I think, right? You talk about the mental game and how you are able to do it. He knows, he believes that he's going to be here. He didn't have to struggle with those moments of losing and having to get back on tour. And now he's got an event win, and he's one of those guys that's just super highly consistent and putting up good numbers and getting good results. I was going to allude to like Seth and talking about Seth as you see him dropping in here. But like with Seth, he had really early success. You know, when we remember his rookie year, he came on, he was making quarterfinals, he was able to get the finals, you know, in Hawaii, and like, so it was early success, and then was having to struggle with some losses, right? It was kind of, you know, mentally that come and it's get scar tissue, and then the injury and like all this stuff. So he's had to learn a lot in these couple of years. And I think he's on the other side now of all of that and learning mentally, having to deal with all that, and just all of a sudden that you grow stronger from it.
There's a replay from our man Rodriguez tossing it into the air and coming away with it. So he's going to put up a great number right here. Oh, if he would have rode out of that, going to get the 2 rotators on one wave. We love it. We like to see the aggression in the lip line right there. So hopefully we can see him complete that as this rolls out.
Let's go and hear from the winner of the last heat. Ryan Callanan is with Louisa.
Yeah, and Ryan, I remember so vividly being with you at the US Open. You're just telling me, oh, all I want to do is get back to the CT. And here you are, barely making on the glass, giving autographs, living your dream, but facing the world champ on your first heat here in Portugal. How did you prepare yourself mentally for this?
Yeah, it's a hard one, you know. World champ's obviously the pinnacle of the sport. But, you know, it's just taking it as same as every heat and trying to just perform as best I can in the waves I get, and it was really hard out there. So, you know, was lucky enough that I kind of scraped into a few waves and made it work for me, but it's always nice to get a scalp on the world champ for sure.
Yeah, well, you had a great score for someone who's on the bubble, and I've seen you this morning just watching the conditions, and how are you reading the waves and, you know, being able to put on a show?
Yeah, I mean, this beach changes so much with the tide, so you kind of always got to be onto it. It's almost like you could watch it and it could just change like 10 times in one heat. So, like, you can't get too hooked on how it's looking in the morning because your heat's going to be like a lot different to how it was when I paddled out. But yeah, I was just trying to stay on top of it and just, you know, trying to be in sync and in flow with the ocean. I guess when I got out there, that was kind of my main thing, avoiding the rips and just trying to find good waves.
You did a great job, and you have a very young Olympic on your back. I'm wondering if you have any stories with her, or if you're just really holding space for someone who's just, you know, paving the way for so many young women.
Yeah, Poppy's awesome. I actually am lucky enough to get to train with her at home in the same gym. So she's such a cool lady, and like, you know, she's always herself and always happy and bubbly to be around. So yeah, she inspires me in that way to be myself.
Amazing. I'm happy you have her on your back. Congratulations. We'll see you soon.
Thank you very much.
All smiles from Callanan as we'll pick up live action. My knees streaking down the line once again. No real section forthcoming. A little slumped in the shoulders on the body language as he'll flick out of that. Just visiting that tide chat, which is always a part of the conversation here. We're, about an hour away from the low. So what that means is for the next couple of hours, it's not going to change much. It's going to look like this. We're going to be where we are in 2 hours' time, just on the way back up.
That's what you'd like to think, but I mean, sure enough, you get a couple sets come out of the northwest, or change it, and all of a sudden there's a rip running through where you're thinking you need to be sitting. But always searching for that clean water. I think anybody who surfs beach rake is all about finding that cleaner water, and you want to be near the rip because that's actually going to draw the waves in, but you want to be just off of it so you're surfing into cleaner ocean.
And aren't we supposed to see a little increase in swell this afternoon as well?
Well, that's the northwest, right? Which that's the new swell we're seeing in the water, which isn't. It misses here as the west is definitely more on it, so we'll still see a lot of that even though that's dropping. It's a shorter interval, better direction, but yeah, the northwest is on the come up, and that we should see some waves. You know, just going to be a little bit further down the main.
Busy from Rodriguez, an 8th wave for him. Meanwhile, Pupo, your heat leader, hitting it hard, surfing with the speed. Another nice turn, just compresses that body, and he likes it. Good combination. Just the overall energy and the speed and everything of that wave just kind of stands out from that downtime between turns.
Oh, it's just fun to watch. You know, we were talking about, you know, tides and waves and swell, and then, you know, we saw Rodriguez and a few other smaller waves happening, but then you look at Pupo on a bigger wave. He gets to open up and just going fast and succession of turns, right? Nothing in between, just strong surfing, and you can just see the difference in the heat right now as he comes up, times it perfect in the bowl right there. And he's got that back foot is just on the hammer, right? He's just placed on the tail pad, and he's just pivoting off of that, and that's what we love to see.
He's going to go into double digits here as we watch the replay now. Rodriguez, a little foamier on the face, and does complete the rotation there. Won't be a super significant number, being that section was kind of soft where he landed. And that's always what they take into consideration. Like if you're looking at aerials and what scores from an 8 to a 3.5, ultimately it's going to be the amplitude and the section in which you do it on. And again, that one had a bit of foam on it, executed it nicely, but because the section wasn't, you know, difficult and didn't have that degree of difficulty, it'll suppress the score slightly.
5.17 in for Pupo, and that helps his situation. He was in first, he'll remain there, and a little bit of daylight now as well, just opening up that lead. He'll feel really good about picking the right opportunities, also completing the maneuvers. And the judges favoring him at the moment for first. Still 14 minutes yet to go in this. Still surfing from Seth Meniz. We get to see his best. Michael Rodriguez as well. Obviously just one of those going to the elimination round. Third place is the spot to avoid. Here goes Pupo again, your heat leader. Vertical stab on the backhands. And just finishes off with a release of the tail. Another nice combination from him. He looks like he's got his eye in on those right-handers. He's in the ascendancy so far, winning this one. Join us for the back half of this heat right after the break. Welcome back to the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. Let's check out our ratings on the Championship Tour. And it's all starting to get quite intense, Strider.
Oh, the cut line, it's there, baby. And you know what? It's going to be tough for some people. This is where things get heated. The third event of the year, you get one throwaway. You better be doing some damage by this event. Otherwise, you're starting to worry about it, Pete.
Got to get to that round, you know, that third round. It really is all about it. Getting 9ths or above is where you're going to be. You know, 18 surfers left in the draw at that point, really. So you're going to be getting that top 22 is where that cut line sits. So ultimately, making 2 heats will get you there. You know, sitting below the cut line, Sammy Pupo, Bear Mamiya, so some youngsters there, Kolohandino, and all of those surfers are feeling the heat.
A great opportunity here in Portugal to climb up that board, get some points on there, maybe just in terms of that pressure. Obviously, the cut is going to happen in Australia when you're physically over there. So before you get there, Portugal, great place to do some damage, get some points.
That's right. Dead it done before you have to go to the Oz leg, you know, and you just never know what happens because that pressure builds. You know, we saw how crazy it was for everyone at Margaret River. You know, everybody who was sitting below that cut line was feeling it. We saw tears. We saw elation. Obviously, great for fans to watch. A little tough on the surfers, but hey, you get used to it.
Well, we're already enjoying what we've seen so far this morning. Talking you through it, Evans, Mel and Wazalewski, which sounds a little bit like a law firm that specializes in financial impropriety.
Oh, that's
But
funny.
it isn't. It's just three guys like talking about surf.
It's just surfing, guys. We're having fun.
Your books all in order?
Yeah, books are in order. Don't look.
That's funny. Yeah, good times. Once again, being back in Portugal. Good to have you here, Paul.
All right, a quick get down from Seth Moniz, still in the hunt here in third position in this one, not where he wants to be. He's got 10 minutes though, plenty of time. We mentioned those paddle outs are quick and he needs a couple of scores right now. Pupo just edging away into double figurdom, the 10.84 for his two best. Rodriguez, he's still vulnerable in second with pretty modest numbers. And let's see how Seth can really regather in this. Thinking about this heat, it's not really how he wanted to kick things off. We have talked about how quick it is to paddle out, and you can always turn your heat around with a couple of quick waves.
Yeah, and to be honest, 10-point total is getting it done today. It's interesting. It's been a low-scoring affair, and it's been, you know, even Toledo, you know, you think he's just hard to stomp a lot of these sections, and he hasn't, you know, he was even struggling a bit. You know, it's funny to watch that. You know, some days just hold the surfers back a bit.
Feels like it's a low tide. It's one of the things, I mean, ultimately we love a little bit more tide on the water here. Not too high, of course, but with that, it kind of suppresses the set slightly, makes it like, you know, you feel like there's going to be a wave that's going to move outside of you and then they slide underneath and double up. And so you don't really want to sacrifice those smaller waves. You feel like they're not going to be the total numbers. But you saw at the end of the heat, that last heat specifically, they all of a sudden were going on every little wave, right? Ultimately because you're waiting for those bigger set waves.
And it's just, you know, we talk about it, but you know, one surfer today really stood out to me so far, and that was Griffin Colapinto. And he was flying around, he had energy, he was in the lip line. He was surfing really, really well technically and above the lip. And just really, you know, some guys just, you know, have been really looking at that championship level. And he was the only guy that really stood out for me today.
Opening day of competition. We've had 3 lay days here from our waiting period in Portugal on a winter that's been blessed with swell throughout. The good news is we do have incoming swell on the forecast. Here's live action from the Hawaiian Seth Moniz. A whipping turn in the pocket from him. And on a smaller face on the inside, just a couple of quick redirects. That requirement for him at the moment, a 5.8 to get up into second place. He's going to need to do some more surfing.
One thing I did notice about Seth is there's a little change of equipment. You see he's a sharp eye under his feet here for this event. So yeah, just a little, again, like you start kind of searching slightly for a different feel, different something, you know, in those situations where you're not getting the results needed, but a little change of equipment, but it looks good under his feet. Just has to get the right waves.
Yeah, he looked really sparky, and great pickup right there on an equipment change. I mean, look at, he's straight up into the lip. All the pieces look right. Just get himself on a little bit more of a wave, and we're going to see the scores escalate for Seth Moniz, I think.
That one, an 8th ride from him. And he's been looking really for something from the get-go in this. I think he's going to get the requirement he needs. You think about Miguel able to throw away a 5.17 for his last wave. Well, Seth Moniz would love something like that. Does improve his overall position. It brings down that requirement a bit. 4.67 now. With 7 minutes to go, it's all there to play for. You see, it's still pretty clean on the face, right? Wind has kind of been the issue so far. That's why we've not been surfing. It is pretty clean out there. There are a couple of hollow ones. I think of that tube from Miguel Pupo. Still opportunities for our surfers in the water to put something on the board. Just show the judges some flashes of brilliance. Show them why they're the world's best on the championship tour. Of course, that chase for points and ultimately making finals day is the main order of business here. Before that, making the cut. But we've also got our CT Shaper rankings. I know you two like surfboards.
Oh, we love it. And you know what? There it is. Mayhem up at the top. Sharp Eye in second. DHD. Channel Islands, Pete, down in 4th.
Yeah, then you got Pizel there, and all these board shapers have been around several years. It's now good to see that they're getting a little acknowledgement here in the CT Shaper rankings. You know, each surfer has to have the equipment. It's a super important aspect of the sport, so to have the good surfboards under your feet, and those are 5 of the best right there.
There are some interesting rules that come into play with the CT Shaper rankings, and different boards being ridden, say in Hawaii and different places where local shapers are maybe you'd be riding different your board that you'd be riding the DHD, but then some guys jumping onto Twicoros and different boards, so that kind of played in a little bit, but for the most part, I think the surfboards the athletes are riding the shapes that they've been riding. They used to go to all these other boards, but now they're sticking to their guns with Sharp Eyes and Mayhems and Channel Islands because they've been proven over there in the bigger waves and the heavier waves.
Just over 5 minutes remaining in this. It's still Pupo in priority and in the lead in this one from his compatriot, Michael Rodriguez. Seth Moniz with a bit of work yet to do. Igarashi making his way into the water, be taken on Iago Dora in that next heat. Also out in the water in that one will be Jackson Baker. Meanwhile, live action, nice hit with speed. Rodriguez, and again. And just pushing on the back foot, just to emphasize the venom in the turn and a throw-up spray for our panel. Looking to try and attack Pupo, try get into first, or just improve his overall position and avoid that 3rd place, avoid the elimination round.
It is really a battle, it feels like, for that 2nd position right now with 4.5 minutes to go. Seth not needing a big number. That last one of Rodriguez gonna probably, it could factor in, but it's not going to be a huge number. So Seth is going to get an opportunity at the back half of this heat just to get a 5-point ride. I'll be able to turn it for him.
And conditions I feel like they're cleaning up a bit. Rodriguez around the corner, quick snap right there in the lip line. Another beautiful turn, so he's got so much energy and flair. Just needs to get that ramp in front of him so he can really get above the lip and just keep stacking those points.
Couple of lines approaching on a Saturday morning in Portugal. We're sticking out as far west as you can go in the continent of Europe into the Atlantic. It has been a winter that's been delivering swell throughout. A lot of those medium to kind of large swells. Quite often you see it gets big, then it's stormy, goes small when we get the fronts come through. This year it feels like it's been pretty much decent sized swells throughout. A decent turn, pushing hard from Seth Moniz. Pushing a little too hard. He loses grip and goes down. He'll still be looking for a number. Meanwhile, behind him, Rodriguez. And as that wave ran away, he was able just to kind of push through and made sure he got back. Try and hang on to priority, see if he can control things that way with 3 on the clock.
Yeah, at the end of the heats here, about priority is a huge factor playing in. So we'll see how that drops in as they haven't reset that at the moment. But there you go, Rodriguez holding on to the priority. He's going to go over and sit on Moniz then and play the game, see if he can close this heat out.
It's most important, right, at this point in the heat, right, to have that priority. So you can see Rodriguez will now keep Seth Moniz very close, especially knowing that a 4.74 is really a very low number. It's one big move, so it can be happen on a pretty low quality wave. You can still produce the number.
Tense moments for Seth Moniz in the closing stages of this heat. A very gettable score. And he'll need to shake off the close attention of Rodriguez, who just lets him go on this one. Seth, that one will run away from him. That's why Rodriguez showed no real interest in trying to cover him on that. He's like, yeah, if you think you can get something, buddy, go for it. That one just ran away. Meanwhile, again, Seth, a little bit of desperation starting to creep in here, still looking for that 4.
Yeah, well, you got to take a look, right? Because you're sitting in a position of vulnerability.
Pupo streaking down the line and trying to pump from behind the white water. It's never easy here at Super 2 Boss. He'll go down on that without adding to his total, but it's been a pretty confident showing from him in this heat, and it really just reflects the way this stage of his career feels. We mentioned earlier how relaxed he looks, and he's got that experience behind him. He's also now getting some of his career best results, and he'll be stoked to get through, and if he carries on with the win here, straight through with confidence to the next round.
How good is it to see him win in Tahiti? And like, if you're going to look at the tour, and, as a goofy foot, it's like you look at those ones that you want to do well and become a champion at. I mean, Tahiti's pretty solid, right?
They'd be the #1 on the list with that pipeline.
Yeah, that's, I mean, as a goofy footer for sure.
Hopefully they bring back Cloud Break.
Yeah, I think that's one of the world-class waves that belongs on tour for sure.
A minute ago in this one, it is Miguel Pupo who'll just stay away from the other two and let them do their thing. Here goes Rodriguez, he'll use his priority. Good looking wave from him, off the bottom, crisp and vertical, and he'll tag it a second time, arrived late and got it done. Uses that athleticism, the spring in the legs to make sure he got the completion done there, and also crucially holding Seth Moniz off the wave.
Feels like to me that's going to be a number that's going to be kind of similar to what he already has, but here we go.
Here's Seth. He's looking to pull in and catches the rail. That one was running away anyway. It was desperation stations for Seth Moniz, and it's not been his heat at all. He struggled throughout in this one. Just the waves he's been able to take haven't offered him much.
Well, this year he won both his opening rounds in the Billabong Pipeline Pro as well as Sunset. So he had 2 big heat wins there. This is his first time into the elimination round this season, so he can take some positivities here. No worries. He's had a pair of nights to start off the season, so he's good enough with the rankings right now. Those nights are everything.
Yeah. Well, that'll wrap things up in our heat number 7 of the opening round. The 2 Brazilians get through. Pupo, that confidence that he brought into this still on show. Rodriguez getting it done as well. Seth Moniz goes to the elimination round. Join us for more live action from Portugal right after the break.
The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona, is brought to you by MEO, official title partner of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company, and by Corona. This is living.
The world's best surfers are back in Europe. Smiles on the dial of Miguel Pupo, who got a couple of decent numbers. Looked like he's surfing without too much pressure. Enjoying himself out there, expressing himself as well. The panel liked it. And he'll go through and avoid that elimination round, as well his compatriot Michael Rodriguez. Meanwhile, a brand new heat out in the water. Kanoa Igarashi, world number 5 from last season, taking on Iago Dora and Jackson Baker as well. Let's see how these 3 go out here. Kanoa Igarashi, who spent a lot of time in this part of the world, loves Portugal, got a home base down the coast in Ericeira, and surfs here a ton in his warm-up for the season.
I will say in these opening rounds, those heat wins actually mean something now. We kind of moved away from that extra seeding happening with your heat wins, but ultimately now, if you take that heat win, as we watch a beautiful set wave here, look at this thing.
Igarashi covering ground there. That one really opened up. Looked like he was going to pull in and get deeply barreled. It just didn't quite cooperate for him. I think that is a reflection of that low tide that we're seeing. Just kind of break that lip line a bit on that wave. Didn't quite get slotted as he would have hoped. Here he goes again. Also finding speed on this. Really nicely done as he punts above the lip. Doesn't get the completion on that one. but already looking at those right-handers with speed down the beach.
Just to elaborate real quickly on that, you know, the opening round is if you get those heat wins, it'll help you into the seeding into the next round, right? So it's important, especially if you're a lower seed, like you know, in the blue or white jersey, and you get that heat win, especially if you're the very low seed, you're getting that extra, you know, juice going into that next round. And I like that happens. It kind of mixes up the seeding, so we start to see different surfers surfing against each other.
Also out in the water, and this Yago Dora showed us some great performances last year. Had an injury-troubled season early on, but when he came back really strong. Couple of thirds, Rio and J-Bay. And here he is on the forehand. Nice hit off the top. So much speed throughout the turn. A little wrap onto the inside as it goes small. And throwing in the variety as well. So 3 distinctly different maneuvers and a decent way to open up for Yago.
Oh, I love it. I loved, you know, he probably was inspired too watching Miguel Pupo in that last heat, you know, seeing him come away with a couple of really nice little lefts and then getting back on the backhand. So you can see how fired up he is right here. He's just really quick in the lip. He's found a way with a little, you know, punch in the pocket there. The Mayhem looking good under his feet right there. So just, you know, really warm-up wave, but really fast and flary.
I love how he uses his size. You know, there's that body language, English. You know, he compresses when he needs to compress. He opens up, so it accentuates the turn. It lengthens the rail in his maneuvers. Again, he gets quick in turns and transitions, and then compresses, and then pops back up again. And so utilizing that size, those big shock absorbers he has for legs.
I've seen you do that, Pete.
It's any big human, you got to use stuff.
Baker, bang, right off the top. Another quick hit right there. So, you know, Baker's one of those surfers where you're not going to see him go for those crazy airs, but we saw it all day. We saw fundamental surfing coming through. All right, we saw it this morning from Connor O'Leary. We saw it from Miguel Pupo, and then we're seeing it again from Baker. I like that kind of surfing. Fast, quick, strong fundamentals.
Here goes Doro with a quick in and out, looking to go to the backhand. Surfed really well at J-Bay last year. One of the standout performers at that wave. Does have explosive maneuvers going both ways. Quite the entry I was looking for into that wave, though.
That's what I was going to say. It's kind of nice to see
they're human.
Yeah, exactly, right? I do that all the time. Every session I'll be doing that, but to see it actually happen here at the highest level, it does happen.
Here he goes. What's he got for us here? He's got some speed. He's looking for a wrap. He finds one. And again, he'll throw that one away. So we've seen a couple already of those from Igarashi's looking at those rights with the speed. I feel like he's identified the kind of waves he's looking for.
Usually his technique is spot on. Right there, his hips got a little in front of the board. You know, they have to be centered over the top, kind of actually behind it, and then leveling out over the top as you land. And that one, he was just like, his hips were out in front of it almost, and it pushed away. He went for the slob air grab, but just didn't come down with it.
It's like, you're exactly right. It's actually how you get your pop, right? You hip forward, you move your hips forward to get the pop, but you have to level it out as you're going in the air, and it's very tough to do sometimes.
We're celebrating International Women's Day all month here in Portugal. Let's hear from Jackson Baker and his choices.
For this year's International Women's Day, I'll be having Carissa Moore on my back. I've been lucky enough over the last year, my first year on tour, my coach, Mitchell Ross, is also her coach, and we've kind of become really close friends, and she's still just, when we hang out every day, it's just like she's a normal person. She's not Carissa Moore, the 5-time world champion. She's just like a really good friend of mine, and that's kind of why she inspires me the most. And to have her on my back is, yeah, really cool. So to be able to do that.
All right, Jackson Baker, inspired by the 5-time world champ, Carissa Moore, as are pretty much everyone in the world who surfs, I would say, and what a great ambassador she is. And interesting with those coach camps, it's not necessarily an association that would leap out at you, those two, but both working with Mitchell Ross and able to see how Carissa does what she does close up. Pretty cool.
She's definitely my pick. I just think she's one of those people that gives back, you know, so much to her community, and More Aloha Foundation and everything she does, you know, for the community back in Hawaii. And then, you know, as a 5-time world champ, you know, she's obviously has the accolades and the brass to show everybody that, you know, she's accomplished. But then she settles back into being a person and her human, like, side coming out and all of her emotion and everything that we saw at the WSL Awards, and that feeling that you got from her, just getting on the level and just breaking down, you know, life and what it is to be a champion and be on tour with all the rest of the surfers. It's such a beautiful moment. So my hat's off to Carissa Moore.
Open with the vulnerabilities of it all, right? You know, you think about what happened at the, you know, she dominated last year all season long, right? And had to have the, you know, losing to Steph Gilmore and the momentum there, and just the feelings that brought up for her, and it being able to articulate it to the world. And it's just, it's so neat to have that vulnerability there for someone that seems so invulnerable.
And so far from what we've seen of her this year, she's looking like she's come back strong.
Yeah, it's not affecting her whatsoever, and that's what you love about it, right? She can leave it after, it's almost expressing it, kind of just, you know, you admit to it, right, and feel it. Okay, move it on. We're going on.
It's like baggage, you know. It's like stuff you hold on to, but you gotta, if you don't get it out, it just stays with you. So I think it's so fresh and healthy.
What about the Apple AirTag?
She did.
What about the Apple AirTag? When you have it in your luggage, it's never going to leave you. You know, you always know it's there.
But it's also an interesting point, you know, thinking about finals day and those close losses, think about Tati and the year before and just coming so close and almost coming down to one turn. With Carissa and Steph, it was kind of one-way traffic, right? Carissa was never really at that. Maybe, weirdly, that's almost sometimes maybe a bit easier to process in that, okay, it just wasn't my day, it wasn't happening for me, move on.
Well, strategically, you think about that day specifically as your #1 seed, right? How do you manage that day? Do you come down in the morning and you sit it out, you watch the momentum, you watch that whole thing, or you sit at home and you kind of like try to detach from it and then show up and kind of fire up? I mean, there's different strategies for that type of day, and I don't know if there's one way to really map it out and go, this is the way to do it. It's just, you know, and she felt like she was at home and she came in cold. I mean, that was the admission to the whole thing, was like, hey, there was all this momentum happening and I had to like somehow stop it, and just I couldn't.
Live action here from Yago Dora. Off the bottom, opens up with a quick hit in the pocket and again, and he liberates the fins. Real technical surfing, super sprightly and light on his feet for a big man, and gets it done for a finish. So Yago leading the heat. Prior to that, just had a real low number though. That'll get improved upon, and he'll be feeling pretty happy with 20 to go, about the opening 10 minutes of this heat, where he's at in the water. Baker will pick him up on the inside. He'll want to get some scores on the board as well. And someone who was very able to get scores in the last heat, Miguel Pupo, with Louisa. All right, let's pick up here as Yago goes on this replay, and some nice tags there, Strider.
Beautiful surfing by Yago. Yago's on fire. I feel like he's just, you know, feeling comfortable. He's identified these nice little fun, fast little rippy lefts, and he's got a great board under his feet. So great surfing. We saw the replay of Jackson Baker there too, two-turn banger, and looked like he was on a good one. So I think this heat's actually gotten really great momentum actually as it comes in.
Live action again, not wasting any time. Here's Dora. And just floats it up, covers some ground, and blows out the tail as well. Nice and smooth on that rotation. So Yago Dora's not wasting any time here as he gets a wave, gets another right behind it. And this one really heating up in terms of the action. Yago Dora finding opportunities out there. Jackson Baker has dropped a 6 and got himself into the lead in this one. And so far it's Igarashi a little bit on the ropes here. Plenty of time left to go though.
That's right. Sometimes it clicks for you, and sometimes it doesn't. Right now, it feels like Yago and Jackson are clicking. But you saw the anticipation on that last wave. We were looking for something big from Yago. He's got a really good backhand loop on him, or whatever you want to call it, big backside 3. And we saw the telegraphing happening, but the section just didn't. And that little bit of moment in, like, between two minds, but being able to execute the move anyway, even though you wanted the section for an air and didn't do it, and able to get the float done. And that's something that's special, right? That being able to, you know, because it's changing, your canvas is changing constantly. So sometimes you're going to be a little bit late or a little early, and you have to have some sort of adjustments happening there. And that's just instinct. You know, and the best surfers in the world are able to do that pretty much without thinking about it.
And with that, you really have to capitalize on each moment. So Igarashi's had a few great waves in this heat that looked like they were going to offer him up some big sections, and he did not capitalize on them. So you don't get that many opportunities. Here at Super Tubos, you can get back in the lineup. There are a lot of waves arriving on. the sandbars, but you got to be there for them, and you also have to have priority for them. So when you have that opportunity, you have to execute.
Only got 30 minutes to do it, right? I mean, that's the time limit. That's why this is so crazy. It's like, yeah, you can put somebody out in the water all day long, and they'll be the best surfer in the water all day long, but you got to put it in 30 minutes. It's a whole different strategy.
Thinking about Jackson Baker's season last year, ended up finishing 23rd. Made the cut, got a few ninths early on in the season. Other than that, a couple of 17ths. Thinking about 9th place before the cut, it's not making you super safe. Obviously, you know,
they help though.
They help, but
yeah.
How do you make that step up from 9th to make it to come into finals day? What is the difference between surfers around that kind of cut line and surfers really sort of imposing themselves on the rest of the field? Let's stick with live. We'll revisit that. He's looking to do exactly that here. Baker, nicely done. Light on his feet off the top, drifts the tail, and then tags it to finish. Another nice combination of turns from Jacko Baker.
Easy answer is get good waves. Get the best waves in the heat. You know, but there's so many layers to it, right? There's confidence that comes with it. Being able to just like going, hey, you know, what do the judges want from me specifically? You know, and you think about Jackson, he's definitely one of those surfers that is able to utilize speed really well, like where he turns, where he does this stuff. He doesn't have to work too hard to get speed. And he tacks the lip. Very good foundation. Doesn't make many errors. Very competitively savvy. Knows how to compete in heats. You know, but there's an X factor that you need, and I think that's where you start to go above those ninths and stuff like that. Is showcasing stuff that you just don't see every day. You know, surprise the judges somehow, some way, and you're always looking for that inspiration.
As we'll watch a concerted paddle effort here from Kanoa Igarashi. Another one of these running rights from him. A slightly smaller wave. Again, looking for a ramp, a flat spin, and he'll get the rotation done. That's going to feel a lot better. 3rd place in this heat. Not where he wants to be prior to that score coming in. It's quite a meaty number. He needs 693.
Yeah, I wouldn't think he's going to get the score there. You know, the maneuver was technical and where he did it, but if you watch, the board doesn't really get up above the lip. He kind of projects out into the flats, and then you know, they really want to see that tail get up above the lip line and up above kind of your shoulder and your head. So you know that score might come in a little low.
I'll wait for the judges to throw a number in for Kanoa Igarashi. Let's go and hear from the winner of the last heat, Miguel Pupo. He's with Louisa.
Yeah, and he was just checking his Apple Watch. Miguel has this permanent smile. Miguel, I saw you at dinner the other night, and you were saying how good it is to be back in Portugal, how this is our motherland. It hits home a little bit. So I wonder, how does this affect your confidence to surf this wave?
It helps a lot, you know, just to speak Portuguese and eat some good food. And I've been here for 12 days now, so it's been a long time. I got used to the cold water and stuff, and testing my boards, they feel pretty good. So we were just waiting on the winds to help us out and see what's going to happen.
It helped you, but I want to talk about something. Last year you picked a Brazilian tennis player, and this year you did again. So I'm wondering, if not surfer, would you be a tennis player, and why did you pick her?
Definitely my second favorite spot. You know, I play a couple of times a week when I can, and with my friends, and even other surfers. William play with me, and Mateus Navarro as well. And I like tennis a lot. You know, I follow all year long. And Luisa, I'm a huge fan of her. You know, because she had a pretty tough run. She got injured in a Grand Slam semifinal, which was really tough, and she came back strong. She won the first medal for Brazilian tennis, so on Olympics, so that's pretty nice too, and I'm a big fan of her for sure.
Big inspiration. Mas vamos falar português, vai. Miguel, todos os brasileiros avançando, sem sombra de dúvida. E, meu, vocês cresceram nessa onda, fazendo mágica em beach break, né? Isso aqui não é nada novo para você. Que tipo de vantagem você acha que vocês ganham vindo surfar aqui em Supertubos?
Acho que a gente tem muita vantagem, porque o instinto que a gente tem é de beach break, então acho que isso é uma grande vantagem. A gente tem o faro para esse tipo de onda, e isso ajuda bastante. Eu acho que reflete nos resultados, e espero poder avançar ainda mais. E eu sei que esse é o segundo melhor evento da minha carreira, sempre vou muito bem aqui em Portugal, espero continuar seguir nesse mesmo caminho.
So I asked him, you know, these guys, all the Brazilians that advancing, these guys, like, they grew up in beach breaks, making magic with these conditions. So I wondered, like, I asked him if he sees any advantage, and like, of course, we don't know anything better than this. And he just said that this is like, you know, his second best event of his career, and he just wants to keep advancing and, you know, probably win the event. So let's see. Good luck.
Great energy from Miguel Pupo. And a great way to kick things off over here in Portugal Place. He's real comfortable. Let's pick up live. Here's your heat leader, Jackson Baker. Uses priority, doesn't use it particularly wisely.
In reflection on Miguel and just where he is in his career. Like you think about, there was some, you know, there were sponsor pressures and then there was family pressures. As we see Kanoa here, important way for him.
Schraupen off the top, opening up the shoulders. Igarashi tags it again. So a couple of maneuvers early on in this wave, and he'll still want more. Gets a finish as well. A flat 5, the requirement for him. He's not really been at the races thus far in this heat. Still got 11.5 minutes. He's going to need a little bit more where that came from.
And just to finish up that thought in regards to Miguel, he's in probably the best place in his career. He's got kids, he's got family, everything's set. Sponsorships are there for him. Board's got logos on it, right? He's got Pupo to bring him up. Like he's in a perfect place in his career, and it shows in the surfing and his performance.
Just over 11 to go in this one. At the moment, it's the Australian Jackson Baker with the best of it. Kanoa Igarashi, well, number 5 last year, got a bit of work to do. This guy coming soon, two-time world champ. We'll be right back. And a very warm welcome back to the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. Out in the water right now, Heat 8 of the opening round. We'll see the Aussie Jackson Baker with the best of it. Decent numbers for him, a decent total, certainly in the context of what we've seen so far today. Meanwhile, during the break, Iago Dora.
Yeah, big backside hooks right there, blowing the tail, just getting the energy flow out there. That was beautiful. Those first 2 turns had a lot in it, so really fun to watch. And then bang, right back out there for one more. We talked about quick waves, and, well, this man is quick on the backhand and throwing it right up into the lip. Wow, where'd that come from, Pete?
Gotta love it, right? I mean, again, in the adjustment in that backhand hook, he was late, or I don't even know where, he was early maybe, and he just was able to get that thing stomped in there. And then look at this.
Wow! Drops the kick tail. I mean, that was ridiculous. He's riding out of that? Come on, where are you at? That was unbelievable, Baker. I love it.
Spontaneity, showcasing something different. That's what he needs to do. In order to start getting into those the quarterfinals, onto finals day, it's that style of stuff. Just showcasing something like you didn't expect it, it came out of nowhere, and you pull it off.
So far, so good for Jackson Baker. He does drop back to second place, though, by virtue of the 6.67 from Dora, who just uses that skill set to throw down the highest number of the heat so far. He's surfed himself into form in this one, 9 waves from Iago, and puts himself in first. And I guess, you know, one eyebrow raise at the performance thus far of Kanoa Igarashi.
Yeah, you know, Igarashi's searching out there. It's an unfortunate place for him at the moment. It's not what you'd think he'd be seeing. He's kind of had a rough go this year. He's sitting 17th. You know, he's doing okay, but it's not what you would think after a Final 5 berth last year.
Here goes Dora again. looking at a section. And he seems to be able to do those with no backswing at all. Didn't even have heaps of speed and still able to get a rotation. It is a rotation out the back of the wave, though. It will be incomplete. And he won't do damage on the scoreboard. But having the lead with 7 on the clock, he's going to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, and you know, I know he's in the lead. I really loved that Jackson Baker turn, the way that he pushed into that thing and just all that momentum. He had 1 foot off and pulling it back on, and then actually, you know, getting back upright was really a beautiful thing for me.
Here goes Baker again, using priority. Nice, smooth, shiny face for him. A speed turn off the top. And again, this one just running away from him a little bit. He's never really able to square up in the first couple of maneuvers, and he just kind of stomps the foot on a moosey section to finish. Not sure that will be a huge number for Jackson.
More importantly, he kept off his opponent. Kanoa Igarashi was looking at that wave, and this is, you know, when you're watching it on the screen, you're thinking, all right, here we go, here's another wave for Baker, but really, the most important part of that was that he kept off his opponent. Here he is.
Here goes Igarashi. What's he got for us here? A speed turn with a bit of back foot to open up, but as he does that, the wave runs away and no real major section down the line. Meanwhile, a bit of meat out the back door, your heat leader. Whipping turn high in the pocket, sets himself up and goes vertical, pushes the board all the way through the lip, and the timing's sweet. And his confidence is growing and growing with every wave.
Yeah, Iago really having fun out there. You could see it in the surfing, and it's so fun to, you know, put the I'm just going surfing hat on, and that's what you feel from his surfing right now, Pete, is that when you're watching him ride these waves, it just looks like he's having a good time. And then you put the two together, and you're going to have some success.
For sure. Yeah, and again, he's just looking at this going, oh, that's another little day at the beach break at home. You know, he's got such a solid backhand, you know, and the forehand. He's got aerials both directions. So he'd be coming into the seat very confident that he was going to put up good numbers. In contrast, you know, Kanoa has been having a bit of a struggle. We saw this at the very first event of the year. You know, his first round heat at Pipeline was a shocker. He just came out of there with like 0.5 and a 0.8, you know, and into the elimination round. So he's done this before. He was able to turn it around there. As you watch Jackson here, but you were mentioning, you know, is this going to be into his top 2? Probably not for Jackson. You know, the number's almost there, but you're right about that. Holding off Kanoa was kind of a key element of this wave.
Yeah, well, you know, great down the line, kind of lateral surfing here for Baker as the wave ran away from him, and you know, doing the best he could with what he had there. Baker looking really solid out there, though. Iago obviously looking the best, but this was Kanoa trying to kind of clean it up, so to speak. A quick 3, then back up into the lip, but he's trying to manufacture something out of there. He needs a pretty solid score.
He's capable of doing that, though. Like his surfing, the types of surfing that he can do on a mediocre wave is definitely one that can get bigger and fetch bigger numbers. So again, he's just trying to really, right now at this point in the heat, have a 5-minute heat and turn it around.
But I'm actually, you know, I'm kind of baffled about Kanoa's status on tour at the moment, because he's coming off of, you know, being in, you know, top 5 in the world. I mean, this guy was just, to me, he was like looking at, like, he could be looking for a world title this year. And right now, he's struggling. It's just such an interesting juxtaposition to where he left off last year.
Well, and especially when you look at Billabong Pipe Pro and the Hurley Pro at Sunset Beach, those 2 events last year, I mean, he's been semifinalist and you know, at Pipeline, runner-up at Sunset Beach. So, yeah, I mean, he came out of those ones on a heater. This year, you know, it's been a little different change for him. So this is going to be neat to see how he reacts at this portion of the year.
Yeah, right? That's my point exactly, Pete. And, you know, like, what is the difference? What's happened out there, Paul?
Well, he's got just over 3 minutes in this.
Paul, you going to answer?
Turn it around. You know what? Sometimes you get off to a shaky start. You have to kind of rethink a little bit, just change something up, just do something a little differently and come back stronger than ever. Let's see what he's got.
Kanoa had a wind-up right here at a big section for the...
Oh, he's got that one down.
He's looking for it, but coming unstuck. You know, it's just...
Hey, some of those days, your feet are a little shaky. That's what it feels like a little bit. He's just not connected today. So it's just now at this point going, okay, will the elimination round go for the men? No. So you won't have to... You can turn around, have a little think about it tonight.
The other side...
It's not over it either. It only needs a 7-1.
The other kind of obvious point, of course, if you're losing early in heats, you know, early on in the season, you're not getting much time surfing heats because you're getting eliminated and you're not getting loads of time, and you're almost kind of that thing that was second nature. He's just used to getting through, used to being there on finals day, always a contender. Suddenly you just feel like you're in a little bit of a different place.
Discombobulated?
I like it.
I'm discombobulated. He's discombobulated me because I was talking him up as a title contender this year, and now I'm just, you know, on the back heels.
Baker on a meaty one. He's got some speed off the bottom. What's he got off the top? Floats the first section, and he aims at this one. He'll slam it shut. Nicely done. Just kind of wrestle a little bit in the white water, and the judges will have a look at that. They can be quite harsh markers. They don't want to see our surfers spending too much time in the whitewash.
Baker goes left.
He goes left. Yeah, he does. And I was going to say that I mean, he's Merriweather. It's you know.
It was a joke, Pete.
Okay. But he has such great technique. You see that little subtle little like adjustment in the lip. Watch this in the replay here, but he goes in the lip and he glides up and over. And that's that adjustment. And that's where he keeps that board speed up. He's always about keeping the board speed up. So he goes into the next maneuver with a ton of speed. And that's why his technique is so good. Great foundation.
All right, just over a minute to go. Dora was able to improve with the 5.77. Having another look here at this wave from Jackson, is really trying to consolidate on seconds.
Yeah, you know, he looks really strong out there, and I think the type of surfing that he's doing is just that beautiful fundamental surfing we've been talking about through the day, and I really enjoy it. I feel like that solid, just power surfing is what is pushing through today.
I will say though, judges were like, floaters, 2.1.
Well, no, that wasn't
2.1 for that.
Wasn't like an amazing scoring wave. I like the flow that he's keeping.
Yeah, and that's what I say. That's part of his, you know, one of the things that makes him so appealing is the ability to keep that speed up always.
Baker in live action again here. So not wasting any time, just making sure at the end of this heat, and he swings it around in rapid succession, bringing it to the inside. Where's Kanoa Igarashi? He'll have priority, be in the lineup alone right now, under 20, looking for a 7-1. That's a huge number in the context of what we've seen go down today.
He could do it.
Oh, for sure he can do it.
And he's prowling around there. This might be, we'll have to go this wave ultimately. Looking to go up into the very good, almost close to the excellent range. Kanoa Igarashi here flying down the line. And that pretty much sums up how the heat's gone for him. And he'll be frustrated with the way that one worked out. Just unable to find opportunities.
He cares, and I like to see that. You know, there wasn't just like, oh, well, we'll try again. He's pissed about losing that heat, and you could see it on the kick out with the board, and I like to see that. I like to see the emotion and the feeling of, you know, I really wanted to do well, and he didn't.
Igarashi will go to the elimination round. Dora and Baker will make it through. Opening day competition here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. More live real soon.
Portugal, it'll always have a place in my heart because it's where I accomplished this lifelong goal for the first time. the coastline is rugged and the ocean is raw. There's always something around the next corner, and you just never know what it's going to be. I feel fortunate to get to spend the time that I do there. Feels similar to home for me. The ocean is super powerful. I really love it because if one side's onshore, the other side's offshore. And for me, that's a dream. I like to go and explore and find my own peaks. There's always another wave kind of around the bend. When you get to surf a sandbank by yourself, and all the tide and the swell and the weather, everything comes together and you score it alone, there's no better part of surfing.
Yeah, Portugal, a special place to John Florence, and also Happy Jackson Baker coming in, avoiding the elimination round in that heat number 8 of this opening round here at the MEO Rip Curl Portugal Pro, presented by Corona. And we're into John Florence out in the heat against Kolohe Andino and Matthew McGillivray. I'm Kaipo along with Jesse Mendez. Got a great heat right here, Jesse.
What a stacked heat, Kaipo. Great energy from all of them. Kolohe obviously being a little bit more feisty, and he's come up and riding. Going down the line, that was a great air, just missing it right there, just a little bit in the end. But yeah, looks like expect fireworks on this heat with this wind blowing into the right now.
Yeah, Kolohe Andino, you know, he's kind of got his back up against the wall right now. When we look at framing the mid-season cut, Andino coming in, this is his 10th season on the championship tour, coming into stop number 3, number 24 on the leaderboard. That is below the cut line with 2/17 already finishes in Hawaii. So kind of a disappointing performance in Hawaii for Kolohe Andino. Is going to have to make it up here in Portugal.
Yes, definitely. And you expect a lot from Kolohe in any stop on tour, right? Like, he's great in barrels, great on big waves. So obviously he was hoping for a better result in Hawaii. He has done, I think, finals before at the Volcom Pipe Pro. So he's a great surfer out there, and just with his back against the wall and now just trying to make the most of this wave. Nice rotation, just got stuck a little bit. I felt like his board got stuck so John coming up now. And very flary, mostly for John, usually a more composed surfer, but that looked very nice on that little wave, and just finishing off strongly, and great little start for him.
Wow, and here we go, Matty McGillivray.
Matty got caught a little bit behind and came up nice. Yeah, nice finish turn. Just not the ideal wave he was probably hoping for, but something to get on the board and start from there.
Here we go, looking again, John Florence, wave number 2, looking down the line, ramp seeking for the 2-time world champ. Finds it, throws it up there, smashes the landing, but is unable to ride out of that complete. Opened up with a 4-point ride. John Florence got a new model under his feet from Paisel Surfboards, the Red Tiger. And it's looking very skatey in these beach break conditions, Jesse.
I know, and it's great to watch him actually develop to that, because you think of John, you think of big open walls and big airs on bigger conditions, but he looks very feisty, and that board looks great on his foot, and yeah, generating a lot of speed, and excited to watch. It's going to be fireworks in this heat.
Pada Bend, Iago Dora, let's hear from him. He's with AJ.
Iago coming in with the high wave score of the heat. What did you see in those waves that you were able to take advantage of?
Yeah, it was just tricky conditions, you know. You just had to catch anything you found, and a lot of closeouts. So I was going on any shoulders I could see out there, and I knew I did a good first turn on that wave, but the wave kind of died on me, and then I was like, I need an air or something, and maybe I'll go to first, and that's what I tried to do, and the score came and it was enough. So yeah, it's good. It's good to make heats.
It's very good to make heat, especially with the pressure here in Portugal. Jack Robinson pointed out, and he said, hey, he's got a new look, a little bit of new energy coming in here to Portugal. How are you handling the pressure?
Yeah, I'm looking like a rookie again, and it's new energy. I just wanted to change a little bit. I felt like doing it, so Yeah, I really love Portugal. I don't feel the pressure at all. I'm just really happy to be here and happy to surf my heats.
We've gotten a chance to see and hear about some of the women who have inspired our athletes. For you, who are you wearing on your back and how does she inspire you?
Yeah, I'm wearing Hortência. She's a basketball Hall of Famer, Brazilian, and I think she's the greatest Brazilian basketball player of all time. So it's an honor to represent her. And I just got into basketball a few years ago, so I'm a new fan, but I really follow it now. So yeah, I enjoy watching her videos, and I decided to represent her.
Você quer mandar mensagem para o Brasil?
Obrigado a todos que ficaram na torcida. As ondinhas estão difíceis, mas deu para avançar. Previsão um pouco melhor para os próximos dias, então vamos nessa.
Parabéns.
Obrigado.
All right. Well, you know, Iago Dora winning his heat. Maybe it was good karma because Iago did put in some time leading up to this event. We had a We Are One Ocean activation with Hope Zones Foundation as well as Sea Forester, where we were, you know, helping reforest seaweed, kelp here in Peniche, and they also do the good work over there at Nazare. Iago Dora, he showed up for the activation. He got his hands dirty, and so what a great guy, you know, both in surfing but giving back to our One Ocean and helping those two WSL Pure grantees, Hope Zones Foundation and Sea Forester. It was a great day.
Iago is an amazing human more than an amazing athlete. Like, obviously, you know how good he is in the water, but he's such a great human and so kind to everyone and just giving it back. I didn't expect anything less from him because that's the type of person he is.
Yeah.
And Kolohe up and riding.
Here we go, brother. What's he got? Big air there with the slob grab. Stomps that one. Another section in front of Andino. Snap to finish. So put it together finally after a couple of failed attempts. Kolohe Andino puts it all together on ride number 4 here.
Great effort for Kolohe. Like, that's what you expect from him, right? Slow start from the season, but here we go. Second wave right now, right? Third wave, sorry. And just a great air projecting into the flats in a slob grab, which is your front hand grab in the rail. And very tricky to do, very technical. Amazing surfing for Kolohe right now.
Like it in slow motion. Appreciate this.
Look at his footwork. Foot moving forward, both feet, front and back. Just giving him that extra stabilization for landing and just straight into a nice finish right there.
Yeah, the Mayhem surfboard under his feet looking skatey and solid. And we'll be waiting for that number for Kolohe Andino. 5.33 takes Andino to the lead. John Florence goes to second. Maddie McGillivray with that priority sitting in third place.
Yeah, and we look back here as the usual of Peniche, Portugal Super Tubes. They're constantly moving. I think we got Kolohe up and riding. I'll get back to that.
Finds another one, tucks into a little pocket ride, oncoming section, snaps it, little fin release for Andino. He's going to back up that 5.33 in very quick fashion. So smart surfing by Kolohe Andino.
Yes, great decision for him, third priority. He was a little bit down the point, so he had the opportunity to get a backup and at least get that out of the way. Now he can just focus and look for a better quality wave and just capitalize on his best score.
So that's the kind of momentum I feel that Andino is looking for in this heat and a comeback in Portugal to what we talked about, a disappointing start in Hawaii, but he's looking like he's got the conditions just dialed in here. There's some tricky beach break.
Very tricky beach break. Huge tides, so that changes a lot during every heat. And as you can see, I was watching the heat before from the competitors area, and I'll get back to you in non-stop action.
Here we go. McGillivray. Quick snap for the South African. Round carve with a little release at the end there for Matty. And that will be his best effort so far. So far has a 2.5 in his score line. He's going to back that up. A 2.44 will bump John Florence out of second place and put Matty McGillivray right in there.
Yes, great effort for him. A nice size wave. Great first turn, just kind of trying to set up for the second one right here where he pushes the back foot, gets some good release, and it's a very complete turn, like very on rail all the way around, and this is where his score is going to come out of it. Right there, see as he brings his back arm and just swings it around, bringing that extra power to it. That was great surfing from Matt, and you always expect him to do very good on rail, but he's not afraid to throw big airs. I actually was watching the waves a few days ago on the other side on the back beaches, and he did a massive full rotation, and he's very good at airs as well, so expect some fireworks from him.
A lot of variety in the repertoire for Matthew McGillivray. 4.5 drops for the South African. He moves into second. John Florence into third. Churinho, João Chianca warming up for his matchup, which is going to be upcoming after this heat against Nat Young and Ian Gentile.
Yeah, and talk about momentum, right, in the career. You see João got qualified last year. Had an amazing start, but still fell off because he just, I guess, luck of the draw, right? And then started the Challenger Series very slow, went into a big result at the US Open, and then qualified again, started this year in like right foot forward, right? Like just going bang to bang, back to back, and just great results for him in Hawaii.
Yeah, double semifinals for João Chianca, currently number 3 in the world. So what a difference a year makes for João. He's going to be one of the surfers on fire. Speaking of surfers on fire, John off the bottom, quick off the top with that snap, glides through a cutback, setting up for this inside section. Inside section presents itself. John attacks it, lip glide, perfectly timed. John going to go back into second, perhaps take the lead.
Yeah, it's a great surf wave for him. The wave was a little flatter in the beginning. Wasn't able to really be able to capitalize too much in the beginning, but nice finish and comboed 3 turns back to back, so that was great. And it looks like all of those 3 surfers are so warmed up right now, like they look on point, so it's going to be a great heat. Check it out. He had to really like go beyond vertical to find that little lip and give it a good cut back and generate speed just to finish right here with a lot of confidence on his board, so that looked great in the end. Check this out. Big bottom turn going beyond vertical to find that only little spot, that only little whitewash that was giving him the opportunity to hit it. And then right here, just some downtime and a big finish. So good surfing for John. I don't think it's going to be a crazy score, but it's definitely a good wave for him to put in his board.
Yeah, John's got to be, mentally, this is a great stop for him. This just happened. Replay, Chloe Andino.
Little shorter wave, not much wall in front of him, so he really had to manage, and I think he was probably a little disappointed with how the wave looked as he was paddling and how the wave turned out to be, and that's what happens in Portugal. Just constantly changing and just not predictable whatsoever, so those guys have to adapt and improvise every second.
Last score for John, a 5.07. John takes the lead. Kolohe Andino in second place. Last score for Kolohe, a 2-point ride, will not change the situation. John in first, Kolohe in second, and Matty McGillivray here utilizing priority. Needs a 4.34 on this wave. Nice start for McGillivray. Glides through a couple turns, a little late for the finish, but hangs on to make sure that he goes complete. So we'll see if that number presents itself on that performance from Matthew McGillivray.
Yeah, Kaipo, I think he nailed that. He was just a little bit off time on that whole wave. So what that makes is just every turn he did, he was hitting a little too late, and just that there's not that exclamation point. See right here, nice scarf, but then he got a little stuck on the foam, and then he hit it late, that section and the closeout. So that's a bummer for him because it was a great start to the wave. Just, yeah, a little bit late to the party on those last 2.
Looking down the beach here at Super Tubos and the peninsula that we are on of Peniche. Good memories for John Florence. 2016, he was the winner here in the final against Connor Coffin, and also, was able to take home his first world title, 1 of 2 for John Florence. So just getting reinvigorated, coming back into the Atlantic here for John. Matthew McGillivray on camera here with Bianca Bundag on the back of his jersey, another South African surfer that is his celebration for International Women's Day. Kolohe Andino. Snap there for Andino. Big finish. And a 3.74 will take Andino to the lead. So back and forth between Kolohe Andino and John Florence right now.
Great surfing for Kolohe. Very tricky wave to ride. As he was halfway through the wave, he went through that rip that we always talk about here that makes it very challenging for the surfer to keep his rail. But he was able to manage through that, no problem, and finish it strong. So it's not a big score that he's needing. I have the feeling that he's probably going to get and go into the lead, but we'll see what's going to happen.
13 minutes, 10 seconds. Another set coming through here. John's not going to use priority on that one. As we fly above, we can see the repositioning. John paddling in the red jersey. Matthew McGillivray in the blue jersey in that second priority. Last score of Andino, a 2.13. Let's take a break. We'll be back with the conclusion of this heat. All of this happening here at the MEO Rip Curl Portugal Pro presented by Corona. Let's wind it back to 2014. It's Super Tubos. John Florence airdropping into a cavern and coming out for a 10-point ride for John. One more time. Look at this, Jesse.
He was right at home right there in that takeoff, huh? Feels like it was almost a backdoor wave, but with the sand bottom. So amazing to see just how late he was and how he was capable to just treat it like it's nothing, like it's a 2-foot wave.
The magic of John Florence, that 10-point ride. 10-point rides in 2023, it's not going to just earn you 10 points. It's going to earn you a Yeti Tundra 110 cooler. We're going to give those coolers away all year long for 10-point rides on the 2023 Championship Tour. Kolohe Andino, currently in second place in this heat. Big snap there for Andino, brother. Gets a little loose there, a little too loose perhaps, and goes down. Needs a 6.58 in which to go into first place. Again, first and second going to advance into the round of 32. Third is really the dangerous position. This happened during the break, Jesse. This is a 6.83 for John Florence.
Great wave for John. Nice wave selection. See how the wave kept the same pace throughout the whole wave. So that's great for him to just explore as much as he wants out of that wave and get the most of it. So you see that second turn really applying pressure on the back foot and just enough pressure for him to make the most of it, but still come out with a lot of speed. First turn, right, redirecting right there. Kind of a little airdrop straight into a bottom turn into the second turn right here. A nice layback carve, not layback carve, like layback snap kind of, and just finish it off very strong.
Yeah, I saw the judges' scores. One judge going as high as a 7.5 for John Florence. This is the last of Matty McGillivray. We're waiting for this number.
Tough wave to negotiate in the beginning and into a big air, and he lands it. As I was telling you, he's very good at those. It's just maybe not seen it so much and now we expect it, but he's good at it.
McGillivray salvaged that ride with that big air in the end, a 5.6, and the South African fans, they appreciate that here on the beach at Super Tubos. So McGillivray goes to second. Kolohe and Dino drops to that dangerous position in third place, and Dino, with third priority in third place, needs a 4.78.
Yeah, how fast can things change, right? Kolohe got that small wave, ended up losing the rail on the second turn, fell off, and then back-to-back kind of John and then Matt McGillivray coming with a 5.6 and putting him in a tough spot right now with third priority. And we got 8 minutes left and backs against the wall.
Wow, and what looked like at the beginning of this heat, really Kolohe and Dino getting back into rhythm, back into form, putting things together. There's Andino on your screen, and now he needs a 4.78. He's celebrating Sydney McLaughlin on his jersey for International Women's Day. She's Olympic track and field runner out of San Clemente, another hometown girl that he's in support. She supports him, he supports her. A great, you know, great chemistry there coming out of San Clemente. A lot of John Florence jerseys on the beach right now.
And talk about a city that provides a lot of good athletes. You know, you have so many of them. You have on surfing side, Griffin, him, all the Grums coming up, Cade Madison, Jet Sterling, and all of those kids. And then on track and field, you got her. It's that's something on that special in that place.
Yeah, great skateboarders coming out of San Clemente as well. So a nice slice of Southern California. Well, we saw the 12 jerseys for John Florence. A lot of John fans on the beach here. Maddie's looking to make some fans of his own. McGillivray hucks it again, and quick feet. Like you said, Jesse, you know, that wasn't much of a wave, but was able to generate some speed and spin up pretty quickly through that air reverse.
Yes, you know, making a lemonade out of a lemon, because that wasn't that great of a wave. I think almost he expected probably that wave to be a little better, but as he took off, the wave split right there, and then wasn't able to generate too much speed. So he saw that section, eyed it down, and great rotation. I don't think it's going to better his 4.5, but fair enough. He did as much as he could on that wave.
Yeah, it's a 3.83 for this ride that we're seeing in slow motion. But look at the study here of being able to do that quick rotation and that solid landing to spin out of.
Yes, just adapting to that section. The section came at him a little wobbly, and he was just able to make the most out of it. And yeah, you know, one thing that I thought was super cool, that he picked Bianca as his woman.
Yeah.
And I grew up competing with Bianca, and he's such an amazing, talented surfer coming out of South Africa. And she's been on tour for a few years, so I'm sure she's so proud, you know, that he's wearing her jersey.
Well, Joel Chianca, he's proud to wear Tatiana Weston Webb on the back of his jersey. So, you know, some Brazilian pride happening with Chumbinho. We'll see him in the next heat. Kolohe Andino now has second priority. Jesse saw a little bit more of a chance. Still needs that 4.78 because Matthew McGillivray did not increase his two-wave heat total on his last attempt. 5 minutes remaining. What's the drill right now for someone like Kolohe Andino?
Man, you see how tough those heats are and how important every movement is. Like, even though John is a little bit ahead of the heat, he's still sitting right by them. So for Kolohe right now, not just Matt is trying to block him, even though he has priority on top of Matt, but John is also right by him, right on his shoulder. So John is probably thinking, hey, Kolohe is such a great surfer. He needs probably around a 6.5 range to get him first. I'm not going to give him an inch right now.
And really interesting, you know, John Florence, 30 years old, Kolohe Andino, 28 years old. These two surfers grew up together, competing against each other since juniors and boys division, you know, and so they're very familiar with everyone, with each other, I mean, and but sometimes your good friends are your biggest rivals.
Totally, and it's the one you want to beat the most, right? There's too much history behind. They probably surfed hundreds of heats together since they were so young, so there's definitely some extra fire in between them too. And funny enough, John doesn't hang out with many people on tour,
right?
And Kolohe is one of the only guys that he actually cruises and goes surfing with. So they're just on top of each other right there. Know every little movement that they know how each other works very well.
What's the chances of a friendship just you know, with Priority and John Florence say, hey buddy, you can take this one?
-50. There's no possibility whatsoever.
There's no possibility. The friendships end when the jerseys go on, and they can recontinue once the jerseys come off. But when you're in, you know, playing the sport, you got to play the game.
And also, you're looking at the heat win has a reward, you know.
Right.
So you don't want to lose that heat win, and maybe inside your bracket.
Well, let's take a look at our heat recap here in heat number 9 of the opening round. John Florence looking sharp.
Yeah, great surfing for him. Just looks very solid. Nothing out of place. Just great movements and great turns. Finishing it off very strong on his feet. And looking for business, you know.
Yeah, John, that new board model, the Red Tiger, slicing and sliding, skating through this challenging beach break conditions, no problem for John Florence. That was a 6.83 to end the recap. Matthew McGillivray, though, Jesse, he was able to put it together on this wave.
Yes, and adapting, right? Because that wave turned out to be kind of weird, and he just launched it in the end. Felt like he felt from that angle, and he came out very clean, so that was great. I think just the point of difference in between those three guys right now is really wave selection. John was just able to get that wave that stood up for him and had a clean face for him to combo it up with 3 turns. And that's what's giving him the edge of the heat right now. Check it out, a little bit of rip going through them. As you see them, they just moved a little bit closer to the front of the scaffolding right now. So many people on the beach. It's great here in Portugal because the fans really come no matter what, if it's rainy, if it's cold, as it always usually is during this time of the year. But yeah, and they're in that rip right now, so it's going to be very tricky for Kolohe to try and find something. And yeah, just kind of momentum. He's going to have to force his way through, I think.
Well, down to 96 seconds for Kolohe Andino. Needs that 4.78 to get into second place and avoid the elimination round. The elimination round, you know, although it's a second chance, and Kolohe Andino just being a very talented surfer, it's a mental challenge just to even having to deal with that prospect of elimination.
Yes, and mostly him right now. He's like with his back against the wall, looking up. It looks like he's going to go to this wave, but it was a closeout. Unfortunately, lost priority. Now he's in third priority, which it makes things even tougher for him. And I think his worst enemy right now, obviously, time. But the second worst enemy is just the rip that is going through the lineup. It's just going to make things very wobbly, and the waves are probably not going to cooperate so much right now.
Yeah, and you talked about it, Jesse, out of all the tour stops, this stop having the largest coefficient in tides and how that's affecting the lineup. And now we have that incoming tide that's really starting to pour over the sandbank, and again, changing the personality out here.
Yes, and talking about that, like, we already had a lot of water movement, and I think the short end of the stick was kind of in Felipe's heat and Ryan's, where things were very low and like a lot of water going through the lineup, and now it's getting a little better. You saw Miggy get that beautiful left that he got a barrel, and then this wave, there's actually plenty of scoring opportunity. A lot of guys getting good scores on this heat, so I think we should expect the waves to improve and have better quality for the surfers.
Well, this is going to be the end of it, and John Florence takes out the win. Matthew McGillivray, he avoids that elimination round. We're going to see brother Kolohe Andino in that elimination round. Unfortunately for Andino, we'll be back with another heat in the water. It's going to be Joel Chianca, Matt Young, Ian Gentile when we return.
She just owns her story and is super authentic.
She's a really powerful woman. She stands up for herself.
There are two women that have busted down the doors. She's broken a bunch of records in the Olympics, and she just inspires me a lot.
Because she had a tough run and she came back strong.
Because she's honestly on a tear right now.
She always motivates me and sends me messages to get me pumped.
She's just supportive of the next generation of women.
She's gonna be one of the best we've ever seen at the sport. She's the best in the world.
I just love the way that she carried herself. She was just cool.
Yeah, Haddad Maya. Dash Brody.
Venus and Serena Williams.
Naomi Osaka.
Sam Kerr.
Luisa Stefani.
Nora Vasconcelos.
Nawal Mutawakil.
Haisa Leal.
Katie Ledecky.
Marta.
Susie O'Neill.
As the ultimate surf company, Rip Curl's aim is to inspire confidence in our female community, create conversations, break down barriers in a fun, relatable way to create more accessible environment where surfing in summer feels good for everyone. We're celebrating International Women's Day throughout this event, and John Florence is celebrating with the fans right now after a heat win. Kaipo and Jesse Mendez talking you through our next heat. Heat number 10, of the opening round.
Yeah, and you see John right there, just people's fan, right? Such a great human. Everyone loves him everywhere he goes. Doesn't do bad to anyone and rips as hard as anyone. So it's good to see that that crowd involvement with him.
Here's our next heat. Joel Shianka in the red jersey. Nat Young's going to be in blue. And the rookie, Ian Gentile, will be in the white jersey. 30-minute matchup. We're down to 26 minutes and 45 seconds. We have some scores on the board to set the heat, and Gentile with an early lead, Jesse.
Yes, Ian Gentile that has been working also with Leandro Dora, which is Iago's dad and coach, and also Jack Robinson. So great start for him of the day. Jack Robinson took the win, Iago took the win, and that's his last guy right now in the water, and he's hopefully, fingers crossed, no one goes to elimination round.
Well, here we go. This happened during the break. This is a 4.83.
Nice opening crack right there. The wave died out a bit, wrapped it around, going through that little flat section, trying to generate speed with that board, and great finish. What a release on that turn. So much spice. That was great surfing for him on the last turn.
And here we go. This is Nat Young.
A little more critical that first turn, a little more steep. Oh, unfortunately for him, that was a great start and score, but ended up catching the outside rail as he was landing. And Joan right here really pushing the back foot, but the wave just dying it out big time on him. But missed opportunity maybe a little bit for Nat Young right there.
Yeah. Interesting on that first exchange, we got a view of Ian Gentile. I think he's the first surfer that's utilizing booties in competition today. So Ian Gentile, maybe coming from Maui, you know, a warm place, wants some extra grip.
That's interesting. I have not noticed that, but now that you said, or maybe also, I was talking to him in the water a few days ago as soon as he landed, and he was complaining that his house didn't have a heater on the floor, so maybe his feet are very cold there, so he's just keeping the booties to keep him warm.
I mean, I'm going to tell you, as a warm water surfer, coming into cold water and adjusting to getting some grip. I mean, you know, in tropical environments, grip's easy, right? But it's tricky here in the colder environment, especially for island boy like Ian Gentile.
I remember watching guys surf Margaret River on board shorts from people from Hawaii because they're so used to board shorts and warm water that they would just try and do it in the cold even though.
We're going to stick with Nat Young on this split peak. Young snaps the CI through that section and just gets a little caught up there again, not getting the finish. Nat Young.
Uncharacteristic from Nat Chu. Such a solid surfer, such a good competitor. Rarely makes any mistakes. He's one of those guys that you know he's going to get in a heat and just perform, always. And unfortunately for him, this beginning of the heat, he just kind of caught the rail on that first wave, which is going to be a great score, possibly the best score of the heat so far. And just this second wave just looked a little off. The wave closed out on him.
Yeah, to your point, that is the veteran in this heat. 31 years old in his 6th season on the championship tour. He was the rookie of the year way back in 2013. So he's got some time, you know, under his belt as far as the championship tour has come on and off the championship tour through this last decade. And so it's good to see Nat back, but he is the veteran in this heat. Shianka throws the air, and a lot of impact on that landing sends him flying.
Yeah, a little bit too much impact, and one of the reasons too why he got buckled off the board, it was he landed backwards. So whenever you land backwards on a big impact, it makes it very tough for you to rotate. Like the boards wants to spin very fast. Check it out right now. He launches into the flat, lands it with the fin first, so that what does, it pivots and flips the board quicker than your body movement is. So it's just very tough to land. And you see here, one turn wonder for Ian Gentile. Not the best turn, was a little late to the party, but yeah. And you see again, Nat, unfortunately the wave closed out for him, but that wave didn't have that much opportunity anyways. So yeah, medium score for him.
Joao floats through that section, little rock and roll at the end there. Nice backhand snap, wants a little bit more, pushes through one more turn. Joao Shianka looking for a 3.43 to move into second place.
Yeah, different than the other heat. Like everyone kind of started very well in the other heat, and this heat, they're taking a little longer. They're obviously going to warm up and just find a rhythm and find the nice rotation to catch the good waves. But as far as we speaking right now, a little slower start for this heat.
Yeah, well, great heat for John Florence, however. Let's hear from the man himself. He's with AJ.
John, it took you a minute to get up here to me because so many fans swarmed you here in Portugal. What is it about this place that you like so much?
I don't know. I like it. I like everything about it here. I've just been coming here for such a long time now, and the waves, the people, just kind of the passion behind surfing and that feeling, you know, when you're going out to your heat. And you know, I was like pretty nervous, and you're running down and everyone's screaming your name, and it kind of gets you fired up. And yeah, I'm just stoked to kind of get that first heat out of the way. And it's been a lot of days of kind of like, okay, are we gonna run today? And just it's been a little funky and onshore, but yeah, I'm stoked.
In that time that we've been waiting to run the contest, you've been doing a lot of free surfing with Kolohe, actually, and then you have to go against him in this heat. How did you manage that dynamic and stick to your surfing?
Yeah, it's really hard. Kolohe and I are really good friends, and we surf a lot together on tour. And so when we come up against each other, we come up against each other at pipe too, and it's just kind of, it is what it is, you know. You're friends with everyone here, but you're here to win and you're here to battle. And so when I go into the heat, at least I kind of just like focus on myself and what I'm doing, and try not to think about anyone else. And yep, it seems to work.
It seems to work pretty well. You're also wearing your mom's name on your jersey for this event in honor of International Women's Day. How has she inspired you to become the person and athlete you are today?
Just, yeah, my mom's inspired me so much, just raising me and my brothers on the ocean and surfing pipe on our longboard, and just, it's pretty incredible still to be like her out there still today, you know, when me and my brothers are out there and it's clean and it's nice and she's surfing pipe, and it's epic to have that family dynamic. And yeah, so thanks, Mom.
Thanks, Mom. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Alex Florence, a great surfer and a great skateboarder too. She knows how to rip through a couple of bowls and coping and stuff. So what a inspirational mom for John, Nathan, and Ivan Florence. Super mom.
Super mom, and I think she's a great snowboarder as well.
Yeah.
So anything to do with boards, she's on it.
Well, we saw a couple of rides during that interview, and Ian Gentile, he got one more wave. We'll see if it tops his low score. It sure does. A 4.1 clocks in for Ian Gentile on this wave.
Nice little corner right there for him, which is magical to find. Strong first turn into a nice wrap. The wave getting a little bit smaller, but he was able to finish with a little bit of action right there, giving that extra spice. And check this out. First turn is the money turn, just really pushing the tail, having some nice board redirection and just nice wrap just to complement what he was doing, and a little finish right there just to give that extra 0.2 in his favor.
Ian, keep the booties on. They seem to be working, giving him some extra grip right there. He's in the lead. Ian Gentile, you know, Andy Irons said of Ian Gentile, at 13 years old, he did a little clip that he put up on the internet back then, and Andy Irons said, hey, this kid from Maui, Ian Gentile, is the best 13-year-old in the world right now. And ever since that young age, he's had that expectation about him. He had to walk away from it for a little while but it's so great to see him starting to fulfill all the potential that he has.
Yes, and I actually remember that video clip because when it came out, everyone was so mind blown on it. He was surfing huge Pascuales, which is down in Mexico, getting huge bombs, big barrels, and everyone's like, who's that kid?
Yeah.
Like, so much level for such a young age.
Yeah, what a great story. And more stories, a guy that knows a lot of different stories. Strider Zalewski, what's the story now?
Just hanging out over here in the Red Bull athlete area, and just you know, an interesting juxtaposition of mindsets. You know, you're here in the athlete area, you know, you've got your space, you've got places to stretch, your saunas, your jacuzzis, you got, you know, your wetsuit drives, all those things that are offered here to keep you comfortable and kind of calm before your heat. And then we just heard John talk about the fact that you run down and you've got thousands of people down on the beach calling your name, and you know, it's just such an interesting dynamic to where you come from a very calm environment into this crazy environment down on the beach where there's all these people and everybody kind of calling your name and getting you all psyched up, and you almost makes you a little bit nervous, and then you have to just kind of tune them out. Then once you get back out into the water, you can look out at that horizon and kind of get that calmness back. But you know, you have that calmness here, but then you go through this like kind of violent, abrupt feeling of all the surfers down, all the people on the beach all excited for you, and then you get out in the lineup and you have to, you know, you reset and go back into that calm zone. So pretty fun to kind of look at that dynamic and the way that they have it set up here. And normal for, you know, everyday beachgoer is down there with all the people and all that energy, and you kind of live in that space that you see on screen right there. But these athletes are actually living more in a calm zone, so they have to deal with all these people and go through all the interviews and all of the selfies and the you know, photos and the signatures. It's all part of the dynamic here at Super Tubos.
Thank you, Strider. 16 minutes and 45 seconds, and yeah, we have some of the best surf fans probably in the entire world when you look at Portugal. And you know what, Jesse, the secret's out to most of the surf community right now globally is that Portugal's holding for waves. Just in this little zone, just in a 10-mile radius here, I say there's probably 25 waves.
Yes, and 25 most likely empty waves. So if you want to surf by yourself, you definitely should come here. Hopefully I didn't blow up too much because
okay.
people are going to come right now.
I don't think it's a secret. I think people know. I mean, and that's why we've seen, you know, the surf scene over the years coming here just grow so much, you know?
Yes, and I think for Europeans it's pretty easy because for them coming here it's almost warmer than where they are because we're down south in Europe right now in Portugal. But for everyone else that lives in a warmer environment, it is a little tough to come here and put on a wetsuit if you're coming for vacation and want to surf. So I think that's what keeps the crowd away from here.
Yeah.
But definitely no lack of waves. Like from Lisbon to here, it's a 1 hour and a half drive, and I cannot count how many world classes wave there is.
Yeah, you have no excuse for not surfing if you're in Portugal because you can find a wave breaking at any given time, and then there's some, you know, legendary waves, landmark waves, like here at Super Tubos. We're hoping that Super Tubos turns on later on in this event. The Portuguese pipeline, we've seen years where this place has been absolutely epic.
Yes, and that's what we're hoping for tomorrow, fingers crossed, because tomorrow looks like the swell is gonna peak throughout the morning, and we have very light winds, so that's a good combination. Just hope that the forecast sticks that way and we can have some good action tomorrow.
Yeah, and like you said, like I was asking you before, Jesse, the banks actually look pretty good still?
The banks are insane. As you see it right now, a lot of corners, and that's what you want to see. See Nat Young coming up?
Nat Young gonna go on the backhand here. Eases through that first turn, double up on the inside. Quick snap there for Nat Young, and doubles it up. Quick feet for the finish.
Yes, and as I was speaking right there, see how Nat got a corner, and there's a lot of corners everywhere in the beach, and that's what you kind of want. As soon as this gets offshore or even lighter winds, we're going to see some beautiful waves just tubing, hopefully, obviously, but yeah, the banks are amazing all over the beach here.
Yeah. One more replay. We're waiting for this number for Nat Young.
Nat Young, a little slower start. The wave was a little flat, and he was able now to get very vertical and pivot, and just a nice last climb. And yeah, nice rhythm wave.
Pulling in, traveling through that one is João Chianca. And Joao unable to complete that wave. He'll remain in second place for the moment because we're still waiting for that important score for Nat Young. Nat Young needing a 3.25 to take that second place and advancing position off of Joao Chianca.
Yes, we're going through the half, like we already passed the half mark of this heat, and still quite a slow heat for the level of surfing those guys have. And yeah, it's going to be a close score for Nat. We'll see what the judges think about that.
And these are 3.25, and he gets it at 3.43, just over the line for Nat Young. So new situation in the heat, Ian Gentile in first. Nat Young's move into second place. Joao Chianca in the hot seat. Chianca needing a 2.46 to get back into that advancing position. Nat Young traveling through a barrel, but that one had no door, no exit, no way to come out.
Yes, unfortunately, because that was a nice little tube in the beginning, but the problem is right now we need that offshore to blow, so it keeps that last little bit of the barrel open so they can squeeze out of it. So what's happening here, as you see, he takes off pretty wide for how small the wave was, and as soon as it hits that little wobbly section, without the wind, it just clamps on him and gives him no option whatsoever to come out of it.
Yeah, so that will not change the situation. The situation still the same. Chianca in third, Nat Young in second. Chianca needing a 2.46 to come through here. A couple of waves, perhaps, hitting the sandbar. Ian Gentile, the heat leader, with control right now. He's got the lead and priority. Gentile on the paddle. Long wall ahead of him. Winds up off the bottom, slashes off the top. Looks down the line one more time to the lip and finishes it off.
Yes, Kaipo, no doubt that's the best wave ridden so far. Let's see if this one of Joao.
Chumbinho a little bit late there and unable to complete that maneuver. That was a difficult wave for Joao Chianca, so he's going to have to keep on searching for a score.
Yes, and well, let's go back to this wave of Ian. I thought this wave was great, like nice high line right there. Gave him speed to really make the most of that first turn and just straight into the second closeout turn in a critical section. In my opinion, best wave of the heat so far. And Juan right here, a wave that was super, like almost like a mistake, I feel like was a wave that he should have not picked. But it's easy saying from here, harder saying up there, because you're seeing a wall in front of you and you're going to try and make the most of it, but just not really helping him, that wave.
Oh, waiting for a couple of scores, and we're going to step away. When we come back, we'll give you those scores and more. It's happening here at Super Tubos.
There is one board that is all made from sustainable materials, and then there's one that is just regular built. I mean, they're all painted the same. They all look exactly the same. They have the same weight. You know, there's a big stigma of everything that's sustainable takes performance away.
It's just easier to get the rail in the water. So, yep, green.
Preferences, boards are quite identical. Again, really hard to pick.
Well, then I'm wrong again.
Yeah, I like this board. I think this one is the best on the quiver. There's only one future, right? Future sustainability is making sustainable surfboards.
The Eco boards won today.
So I would say the pink one is the Eco board.
In the morning, I said the best ones. I thought they were PUs, so I'm gonna go. The best one is an Eco, and the second one is a PU.
I got it right? Yeah.
Yeah, unwanted shapes by MEO, and they're doing a good job of looking at more eco-friendly construction for surfboards. Blind taste tests there between Nick Van Rupp as well as Federico Moraes, checking out those shapes.
Yes, and I personally never tried one of those, but I'll be stoked to jump in one of those and see how it goes.
João Chianca surfing away from us here, needs a 2.46 and showing a little bit of frustration in the body language just as he kicks out of that wave. He's ridden 10 waves so far in this heat, just searching for anything.
And that's his characteristic, right? Like, he has so much energy, 100 coffees a day, 5 a.m. already up, and just don't stop until his bedtime. And right there, just nice bottom turn, great angle right there, and hits it very hard. A little taller wave, and then just the wave disappears on him, which is a bummer. That's why he's probably a little bummed on that. And because he was going towards the score, but I don't know how it's going to be now. And then you have Ian here, quick 1-2 turn out the, on the most critical part of the section, and then you have Nat Young on the other hand, really pivoting off of the back foot. And once again, really, what's interesting about Nat, he's so amazing at finding the critical section on the backside. Even though if the wave's a little flat, he's able to. And back again in a good rhythm right now, 3-turn combo, very solid on his foot. And I have a feeling that he's actually going to better his, he's going to get his best wave on this last one right here.
Yeah, check it out in slow motion, and the technique on the backhand for Nat Young, which has just been polished throughout surfing there in Santa Cruz, Steamer Lane. So we're waiting for a bunch of scores right now to set the situation. We're just under 6 minutes remaining, and once those numbers drop, we'll see how they affect our standings. Leonardo Fioravanti entering the water for heat number 11 of this opening round.
Yes, Leo is working with Adriano now as a coach, so it's doing pretty well so far. And João up and riding.
Chianca quick on the backhand and just was right there, did not finish that wave, and that's going to cost them.
That's such a bummer for him, because even though it wasn't the most exciting wave, but that was so important, needing a 2.46 at the moment. First nice turn, got a lot of release, and right here just a little bit sense of urgency. He wanted to finish the turn before the turn finished. So what happened was his board was still in one direction, and he was wanted to get out of there already and just landed. So maybe a little anxious, and ended up just falling in a very simple detail that he would never do that in a free surf. So just showing a little bit of pressure in those last 4 minutes of heat.
Yeah, he needs to clean that up right now. So we're waiting for those numbers and see how they affect the heat. Last score for Ian Gentile was a 3.9. 4.1 drops for Nat Young. Like you said, Jesse, his best wave so far. Still waiting for João Chianca. Chianca needing a 3.9 to avoid that elimination round.
Yeah, Nat kept composure, looked very solid on his foot. Nothing special, but delivered. 4.1. He's now with a little bit better distance than João. João still needs a very small score, and most likely he was going to get in that last wave. And now it's just going to live to the judges, and I think it's going to be on the short end of the stick.
And it is early indication that it is going to come in under. 3.47 for Chumbinho. Falling wave, a 3-point flat 3 for João Chianca as well. So Chianca still searching for a 3.9. Third in the priority line, Jesse. 3 minutes, 35 seconds.
Yeah, and you see Nat right on top of him, not going to give him an inch. Even though a 3.9 is a hard score for you to block someone because it's so small, and he's up and riding.
There we go with the release, a little fakey ride, but again catches the rail.
Yes, and oh, let's see this Ian wave again.
Gentile, smooth face, smooth surfing, carving through there. Gentile throws it up and throws it away.
I like how he went so big. He's sitting in a comfortable spot right now, and you tend to see just Ian being very solid on his foot, but not going so big. And that was exciting to watch him go that big on that closeout section. And once again, João, a little bit of urgency, and ended up falling. But nice wrap right here for Ian, and right there, critical section, just pushing as hard as you can and unengaging the tail right there, and that was great.
Yeah, slow motion, you can really see the study here. Getting a lot of grip with those booties, but you know what? No harm, no foul, no problem for pushing it here for Ian Gentile. He's already got that 4.83, a 6.67. He's clearly in the lead with a big lead on the rest of the field, so why not push it?
Yes, I think he's 100% right to do what he did. Great strategy. I think he had to go big, and also that plays out into the next few heats. You know, it just makes you more comfortable that you're going big and you know you got this, you know.
Nat with that float, and is not going to improve upon his scoreline. João Chianca now with an opportunity at the 2-minute mark with priority. Needs a 3.9.
2 minutes left. He has priority, and he seems a little anxious for me in this moment. So he really needs to breathe and take his moment right now. Nat Young, great start. Just now going through a little tough section to generate speed, so he hits it a little late, like put the bottom of his board on the lip very nicely, but just the wave didn't give him a chance to land that thing. And João, just take his time right now and try and actually breathe and try and find a wave and
calm, right?
Yeah.
He's caught 12 waves so far in this heat. He's by far the busiest surfer we've seen, you know, throughout this entire round. And maybe some frustration for João Chianca, you know, not being able to get the scores that he knows he's capable of. Jesse, really with like simple mistakes and not getting those finishes.
Yes, and details, such a small detail, like the hardest part of the turn, it was done. Amazing carved kind of blow tail with like grab the rail on the end, so it's very stylish and super nice from him. But then just on the end, when he was redirecting the board to go back in the wave, he just caught a little bit. So yeah, ended up falling, and that could cost him. It could cost him the heat.
I mean, he's a top seed coming into this heat, number 3 on the current leaderboard with that red jersey. If he was able to, well, here we go. Here's the comeback. Chianca on the backhand, pokes the nose, goes down, and the frustration is obvious right now for João Chianca. Still got 20 seconds remaining. He's going to spin it on this one. Time for Hail Mary. Looks down the line, building up some speed, needs a ramp, foam in front of him, and throws it away. So João Chianca, another top seed that we're going to see in the elimination round, along with Kaiwi Belly was a top seed. We'll see him in the elimination round. Kanoe Igarashi was a top seed. We'll see him in the elimination round. Yeah, like I said. Anyway, Gentile on, Young on, Chianca in the elimination round. We'll be back with more action from Super Tubos.
We're in Peniche, Portugal for the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. This is the third edition of Rising Tides for this 2023 CT season. Today, we have 20 up-and-coming young local Portuguese surfers who are getting a chance to paddle out with some of their heroes, including Teresa Abraços, who is one of the pioneers of women's surfing here in Portugal.
I started 40 years ago. One of the things I wanted was to attract more girls into the sport.
Teresa Abraços was definitely like a main spotlight. She definitely inspired me to become who I am nowadays.
Empowering women and young girls at any age that if you can see it, you can be it.
This is very special for all of us. It really inspired, I think, all of us to get to the highest level in surfing.
Rising Tides!
The world's best surfers are back in Europe, and one of Europe's finest generational talent in the water right now, Leo Fioravanti, going well on the CT already this season, making a final at the pipeline. Also out in the water, taking on Callum Robson and Jake Marshall. I'm Paul Evans. I'm with Peter Mel and Strider Wazalewski. Good afternoon, chaps.
Gotta love this matchup. Three regular footers, all very powerful. Jake Marshall from the US of A, Leo Fioravanti, obviously over the shoulder here. You can hear the crowd rooting for the Italian. You know, it's a very European eccentric crowd. We're in Europe, right? And sure enough, Leo is one of the favorites.
Strider, we talked about confidence being key. Leo, he's a confidence player.
Yeah, you know, he's built something into himself this year. He's coming off of a great, Challenger Series run, and then into this year, he's just looks so strong, and mentally, you can see there's a comfort, you know, and he's got a lot of confidence, even in his post-heat interviews, and just speaking his mind, which I really like.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point. Obviously, didn't quite make the cut last year, came back on the Challengers, did pretty well in Australia, but by the time we saw him down the coast here in Ericeira, he looked like he was surfing twice as fast as he was previously, and everybody else. It's working for him, and this is a replay from
That's
the
right,
break.
and look at him. He finds a little hole, gets in there, quickly in and out. Barrels do score here. That one a little dirty on the come out, so that'll suppress the score a little bit. But I will say that anytime you actually find the barrel here, the judges have been pretty good about getting the numbers up there. I mean, this came in at a 5.33, so that was a good solid start for him. And then here is his second wave, and unfortunately falls off, and then just a 1.83 for that one. But you know, talk about his confidence. You know, he is able to be one of those surfers, as we see Callum, and this is one of the guys as a regular footer is so good on his forehand, just so powerful.
Well, you say, you know, it's something we're going to see. We've seen a lot of it today, but it's just the solid fundamental surfing. Just beautiful lip line, you know, turns and really your deep gouges up in it. So Leo Fioravanti, he's going to that lip line as well, falling out into the flats twice, going 3 times. I mean, really just projecting down the line into the lip. So a lot of great surfing already happening in this heat. That's what we love to see. Everybody getting the chance to really go for the fence on every wave.
I mean, you talk about Leo and what he's been able to do. I mean, he didn't make the midseason cut, you know, and that was devastating, I'm sure, psychologically, not to have it happen. But he just took it as a motivation, went into the Challenger Series and nailed the Challenger Series, right? And got himself right back on tour within a year. He didn't have to get bumped off and have to do a whole nother year. So the way the system's set up now, it gave him the ability to come back. Yeah, he spent a long time in Australia, but generally he's pretty comfortable with traveling.
Little change for Leo as well. He's been working with Doug Marsh on and off since he was a kid, basically, and now working with world champion Adriana De Souza, is working with the Italian squad as well. So just mixing things up in the corner and getting a different voice and different advice.
And I think that's valuable, right? If you're going to take the ability to have a coach, right? Why not be able to just soak up a bunch of information from a bunch of coaches that are doing a bunch of cool things? And I think that's what Leo's been able to do. I mean, you think about over the years, he's put himself in this situation where he's able to gain a lot of knowledge, and that's being here on site during Championship Tour events, and he can surf just like that.
Yeah, he's come flying out the gates in this one, so that his 4th wave, and a couple of nice hits from him there. You see that face cleaning up, got that green water, that smoothness to it. Beautiful to watch.
Oh, he hammered that thing. That was just... that was the confidence we wanted to see. He glides in, but you're straight to the lip line, you know? There's no in-between. Again, he pushes hard. You can see the fins pushing, and then finishes nice and clean. The posture on the kick out, you can see it. But watch this. right away into that lip line, just really pushing the fins out. You can see him glide and drift and then re-engage. You know, that's some great board control right there. A lot of power. He's been training his brains out, him and his partner. So I really like to see that the style, the strength, and the stature in Leo right now.
He's already got 4 waves, and all of them actually had opportunity to score pretty big. I mean, the 3.93, he was so quick. I mean, it was almost too quick for the judges to even really score it. That's why it came into 3.93. This one, he had a little better opportunity with a lot more off-the-bottom style surfing.
Callum Robson with some speed. Can't do a whole lot with it on that wave as it goes a little soft. Unable to really go on the attack. But interesting that approach from Leo, just squeezing a little extra out of his turns. And we think about our judging panel, they want something to throw points at, and those little points of difference is just pushing that little harder on the turn. It makes it easy for the judges to reward him.
For sure. And that's what, again, giving yourself a little bit of a point of difference any way you can, whatever the conditions are, whether it's equipment, whether it's a different style of maneuver.
Someone else currying the favor of our judging panel was Ian Gentile. He's with AJ.
That's right. Currying the favor you did with the judges here in Portugal. Talk to me about how you prepared for the first cold water event, the first event away from your home state of Hawaii, and how you got it done in the water.
Yeah, I showed up like relatively early, you know, like 6 days, 7 days early. I don't know what the other guys do, but that was kind of early for me. And just tried to get as much time out here. You know, it hasn't been great. Today's actually a lot more fun, you know, than it has been the last few days, and the wind's not as strong. So yeah, I'm just having fun.
It looks like you're having fun despite the fact that we are getting ever closer to the mid-season cut. How are you just focusing on the surfing and putting that out of your mind?
Yeah, it's there. You know, it's, I'm just trying to surf and perform as much as I can and get the job done.
We're celebrating International Women's Day, International Women's Month. Tell us a little bit about the woman that you're paddling out for and why.
Yeah, I chose Amanda Nunes. She's like the MMA GOAT on the female side, and she's just like a force of nature, you know, and it's inspiring. She's dominant, super dominant. Like it's rare that she loses, and yeah, that's why I'm repping her.
I'm sure she's proud to have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ever a cool customer is Ian Gentile, taking it all in his stride. Meanwhile, just going through the gears, Leo Fioravanti. He's already got a lead, and he's not wasting any time sitting on a couple of 5s. Hammered that a few times. He's got a real spring in his step here.
He sure does. And Jake finally on his first wave.
Right, here goes San Diegan with a nice rhythm. Couple of turns, decent combination. He's going to need a little more of that. Waited 8.5 minutes or so to get that wave, and he'll open his account.
Just a reflection back on Ian, and I think one thing that you can say about Portugal as a whole, it was his best result on the Challenger Series. Semi-final finish, 3rd place, so he's got some good memories from this place here. And my dark horse pick to go pretty far in this draw.
You actually, yeah, you wrapped yourself around his parking spot figure and then said, "This is my pick." I saw you.
I hugged him, yeah.
Well, he's gone well early on in this, and he'll be taking that confidence through. This man, we talked about the confidence, and he's athletic, and he backs himself.
He's on a sharp eye. He's, you know, switched up the gear. I like it. Man, I can't say it enough that there's a lot of surfers have made that switch. We saw Seth Moniz on one. Now we're seeing Leo on one.
I think he mixes it up. I mean, he did use it on the Challenger Series last year, and then went some Bradleys here at the beginning of the season. So he's got success. I think his quiver is pretty filled with a bunch of different boards. But ultimately, the Sharp Eye is probably a fresh new board, too.
I think you're right. He's running the Bradleys on the North Shore, so maybe his bigger boards are step-ups with the Bradleys, and then Sharp Eyes in these kind of conditions. Smart.
Yeah, it's your arsenal. You know, your tools are everything, right?
It could be because Mayhem took #1 in the CT board rankings, and you know, maybe Sharp Eyes. Hey, bro, here's another board trying to get some more points.
There is a few coming around there. We saw Seth on one, right? They're like, and they have a factory here in Portugal, right? So they're able to produce them here on site.
Let's go Mayhem.
So 19.5 on the clock. Leo with the best of this so far. A couple of 5s from him. His high score 5.83. And he definitely looks like he's got his eye in here, and he's identified the ways he wants to go on. Jake Marshall, decent rewards for his opening effort. Mid-range, 4.77, not bad.
Yeah, Flowmaster, top to bottom, just rail to rail. That's his forte. He's a the epitome of finding the best waves in the lineup. That's one of his strategies. He's going to get the best waves. That's how he thinks. And then he's going to bring this top to bottom, rail to rail style of surfing, very fundamental and good, carries good flow. And so it's easy for the judges. Again, when you talk about having, that was an easy 4.77. Yes, he needs to probably, I mean, if I were going to coach him and say, hey, let's give yourself a little put a little more risk in your surfing, but that's what I think he does is he builds through a heat, and you'll see that risk taking more at the back half of the heat.
Yeah, on the other side of that argument as well, of course, just opening day, right? It's no elimination where we are now. It's all about getting through, and we see the very best, the very elite surfers making sure they peak towards the back end of the waiting period.
So true. I mean, you look at John, he was able to do that. Just, it wasn't like huge numbers came out there, but he surfed solid, won the heat.
Marshall again engages the bottom turn, flicks one off the top, and he'll just rebound off a whiteboard. So getting a second score in, and he'll put a number up for that. And he'll look to keep going those kind of ways, but maybe he'll want to just push, as you mentioned, just a touch harder.
I love that, he's from San Diego, and Sharp Eye has been making a lot of, he's been there for 20 years almost now in San Diego building boards. So he's literally right up the road. So he's in a good place to be able to work with Sharp Eye direct and get those boards, get those tweaks. And I was looking at his equipment, very similar to what Felipe's riding. Swallowtails, kind of the same template, kind of similar size. I mean, he's a little bit bigger than Felipe. But then Felipe just up the road as well. So he feels like he's got a good ability to be right there with equipment just up the road.
And equipment playing such a huge part into your performance. I mean, those Sharp Eye boards, the way that I've taken a look at a few of them, and there's a pretty solid consistent rocker line, but right at the tail I see a lot of kick, and I see there's a definite curve, and it's right actually behind the fin. A lot of boards go from behind the front fins, and then you've got that curve going all the way back by the back fin and then kicking all the way through. And the boards I've looked at from Sharp Eye have that kick way back behind the fin.
Beautiful looking wave for Fioravanti. Tags it a couple of times, maintains the speed and hits it again. And he is bang up for this encounter, is Leo. He's got a big support squad here on the beach. They'll be enjoying this.
That's some of the quickest transitions to the lip we've seen all day long. It was lightning fast. Impressive, very impressive. He did it earlier on a wave, which was the 3.93, which isn't even a scoreline, but that one on a much cleaner, much bigger wave. This is going to be a much better number.
I'm interested to see this number though, because it was very lateral. It was all down the line. It was what the wave asked for, but it was also, I feel like the judges are really into that lip line, slam, and these turns are quick, but they're very lateral. It kind of just hits and pushing down the line. He hits and pushes down the line again. That last one, kind of the best one out of them all. So maybe we'll see a higher score out of that, but definitely really quick in succession of turns.
We admire the technique of Leonardo Fioravanti, out of Italy, based in France, but really a citizen of the world, comfortable at any venue on this tour, tagging this one, and he gets a good reward from the panel too, a 7-point ride.
Look at that fist pump.
Yeah, I think the cleanliness of the wave, the quickness in the maneuvers, they weren't as high risk, but they were in the lip, even though they were down the line. And exactly what you said, Strider, the wave called for that. I mean, it literally was just that style of wave. He had to get down the line, had to get that finish section. He wasn't able to go above the lip really necessarily on that style of wave. Just too steep. But man, great performance here from Leo. From start to finish, right out of the very first wave all the way to wave number 6. He
had like 4 waves in the first 5 minutes.
Got barreled basically before we even came in. He's getting barreled, and just really relentless from Leo in this heat, taking that confidence that we talked about, and he's looking really, really good so far in this one. Fioravanti, the Italian, in the ascendancy here. Jake Marshall and Callum Robson with a bit of work to do. Join us for more live action right after the break.
The Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal presented by Corona is brought to you by MEO, official title partner of the Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal, by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company, and by Corona. This is living.
Welcome back to Portugal. Good afternoon. We're enjoying the way this action is being delivered from the world's finest surfers. Feels like the swell just ramping up a touch as well. That energy increasing as we hoped it might. Things looking pretty clean. And that's also being reflected in the scores offered from our judging panel. So far, Leonardo Fioravanti in first place in this one. Of course, we're at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. Rip Curl, a long-time partner of this event. And also, well done to them. B Corp status, really important, Peter.
It sure is. It's something that's really cool that these industry leaders, as Rip Curl has, being part of the B Corp. It's awesome. It really is. They're going to be environmentally friendly. Everything they're going to do is going to be along these guidelines.
High standards of social and environmental performance, and some real good surf gear as well to boot. So well done to Rip Curl, and it's great having them on board here in Portugal, supporting this event.
Well, it started with the search. It really did right here at this break. It brought it to the fruition, and sure enough, we've been here ever since. Big time for Leo Fioravanti, top to bottom, that time getting a little bit more release. So choosing a little different wave strider. This one gave him a little more pace.
Yeah, you know, coming into these lip lines too, you see where the tail kicks out right there, you know, and that release right there is what the judges love to see when that wall stands up like that. Those are beautiful whips right there, very clean, crisp, but technical surfing when he lets all that fin out of the back and lets that board go into the lip line and gets a little bit of drift. They like it.
I think he's enjoying himself out there.
Sure is.
He's loving this.
It's easy when there's a bunch of waves coming to you, right? I mean, everywhere he goes in the lineup, all of a sudden there's a peak right in front of him. I mean, now another number, 6.6.
He was winning this heat as he ran down and gave high fives to every single person along the run out. I mean, there's these, you know, the barricades are up. There's fans on either side, and he was running down and he was high fiving everybody all the way down to the beach, and he was just grabbing energy from each one of those fives. You know, so you know, he's really embraced.
He's a showman,
the
right?
whole thing.
Yeah, he's a showman, and he's been here since a very early age. I mean, he's come in here since he's 10 years old, you know, in the CT atmosphere. So he understands, and he's a bit of a showman. He understands that you can grab the crowd. This is the place. It's the only European event you're going to have. So if you're going to get your fan base, it's right here.
I saw you doing some selfies down there, Pete.
Of course. Good fans here in Portugal.
A little extra swag as well. You've made the final at Pipeline at the start of the season.
You're number 4 in the world coming into this event. I mean, that's top notch right there.
Yeah,
that's
and you got to sustain that.
That's insane. I love it.
So he wants to be able to be respected as a number 4, and wants to go into Trestles, the Rip Curl, you know, finals, and get himself, you know, a chance to win a world title.
All right, just over 10 to go in this. Here's Jake Marshall. He's got some speed.
He heard you, Pete.
A little more X factor, right? I mean, again, you see it go through a heat. That was one section, so one single maneuver will be highly rewarded by the judges. That was on the text this morning that went to everyone. So yeah, one big turn can make it happen.
Under 10 minutes to go in this. Marshall and Robson have each got a 4 and a low number, so those two really still kind of duking it out, trying to get into that second place for the moment behind Leo's looking pretty good in first. A little bit of sunshine poking through on a nice afternoon in Portugal, and we'll turn our attentions to our men's championship tour leaderboard. And there's Leo sitting there, pretty happy to be in the top 5 thus far.
It is early part of the season, but I mean, you come into a new season and you're sitting at number 4 at event number 3 when the cut line's sitting at number 5. He's made the cut, right? So now it's like, oh, look at me, I'm in the top 5. I can set that goal, that standard of me finishing in the final 5 at the end of the season. Still a bunch more events to happen, but ultimately very comfortable at the moment and loving his job.
I'm impressed. I love it. I feel like the top 5 has, you know, definitely changed. If you look at it, you know, we got Jack, you got Chianca, you got Leo. You know, these are Griffin's kind of coming up in there. You know, Kayo's in there at the moment, but there's some new names in there, and I like that new energy coming alive.
Look how close, though, the guys, the usual suspects, as in John, Gabriel, those world champions are there.
They're
Yeah,
looking
and, you know,
in.
Felipe,
Toledo's up in there.
and he's only got 1 world title. The other one's got multiple.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point. You know, you look at some of the very biggest names and the sort of surfers we'd expect that we've seen competing for world titles year after year, but then maybe that next tier, that feels like a really wide group right now. It feels like there's, what, maybe 10, 15 male surfers that could all put their hands up and are all worthy of that kind of status of really pushing for that final 5 place.
Well, we were watching the free surfs, and, you know, Pete made a point of something that was interesting. But we were watching Kanoa Igarashi, I think it was, and Leo Fioravanti.
Yeah, they're surfing a beach break. We were just doing a tour.
And their make ratio, as to the make ratio, we were watching Kolohe and John. And
similar time frame and similar style of waves.
But the youngsters had a better make ratio.
Yeah, they were on point. They were clicking and just seemed like it. Whereas it felt like these guys were almost saving themselves. So there was Kolohe and John. They were going above the lip, but like they get everything almost to the end, and then they just go and they kind of give it up. So they didn't want to make me you know tinge of an ankle or a knee. You know, like just felt like
the youngsters are stomping stuff. And,
yeah, well they heal quicker.
You know, and Pete pointing that out when we were out there.
Oh, so you're gonna blame me for seeing that? You
well,
noticed it too because you brought it up.
And I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but we work together in the booth, and then we surf together, and we analyze the surfers.
And we have dinner together. We do everything,
yeah.
and we even talk over each other.
It's great.
No, we have a ball. You know, again, known each other for a very long time, Strider. It's 40 years basically.
Yeah, maybe a little too.
And always a pleasure to be back in Portugal.
For sure.
He's been over here a bunch of times, and we talked about the variety of the waves, but
the hunt is the best part about it. You get in a car, you go driving around trying to find the right sandbar, the right tide.
Because you can do it, and you can be at the right time. Literally, it's you have an hour to be able to find that bank that works for that best time, but it can be the most perfect time of the day, and you get it in that hour, and you can just go and drive back, and just you got barreled all morning, and you're like, yeah, I got it. Oh, cruddy now. You missed it. We were on it, right? The right tide.
Out here is a little more predictable at Super Two-Bush. So you really, you can kind of tell it's a medium tide wave, and, you don't want it to be too drained out, and you want that, 2-hour, flux of the medium coming up to high.
Kind of like right now.
Yeah.
Here's Robson. It's been a little quiet in this one. Got that 4.33 early on. Since then, nothing really thrown on the scoreboard, and won't offer loads with that.
Oh, look at this coming up. Look at that crowd. He's loved everywhere in the world.
Gabriel Medina, 3-time world champion. Absolutely adored on this beach and across Portugal. And there's a great reason for that. His performances down the electrifying out here. Can't wait to see what he does out here. We talked about the tubes and the airs. Well, I mean, no weakness at all, really, from Gabriel. The ability to turn not great-looking waves into excellent scores. And always a showman.
He's an apex predator too, He just the guy is so at the top of the game, and he'll just tear right through you. And just watching him, and he's in the lineup, and watching him surf, and then when you see him just around people, he's definitely an alpha.
And fingers crossed, everyone stays healthy. But how good is it having John Gabriel back with some of that? Felipe, obviously the reigning champ, but also some of those new talents putting their hand up. Feels like in the mix, everyone's there. The most talented field we've ever seen.
Well, we did get a break from Gabriel and John, right? Because of injury, and also Gabriel taking some time off just to reset. And now back at 100% and ready. I mean, it looks like he's having a good old time too, right? He's just cruising. He's got his boys with him, and we were actually staying at the MH around with him. And he's easy going, which is a very dangerous for him. And I'm sure he loves those crowd cheers. Pumps you up.
Who doesn't?
Can't wait to see what he can do out here. A great looking heat to round off the final heat of this round. Heat number 12. That's coming up in a little under 5 minutes time. It'll feature Gabriel Medina, also Jordy Smith, one of our rookies, Rio Wider. Right now, our attention still on Leo Fioravanti. First place in this. Seems to have a lot of his business done. He's pretty comfortable now, and he knows he doesn't need to even look at a wave unless it's at least a high 6 or better.
One thing about Portugal that I think that is, should be kind of communicated to the world is that it has world-class waves up and down this coast all over. So it's literally, if you talk about a surfer and wanting to go search out stuff, every road to the beach is going to have a little something there for you. I mean, from Ericeira and even in Lisbon as a whole, you got Nazaré, which is just some of the biggest waves in the world. I mean, as a surfer, what better place? Peniche, you got either side's going to be offshore because of the big peninsula that goes out there. It's like, and there's constant waves. I remember Portuguese Waves, which is a partner here at this event. They were actually at one point, I think, guaranteeing that you would get surf on your surf trip. Like that's how confident they are that you're going to get surf here in Portugal, no matter what.
Yeah, and another interesting point as well. This event used to run in October, and there's not too many locations around the world where you can get the full 6-month switch. Right. Basically, complete opposite season. and still experience world-class waves.
So true. It is a little colder than October, but that's part of it. Watching the recap here, as you see, this was that first flowy wave, which actually is in Jake Marshall's scoreline at the moment. Doesn't really have a big backup, but early start, early momentum with Leo Fioravanti.
A lot of lateral, big snap right there, just driving down the line, then finishes strong. Just beautiful, strong surfing, loves it, gets the fist pump out of it. And then this is the one where he squared up Pete.
Back to back, right? He got the 7, a little more lateral, but ultimately finds another wave and goes straight vertical on it. 2 solid turns for a 6.6. Those were waves that were back to back, but he had the early momentum earlier. He had 5.3 threes thrown away, a 5.8 threes thrown away. So Leo been building through this heat. Here you are at 2.5 minutes, and he's got a substantial lead.
And one of the highest heat totals of the day.
Yep. So he's going to be feeling a lot of confidence right now at this event.
Gobbling up all the opportunities in this one. It looks like he's safe to advance where we are right now. Who's going with him at the moment? Jake Marshall. He stood up 3 times in this heat so far. It's good enough for second place right now. He does not have much of a margin over Callum Robson. Just a 3.05 for Callum. The bad news is third priority for the Aussie.
Yeah, and ultimately, here he goes.
Here's Callum. Bit between his teeth here, and he'll flare up, try to collect the board on that, and just got a little away from him. Maybe that wind that was blowing into the rights earlier on has just lightened up a touch, and he'll have to go back out and try and get something else.
It's pretty wild. I mean, you know, Callum obviously stretching, to try and get a score here because, I mean, you look at what he's going for some above the lip work here, which, I don't see much of in heats from him. But, obviously he's got that in his repertoire. But another thing is he's stretching for a score. Like, you look at the type of scores that Leo's got. These guys aren't even, up above an 8-point total. And Leo's up here almost doubling them. So really insane heat for Leo.
And here he is. He's been patient to wait for this. Beautifully done. Grabs the rail as he goes with a rotation above the lip. Leo is really enjoying himself out here, putting on a bit of a clinic to everyone else. Not just in this heat, but as you mentioned, trying to throughout the round with these kind of scores and tagging it to finish. It's a job well done from Fioravanti.
He's coming in. He's got a minute left. He's like, there's another Puff Daddy move. He's going to park the car out front.
Oh, the chain's going to come out as soon as he gets to the beach. He's just going to whip it out.
He's going to leave the car out front and go right into the club.
All right, Robson here. Still looking for that 3. Backhand. Hits it pretty hard. And then he tried to recover that. Judges can be quite mean markers in terms of the white water and riding out.
Yeah, they know when you're forcing it too. I mean, again, way smaller wave than we've seen. I mean, Jake Marshall wasn't even covering him at that point. I mean, he had priority over the top of it, but Callum was able to slide into a little wave here. So ultimately, I think in Jake's mind right now, he's going this 2.5 I can better, or 2.6 he's carrying. He's just looking to try and better that and solidify the scar. But only 25 seconds left.
Callum comes up short, 2.27. He's still looking for that 3. So Jake Marshall's decision to let him go is vindicated by the score that comes in for the Australian. Meanwhile, here goes Marshall. Final 15 seconds. Nice clip off the top, and he'll wrap one around in the pocket. And then just throw a layback as a finishing turn. And that looks like it in terms of Callum Robson's participation in this heat. Of course, he'll be back for the elimination rounds, so that'll wrap it up. Really one-way traffic in terms of the dominance of Fioravanti, but a really entertaining heat. If you like entertainment, stick around. We've got Gabriel Medina taken to the water real soon.
Gabriel is the guy to beat. He's definitely looking really focused on winning this event. You can see he's really confident, you know, considering his results. But he's still human and beatable.
I really want to be in the top 5. But the other guys, they have like a few events, head start. Together, I have to get in the final here.
Welcome back to the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. And we'll check out Gabriel Medina out in the water alongside Jordy Smith and Rio Wader. Paul Evans, joined by Peter Melt and Strider Wazalewski. And what a great looking matchup this is.
Gnarly heat, all the mid-tiered, basically, seeds, 8, 11, and 16. But you got Rio Aida, one of the new upstart rookies coming into it, up against, obviously, Jordy and Gabriel. So this is a very stacked heat number 12.
Talked about Medina's record out here, his overall performances, really at any venue across the world. We saw flashes of his brilliance last year, an injury abbreviated season, and we just want to see more of that. In the meantime, here's a replay of Jordy.
Wow, just beautiful turn up into the lip and feeling comfortable out there. I mean, getting started like this in a heat, it'll really set a great pace for you. And, you know, nothing out of control, but definitely going through the paces on this wave. Beautiful up. His first turn was the best one, and it was solid. It was a meaty section, you know, and he's a big guy, and he just met power with power there, which is something we really love to see out of Jordy.
I liked the extra energy he carried. Very first wave, sometimes you can see surfers like warming up, getting feet in the wax, you know, that kind of thing. No, he came out firing. He wanted to just lay in every rail, was pushed hard upon, so I love that from Jordy. I mean, this is a big heat. You know, you got a youngster in Rio, you got world champion in Gabriel. So either end of the spectrum, you know, you're right there in the middle seat, you know, you want to kind of go out there and show a little something different and, you know, show a little extra pep, which he has done.
I'm really interested to see Rio Waida in this event. I've seen nothing but training and surfing in these kind of critical conditions all up and down the beach breaks. He's got a trainer here that's every day. He's just been nailing the you know, the boards, doing all of his band work and weight work and the calisthenics, and just completely devoted to
taking it seriously.
And I just want to see what kind of whether it translates at the moment
into performance.
Yes.
We are celebrating International Women's Day. Let's hear from this guy, Jordy Smith.
I chose Natalie DeToy. She's been an inspiration to South Africa for a very long time. She's, I think, the first woman to compete at the Olympics Games. For swimming, I believe she won a gold medal. And so, yeah, just a massive inspiration, and somebody that I think I'm proud of, and our country should definitely be proud of.
Great pick there for Jordy Smith, Natalie DuToit, the Paralympian.
And you kind of see with the International Women's Day and everyone who they're highlighting, it seems to be Olympians or past you know, influential surfers.
Here goes Rio Waida, opening way for him, and he punts nice and high, and the crowd enjoyed that.
Oh, a little golf clap over here from Strider.
So we were anticipating what Rio was going to do. There's the answer.
There, yep, we don't even have to say anything. He answered it.
That was what I came to see. And I just, you know, you watch somebody going through the motions, you watch somebody putting all this time and effort into it, and then you watch him go out and watch it pay off like that. I think, you know, he's been in rhythm, he's surfing every day, he's training every day, he's over here early, left the North Shore, got over here right after that season ended and showed up. He's been here the longest, I think, out of anybody. And look at how well it's translated. I mean, that was a huge frontside rotator, way above the lip. The technical side of it was there, and he put a lot of power and energy into finishing that wave. Beautiful flow, came flying off of it. He had an amazing run on the CS series, and he's translated it.
Yeah, that's a great point. Rio Waida coming here, really looking to do damage in his maiden season on the Championship Tour. But just think about surfers and their popularity and the sort of outpouring of goodwill from the whole global surf community. Rio got his qualification done here in Ericeira at the Challenger Series last year, and just how stoked everybody was for him. Indonesia's first surfer on the Championship Tour. What a historic moment that was. And like literally every surfer all over the world, it felt like was super stoked for Rio.
He's a likable kid, right? I mean, obviously in Indonesia being, you know, a country that is just new to surf, really. You know, obviously they've had some of the best waves in the world, but it wasn't like, you know, the locals were surfing there. So it's taken time, you know, it's taken Jerry Lopez to show up in,
But you could also, you know, all that stoke, you could also kind of just rest your cap on that and be like, wow, everybody's so stoked for me. I made it on tour, yippee. But instead, he's used it as fuel to put it back into his game, into his tank to take it to the next level, which and Pete, we talked about it a little bit before. But at Pipeline, on his first wave and his first attempt, he got to the bottom, he purled up to his neck, and he got slammed and got pounded. I mean, but
he almost looked like he was a little timid.
But he looked like he was out of place, so to speak.
Yeah, there you go.
And then you saw him re-engage,
the next set,
reset, and get one of the best waves of the entire event came through, and he caught it and executed. So
yeah, it was a gnarly drop too. Same thing.
But he's actually making that next step to get better.
All right. Well, anytime Gabriel paddles out, lots of energy from the crowd. Louisa, how's the energy in the VIP area?
Woohoo, guys! This is the place to be, and I want to give you guys a tour, starting by this huge balcony with the best seats of the house. But if you don't want to be outside, you can go inside because there's plenty of space for you to sit down and enjoy the competition on the screen. And guys, as a mom and as a surfer, I was like, oh my gosh, I want to go to this competition, but I have no one to leave my kids with. What am I going to do? Your prayers were answered with the MEO Kids Zone. Look at this, it's so cute. You can have the peace of mind leaving your kids with well-trained professionals with games and face painting. And then after here, you just keep on coming. Come with me, come with me. You see how it's crowded. You get your Corona at the bar or a Portuguese wine. And then you can come in here and enjoy this beautiful zone with the best food for your beautiful afternoon. So Corona, thank you so much for creating such a nice space for this event. Cheers.
They're getting taken such great care of.
This is living. Hey, they know how to do it. I mean,
push that lime in. Let's have a swig. Let's have a swig off of that.
All right, numbers in for this guy, 7.33. What a way to get things going. Open his account. He's got a real tough heat against Medina and Smith, and he opens up with a
and he'd be the underdog, right? But at the same time, in his mind, I want to take some of this stuff that these guys have been doing for a long time. I want to be here for, you know, same thing. I want to put a career in at CT, not have to worry about requalification, cut lines, none of that. He wants to make himself known. This wave here, just a backup number. A little frothy on the face, but again, once you get a 7.33 under your belt, you're like, oh, quickly. You just want to back it up as instantly, as quick as you can.
The other interesting point, you're talking about Rio and the training he's been doing and how much prep he puts in. And I mentioned the qualification. He got it confirmed in Ericeira last year. It's what, half hour down the coast. As soon as he was confirmed, he was up here free surfing, practicing for this event last October. Medina goes big and throws it away on the landing. Just serving a little notice there of the kind of ramps he's going to be looking for. No real surprises there. And Medina, I tell you what, he is dangerous when he's in a corner. Doesn't have much on the score thus far. Still got plenty of time, though, but expect big things from him.
There's no real weaknesses on the tour for Gabriel, you know, from Surf Ranch to Super Tubos to Tahiti to Pipeline. Like, there's just no weaknesses in his arsenal. J-Bay, like all of it. He's just accomplished backhand, forehand, and just now well rested, right? I think that's something that, you know, you push in as hard as he has for the amount of time he has. It's nice to have a couple months off.
Looks like he had a good windup right here. Let's see what went wrong. Big rotator, just got away from him a little bit as his hips didn't come far enough along over the top of it. So if he would have just gotten up over the top of his board a little bit more, he would have been able to bring that down. But it looks like it got away from him a bit. Maybe the wind kind of blowing away from him as well. Maybe that pushed the board out from under him. But, you know, 9 times out of 10, you're going to see him make that. The make ratio for Medina is really high. So that's uncharacteristic of Medina, actually, to fall.
A massive attempt there from Medina. He's got plenty more where that came from. Meanwhile, your heat leader, the rookie out of Indonesia, Rio Wider, looking down the line with a ton of speed. And he'll go for a flatter spin. Doesn't quite get the traction from the fins as he lands that one, and he'll go incomplete
We've seen that a couple times today where, you know, surfers are looking for that ramp. They got all this speed. They keep looking at it, had to wait to finally get to the section. And then at that point, it just feels like because when you telegraph an error, right, you're kind of certain that you're certain placing of your weight in your body. And so it's easier if you get there quick enough when you have all that extra speed, but then time you had to wait, and then it actually makes you off time because you're trying to stay so high in the wave the whole time that you're losing the timing to actually get the ramp. And that's what it felt like happened right there.
And the conditions too, a little lumpy, so you can see him paddling into this wave. You see all the different lip lines. It's so hard to pick one, right? So he's just waiting for that opportunity. He got himself into a good position to do it, but it was kind of a flat spin going out towards you know, the beach, which isn't what you want.
Off the bottom, like he literally saw he had the speed and thought that the lip was going to be there, but he had to hold off the bottom at just that half second. And then it kind of got him to that spot there, the flat spin. Just it didn't have the ramp that he was anticipating.
Great news from him. He's already got himself a really solid score in this one. So he's built a great platform to get through this heat and avoid the elimination round. Of course, this season, the Championship Tour 2023 is a qualification series, and we're looking forward to the Paris Olympics in 2024 next summer. Of course, it's happening in Tahiti. And surfers can qualify for the Championship Tour, Pete.
That's right. You know, you think about it, top 10 men and top 8 women from each country. 2 men, 2 women will be from the CT. You know, there's other ways you can qualify through the ISA, but through the WSL and the World Surf League, that's how you're going to qualify. And think about where an Olympic venue can take place, none other than Chapeau, which is one of the best waves in the world.
I wish they would just give Kelly Slater a nod just to get into that event and be on the U.S. team.
He can still earn it.
He could, but I feel like he just should be in it. He's just such an amazing athlete. He's the GOAT, and you know he could win.
That's the thing.
The event,
right?
In Tahiti.
Especially if you put it in the summertime, which is a key wave period for Chopo. But yeah, it's a big deal, and I think everyone on this tour wants to be able to compete in the Olympics at that level. You know, it's the biggest sport in the world.
Absolutely incredible to see Tahiti represented in the Paris Olympics 2024, and a long road to go towards that qualification. 2 surfers from each country from the CT. There are options of getting that 3rd surfer for various other permutations, as you mentioned, but just from the CT it will be the 2. And you think in some countries, kind of an embarrassment of riches, if you like. Brazil would be one of them, the obvious one, with Medina and Italo. Obviously Felipe missing out last time, but hey, there's a bunch of other surfers that could all put their hands up via the CT this year from Brazil.
Big time. I mean, one of our actual commentators, you know, representing Italy, Jesse Mendes, he's going to be surfing in the ISAs, which is another governing body that is in another association that is going to qualify surfers. So, you know, there's a couple different roads to get into the Olympics. You know, again, having the surfing in the Olympics, and I mentioned, you know, the biggest sport, it's the biggest sporting event in the world that we all watch. Everyone watches it globally.
Well, we'll be bringing you those qualification stories throughout the season on the Championship Tour. And the anticipation builds towards that. Meanwhile, let's stay in the present and stay with the heat leader, Rio Wider, massive. And just throws it up and stomps it. The crowd absolutely love it.
Big frontside ollie, just pure.
Medina having a look and has to slice underneath that one, so not finding the opportunity he was looking for there. But how's the confidence of Rio Wider, the rookie?
And he's getting cheers from the crowd, and that also affects the other 2 surfers in the lineup, especially a guy like this who's usually the one getting all the cheers. But look at this, just a big forehand, well-timed, no grab, little tweak, little twist of the Arsenal hips, and then lands it.
I mean,
clean as can be.
Just say my name. Look at this, dude. He just boosts, just tweaks it out, and
that was rad.
You know, the beach,
a little shifty,
and the appreciation for the performance of surfing. I love it. Everybody on the beach lighting up right there for Rio, and I feel like Rio is going to take this thing home. He's just already dominating this heat. He's going to put himself up to close to a 14-point total. I mean, this was a pretty critical air. It was big, it was clean, shifty, pulls it back, and, you know, stomps it. So literally pushed that tail out midair and brought it back around.
The best footwork, I think. You look at where he puts that back foot, moves it around a lot. Very beginning of that wave, pushed it up forward, then got the bottom turn, pushed it back, and then in the air, got the shifty. I mean, think about that. He has to do that with his feet. It's not like he's tweaking with his hand to do the shifty. His feet are doing that. So his hips, legs, all of that footwork is so incredibly important in surfing. And when you've got it good like that, he's probably a pretty good dancer.
What are you giving that dance move, Pete? I want to know.
I was a little, I mean, this.
What would you give that?
What do you mean? The
As
score?
a judge, yeah.
Oh, it wasn't going to be a big number. I mean,
you don't think that's a big number?
I think it's one single error. I think the judges are actually contemplating it because we don't see it
Compared with
as
the
often as
7.
we should.
Compared with the 7.
Is it excellent?
I think it's like a 7.
I don't think it's excellent.
No, but I think it's right under. It's right
I think
there.
I would. Yeah, high 6 to 7-ish. Look, we just got put into numbers. The judges are thinking about it. They haven't just slam dunked it. Usually you see a big rotation, right? So that kind of comes a little more in your mind. You're like, okay, how clean was the landing and everything? But this is something a little shifty, basically frontside ollie, and it's difficult to do.
Big number in for Rio. Does get the improvement. 7.83, real close to the excellent range.
And we don't see it often, right? That's the thing that the judges had to think about it. Like, wait a second. Wow.
Well, as we'll just process on the audacity of Rio Waida to go to the air and put big numbers on the board. We'll go to break. Join us for more live from Portugal right after this. And a very warm welcome back to the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal Women's Opening round coming real soon, as we'll see a two-time world champ take to the water. Also, the very highly rated 17-year-old Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Also going to check out Pride Portuguese Surfing, Teresa Bonvalo. That's coming up real soon in about 11 minutes time. Before then, we've got the small matter of Gabriel Medina in third place with nothing on the board after nearly 20 minutes of surfing in ramps. Who's surprised?
I am, for sure. 2.77 total. You know, obviously he pulls off, you know, 2 of those maneuvers that he had already, and it's a different story. But Rio,
well, he looked off his game right from the beginning.
All right.
Of this heat so far.
No, I get that. That's why he's got 2.77. But had he pulled those off, is kind of my point. But that if he hadn't been off his game, but he is. You're right. He's a little bit off kilter. A little bit something's going on there. Not sharp as usually Gabe is. It is a surprise.
The other side to that is 10.5 minutes is an eternity for this guy to get a couple of scores as well. So plenty of time left for him.
Well, if Leo got 5 waves in 4 minutes, we're going to...
And that's how he usually is, such a mobile surfer in lineups, especially beach breaks. Here we go. What's he got for a strider?
During the break, he throws a little 3 and...
off kilter.
Catches a rail.
I don't know if you had a good batch this morning.
You mean the coffee was off?
Yeah, something. Whatever batch he needs in the morning.
Well, it's very uncharacteristic of Gabriel Medina to be catching rails and falling off of every wave he's caught in.
But not necessarily.
He hasn't made a wave.
Just in terms of what we've seen today with those red jerseys and that elimination round, which is looking pretty stacked. We've seen the likes of Kano Igarashi, Koa Belli, Jean Shianka, all going to the elimination round. I'd say you wouldn't fancy surfing in that, or generally you wouldn't want to surf in it, but even less so with that level of talent, but still plenty of time left for Medina. Meanwhile, let's go and get an update from Jesse Mendez. He's in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Yeah, guys, as you guys were speaking, I also think that Gabriel is a little bit off balance right now, which is pretty weird because I was speaking to him in the water. We were having a solo session at Off the Wall in this little left, and he was tearing it apart. And then after all the off season and all the injuries he had last year, I came up to him and asked him, like, what's up with your life? What are you gonna do? Are you 100% in? And he looked at me, all business, and just straight up talk and just told me, yes, I'm 100% in. It's Olympic qualification year, and I want that title, and I want to qualify for the Olympics. So just a little insight on him. I'm sure he's gonna bounce back from that wobbly start of this heat.
Well, that's a scary thought. Medina fired up and 100%, gives a slightly better account himself with that wave there as we watch him finish off. And we mentioned it's 10 minutes. There's still quite a lot of time for Gabriel Medina.
He's halfway there. That's going to match the 4.83 of Jordy, right? So he's now not far behind, literally, considering that Jordy's sitting on priority and throwing out the anchor. He's sitting out there looking for something that we have not seen, because he's been very quiet since a very quick start.
Here he is, Jordy Smith in full flow as he projects out of a carving turn in the lip down to the flats and then just punches through the wave. It was a bigger wave, though. It was a set wave that he's been waiting for. And probably fair to say that's a reflection of him and his kind of skill set, and thinking, I'm not going to go on necessarily on the ramps. I'm going to look for these big, powerful open faces, and he's stuck to it thus far. Let's see if it pays off.
Well, I mean, if there was another maneuver before that, if it's just that one single maneuver, I think that there's doors still wide open for Gabriel. We still have yet to see the score from his last wave, which we saw 2 big vertical hits, way more sure on his feet than what we've seen in the heat.
It was on cue as Jesse said it. You know, he's going to come back in the heat. Sure enough, he catches the wave, does 2 vertical climbs, and he puts himself into a better position, and now probably just needing like a 6 to get himself into advancing position.
7.5 on the clock in this. The rookie, Waida, the audacity of the new generation, very much on display here, taking on one of the best we've ever seen in the air. And so far, getting the better of it in terms of those 2 7s that he's got. Jordy, a second score yet to drop him. We're also waiting for that number of Medina. Let's see what it does to the heat. Here's another look.
Yeah, that's just it. Just the one float and then kicks out. So, I mean, there wasn't a maneuver before that, which I thought maybe there was. As we see, this was the float to vertical climb. Again, way more sure on his feet, into the lip, very quickly in and out of it. Not going to be a gigantic number, but it will be his best number.
All right, here goes Medina with speed, floats it forever, recovers from the float, doesn't get another section. They say what, you just leave that door just a little crack in it for Medina, and the Bigfoot's coming through.
And you can hear the crowd
going nuts,
screaming. And you know what's interesting for that energy, you can hear that in the water. You can feel that. And as you come off your floater, you can hear the crowd going nuts. So he's going to pick up on that, and he's going to thrive off of it.
Huge momentum shift, for sure. Literally, because of that, he's going to soak that stuff up. But look at how long this floater is, how much area he carries up and over. He's having a coffee up there, checking things out, soaking the crowd in, and then flies down. Just this one maneuver, not the most difficult maneuvers in the world. He did carry a lot of speed on top of the lip. Very dramatic for the people watching, but will the judges translate that into a good number?
Also, by the time he gets back to the lineup, just under 6 minutes to go. His cage has been rattled, poked the bear a little bit, so to speak, and you would not want to see Gabriel on the prowl.
Don't poke the bear. The last thing you want is, you know, a bear that's ready to, you know, prance. I mean, the guy's, you know, he gets a little sniff of the honey. He wants it.
Well, look, this is looking at the scores. He still didn't turn the heat yet.
No.
It's you know, the threes. Judges weren't buying into the crowd. They're like, yeah, floater, 317.
Those 2 backhand whips, though, I thought we could go in the 4 something range.
I thought it was matching. I thought it was matching at the 4.83. In my mind, I felt like, you know, pretty 2 solid moves in the lip, 4, 5. But no, judges are all keeping it suppressed.
Here's Jordy, bang, right off the top, quick transition hit. Looks like he gets lipped in the head.
He does.
And doesn't. Yeah,
he did get lipped in the head.
I tried to keep it clean, but yeah, he got slipped in the head.
You can see there's some kelp now too, like on the inside. You seeing all that?
I think that's the tide just filling in that little pool, that little kind of basin on the inside where the water collects, and just further sort of
add a little extra element in there. Some
yeah, some more obstacles.
More stuff on you.
Judges want to see a little more from Gabriel Medina. That's what we're reading from those numbers. I think we all do as well. We want to get this guy some waves. Over 4.5 to go. Let's have a look at his last effort.
Here we go. Pushing through. Quick float, comes down and away from his board. Right there, it's just This is not the Medina we're used to, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, that requirement is 3-7-1 for Gabriel Medina, a 3-time world champ. That is not a big number to get himself to avoid the elimination round. Just over 4 on the clock. Rio Wider has been on fire in this one. A couple of huge punts from him, a rotation and a straightie, and he's looked really, really good to combo the other surfers in this heat. One of them's this guy looking for 3-7-1. Medina backhand dips into the wave and bang through the lip with power and anger. And here he is, just swooping back to the whitewater, clipping it on the inside, just kicks the heels up. And the judges will think, well, that first hit goes towards that requirement 3-7-1. Meanwhile, Smith flaring up.
Oh,
here he is, just answering the call himself, and goes a rotation, and it's smooth and powerful.
Bingo, bango, Razalewski, tango. That was sick.
That was sick.
That was like...
It was an answer he needed to do.
How quick was that?
Because we saw that, I think that Gabriel 3-7-1 needed on that. You would say that last...
It.
Yeah, he probably got it. But this is going to
vert.
improve on the 2.47 that Jordy's carrying. So, again, right at the end of the heat, these guys knowing how important second place is, and they're turning on the afterburners.
Gabby's going to get back out there, and he's going to answer.
No, they're not even going to give him the score again.
No, he's going to get back out there, and he's going to answer.
Well, I know that, but this, look at his wave. It's going to come in under the 3-7. They want a lot out of this kid.
Numbers coming in. We'll wait for those. It drops 3-5. Still in third. This guy, Jordy Smith.
Bingo, bango, raspberry tango, just through the lip line, boost over the top, and then boom, quick snap right there.
That was a nice combo.
That
Talk about footwork, right?
It was quick, and it was technical. His first turn just throws the tail over and rotates beautifully. The next turn was just kind of for show, right? There wasn't anything crazy. Dramatized it a bit, played it up, but so he's coming in around real bit above the mid-range.
There's a replay of the release out of the fins from Gabriel Medina, only the 3-5 here. So even showcasing that, he was driving through his maneuvers there, everything, but judges only a 3-5.
Crucially, that number for Jordy Smith, 5-6-7, consolidates that second position. Now Medina, 2 on the clock. He needs a 6-9.
This will be, if this thing ends here pretty quickly and we don't see a 6.9, this is going to be one of the gnarliest elimination rounds we have ever seen. It's going to be
Don't
a
forget,
lot of top seeds.
Kelly Slater's in there as well.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's going to be a pretty crazy elimination round.
But don't count Gabriel out. He's not done yet. He's not done yet.
He's on it.
All right, live action here. We'll split the peak, and we will stay with the heat leader, who's been real quiet, Rio Wider on the left-hander. A couple of turns from him. We won't damage his scoreline with that, but crucially, significantly, Medina is unable to add, and here's Jordy Smith, and he likes the look of Gabriel. He's going to say hi.
He's like, that peak looks good down there. I'm coming down to say hi. What's up, bro?
I'll bet you Jordy's paddling the other way, too, if we could just get the
Medina?
high wide.
No, that's
I mean Medina, yeah. He's probably paddling away. He's going down. He's going to try and find a wave down at the other end of the beach.
And this, for folks watching, this is basically defense, right? He has priority over top of Gabriel Medina.
There he goes.
It's like they're playing a game of chase, paddle race down the beach.
Catch me if you can.
But yeah, he's trying to cover, using that ability of having priority over the top of Gabriel Medina. He can take away the opportunities away from Gabe.
Final minute of this, just over 45 remaining, and Medina on the wrong side of a 6-9. And Jordy's got priority, and he'll use it to block him on a left, tags the lip. It's smooth and crisp, gets another turn to finish on the inside. Jordy Smith, who really, that last score that he got, the 5-6-7, just kind of squeezed any real life for Gabriel Medina, and then having priority as well, just shutting him down right there.
Very smart, strategically sound. He took that opportunity away from Gabriel Medina. Was it the 6.9? I guess we'll never know, because he didn't get to ride the wave, because Jordy did.
I just hope I get to see Medina answer back right now. Will he get the chance? I just love this.
10 seconds. Oh, no, he's going to get...
No, it's a replay.
I was going to say that. I thought that was live. That would have been crazy.
Don't get too excited, Pete.
I know. Well, it's over now, right?
No, it's not over yet.
It's been a really entertaining heat, really enjoyable to see this one. So many storylines in this, but the key takeaway, this guy, Gabriel Medina, 3-time world champ, goes to the elimination round, and he'll be annoyed.
Yeah, he will. And I will say that that's going to be a fun elimination round to watch.
Yeah, that is going to be one of the most impressive things we're going to see in this event, is going to be the elimination round, and it's not always the case.
Kaio, Shianka, who else? Gabe, Kelly. Craziness.
Igarashi in there?
Oh, yeah, Igarashi.
We talked about this place being the great leveler. That's what we've seen throughout this round. We're going to go to break. When we come back with the opening round for the women, stay tuned.
She just owns her story and is super authentic.
She's a really powerful woman. She stands up for herself.
There are two women that have busted down the doors. She's broken a bunch of records in the Olympics, and she just inspires me a lot.
Because she had a tough run and she came back strong.
Because she's honestly on a tear right now.
She always motivates me and sends me messages to get me pumped.
She's just supportive of the next generation of women.
She's gonna be one of the best we've ever seen at the sport. She's the best in the world.
I just love the way that she carried herself. She was just cool. Yeah, Haddad Maya. Dash Brody.
Venus and Serena Williams.
Naomi Osaka.
Sam Kerr.
Luisa Stefani.
Nora Vasconcelos.
Nawal Mutawakil.
Aisa Leal.
Katie Ledecky.
Marta.
Susie O'Neill.
It's the MEO Rip Curl Portugal Pro presented by Corona, and we are into the women's opening round. We just got through the men's round with some surprising upsets. Now it's time to look to the women. Tyler Wright, Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson, and Teresa Bonvalot all out on the water in this first heat of the opening round for the women. I'm Kaipo along with the Hall of Famer, Pete Mel. And Pete, we're going to see the women just try to adapt. We have this incoming tide. Surf looks like it's getting better.
It is. It will be. A lot more opportunities, I think, with the fuller tide. We saw it happen yesterday as we watched Tyler Wright on her first wave here. Just a big float to start off this one. Crowd loves it. When you fall out of the sky like that, the crowd will just eat that up. Great heat here for Teresa Bonvalot. Obviously, the Portuguese surfer being able to compete in front of her home country. So it'll be a big moment for all three of these surfers.
Yeah, Teresa Bonvalot, she is a replacement surfer, 22 years old, out of Cascais, and she's had this opportunity because of the injury for Joanne Defay. Looking at the two-time world champ here, Tyler Wright on her opening ride, Pete.
Yeah, and you'd have to say this season, watching Tyler Wright carrying a lot of confidence. I think she's just in a really good place in her life, enjoying competing. You know, she's been doing it her whole life. And again, you know, when you put in as much energy as you do to competing on this tour, it's draining. It puts a lot of toll on your body, mentally, physically, and sometimes you just need a break.
Well, Tyler's been pretty transparent about, you know, her challenges, the challenges that she's had mentally, the challenges that she's had physically, and having to take that time off. And to your point, Pete, she is back here. Tyler Wright is in great form. You know, great Hawaii leg that she had. Yeah, no, second place at Pipe, third place at Sunset. She's currently number 3 on the rankings. We're looking at Teresa Bonvalot, however, here.
Wearing a hood.
And yeah, Teresa with a hood on. That was we talked about her earlier, the 22-year-old replacement for Joanne Defay, who's suffered a broken foot. Here we go. Oh, Betty Lou Johnson just up and down, so not a great start, but plenty of time on the clock, 25 minutes, 20 seconds.
Yeah, she's had a couple quick waves now for Betty Lou, so a little bit out of position. But again, that's why the heats are 30 minutes. You know, there's a lot of opportunity, 3 surfers in the water. You're going to be able to compete for a half an hour for your 2 best waves. You get every wave scored by the judges up in the panel, but ultimately only 2 count towards your total at the end of the heat.
Conditions, Peter. The wind has switched. The tide is filling. It's looking more appetizing here this afternoon at Super Tubos.
Yeah, the sand is pretty darn good. And when you have a little fuller tide, it just opens up the opportunities. There's not as much rip. You know, the rip currents play a toll on the lineup as well when water moves in and out of the lineup. You can just see overall everywhere pretty smooth, which means that obviously with the tide filling in, you're not going to get as much drain of that tide. So you'd think that the opportunities are going to be more plentiful towards the back half of the day.
Got some waves coming here, and priority sits with Teresa Bonvalot, the goofy foot. Let's see. And here she goes on the left. Teresa off the bottom, a nice snap off the top, swooping snap, looks to the lip again and gets late there, goes incomplete. Unfortunate for the Portuguese surfer, looking like she was on her way to a nice score. Let's hear from Rio Waida.
Rio, the beach went absolutely crazy at the beginning of the heat when you got that 7-8-3 and then you back it up with another mid-7 score. How were you able to get into your rhythm so quickly?
I think it started from last night. I checked my heat and I saw against Jory and Gabby. I grew up watching them, so I had to push my level of my surfing. And but I was definitely nervous, and but I don't know, but I was like focused enough to calm myself to follow my strategy and stuff. And but yeah, every wave I caught, I just thought like free surf or something. Have to go big to beat these guys and to be the best. I have to beat these guys, so I gave everything. And yeah, I was still nervous, but I'm stoked that I did.
It was a great way to start. You could tell that you were surfing freely. Walk us through that high 7.
I saw the highest score was I think Scherer. I'm pretty capable of doing that, so I knew I had to do it. Not many people does that, so I knew I had to do something different. So I did, and stoked that I made it. It was kind of bad waves, but Jody was paddling, so I had to give myself an opportunity, and I just went for it, and I made it, so I'm really stoked.
As you should be, and I know who else is stoked, and that is the pair who you are representing for this International Women's Day. We know you're so proud of where you come from, so share a little bit about who you're wearing, who you're paddling out for.
So I'm wearing for Rahayu and Polly. They won the double badminton in Tokyo 2020. I was there, and then they really inspired me to be like them, and they were like a hero at home in Indonesia when they won the gold medal, and so I picked them, and then also because of them I made a new goal. I want to become a gold medalist for Indonesia, and also make everyone proud from Indonesia.
You certainly did today. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, well, we saw that attempt from Tyler Wright for an air. A couple of waves coming through during that interview that we'll get you all caught up on the numbers and the intent there. Wow, so Rio Waida, you know, that was a big victory for the rookie, sending Gabe Medina to the elimination round, which hasn't happened in a long time. Here we go, Tyler Wright. Look at this attempt.
This is pretty cool. You know, again, utilizing obviously the power in the wave. Good timing there. Got above the lip. Missed the grab kind of. It didn't get quite the lock in on the grab. That would have helped get the feet planted on the board. Able to shift it, but with the miss, just the board got out of the way and didn't pull it off. But I love the attempt. I think that's where we see a lot of places we can see improvement in women's surfing is above the lip and those types of rotations and all of that stuff. And watching the women surf side by side, you know, in the same day, like of the men's opening round, you're going to see aerials score big, and so they're going to go and emulate just that. Aerials and aerials are going to be what you need to be doing here at Super Tubos.
Well, I would love to see the progression there with some aerials and some air makes there. We know, there's a new generation of women surfers, female surfers, who have been taking to the air. Sierra Kerr comes to top of the mind, but also Caitlin Simmers. We're going to see her a little bit later on today. Another female surfer that is quite adept in her aerial approach. So we'll see how that goes, and hopefully to see some airs from the ladies.
Luckily for Teresa, being that she is an injury replacement, not just a normal wild card, she's actually going to be able to keep her points. So if she can put together a few events back to back here before the midseason cut, she could find her way on tour. Really, that's how easy it is for her. So this is a golden opportunity with this injury replacement. She keeps her points, and if she can find a way to make that cut, she'll stay on for the rest of the season.
She's currently below the cut line at number 15 coming into this event. She had a 9th at pipe, a 17th, which is the result that you do not want at all. But to your point, she does have an opportunity. It would have to be, she's got to get into like the quarterfinals. She really needs to get into the finals day to have a chance at that. Here she goes on the backhand, looking down the line, and no opportunity. So I would classify that as a priority error for Teresa Bonvalot.
And you think about it, you go back to Haleiwa at the end of the Challenger Series events there. She was above the qualification line, but then Sophie McCulloch, just hero status, gets the win and not bumped out Teresa. But this is an opportunity. She was able to, with the unfortunate trying to fade.
They were actually tied.
Yeah.
So Teresa and Sophie
that's how
McCulloch
close it was.
were actually tied, and they had to break the tie, not just by event finishes, but actually by the number of heats won that year. And Sophie McCulloch came up and just got right above the line. So to your point, some justice for Teresa Bonvalot to have an opportunity here where she really does belong. I mean, in a way, it was just some unfortunate circumstances that kept her from becoming full-time on the championship tour. But here she is, and she's got the opportunity.
And again, in her own home country, right? All of her family's here, all of her fans, so she's going to be able to use that support.
Betty Lou Sakura, nice hook off the top, just dropping into that one. Sakura has to get through this flat section. She's going to redirect to the right. Oncoming section, nice little snap there. Lively wave for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Currently in third. She just needs a 1.28 to move to second. She's going to do that and more. So we're going to see a shifting in the placings here at the 17-minute, 45-second mark.
Yeah, I'd have to say that's going to be the best number so far in this heat. Nice combination moves. Utilize that wave, going on her backhand here. Nice clean first section. Little airdrop out of it. Drives through that turn there and then stayed with it. This wave's kind of split, but there's some energy there. So she shifts across, gets all that speed, and then redirects it. And another section here. Carve. So just the two turns. Not going to be a huge number by any means. Came under actually Tyler Wright's one maneuver wave there for 3.
We're still waiting for the score for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. We'll update you as soon as that score drops and see how it affects the standings in this heat. 17 minutes counting down. Tyler Wright with priority. Score just comes in for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, 2.67. Sakura goes into first. Tyler Wright falls to second. Teresa Bonvalot in third.
My bad, did not get into the top wave of the heat so far, 2.67. And you watch the replay, that wave flattened out. I mean, it looked nice in the very beginning, but not able to really lay into that first maneuver.
Hey, we're celebrating International Women's Day, and Sakura, she has one of my heroes on her back. Rel Sun is who she chose to honor on this International Women's Day. And I'm going to get a little bit teary-eyed right now because Rel Sun was a gift to the culture, Hawaiian culture, to women's professional surfing, to water safety with the first female lifeguard in the Hawaiian Islands, and just an overall community advocate. Rel Sun and her Menahuni contest is going to be entering its 47th year this year, that every year we give back to the kids over there on the west side.
Pretty cool.
Really cool. I got a chicken skin right now.
Here's I got a kerchief for you. You okay? Here, let me dab that. It's true though. I mean, you think about Rel Sun, she's royalty. She really is. I mean, I remember even from my hood, we love Rel Sun.
Speaking of hoods, here is Teresa Bonvalot on this left. She's already got a 3.5 to her credit. 2.37 is going to take her into second place in advancing. Oh, I'm sorry, that was the 2.574, Teresa Bonvalot. So she is in the lead. Betty Sakura Johnson is just going to get a fractional score here. Tyler Wright sitting patient with priority.
Betty Lou did have a good event over in the Hawaiian Islands on her home turf. Billabong Pipe Pro was able to get an equal third, which is a huge result. That's going to keep her in contention for obviously the midseason cut.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I think her goal at the end of the year, she's going to be in that final 5.
Well, you know, you look at the history with the young 17-year-old from Haleiwa, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. 3rd at Pipe, 9th at Sunset. She's number 7. She's above the cut line coming into Portugal. But we look back at 2022, Peter, where it was a difficult year for her. She did not survive that mid-season cut in her rookie year. Had to fight back in the Challenger Series, and fought back she did. She ended up winning the Challenger Series in 2022.
It's a similar story to Leo Fioravanti, really.
Right.
About the same thing, you know, again,
and that's the beauty of the system right now.
Right, yeah, so true.
Yeah. Well, we're waiting for another exchange from this opening heat of the opening round for the women. We're going to step away for just a bit. We'll be right back with the conclusion. Who's going to go to the elimination round? You'll find out after this. Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company, joins the B Corp movement. B Corps are businesses that meet the highest standards of social and environmental performance, public transparency, legal accountability to balance profit and purpose. In other words, B Corps are businesses that prioritize people and the planet, not just profit. So congratulations to Rip Curl for becoming a B Corp. It's a landmark event there for the ultimate surf company, Rip Curl. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson here, currently in 2nd place in this heat. Why? Because Teresa Bonvalot just dropped a 6-point ride to take the lead.
Good number for Teresa. Exactly what she needed to do here as we watch the replay here of Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. This wave kind of ran off. She sets it up with these 2 snaps and then tries to chase down this final section and can't get there. So she just bails out off of it. So just relying on those 2 turns, which probably won't change her scoreline too much. And we'll see what Tyler Wright does here. She's been taking care of some patience by sitting it out. And with that, hoping that she can find herself a solid number. Look at this set, Kaipo.
Here we go. This could be a game changer in the context of this heat. Priority with the patient Tyler Wright, who's only ridden 2 waves so far. You can see Tyler in the red jersey. The rips are evident here also on the wave face, but like you said before, the bars, the sandbars, looking good.
They are good. It's definitely the bathymetry of the sand, you know, and this is a different type of sand than what you're used to, say in Hawaii, where we see these big grains of sand. This one is to be a lighter, fluffier sand, so it packs down. So it's a lot harder to move around. So when the sandbars are good, it usually sticks around for a little while, and it's been really good before this event. You know, we saw some imagery that was coming from those big west swells, and with that, you know, that the sand has been very solid.
This happened during the break. This is the 6-point ride for Teresa Bonvalo.
There you go, 2-turn combo, and her backhand solid. You know, she comes from an area that loves those little right-handers, and that's where her forte is. But look at that vertical approach, and she drives through that turn. You could, there was a significant notice in that difference.
You know what I noticed? She lost the hood.
She did. She took it off. Too hot. I was going to say, I mean, when you're dealing with it, or unless it got blown off, it could have that too. But it does happen. You know, the waves are strong. It'll pull, you know, booties off. It'll flood your wetsuit.
Yeah, so there you go. Great effort on the backhand. Clean surfing for Teresa Bonvalo. The judges really consistent in the numbers that they assigned to that. So it was really on point for that flat 6.
Yeah, there was a 5.5 and a 6.5. Those get thrown out of the 5 judges. The rest of them posted a 6. So the average obviously comes out as a 6.0. And that's in the, you know, a good range. You know, the bottom end of the good range.
I mean, in the context of today's heats,
yeah,
6 is a key. 6 is a keeper score all day long from what we've seen at opening day. There are all the judges' numbers, and like Pete said, you throw out the high, the low. It was easy math with that flat
International
6.
panel. You know, we've seen the judges. We're actually staying just down the hallway. We see them go by. They all surf. They are all putting in the extra time there. So these guys are very knowledgeable. Patamo and Aluli are there, you know, heading the helm. And again, great surfers in their own right, been doing this for a very long time, and they understand, you know, what it takes to pay attention all day long too. That's the other part of it. You think about, you know, it's great to be able to sit armchair judge when you're paying attention, you know, at home, but ultimately when you're having to pay attention and focus all day long for an 8-hour day, these guys do a great job.
I want more 10s this season. I want to give away some Yeti Tundra 110 cooler. I'm not calling anyone out. I'm just saying I want
more 10s.
More 10s.
I think 10s are exciting.
So I can give away some Yeti 110 Tundra coolers, because that just feels good to give those away.
Okay, cool.
And that's what we're doing all year long.
Since you're doing that, you're such a nice guy. That's Yeti who's doing that. I stumped you.
No,
that's what you just said. Huh? Yeti is giving away 110 coolers. By the way, there's one on the deck over there, and you could actually sit in it with ice and have an ice bath inside the Yeti 110 cooler.
It'll keep that ice cold. All right.
Yeah, it's been there for a week and it's still got cubes. Again, you're stumped. You're quiet. Look at the clean water to the left. Who's sitting over there? That's Betty Lou.
So Betty Lou Sakura Johnson with priority in second place, but just with a couple of small scores, a 2.7 and 2.67. So not feeling secure at all in that position. Tyler Wright just needs a 2.37 to take that second place and advancing position off of Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. It's going to be Teresa Bonvalo here, though, our heat leader. Finds a nice right, gets up in the lip, nails it. So
wow,
perhaps, well, she needs to do better than a 3.5, Peter, to increase her scoreline. Do you think she did that?
I feel like, you know, single maneuvers can be scored fairly high, and I feel like in relation to that 3.5, this was a much higher impact move on a set wave. She actually had priority over Tyler. Tyler was in a good position too. You saw right there, she had to go over the back, so she gave the position up. Not really gave it up, but had to give way to that one big maneuver from Teresa Bonvalo. But I feel like it's going to be better than the 3.5. You know, and it's going to add to their point total. So she's building confidence. The hood's off her head, and she's fired up.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of times you can read a surfer's body English by when they complete a ride, and she knows that felt good, and it should, because she got a 3.93. She has increased her lead. 6.5 minutes remaining. The battle for second and avoiding that elimination round is now in full effect between Betty Lou Sakura Johnson and Tyler Wright.
And Betty Lou does not want to see another 17th on her scoreline if she wants to make sure she has that cut line. So ultimately, getting through this heat right here will help that. You get, you know, obviously you don't have to deal with a 17th no matter what. But yeah, if you're thinking about cut lines and where you need to finish in each and every event, basically quarterfinals or above, really, if you want to solidify your spot.
Yeah, when we look at that mid-season cut, top 10 women will advance into the back half of the season. There we go. Caitlin Simmers is on her way into the water. She's going to be against Sophie McCullough and Steph Gilmore. I love this battle on paper.
And you got to love that she's going down there high-five and taking in that energy, taking in that love from the Portuguese crowd. they're here to give it. You know, literally from the first hooter all the way till the end of the day. They're going to be here, rain or shine, hot or cold.
Hey, AJ, do you know why Teresa's wearing that hood? I think you got some intel for us.
Bit of insight for you, Kaipo. So I was talking to Bina, who is Teresa's friend and videographer, and Teresa actually hit her head with her fin a few days ago during a free surf at Baleal, so she had to get 6 stitches in, but she told me she's totally fine, as you can see in her heat, and she's on her step-up board today, which seems like it's making a difference in this one, you guys.
Thanks, AJ. As we saw Tyler Wright getting on a wave, needing a 2.37, Peter, and Wright might have just done that. Here we go. Beilu Sakura Johnson with the answer back on the backhand. A little snap to set up, times that, and cannot survive the convergence of water right there between that oncoming right.
That was important.
That was super important.
Super important, right? And of course, right there is Tyler Wright. After finishing her wave, would have been seeing that left at it. Already a good solid turn, nice size set wave here. So the first section's beautiful. Again, nice carve off the top, but she needed this second section really to solidify the score. It would have been her best number, but since she falls out of that, I would say that the lead will probably change from Tyler into second and Betty Lou to third.
Yeah.
And you wonder if there's a little effect of Tyler here, just you know, in your peripheral, you're gonna have some surfer there. Look, she sees her right there.
Yeah.
And she's punching through. I mean, there was a little bit of effect there. You see that?
Yeah, and rarely does that ever get called.
No.
But it could have been a mental game for sure.
I mean, there's nothing you can do. I mean, Tyler's paddling out. You try to get out of everyone's way. And the best way to do that is to duck dive out of there, which is exactly it. And right there in that moment, Betty Lou should not even pay attention to it. It's like she's not even there. But you watch the replay here of that last one. Score is in for that, and it is enough. She moves into second.
There was a time when if you ran over a surfer, you would give them an interference.
I had that happen.
And
Shane Beshin. That was back when they called things when you were even like near a wave. Nowadays, it's about the surfing, right? And ultimately, you're as a surfer, you know how to duck dive. You can get out of the way.
Tyler Wright. Oh, it looks like she was on the trajectory for a big top turn, but
Betty Lou got her back by getting in her peripheral. That was just a missed time right there. But wow, this is a back and forth heat. 3 minutes to go. So important. No one wants to go to the elimination round.
Betty Lou on the last wave was able to get a 2.83 and secure that second position. Tyler Wright,
the first turn, did it.
In third place right now. Wright is going to be on the bottom of the priority ladder, Peter, and needs a 2.53.
You wonder where Betty sits in this situation. Does she actually follow Tyler around? Because they've been surfing different portions of the bank. Betty Lou seems to be surfing down a little south end of it and has, you know, given herself those opportunities on the lefts.
Here we go. We're going to stick with Beilu Sakura Johnson on that split peak. Sakura. Lip glide to completion, looking to improve upon a 2.7 and further distance herself from Tyler Wright. What do you think?
I would say she utilized her priority there, and it's going to improve her situation. Not going to be a huge number. There felt like she was a little tentative, to be honest here. I think that there was obviously do not want to make a mistake on your final move, and it almost kind of showed up in that last little performance. Usually she is a bit more aggressive in the lip. Let's see what Teresa does here on her attempt, going to above the lip. I like it. You know, she's got the lead, push the envelope a little bit. Doesn't get the completion, unfortunately, so it's not going to do anything to her scoreline. But waiting on the score for Betty Lou. And now look at this, Tyler Wright
decides not to go on that one. Clock is ticking down. Wright with priority. Wright needing a 2.53 to avoid the elimination round. There's been a little bit of a theme of the red jerseys, the top seeds in the opening round. If we look back at the men's opening round, a few top seeds going into that elimination round. Will that continue on into the women's?
It only needs a 3.14 and a paddle there. Is that going to be, is that a committed paddle?
Well, it depends if there's another surfer out in the lineup to take the priority off of her. That was a committed paddle, but I don't think we have another surfer out in the lineup, so there's no switch of priority at this point.
Yeah, it only needs a 3.14. Really, I mean, you think about that in this situation, you think that Tyler would be able to pull it off. But it's just a matter of the wave comes, gives her that opportunity. 40 seconds. Is that Kerr on the back of her jersey?
Yes, it is Kerr.
It is, huh?
She's representing, her inspiration is Sam Kerr, an Australian
I thought it was Sierra Kerr.
soccer player. Plays for Chelsea. No, it's Sam Kerr. We're celebrating International Women's Day throughout this entire event, Peter.
Yeah, and we love it. You know, all the surfers representing who they are on their backs.
Down to 5 seconds, and it could be an upset in this first heat of the opening round. Tyler Wright getting sent into the elimination round. The young wild card, Teresa Bonvala, taking out the win. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, she's going to go into the round of 16. Tyler Wright into the elimination round. More coming your way here from Super Tubos right after this.
They're a lot clearer this year. I want to win. I have to really remind myself that it's possible. I can go the whole way.
Like, I'm a sports fanatic. The way that they've set it up is more like a video game than a sport.
And in the women, physically, it actually kind of looks like that. Like, Carissa's the biggest...
Big bad boss.
Bad boss at the top.
That's right. Make or Break. It is streaming right now on Apple TV Plus. Scenes from episode 8, an 8-episode series in the season 2. Catching up right here with Katie Simmers, a rookie on the championship tour. Exciting next generation of surfers. Just 17 years old. I'm Kai Pagura along with Peter Mel. Pete, Kate Simmers up against an 8-time world champ in the way of Stephanie Gilmore in this heat, as well as Sophie McCullough, who missed the first 2 events on the championship tour. Due to an injury, she's making her comeback.
Yeah, she is, and we'll see how Sophie does here, being that I feel like it may be a little early, but I mean, she's given us opportunity as we watch Steph Gilmore and her replay. Great wave choice here for Steph. Oh, how was that? Accelerating through that maneuver, up and over, and wow, looking the goods here for Steph Gilmore. That was some great surfing right there. Behind her, there's Sophie. See how she's feeling. Oh, attacking the lip from her once again. Can she pull it off? Yes, she can. Wow, great start to this heat, Kaipo.
Yes, a couple of exciting rides. Kate Simmers going to come in under 3 for her first ride, waiting for the numbers for Steph Gilmore and Sophie McCullough. Steph Gilmore looking like she's got a new cash cow under her feet, DHD design. That board looks smooth as anything.
Yeah, and that's one of the things she brings to the table, and the fact that she just has such great technique, impeccable technique actually, and you see how much water comes off the rail and how much acceleration and speed through the maneuvers, and it's a point of difference that you can pick up on right out of the gates. You see here, little front on angle of Katie Simmers in her first wave. And one of the things I want to see out of Katie, and I'm just going to throw it out there, is that her air game, right? She's not scared to go into the lip, release the fins, do some very innovative and progressive maneuvers. And I want to see her, because this is a place that you'd ultimately have that both on your backhand and forehand. There's plenty of power, and there's plenty of ramps.
I concur. She's just got some great technique, really quiet upper body, great rail game, good read on waves. She is in third place right now. That's because Sophie McCulloch opened up with a 5-point ride, and Steph Gilmore a 5.83 for the opening ride for Gilmore.
Yeah, great start for both Sophie and Steph. Katie would have heard those numbers. You know, sits in that second priority position. This is a big, broad, open lineup. You can kind of move up and down the beach here. So priority is a key element, but it's not like there's a one single takeoff area. So, you know, having priority is cool, but it's not the be-all, end-all. You can move up and down the beach and get big numbers.
I like that point, Pete. It's not like it's a point break or a reef break where there's a distinct takeoff zone. You can sneak away from people even under priority. And we've seen it year in and year out. Gilmore on her second wave, smooth off the bottom, carves around that DHD, has to hesitate a little bit before the whitewater rebound, gets back into the open face, staying smooth on this wave. A little bouncy on the inside section, but makes the best with a snap for Steph Gilmore. She'll nicely back up that 5.83 that she opened up with.
Again, now the comfort zone, you already have two waves, right? You're probably going to get upwards almost of 10 points for a total. Still 24.5 minutes to go. So building momentum through a heat, and that's what the veterans will do. They'll build through a heat. And with that, you know, hopefully you see the bigger numbers come in the back half of it. As we watch the replay here, little hesitation. She wants to drive that rail all the way through that cutty if you really want to, you know, showcase that as not an error. So the little hesitation through that turn will factor in, and also that little snap, board lays flat a little bit. Ultimately, you want to have it stay at 90 degrees through the maneuver. So you watch the cut back here. Little bubble has to, like, you know, almost loses a little bit of the speed as not driving through the maneuver. That there is a full round cutback, and then this turn here, a little flat, but hey, you know what? Backed up the number with a
2.53. So you recognized it, Peter, in that some of those little bobbles did affect the score there. Yeah. But still with the lead, Steph Gilmore. Interesting story with Gilmore. You know, she comes into this event number 3 on the championship tour, below the cut line for that mid-season cut. She's number 11 right now. Why? Because she already has a 17th there. But given that, also remember, the surfers in the beginning of the year get one throwaway. So Steph Gilmore does have her throwaway.
So of the 5 events before the cut, one of those events you throw away. So basically she has her throwaway, that 17th.
Yes.
Throw it out. You know, if you carry another 17th, say you show up in the, then all of a sudden you're now carrying a 17th, and that is a hindrance.
Yes, exactly. So, and you know, for Gilmore, this is something that she did last year as well. Carissa Moore, Mitchell Ross, discussing some strategy before Carissa paddles out.
It's funny because, you know, Mitchell's kind of basically a sounding board, really, a coach per se. But like Carissa is one of those competitors who will use different people throughout the year. And Mitchell's been somebody who's been in her corner for, you know, Aussie Leg, obviously here in Europe as well. Longtime friends, Mitchell, former competitor as well. But just the relationship that they have, they see eye to eye. Great discussions happen there. Feels the motivation from Mitchell, so she uses him quite often.
Yeah, and you know, a smart play as a player in the game for
yeah, he's been in the industry and been a part of the sport for a very long time. But being able, I guess, there's, you know, you can hang around the sport and watch a lot of heats, but being able to have the relationship with the surfer and that rapport is so important. And I think that's why surfers will sometimes use several different people.
Yeah. Well, let's hear from Caitlin Simmers. She's got Nora the Explorer on her back. I want to know why she chose her inspiration. Let's hear from her.
For International Women's Day, I chose Nora Vasconcelos. She's one of my favorite skaters, and I just feel like she's a pretty good role model for a bunch of like little girls coming up in any sport, in surfing and in skating, or any board sport, or really anything. She's just cool.
She is cool. So are you, Katie. Couple of snaps on the backhand right here. Live action going back to Caitlin Simmers. A little caught up there, but is able to finish off. And you can see just the technique that she has. Quiet upper body, but able to swing through multiple maneuvers. And
it's almost a skate style, right? I mean, she's talking about, you know, skate emulator and you know, going with the Nora. Did you call Nora the Explorer? Is that like a nickname for?
That's her. I think that's her Instagram handle, Nora Vasconcelos. She's one of the best female skateboarders. Just beautiful style. the progression that Nora has on skateboards, hey, it's kind of mirrored with the progression that Katie Simmers has on surfboards. And Katie skates as well. So does Caitlin's shaper. Chris Boris is also a former professional skater. So we have a kind of a skater theme in the
great cross training, by the way,
in the Caitlin Simmers camp. Let's take a look at this replay.
And you watch this nice size set wave there, vertical approach and quick in transition through that maneuver. So a lot of the score is going to come from that first maneuver. Glides through these next ones. Again, not really utilizing those sections as well she would have liked, but keeps the flow going here. And then that was a nice little floater. Acceleration out of it. So a nice good start, a nice good finish. Going to be her best number.
Yeah, 4.33 for this effort right here. We're checking out in slow motion, Pete.
And backhand, when you go straight up, you know, 12 o'clock, where you point that nose up to the sky, that's a critical maneuver. Difficulty's high, so they're going to get rewarded for that kind of maneuvers. Here, again, mistimed, unfortunately. She just digs a rail on the bottom turn, loses some speed, and so that affected the number here. Ultimately, the very finish move, when she gets this one, she gets a little acceleration out of that floater. And for this angle, didn't quite look as impressive, but really a lot of that score came from that very first maneuver.
Well, the 4-point ride keeps her in second place right now behind Steph Gilmore. Sophie McCullough with priority, white jersey, 5-point ride already to her credit. Needs just a 1.83, so still a very tight heat, 19 minutes, 30 seconds. Counting down, we're going to see Gilmore. And 8-time world champ just exits that wave. No harm, no foul.
Well, she was looking for probably the rights off that same bank, and the lefts are in the rip. They actually surf into the rip, so not as clean of water. It's also moving out at your surfboard, so it affects whereas the rights from off that peak actually move down the line, so your surfboard reacts differently to that. It's an interesting choice, because you'll notice that stuff kind of happens, and so you'll actually start directing yourself on where you want to be in the lineup. But I think the best success is being able to identify rights or lefts no matter what, and being able to perform on it, not just focusing on one direction or the other.
So head on the swivel is the theme out here this afternoon. Heat number 2 of the opening round for the women. We already saw Tyler Wright in that heat number 1 sent into the elimination round. That's going to be a tough one, but it was a shining moment for the surfer from Cascais, Teresa Bonvalot. She took a win, and she's with AJ.
Yes, Teresa, you have so many fans here in Portugal. Every single one of them was rooting for you throughout your heat. How did you feel that support?
It was definitely amazing. The beach is full. I could say that I was actually nervous, like just walking by everyone supporting. I felt that kind of nervous, but the good one. And I'm super stoked to be here, super stoked to be surfing, to putting the jersey on, and excited for the rest of the event.
I know you had a little injury a few days ago when you took the fin to the head, had to get stitches. How did you regroup and get ready? Because you didn't look nervous, you didn't look unsettled at all.
No, it's fun. It was 2 days ago. I got 6 stitches on the head, my first stitches ever. I guess there's always something happening to me, like during the events or before the events. You could say there's some luck in there, like, I don't know, from bad things going to lucky things. And yes, I was really nervous about the stitches before. I'm now finally like more chill, more okay. But I mean, it's amazing to be here, to be in Portugal, surfing again against the best surfers in the world, in front of other Portuguese people. Getting that support, trying to represent my country in the best way possible, and I'm really happy.
You are representing your country incredibly well. Você quer dizer alguma coisa para amigos e familiares aqui em Portugal?
Sim, estou muito feliz de estar aqui em Portugal, a representar a nossa bandeira ao alto nível. Quero agradecer a vocês todos o apoio incrível, inacreditável, e vamos com tudo e continuar a apoiar os portugueses.
Parabéns.
Obrigada.
Well, during that interview, Sophie McCullough was able to turn the heat and got another wave. McCullough now in first place. Looking at Katie Simmers driving through a cutback. Another driving turn for Caitlin. Simmers looking for the finish. Whoa, extends the layback. A little too extended, but a couple of quality turns, Pete.
Yep, that's right. And again, in contrast to what we saw Steph do, where she had to lose that speed through the maneuver, we saw that driving cutback. And Caitlin was able to. The wave allowed her a little more extra juice. It was a little bigger wave. But ultimately, that 2.5 is going to go to the wayside here for Katie. And now Steph, being that she's in the lead, needs to improve on a 4.10. Ultimately, I don't think 9.93 is going to keep that heat win. She's with 15 minutes to go. You feel like that there's going to be some better opportunities here soon. So Steph needs to keep that pedal on the metal and driving through this heat, because you think these two youngsters in Caitlin and Sophie aren't going to give up.
4.1 was last for Steph Gilmore, and Gilmore, like you said, with that lead, but the exciting young surfers can take it off of her. It looks good so far for Sophie McCullough on her return back, but we're going to look at Caitlin Simmers here first on this replay.
Came in at a 3.57 Kaipo, and just really the cutbacks are neat and they're great technically done, but again, critical sections. You need to have that lip, that steeper section. The degree of difficulty will come with that. It didn't really happen there, so only a 3.57. And then we see the backup number here for Sophie McCullough, and very similar score. Matter of fact, just a 10th higher. And that one right there ends up being in the top two, and she turns it around. But I mean, felt like the Caitlin's wave was a little better.
Here's a 4.1 for Steph Gilmore. So all of this happened during that interview. So we're just getting you all caught up on where we are right now. So let's reset. Steph Gilmore in first, Sophie McCullough in second with priority, Caitlin Simmers in third, needing a 4.35. Sophie McCullough, what I was going to say, Pete, is she's looking like she's coming back from that ankle injury. I talked with her earlier. She's saying she wasn't 100%. It's good enough, but it looks like she's just like playing through it at the moment.
It's true.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. She kind of has to, right? I mean, here's the dream run she gets at Haleiwa. All of a sudden, takes an injury and is not able to compete in the first two events in Hawaii. She had to pull the plug. She actually wanted to come there really bad. I mean, because you're fulfilling a dream. Made the tour, made the championship tour. So now she really is up against the wall, being that she has already a throwaway. So she has to count every event she has going through into Australia, and she doesn't want to re-injure herself either, which is kind of something that you feel for her in this moment.
Yeah. Going to be tough making that mid-season cut, however. So some experience, and you never say never, because
a couple thirds would do it.
A couple thirds will do that. Well, we're going to take a break right now, and we'll be back with the conclusion of heat number 2, opening round for the women here at the MEO Rip Curl Portugal Pro. Stay with us.
The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League, and by Craft 1861, official health and wellness partner of the World Surf League.
Back at the MEO Rip Curl Portugal Pro presented by Corona. And Sophie McCullough attacking the lip, and the lip attacks back.
Gosh. And that's one of those moments, right, where you're just like cringing because those ankle, that appendage is so important. And if she lands on a very critical section, a little bit off, that's, yeah, you don't want to see that happen.
Yeah, I think hopefully she threw that away. What I mean by throw that away, got like that board away from her, because
it's like skate, right? Do the same thing in skate. Throw your skate away for you so you don't have to land on it.
Throw that thing away.
Yeah, you can't do that with a snowboard. It's connected to your feet.
One more time. Let's look at this.
Attacking the lip. That's what she did in Haleiwa, and she was able to use that to huge success by winning that event. Incredible performance from Sophie. You know, coming from way behind, getting the win, and getting her qualification status at the very last event of the year. Had to do it and basically tied with Teresa, who was just in that last heat. And again, as you'd mentioned, that came down to heat wins, and Sophie had one more heat win over Teresa to get that spot.
Yeah, she had, I think, like four more heat wins throughout the year, because it was through the whole season when they broke that tie.
I was told it was only one. Well, okay. Yes. I didn't do my own research there. My bad.
I think, you know, it's all good. I think it was like eight heat wins to 14 or something like that. But we'll get back to that.
We don't need to.
No, yeah. We'll get back to this action right here.
Okay.
9 minutes and 35 seconds. And Sophie McCullough, she's hanging on tight to that second and advancing position. Katie Simmers needs a 4.35. The 17-year-old Katie Simmers does, Pete, have all, you know, the raw talent. I just almost feel when we've seen her performances, you know, so far on the championship tour, sometimes it's just like more of the heat IQ and finishing off rides that maybe she needs to improve upon.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, but that comes with age, right? In heats, it's not like she was putting in a ton of amateur career. She didn't like go every single weekend. She basically worked on her surfing. She even qualified and decided to not take the spot.
She sure did. That was 2021. Oh, and then the theme again. Just hey, both the two rookies really attacking the lip right now.
That's true, and unfortunately not succeeding. You know, and that's that youth going for it type attitude, but sometimes you got to pull it off. Looking at Yolanda coming up.
Yeah, Yolanda Hopkins, a local wild card, is going to be coming up against Isabella Nichols and Carissa Moore. You can see Carissa in the background limbering up before that matchup. That's going to be heat 3 of this opening round.
What an opportunity for Yolanda. And I just remember as wild cards, you know, you come up, you're going to have the gnarliest of the gnarly, right? She's got the rankings leader in the yellow jersey. And so, you know, the spotlight's going to be on this heat. Here she is, a Portuguese surfer, going to be representing her country up against the likes of Carissa Moore and Isabella Nichols.
Yeah, good to see Isabella Nichols on the way down. Second season on the championship tour. Actually,
well, you look at it, I mean, we've been pretty fortunate, Kaipo, in regards to the winds. It was still forecast to be pretty south, and even turned to a southwest, and kind of blessed, because it could have easily been, you know, 5 to 10 knot wind would have been way worse than this. This is much lighter, and it's kept the, you know, faces nice and smooth.
Is this an increasing swell as well, Peter?
There is an increase,
bigger.
Yeah, there's increasing northwest swell, which again, kind of a little more straight generally. You know, at least this one is a little more interval to it, so it'll make it a little bit harder, being that you know, waves will shut down quickly. But like having that little extra. Gosh, we had such great west angled swell, and we're forecast to get more of that. That's the best angle. It gets really right in here. We have the Nazaré Canyon on the outside, which helps feed into here, and that west swell seems to come down that canyon a little better and focuses a little bit more direct right on Super Tubos, whereas the northwest kind of sweeps it into the dead zone, which doesn't have the great sandbars as he moves down the beach. It's just big, huge closeouts and stuff, whereas kind of like that west angle kind of gets up in here in the area that's a little more uneven type of bottom.
AJ, what you got? All right, we'll get back to AJ McCord in just a moment. And at 6 minutes and 25 seconds, Sophie McCullough hanging on to second place. The GOAT, Steph Gilmore, in first place, and just been having a dominant performance in this heat, a 5.83 and a 4.1 for Gilmore. making it look easy at her opening appearance here at Super Tubos.
Beginning of the heat, for sure, but she's been pretty quiet at this point.
Here we go. Carissa Moore heading down to the water. Her inspiration, Megan Abubo on the back of her jersey. Number 10's on the sprint right now in that yellow leader's jersey.
Well, Megan Abubo was part of our commentary team at Sunset Beach and Pipeline. So, you know, an accomplished competitive surfer for many years on the championship tour.
Yeah, and for Hawaiian surfers, Megan Abubo must have been an inspiration to someone like Carissa Moore, as Carissa Moore was coming up through the amateur ranks. AJ.
Yeah, Kaipo, you guys were talking about just how challenging it is for someone like Sophie McCulloch to come in here to Portugal with all the pressure of the mid-season cut. She missed the first 2 events, like you guys have talked about, with her ankle injury. I got a chance to catch up with her, and she said that injury has taught her a lot about patience and also a lot about appreciating this competition. And as she's been getting ready to make her CT debut here in Portugal, she actually feels like the ankle injury has been a little bit of a blessing in disguise, because normally she has this anxiety at competitions that she needs to be doing more in the free surfs before the competition. This has really forced her to sit back, lay back, and just trust in her training. And so she can't push it as much. So it takes away that anxiety of she should be doing more. And now she's just out here ready to prove that she belongs. And she has a little bit of the game day butterflies that I think we've seen a little bit in this heat, but primarily she's wanting to prove that she belongs here on the CT, doing that in her first heat here in the championship tour.
Yeah, thank you, AJ. 4 minutes and 20 seconds. And we just saw a quick up and out by Steph Gilmore. So Gilmore giving up her priority at the moment. Sophie McCulloch now with first priority, and it has a chance to guard that second and advancing position, Pete.
Yeah, that was almost it feels like a little bit of an error, because she had been waiting a long time in order for that wave to happen. And sure enough, it looked like a pretty good one, and then it just moved down the line and closed out on her. So a bit of a priority error. Now, will it come back to bite? We'll see.
McCulloch here. Nice looking right for Sophie off the bottom, slashes off the top, hangs on to that turn by the tippy toes one more time into the lip, and Sophie McCulloch's probably going to take the lead. Under 4 minutes remaining.
Well, butterflies are gone. That's going to be a second number, carrying that 3.67, no more for Sophie McCulloch. Those were 2 beautiful snaps, and she was able to get that off of Steph Gilmore's error, because she was in position. Steph was right there looking at it. Beautiful hook in that section. That was a vertical section. That was a critical section. The judges will take note of that and cleans it up with a nice solid finish in that whitewater foam. I would say that this is going to add to her point total, and conceivably with basically a 5, she'll take the lead.
Yeah, and my gut is she's going to get that number easily. What do you think, Pete?
Yeah, I would agree. I would say that, I mean, in comparison to her 5, it felt like a better wave.
So we're waiting for that score and a potential situation change in this final 3 minutes, heat 2 of the opening round for the women. Thank you for joining us here on opening day of the MEO Rip Curl Portugal Pro, presented by Corona.
And I love that we've been able to get into this higher tide conditions, and the wind is laid back. So a good opening day here. Yesterday we were definitely pushing to try and run some heats.
Yeah.
But that south wind never stopped. The southwest wind was howling all the way till dark. So lucky for us that today mellowed out.
Well, 6.07 for Sophie. Clocks in. Sophie McCulloch up into the lead. 2 minutes and 15 seconds counted down.
Think of that. If she comes away with this one and a heat win, her first championship tour event, and beats Steph Gilmore, talk about some confidence building. I think that would do it.
Yeah, and the last heat Sophie McCulloch surfed, if you really think about it, she won an entire event over there in Haleiwa.
So she's just keeping the momentum going.
Keeping the momentum going. Here, there's the numbers right there for that 6.07. And if Sophie is going on to win this heat, we're going to see 2 rookies take out the first 2 heats of the women's opening round.
I know, wearing 1 booty, so that would be the injured ankle, I presume. Throwing down a little extra neoprene over the top of it, probably has a little brace. And she was not shy. I mean, that's one thing we definitely can say about Sophie. She's not scared to go into the lip in a big way.
Just another up and out there for Steph Gilmore. We're catching up to her. Caitlin Simmers with priority. Here we go. Katie activating. Long right hand wall in front of Caitlin. Katie up into the lip. glides through there, off the bottom, smashes that second turn with a little bit of relief. Wow.
So
5.61, and she kicks Steph Gilmore, Pete, into the elimination round. Let's take a look at it.
You already put a score to it, huh? 5.61 needed. Yeah, I would say that pretty safe to say that she'll get the number here. Again, just because of this turn here. Beautiful arc, so showcasing the variety. Did the maneuver high up in the lip, in the critical part of the wave with that first turn.
Stuff I love about Katie surfing is right here.
Yeah, and what is that?
The spontaneity, this glide right here, we see it in slow motion, but it's this last turn where she gets the extra tweak, Pete. She gets that little extra release. And a little hard to see at that angle, but that turn.
Yeah, two-turn combo is going to do it. It's going to put Steph into the elimination round and not where she wanted to be. You know, especially with the early heat momentum she carried, she unfortunately gave it up.
Well, we saw Tyler Wright going into the elimination round. Can we see another red jersey in this opening round for the women's?
We talked this one up. The score better do it because we haven't seen anything from the judges yet.
This is true. Again, a 5.61 is the need for Katie Simmers to turn the heat and avoid the elimination round. We are waiting for that score from the judges.
Yeah, and this is that portion of the heat. We're able to review all of the waves that have already been scored. To us, it felt pretty clear, but
we've been wrong before.
Yes, we have. Absolutely have. But that's the star analysis, and hey, it is what it is.
Katie Simmers on the way in, and judges no doubt in the tower taking a look at a couple of replays of that last wave to really set that important score in. Let's take another look at that last wave for Caitlin Simmers. She needs that 5.61, Peter.
And there's that first turn, attacks the lip, and then the nice drivey turnaround here.
Yeah.
And
she should get it.
No.
And she does not. 5.61, guess what? Heartbreak. Tremendous heartbreak. A 5.6. A 5.6 for Caitlin Simmers. 100th of a point out. She's going to go into the elimination round.
Ouch.
Well, that's going to be it. We're going to be back with Heat 3 of this opening round when we return to Super Tubos.
We're in Peniche, Portugal for the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. This is the third edition of Rising Tides for this 2023 CT season. Today, we have 20 up-and-coming young local Portuguese surfers who are getting a chance to paddle out with some of their heroes, including Teresa Abraços, who is one of the pioneers of women's surfing here in Portugal.
I started 40 years ago. One of the things I wanted was to attract more girls into the sport.
Teresa Abraços was definitely like a main spotlight. She definitely inspired me to become who I am nowadays.
empowering women and young girls at any age that if you can see it, you can be it.
This is very special for all of us.
It really inspired, I think, all of us to get to the highest level in surfing.
And a very warm welcome back to the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. Women's opening round, heat number 3, sets up like this. Carissa Moore, 5 times world champs, take on Bella Nichols of Australia. And the up-and-coming Yolanda Hopkins from this country of Portugal. A great looking matchup in the water. In the studio, talk you through it. Joining myself, Paul Evans, Strider Wazalewski, and Jesse Mendes. How are we feeling, chaps?
Hey, I'm feeling great. The waves have improved a lot, a little cleaner, more water in the bank, and the girls are scoring right now.
They are. It's way better than it was earlier. I mean, the ladies are getting the best of the conditions from the day for sure, and it's picked up. There's more size, there's more girth in the wall, there's more shoulder for them, there's more opportunity, I feel like. You know, the whole thing looks better to me.
Plenty of power out in the water. We see that energy just ramp up. We have a look at a concerted paddle effort there from Hopkins, and unable to get on, and she will be relishing this opportunity here. Saw her shine in the Olympics in Tokyo, got a 5th in that competition, surfed really, really well. She's a feisty competitor. I think there's many people training harder than her. She's up a couple of hours before dawn each day, and she is super, super focused. Meanwhile, here's Carissa.
Bang! Quick little Hawaiian punch into the lip to start things off. Got that yellow jersey on her back. She's feeling good about it.
We touched on it earlier. If we were wondering how her reaction was going to be to the disappointment from finals at Trestles last September, well, she answered that with her performance at the Pipeline.
Yeah, I think she just, you know, a true champion will take, you know, yesterday's news and kind of just sweep it up under the rug. You know, you get through it, and you have to. It's the only way to move on.
Hopkins pushing hard and going incomplete. So a little stutter from her.
Yeah, and as Strider mentioned, they're very good at leaving things behind. Obviously, it hurt her so much to get that swept away in the last event of the year. And just now she's back on. It's game on. She's 100% ready, and it looks like she's ready to go.
I mean, you can talk to it pretty well, Jesse. You know, but you have to talk about it to get rid of it, right? You can't just put it away and not talk to anybody about it and not, you know, go through the process of kind of accepting it.
Yes, 100%. I think we'll get back to that after Bella's wave.
Here we go, Isabella Nichols, live action from her. Nice looking, stretched out right hander. She'll tag the lip and then go into whitewatery section, readjust the feet, and a nice little finish as well. Sharp with that, got that little foot back on the tail pad, and just nice little tweak from the turn. Hopkins with the power meanwhile, and sets up for another hit. Aggressive and explosive from Yolanda Hopkins. Nice exchange.
Yeah, I like it. There's some posturing there from old Yolanda, just feeling it. I think that, you know, she's living over here, yeah? She grew up down the beach.
Yep.
She's on fire. She's been just ripping through it.
Comes from the south side of Lisbon, born
Yeah.
down there in the Algarve. Her dad's Portuguese, her mother was from Wales.
Yeah.
But grew up over here. Her and her coach, John, who's from Britain, but based over here as well, traveling with her around the world. She just came off the back of a win in Morocco on the QS.
Yeah, heard about that.
Leonardo, and she's always full of confidence.
Jesse, what do you think about this?
That was a great. I love how this board's looking for Bella. Like, so nice through the flat section, and finishing off very strongly with the little tail release, and that board looks beautiful. A little bit of spark on the rad right there, and it's showing off pretty well. And Yolanda, on the other hand, very solid on her foot. Big turn she started off, and it almost felt like she was going to get caught, but she was able to manage it around and finish it strong. And like you mentioned, I've been to where she's from before, and they have one beach break that it's very similar to this. Very punchy, like kind of tough, heavy type of wave. And yeah, she's feeling at home for sure.
A meaty looking wave. Carissa Moore had to eject. She wasn't getting around that section. That's that fresh swell that Strider was talking about filling in. There is more energy in the water. There are corners as well. It's all about finding them. Carissa Moore on that occasion unable to get out onto the open face. It's been an interesting rise for Yolanda Hopkins. Been really cool to see her. She was a little bit on the outside, and we saw Teresa Bonvalo ripping earlier. She was a wild card into the CT in Portugal down in Lisbon when she was pretty young. was Teresa, and Yolanda was a little bit on the outside. She's kind of just forced her way in, and now she's got better sponsorship. She's part of the training program with the Portuguese national team, and it's great to see what a success she's making of her career. And hey, she's got a wild card into a championship tournament. How good's that?
Yeah, and I'm so happy for her. She's such a great human, and looks like, oh, they're not going to come, but yeah, she's such a great human, such a fighter, always training so hard. Her and no coach, keeping it very tight every time, every day at the beach early, and just you see that she's putting the work and it's paying off.
Here's Bella Nichols, great looking way from her. Look how glassy this is on the face, sharp off the bottom, goes hard and gets a little straight-legged, and a missed opportunity there for her to put real points on the board. She'll be a little disappointed with herself. She'll just have to wash that one off.
Just going for it, though, huh? Just putting the Viking crown on. Just not scared of that. It was a lot of water moving right there. There was just a lot of action in that, and she just went for it. I love that.
Let's go down here from the winner last heat. Sophie McCulloch with AJ.
Yes, Sophie, the last time we talked, we were talking about you making your CT debut in December. We had to wait a lot longer for your CT debut than we thought. But first CT heat, first CT win. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it feels pretty good to get that one out of the way. It felt like a 2-month lead-in for that heat, so the nerves were definitely high, but yeah, happy to get the ball rolling.
You got the ball rolling in a great way, and I know you got to Portugal early to make sure you sort of settled in. What did you do to make sure that all this build-up, you managed your expectations?
Yeah, I guess by the time I got here, it was like kind of like the hard part was over, like 2 months of rehab, and I kind of tried to time it so that I could get as much surfing done at home as I could, but also have enough time to adapt to the cold. And yeah, the ankle really feels the cold, so I'm glad I did that. And yeah, we had a few lay days, so that probably worked into my favor, being able to get a few more days of surfing under my belt. But also, yeah, I was able to put sort of the patience that I learned through my injury into practice when we kind of went on hold yesterday and had a few lay days before that. So yeah, I'm just happy to be here and not on the couch.
I can only imagine, but while you're on the couch, you had a great support system. Is there anything you want to say to your friends and family back home?
Oh, there's so many people I want to thank, but I'd especially like to thank my surgeon, my physio, my psych, and my trainer. I wouldn't be standing here without you guys. So yeah, a massive thank you to you, and yeah, just massive thanks to mum and dad and all my family at home. I miss you guys, and yeah, hopefully I can get a few more heat wins.
We'll hope for it. Congratulations, Soph.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, AJ. Well done, Sophie McCulloch. All action from Hopkins, staying busy there. Just ripping a couple of turns. She'll just try to keep this pressure up. She'll be looking for opportunities, just relentless is her approach. Meanwhile, here goes Carissa Moore with power and speed and flair. Nice hook off the top from her. Carissa Moore with 20 on the clock in this. She got a 4.67 early on, just looking to back that up. Think about how good she was at a variety of venues around the world last year. A win came relatively late in the season in terms of getting that event done, but she just looked great really from the get-go, and she's looking to go well here in Portugal. Nice hit from her to open off.
Nice, she looks free, you know, nice and clean. Yolanda looking like she's got a better pick of the waves, so she's getting more open face and more opportunity. I think that's what Carissa's looking for too. You know, you want to get those waves that kind of peel off a bit, but look at that deep bottom turn, great technique, and you know, just really pushing hard out there, Jesse.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, she's picking better waves, and that could be a point of difference in the heat. You are surfing some challenging conditions. A lot of waves are closing out, and she's being able to identify those. Even though the heat's so tight right now, all of the three surfers have 4s on the scoreboard, so there's still a lot of game on to play.
Just to revisit on that interview with Sophie, I just want to ask you, Jesse, carrying a little bit of an injury, you know, you're maybe not quite 100%. How easy or how hard is that to put that at the back of your mind and try and surf all out? I mean, it's the championship tour, you can't pull any punches.
There's definitely nothing easy about it. Mostly what you mentioned is very important. It's cold here, so that makes it even tougher. No matter how much you warm up on the beach, as soon as you hit the water, everything gets stiff again. So she's dealing to probably some, I'm sure, some pain and some stiffness, and to get that heat win was amazing.
Nichols here having a look. Carissa Moore, a look at that wave too. No real damage done in terms of the points there for Bella. Unable to find too much in the way of sections. Just over 18 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in this heat. It is Heat number 3 of the opening round of the women. And we have got Carissa Moore, one of the greatest women ever, to paddle out on a surfboard out in the water right now. She's wearing the yellow jersey, which she's tied for at the moment.
Yeah, she's sharing that one with Molly Picklum, who's just, come on, super strong. I mean, she is just a fierce competitor. She's just got this relaxed, kind of methodical plan, I feel like, every time she's going. I just talked to her over here. She's getting ready, you know, and she just had this glazed over look at the lineup and knew exactly what she was going to do.
Isabella Nichols again here. Another opportunity for her, and it's another bit of a soft one. So again, just rolling the dice there, just having a look from under priority. It's a pretty decent tactic, doesn't come off that time, but in conditions like this, at a beach breaks wide open, you will get those waves pop up. Yeah, definitely Molly coming from that kind of generational shift, right? She's part of that younger squad with that extra flair. On the other side, you've got the established order, the multiple world champions, some of the greatest we've ever seen, well, the greatest in terms of Stephanie Gilmore, the 8 world titles. And that is really shaping up. We saw glimpses of it in the previous heat as well with Katie Simmons, but that battle between the establishment and the young guard, we love it.
Yeah, it's on both sides of the fence too for the women and the men. You can see those new Tigers coming in and the Lions, and they want to be leading the pride, and it's fun to watch the posturing and the excitement.
All right, Sally Fitzgibbons, she'll be coming up in the next heat. We've also got the back half of our current heat out in the water to bring you, John, some more live action from Portugal real soon.
I'm Kelly Slater. I committed my life to this, you know, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
Welcome back to Portugal. Saturday afternoon here at the famous barreling beach break of Super Tubos. Talking you through a great looking matchup out in the water with a 5-time world champ. Myself, Paul Evans, Strider Wazalewski, Jesse Mendez. It's been a fun day of competition so far, and we're just loving the fact that this swell just continues to fill in, giving us more energy.
Yeah, I feel like we're just going to continue to get more and more out of this day, you know, and I think the ladies are actually getting the best of the conditions, Jesse. It just happened that way, and they're enjoying their time.
That's how nature is. You can predict, but not that much, and it's the swell's filling in. You can see that. You can see some more water in the bank, so it's given a little bit more opportunity for them, and it's very clean right now, so they're super stoked with how it turned out.
And obviously in the morning when we're making our calls, we're looking about what's on offer in front of us, but we're also looking ahead to the forecast and what's in store, and we're feeling pretty confident about tomorrow. Looks like an increase in size. Also in a couple of days, Tuesday early next week, could be seeing some big barrels out here.
Tuesday, Wednesday looks good. So I feel like, as you know, if you're the Tourism Commissioner's office and you're trying to figure out what to do, you just kind of look at your final day and then kind of slide in backwards from that.
Live action, here goes Hopkins, your heat leader, bang, aggressive into the lip as ever, committed bottom turn, a little sticky on that top turn, but she's still swinging here, and she'll just pin drop off that one. Yolanda Hopkins in a real tight heat at the moment with the lead, with a pair of fours. Carissa Moore uses the priority, unable to add much to the board, looking for a four to go to first. Of course, 1 and 2 will advance. Isabella Nichols with a little bit to do, but it's all pretty tight and a little bit cagey out there. No one really able to sort of impose themselves on this heat as yet.
Yeah, I think it's going to come, though. I think we're going to get one of those good ones that opens up, and we're going to see some lip line get destroyed. But that last one of Yolanda was pretty nice, too, though. She cracked it.
Nichols again, really nice as she opens up with the top turn, just carving in the pocket with the speed and the flow. It keeps that energy onto the inside with a little hit to finish off as well. So that busy approach from Nichols. She wants to wash off a 1. I'll say she's done that with her last effort, and that'll give her a much more legitimate total, the 3-1-3. That requirement's put a bit of pressure on Carissa Moore.
Yeah, some great surfing right here, though. Nice turn in the pocket. Just constantly searching for that lip line, staying in that critical part of the wave. So I like the way that she was looking for it. The wave didn't really offer up the exact section she wanted, but this one, I love this straight up vertical attack right there, Jesse. I think that's some great surfing.
Yeah, what I love about Yolanda, there's no playing around. Like, she's business. She takes off solid on her foot and just goes straight up vertical. Very nice turn, very critical right there. Get some little bit of an airdrop in the end of that. Unfortunately, the wave got very whitewashy, and she got caught up in between. Like, she didn't hit the closeout and didn't hit early enough, so it's almost like a little misread right there, but it's easy to say sitting here in the chair.
So far with 11 on the clock, she's the heat leader, gets a wild card into this from her rankings and her performances, and looking pretty good so far in this heat, with still a lot of surfing yet to come. If you come in as a wild card, obviously we talk about all those pressure situations and world titles and the cut, but you come in here with no real pressure. You just get a chance. You can only really win, whatever happens.
Coming in to hammer a couple lips, she's all over it. And I think, she's reading to the judges' criteria pretty well. Well, they want to just see you attack that vertical section on the critical section of the wave, right? They don't, the face turns are great, but if you can get your board into that lip line and really attack a heavy section, they love it.
Carissa Moore is someone that inspires people all over the world. Let's find out who's inspiring her for International Women's Day.
My pick for International Women's Day is Megan Abubo. She's a hero of mine because of how real and down-to-earth she is. She took the time for me when I was young, and I felt like that interaction really changed the trajectory of, my career and my path in life, and gave me a lot of inspiration. It's just been so cool to see her in her element and to give back and to be celebrated, because she's just awesome.
Big thanks to Rip Curl for coming to join us to celebrate International Women's Day, and great insights there from Carissa Moore. Of course, Megan Abubo, part of the commentary team on the North Shore. Great insights from her and an inspiration to, well, multi-generations of surfers.
Yeah, she was hanging on set and just breaking things down, and just listening to her really kind of dive into all the stories about, sunset and everything that she went through as an athlete was really cool.
Really great to see Caroline Marks back at this beach. Of course, surfed so well here in 2019 to get the win. That was her career best season. Finished second in the world that year. Got a win on the Gold Coast as well. And she just got that unique style as Caroline. Really kind of stands out. Still really young with her whole career ahead of her. Just think she's an incredible surfer. And we missed her, injury away from tour last year. The tour's a better place when she's around.
Yeah, and it's... Caroline's so young, like you mentioned. Like, sometimes you actually put a little bit more expectation than we should on top of her because she's so talented. But she has so much in front of her, so many years yet, and obviously she's gonna blow up the next few years.
A glimpse there of the second yellow jersey from Molly Picklum as well. And what a Hawaiian campaign she had. Got the win at Sunset. Also had a victory at Pipeline as well back in December. And you think from going from last year, from not really being able to do what she wanted to do in the pre-cut part of the season, having to go back, getting the challenges, and then already just turning it around in winning an event in Hawaii to kick the season off. Meanwhile, let's stay with this heat and let's check out a concerted paddle and then a little bit of over the falls there for Isabella Nichols. That just goes to show this wave can launch you, can leave you a little bit dry and in the lip. It's powerful out there.
Definitely powerful. Very deep water, and swells here coming very fast, so you have a lot of juice in every wave that comes here, and that's what Strider was saying, that it's very important for the athletes to show the judges that they're hitting the lip line, because there's so much power and juice in that lip line that as soon as you hit it, most likely you're going to lose control. So if you show control on that lip line, most likely you're going to get big scores. And the girls are delivering, Yolanda mostly delivering that right now.
I love this big smile on the dial of Sally Fitz, and the crowd love her here, and she just seems to be in a really good place just in general with where she is with the surfing, just enjoying being over here. Actually had a little chat with her the other day, decided not to go home to Australia, just looked at how long there was and came from Hawaii straight over here, came early to practice and dial in and get back into Europe. Let's see how she goes in a very tough heat coming up in about 7 minutes time. At the moment in this one, just something of a bit of a surprise, because Carissa Morse is on the wrong side of a number. It's not a big one, 391, but at the moment, Strider, she's heading towards the elimination round.
Yeah, but I just feel like we haven't really seen her get the chance that Hopkins and Nichols have had, right? They both had waves that gave them the opportunity to throw in a really solid turn or two. And we haven't seen Carissa on a wave that's actually opened up well enough to give her the opportunity. So I think wave choice has held her back a bit, and I think that's what she's doing at the moment. She's waiting for that one wave that's going to give her the opportunity.
Yes, you're right, Strider. And if you see her 4.67, it was a one-turn wave. So if she can put it together, a few turns, she could definitely get a big score, as we expect and know from her. But time is clocking, and there's not much time left yet, so she doesn't have that many chances anymore. She really needs to pull it off in this next few minutes.
First priority is with Carissa Moore, 5-time world champ. 6 minutes on the clock for her to get what is, by her standards, a pretty modest number, but we've seen that theme throughout the day. It can be a bit of a leveler out here.
But we'll let you draw the drama up a little bit later. As soon as she doesn't have the score and there's like 2 minutes left, we can get back into that conversation of her going into the elimination round.
That is true.
There's some stats at Peniche for Carissa Moore. Yeah, I'd say a pretty decent record.
It's not bad.
Wow, that shows how consistent she is. She's a threat in every venue. I would say this is one of the toughest venues for her. And look at that, like 1/1, 2/3, boom.
It's not somewhere that you necessarily associate success from her with, and yet look at that record, still very respectable. Here she goes on a decent looking left, slightly tentative with the first turn, has a swoop again, and she's still going on the inside here. She'll tag the lip, so a much better, bigger wave from her. And she'll tell you what, she's still going on the inside. And she'll throw up a maneuver right in the shore break, which the crowd absolutely love. Meanwhile, Hopkins in action behind her. Let's see how this exchange goes down with our panel. But as you said, Strider, plenty of time left for a surfer of Carissa's caliber to get a number.
Yeah, a couple of nice, you know, she started strong. She had a few whips, but here's the wave behind her. Yolanda off the bottom. Nice open face carve right there, looking for the inside section, gets one off a little bit in between turns again there, though. Like you said, Jesse, there was, she did that on the other wave. Here's the replay of Carissa, though. Jesse, talk us through this one.
Yeah, I think it was a great wave selection for her, just because it was an easy wave to get a decent score, and she played well. Like she looked solid, almost had a little caught right there on that second rebound. But she managed to pull through and get to the inside and finish it strong. I'm guessing she's probably going to get the score. On the other hand, Yolanda, almost like a missed opportunity of really taking advantage and having a little step ahead of all the other competitors on this heat, and she ended up getting caught in between sections and could have finished stronger.
Do you think that she's getting caught between, or was that by design so she knew she was going to make the turn?
Playing a little safe, maybe?
I don't think so. I think she got caught in between because that wasn't that hard of a section for her to finish, and there's way more scoring opportunity. It wasn't that she was coming into a section that was so critical and hard to land. She was coming to a section that was actually very friendly, but way more scoring opportunity to her. I think what happened was, coming out of the first turn, she went straight down to the bottom, and as soon as you hit that bottom part, for you to get speed to get down the line, it's almost impossible, so she had to go straight up again.
Kind of drew it out a little too far without looking down the line.
Without looking down the line, exactly.
Numbers in for Carissa, good enough to take it from third into first. That's somewhere we're much more accustomed to see her. She goes to first place, under 3 minutes remaining in this. Hopkins drops to second. Nichols now in third place, 2 minutes 45, 4:43 her requirement. And this one's tight, less than a point between third and second, and a nervy one.
Now we could talk about the Nichols being in the elimination round now, maybe.
She's got first priority. She knows the number that she needs. It's between her scores that she's been able to get thus far. Her best work done early on with that 4.87. She wants a bit more where that came from. Here she goes. And that wave, at least the part we saw of it, not offering her a section to attack. It's going to be a throwaway number for her. A little clock time will be eaten up as well. She'll get back to the lineup with a couple of minutes to go. And there's Hopkins with priority. We might be seeing a bit of her.
Yeah, she probably want to get right over there and cover the opponent so that she cannot catch another wave to try and get into that advancing position.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, we see an athlete, we can't really tell. Oh, she's already on her shoulders. So I think that might be Carissa even moving closer. So,
Yolanda, not shy, is she?
Definitely not. She's a fighter, like I spoke before.
Oh, Carissa Moore, beautiful turn from her. Look at the flow as she just slices this one up, doing the job on this. And a hit off the top, still speed down the line, finds a section, tags it. Nice and stylish, controlled power. Beautiful stuff from Carissa Moore.
The magic carpet mayhem's just taking it to the lip line. That was beautiful work right there from Carissa Moore.
Yeah, that was the point of difference, obviously, on this heat, and she's gonna get rewarded greatly. But what you mentioned about the magic carpet, I really remember the mayhems really gliding through the flat sections very well, and we'll see Yolanda up and riding.
Hopkins blocking Nichols there, using priority. What's she gonna do with it? She'll tag the lip. And just a quick hit really from her. Not sure she'll threaten her high fours with really just that one maneuver. Meanwhile, Isabella Nichols have a bit of an opportunity. 30 on the clock. She'll have first priority. Let's see how she goes towards using it. And that relentless intensity from Yolanda just covering Bella Nichols there, but unable. Well, we'll see how the score comes in. Probably unlikely to improve. Someone who did improve was Carissa Moore. Good number in for her, 6.5. Much better from Carissa Moore. That's the type of stuff we expect from her. And a decent total now, 11.5 for 2 waves. This woman here, it's the countdown. She's running out of time as Isabella Nichols, but Carissa Moore left it relatively late in the heat, but she'll be pretty pleased with the way she came back into that.
Yeah.
All right, Carissa Moore and Yolanda Hopkins will advance. Bella Nichols will head towards the elimination round. More live action from Portugal on the other side of the break. Head to worldsurfleaguestore.com for all your merch, your jerseys, softies, rep your favorite athletes. All available on wslstore.com. As we get our next heat underway, it's heat number 4 of the opening round. We'll check out one of our 2 yellow jerseys and the former Molly Picklum taking on Caroline Marks, also Sally Fitzgibbons. Another really stacked heat, and interesting to see how these various approaches shape up. We really enjoyed seeing the approach of Carissa Moore, who left it relatively late, but came back really strong into that heat. Just stamped a bit of authority, showed us some real quality, and wherever she goes around the world, a massive fan favorite as well.
Yeah, but it's I think it's a beautiful thing. These athletes usually take the time to hang out with everybody and kind of take a selfie or do a photo, and you know, just signatures, and really, you know, it must be a lot of pressure actually, to tell you the truth. There's just so much going on down there, but I guess, you know, given that time back, it has to be expected of you as an athlete, so it's pretty cool.
Let's get caught up with action during the break.
And finishing off strongly right there. It was a great start for Sally and a nice corner to board.
Sally getting a number in from the get-go in this one, wasting very little time as we see a little bit of sunshine bursting through here. It's a little gloomy this morning, and things looking nice with that sun poking through. Of course, clean lines as well. The wind's lightened up throughout the afternoon. Also, the swell is on the rise as well. We've seen plenty of energy coming from that North Atlantic after 3 days where wind really wasn't in our favour. Plenty of swell. Things have cleaned up considerably today, and a little pulse of energy coming through overnight. We're hoping we'll come back tomorrow and see where we are, but we're thinking about a pretty decent Sunday. We're also thinking about this surfer right here, Molly Picklum, and the sort of form she's in. And here she goes, her opening wave, a little airdrop to get into it, down a step, and then a quick crack of the whip high in the pocket. Nice snap taken on the lip and tagging it. Really nice combo.
Nice quick surfing with some authority there. She was had a little bit of a minute to figure out which lip to hit as she came up the bottom, as there's just so much going on there. You could see her paddling kind of in the riptide part of the water, and that riptide creates so many different back lips that, you know, as the water's pulling off. But then as she got into it, she took a look and found a little piece of clean water to turn off of, and then the closeout section identified itself really well, so she had a good strong turn there. Nothing too crazy, but definitely a you know, solid completion.
Yeah, and she looks ready. Look at that. Just no downtime, nice carve, and finish it very strong. Had actually some angle into that lip, so that's very hard to do in a closeout section, and she nailed that thing.
We'll pick up Caroline Marks on the end of a wave. Previous winner at this venue. Such a good surfer in these kind of conditions. Meanwhile, live action. Sally, nice wrap from her with speed, and a nice hit off the top as well. Still carving in the pocket, Sally Fitzgibbons, and snapping down through an inside. So 4 hits from her, a perennial contender at any venue. She's shown her class throughout the years around the world. And swinging here in Portugal there to back herself up. Got that start early on. That'll be a backup wave for her. Waiting for judges to throw in scores for all of our surfers. Nice exchange.
Oh, Sally. She looked like she had some fire on that one. Body language was just strong. Look at this, coming off the bottom. She gets a high line to get a lot of speed and just harnesses it right into that corner, throws it straight back up into the bowl, and then throws in another little cutty. So some great surfing right there out of Sally. Looking really feisty too, you know, just tight angles, really going fast, building a lot of speed. Good surfing.
And Caroline Marks on the back foot right there, driving through that turn very well. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to get another hit right there because that looked like a solid wave and could be rewarded very well. But what I love about Caroline's surfing is just the fact how she can accelerate so much throughout the turn and get so much drive throughout the turn and generate speed. So she's amazing at that.
Really incredible on the backhand, the way she can attack a closeout lip and just find those angles to be aggressive and impose herself on the wave, and that'll pay dividends at a wave like this. Even on the smaller days out here, Super 2 boss, that lip packs a punch. Right now with a swell on the rise, decent pockets for these surfers to aim at. Caroline Marks, just that one turning opportunity there for her will affect her score.
Just to put it into perspective, I paddled out here on about a head-high day and just got destroyed. Absolutely beat down all the way down the beach, and was just down there by the end of the section, just on the left, just getting just duck diving, just like, I just almost had to go do the walk of shame and do the walk around and go back out again, and I barely made it back out there. This wave has got so much power, and like we talked about earlier, you know, Jesse, about hitting into that power pocket, this wave will dismantle you. So, you know, coming away with those turns is really hard.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Strider, because people on the TV, sometimes they just compare this beach break to their home beach break, and this is just not an average beach break. It has so much power and a lot of water moving, and like you said, even a 3-foot day, it's very hard and aggressive for you to do a lip line turn out there.
We mentioned Molly Picklum and the great start she's had to this season. Let's find out who's inspiring her on International Women's Day.
I chose Ash Barty for International Women's Day. My reason why is just because I feel like it's the female out of surfing that I resonate with the most and get to spend time with, and it just felt right to pick her, and I feel like she just owns her story and is super authentic. She's really amazing at how she holds herself and just owns all her own decisions, and yeah, I think that's pretty simple why I chose her.
Great insights there from Molly Picklum. Ash Barty is who's inspiring her for International Women's Day, the 8th of March, first day of our waiting period here. We're celebrating it for the whole month of March. It's really cool to get these insights, just find out why. Meanwhile, live action. Here goes Molly. Loads of speed down the line. Just got a little weird angle off her first bottom turn, which maybe just upset the rhythm on that wave, and just couldn't quite get the attacking line maybe she was after, Strider.
Yeah, and it's funny the way we were just talking about the speed and the power of this wave. You have to adjust. It's so many different things. A lot of current coming up the face, and then you throw in a little bit of foam. There's so many different dynamics to take into consideration with what happens to a surfer on these waves. It's just wild, and I love the fact that she almost pulled off that last little turn there, though. That power pocket, laying back in it, it's pretty sick.
And that was going to be insane. It's a point of difference. No one has done that still today on the women's side, so yeah, that was great. Great effort for her.
Let's go here from the winner of the last heat, Carissa Moore.
Carissa, I am not going to lie, watching your heat, and I'm like, she's not going to elimination round, but like a champ, you turn things around, and you're here on the glass. But tell me, how were you talking to yourself in the water?
It was kind of first heat jitters. Any event, it always takes me a heat to kind of like feel my way through things, and there's a lot kind of going on in between the ears. Just like, you know, I think leading up to the event, there's been a lot of challenging conditions, so I haven't actually been surfing too much out front at the comp site. So just, you know, trusting that, okay, like I can figure it out, even though maybe I haven't spent all the time out here.
I always admire how much you have no shame on being vulnerable on social media and talking about your confidence. And you were sharing that this year your theme is like power, but really leaning into your faith through love. So how are you feeling seeing guys wearing your name on their shirt, and how is the confidence building gradually every year?
No, thank you so much. It's an interesting thing, confidence and self-doubt. I think it ebbs and flows, and you know, I'm looking at every event as a clean slate, and all the women are surfing really, really well, and so there's really no room to come up and bring your B game. You have to bring the A and the A+ game every time, and so I'm super honored. Jackson put my name on his jersey. He's such a gentleman, such a good guy, and I've gotten to get to know him a little bit better last season, and we're staying together here in Portugal, and he just has the best vibes. So if I could put a name on my jersey, I'd probably put his on mine too.
Well, you did Megan Abubo, and you said that the interactions you had with her really changed your career and your path in surfing. So can you expand a little more?
Yes, I'm really proud to be wearing Megan Abubo on my back, on my jersey. She's someone that I've looked up to since I was a little girl, and she, as a female native Hawaiian surfer, seeing her on the world stage, you know, winning competitions and traveling the world and living the dream that I really wanted to, you know, she was someone that I aspired to be, and she was very tangible, and she was there, and, you know, she's continued to be present in my life throughout my journey, and we actually just reconnected recently to do a mentorship program through my foundation, and she's been so generous and kind, and for me, that's really made the deepest impact, is just her character.
Amazing. Congratulations. I'm so happy you picked her.
Me too. Thank you.
See you soon.
All right, what a great interview there from Carissa Moore. You really get the impression that we're getting sort of no filter, really. She just kind of speaks her heart and, you know, brave enough to be able to do that. With some athletes, understandably, they just like to keep a little distance between what's going on inside and, you know, when they're talking. But really cool to see such an honest approach there from Carissa Moore.
Yeah, we've seen that recently at WSL Awards and in her interviews, and I feel like it's just a sign of maturity that we're seeing her. You know, we've watched Carissa grow up on tour, basically, and you get to see these young athletes grow and mature and become, you know, grown-ups and really have a great view of the world right before us. And it's so fun to watch them go through that process.
Yes, and also, too, not to mention, when you're a professional athlete and you're going head-to-head against another athletes, you almost have to put that mask on that you're 100% on every time, confident, and that's not always what's going on behind the scenes. So, yeah, for her to open up and talk about it, it's almost probably a relief for her to get it out of her system and just work on it and get better and better every day.
Replay right there. Molly Picklum just throwing it up into the bowl. Love the way she attacks the lip line. So this young lady's been charging in Hawaii. She's not afraid of just going for it. She won at Sunset, put that jersey on her back, and she's enjoying it.
Live action. Here goes Picklum on her left now. Pumps off the bottom and can't get around that section. Unable to find the open face. So it won't be added to her total there. 16.5 minutes to go in this. She's got that 6 early on. That's the best we've seen so far in this heat in terms of scores. Caroline Mark's been real quiet, just the one number for her. It's pretty modest. See it on your screen. Sally's got a couple of falls as well, but it is Molly with the slightly busier approach as well, and it's good enough right now for the lead. Plenty of time yet to come in this heat.
And Marksy a little quiet out there, huh?
Yeah, and that's, I think it's very dangerous, even though for Sally Fitzgibbon just not being so far away from her, but the more time you let it pass, more pressure is added, and also if the other surfers keeps improving, even if it's a little bit, the gap's bigger. So as soon as you get there, they might be a little bit ahead again. So I think she should just try and get going pretty soon and get closer in the heat.
Here goes Sal. Good looking meaty section from her. She puts her turn right in the critical part of the wave and then does well to find herself a lip with a redirect, and she'll fade back and go right. And finishing off using that experience, realizing the sort of wave, a quick assessment midway, the kind of wave that it is, and putting good turns in the right places.
And a lot of flow in that action right there. That was some really great read on that wave to really connect and flow. Drops in, comes off the bottom, finds a nice little hook, and then the way that the wave let her just glide across it, but she had to pick the right line to do that. So nice redirect, back into the foam climb to finish, and you know the way that she read that wave allowed her to do those 3 different maneuvers, and I think that was just a veteran move right there, just really kind of identifying the way that the wave was going to move and the way that she needed to move with it.
Yeah, almost like the opposite that we were talking about Yolanda. Yolanda even had a cleaner wave in front of her, but she wasn't able to identify the transition from the first to second turn. And Sally, being on her backhand, back against the wall, had a weird lump in between, and she was still able to get a lot of speed throughout the first turn to hit the second turn. So that was amazing veteran reading and just being in the moment, relaxed, and knowing what she had to do.
Sally Fitzgibbons looking to avoid elimination round, well, as are all 3 of these surfers, and also looking to draw on all that experience she's had from around the world, competing at the very highest level. And you just feel she's always a contender in any kind of conditions. Meanwhile, here goes live action from Caroline Marks. Nice in the pocket, much better stuff from her. She'll just want more of these sections to keep offering up. And that wave, well, it went about halfway in before hitting a little bit of deep water. But that felt much better from her. Just the one wave ridden prior to that, as you mentioned, Jessie. She doesn't want to be left being too picky, kind of drop anchor out the back. So better stuff there from Caroline.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like that was just the Cara Lupo we're used to. You know, she gets in there and digs the heels in. Watch this. She comes off the bottom, rah, just turns the shoulders, looks back into the pocket, does it again. You know, Luke Egan, her coach, really kind of driving home the shoulder turn and the look back into the corner. He actually called me out on one of my Instagram posts. He said, turn that head back into the bowl, because I was looking out off into the yonder doing a turn on one of my posts, and he's like, yeah, look, it's way better when you turn the head. You get more turn, you get more torque, you get more speed, more power, more flow. So he's coaching me, even though I'm not paying him, so thanks.
Thanks, Luke. And that was a great insight, because that look back, just that look back, simple fact, it gives you that 10-15 extra turn ratio that makes the turn look so much bigger and better. So it's almost finishing up, you know, like you got all the way there, just finish, and then you go ahead. So that's what she does very well.
Number drops in for Caroline Marks. It's better from her, but it keeps her in third place at the moment. She'll want to avoid that elimination round. Find out how she goes about avoiding it in the remaining 12.5 minutes right after the break.
I'm pretty much in my head 24 hours a day.
Put away, but a reasonable number drops in here for Molly. Find out what it takes for Molly Picklum, Redbull.tv. And we've got more action from her live in the water right now as well. A little update from during the break. She gets pipped down to second place for the moment because a good number in. See it on your screens. Caroline Marks dropped a 6.17. Let's take a look at it.
Oh, off the bottom, cracks it into the corner, right up into the power pocket. Jesse, we were talking about the judges taking note of those kind of critical turns in critical sections.
She identified that. I'm sure Luke had a talk with her, because those big sections really make the judges excited. So she delivered. It was a closeout wave, probably about 3 to 4 foot, and she just hammered as hard as she could. Very simple, but very hard to do, 6.17.
We talked about her being a little more patient and maybe identifying a particular kind of wave she wanted to go for, and rather than trying to link up the maneuvers, just using all that momentum to hammer it, showing the point of difference. And a good number in for her. The high score of the heat goes to first. Sally now under a little bit of pressure, and these requirements are just nudging up a little bit. 5.28 the number for Sally. Let's get another look at this backhand attack from Caroline Marks.
Cracks into the lip. Great timing. You know, it's definitely a rough section to hit. Any later, she would have gotten pitched out over onto the flats. Any sooner, wouldn't have been, you know, into the lip line. And then, you know, the way that wave curled up, it was just a beautiful execution. The way she came out through the whitewater as it came out the bottom there, she knew she had nailed that turn.
Yeah, Jesse, it felt like speed was crucial to that, as you identified. That was a really hollow, cupped-out section, and you need to be going a little bit faster than the wave itself to be able to get up there, put it up in the most steepest part of the wave, and get out ahead of the whitewater explosion.
Yes, Paul. The bigger the wave, the more speed you need to work with. So she identified that, matched the speed to the wave, and she put her board under her foot and under her chest very well coming out of that turn, and just kept composed and came out clean in a very tough section, and she got very rewarded for that.
All right, we're getting a look at the next heat. Heat 5 of the opening round. We just saw Courtney Conlog making her way down. Brisa Hennessy also hitting the water with Lakey Peterson. Another great looking matchup. Pastel skies out to the west here at Super Tubos. And we've had a couple of barrels throughout the day. Mainly it's about the turns today. And those light winds cooperated really throughout the afternoon and offering up still plenty of scoring opportunity. And it's been a really intriguing opening day. Loads of talking points. We talked about some of the very top surface, maybe struggled a little bit in terms of few surprises at the elimination round. We talked about this place as well, Strider, being a great leveler and offering opportunities for a variety of surface to really express themselves.
Yeah, I think it was actually Jesse that was mentioning it earlier. Like, there's certain surfers that look at this kind of stuff and be like, oh, it is on for me today. Especially the guys coming in off the Challenger Series, right? Those guys that are, you know, coming just on to tour, the Rio Waiedas, you know, guys who just like froth out on these kind of conditions and know that they've got a great chance.
And also, not to mention, they're more used to competing in those conditions. We only have a very few beach breaks on the WT, and on the Challenger Series on the other side, you have a bunch of them. So they're very used, and it's a different tactics almost, and yeah, they get fired up for sure.
All right, live action here. Let's check out your heat leader, Caroline Marks, on that backhand attack. Doesn't quite get the section she wants there, and has to kind of nurse that one a little bit as the section got a little bit weird for her. She'll take one on the head here and look to make her way back out, leading this heat with 6.5 on the clock.
Oh, look at all that water. Those things will just rattle you out the back. Look, she got thrown around by that little one on the inside.
Here goes Sal. Wrapping turn in the pocket from Fitzgibbons, now gets on the gas, looking towards a section, tags it, drifts the tail. Nice controlled release from her, recovers it well, gets it done.
Lip slide, I like that. That was some, like you said, control with the power. It's fun to watch. I actually looked over at Jesse. We both gave each other a head nod on that one. That was pretty fun to watch, Jess.
Yeah, I think because we didn't expect that turn to be that nice. And as you see right here, the wave started a bit slow, but she kept the speed pretty well and wrapped it around. And right here, you're not expecting for much, and she just pushes that back foot and just gets so much release. And that's what makes the judges also excited. It's you expect something and you overcome that, so it's nice.
I mean, that was a layback lip slide.
Yeah, board slide. Almost.
I haven't seen one of those in a while.
Cool.
I don't think ever. I mean, it was like you see a lot of laybacks where they drop the wall down below it and hit it into it, but she was up on top of it, throwing the tail and doing the layback slap.
Super technical surfing from Sally Fitzgibbons. The judges will be using their replays to get a really good look at that, get a read on it, and give her the number. At the moment, she's in 3rd place, and the number does drop in. Judges weren't overly impressed. 4.43. She's still in 3rd. Still looking for that 5.28. There's the spread from the panel, but it was spread on it.
I think in that occasion, it's just the wave selection right there.
Yeah.
Even though the turn was very technical, the section wasn't the most critical. And on the opposite hand, you have Caroline Marks and Molly. On their both 6s, they had huge and big sections that they had to hit and in the lip line. So that's the point of difference in between those 3 waves.
You also think from the time she popped to her feet, from the time until she did that turn, quite a lot of time passed and not a lot happened.
Well, you know what I'm excited for, guys? Tomorrow morning. I think it's going to be pumping. I just have a good feeling about it. We've got like a good swell pushing in. It's supposed to have light offshore winds. And we've got one of the best men's elimination rounds on history coming up. I mean, we have got the heaviest hitting elimination round we've ever seen. It's going to be mental.
Shaping up for a really exciting weekend to kick off the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal presented by Corona. It's been a really fun opening day after 3 lay days dealing with the wind. And things have cleaned up considerably. The world's best surfers back in town and really entertaining a big, big crowd here. Obviously, Saturday, you'd expect big numbers. These Portuguese fans, they've been watching this event since 2009. Traditionally, in the autumn time, in the fall, we switched it to pretty much mid-winter. No one seems to be overly deterred by having to rug up, put a coat on.
Nobody is. There's so many caravans around and people. It's just like people coming out of the bushes and everybody's sleeping in campers and tents, and they're just the surf fans here. I love them. They're everywhere. They enjoy. They really enjoy the action. They're hooting and hollering. They're very educated on surfing and the surfers themselves and what good surfing is. So it's really fun to actually come down here and analyze the crowd.
Yeah, I experienced in firsthand before competing here during a WT event, and it's so fun to compete against a big crowd like that. I would say this is the best crowd after Brazil. They're so passionate. It's huge. It's only the first day and we have thousands of people on the beach.
A great opening day and plenty more yet to come. Let's check out Caroline Marks, your heat leader, on the backhand. A little soft out the back on this wave. A quick speed check turn, and she'll wait for it to stand up on the inside. And still just scoping out a section. And it isn't particularly forthcoming, so a bit of travel distance on that wave. Not loads of points on offer. 4.27, her backup. Not sure she really did enough to threaten that, but still with that high score and still with the lead with just over 2 to go.
You know, the waves look really fun right now. And you know what popped into my mind? Going for a surf after the event, but then I realized it would probably be dark by then.
All right, live action. Here goes Picklum. Bang off the top, using that speed, just controlling her line to finish that turn and make room for the second one. And she looks like she's gone incomplete on that second maneuver. So Molly has been quiet for a while now. We haven't really seen her for a good portion of this heat. Still in that second place and pushing hard on that second turn. Maybe pushing a little too hard.
Yeah, you know, I was surprised to see her come unstuck this first one. Nice little whip, right? A little off on the downturn, and then she got to the party a little late there, I think, and this was off kilter from that check turn to go into it.
Yes, I think she was just a little bit out of rhythm on that whole wave, and just as you see Caroline on the other hand, just keeping a good flow throughout the wave. The wave not providing much, so she kicks out, and on the other side, Molly really left it open for Sally right now. She only needs a 5.28. She had a chance to capitalize on the 3.87 on the last wave. Didn't do that, and now you're leaving Sally Fitzgibbon with the door open. Only a minute left, but you know what she's capable of doing.
It's all going to come down to these final 60 seconds for Sally Fitzgibbons to avoid the elimination round. That 5.28, their requirement. She's going to need to go about half a point better than her prior best so far in this heat. We've already talked about the experience that she can draw upon. She's been in situations in the past, so we know about her keeping a cool head. Is she going to get a wave? Let's find out as she just prowls this lineup, just scouring around, looking for any kind of opportunity. As we mentioned, not being eliminated in this round, but in the elimination round. And then the pressure really starts to ramp up. No one wants to go out early in competition for obvious reasons. Sally Fitzgibbons, a little wry look around there. And let's see if the ocean offers her much. As we'll check out that wide shot. Can't see loads of lines coming in. Maybe not this first one, but possibly. Well, I'm not sure anything's going to get in time. We're counting down here, Strider.
Yeah, it doesn't look good. There's not much out there. Slowly but surely.
Yes, unfortunately. And she has her back against the wall. Didn't start in Hawaii that well, so this elimination round for her is going to be very important.
Fitzgibbons heads towards the elimination rounds. Picklum and Marks will advance. We can get a quick commercial break. When we come back, more live action. Heat 5 of the opening round coming real soon.
at the MEO Rip Curl Portugal Pro, and we got a shop right here on the beach at Super Tubos. And our Rip Curl activation, we can get all of the merchandise here at Peniche on our official store. And a reminder that Rip Curl, now a B Corp business. It means that it meets the highest standards of social and environmental and public transparency. We're on to opening round, heat number 5. Brisa Hennessy, Lakey Peterson, Courtney Conlog, on the bottom, Kaipo along with Peter Mel.
Good afternoon, Kaipo. So we're moving into that time of the day, and conditions have improved. Generally a little different than what we usually have here, where the morning conditions are better, and then the afternoon gets a little bit breezy. But today, kind of the opposite. We were able to see it go south wind, a little bit too low tide now, optimum tide, got a light little western breeze, and some peaks up and down the beach. Gotta love it.
Yeah, the conditions have continued to improve throughout the day. And we've seen some upsets. We've seen some surprises. We've seen some of the usual suspects. Let's see what happens in this heat. Courtney Conlog, Peter. You know, this event number 3 on the calendar, and Courtney really needs a result here. But why not let's watch the last heat come out of the water right now. Caroline Marks along with Molly Pickle.
Yeah, look at, they're going for the handshake. They just couldn't connect. But both surfers through into the next round, not having to deal with the elimination round, which is always nice. But those are the two probably of the future of the sport.
I would concur. And Picklum and Caroline Marks avoiding that elimination round. We'll see Sally Fitzgibbons in that elimination round later this afternoon. These 3 out in the water. Yeah, it's the odd surfer out in this opening round. 3rd place goes into that elimination round. Lakey Peterson, she's got a pretty good track record over here. She is a 2-time runner-up here at Super Tubos 2019, and just last year also making the final against Tatiana Weston Webb.
Yeah, you'd like your chances here at Super Tubos. Very accomplished both backhand and forehand, and generally the beach breaks will give you opportunities both lefts and rights. So having the ability to score big numbers going both directions is something that's a great asset, especially here at Super Tubes.
Here's Courtney.
Another surfer that's great both forehand and backhand, plus fearless is Courtney. And with this fuller tide, you're going to get these sections that'll flatten out and then steepen up on the inside. Unfortunately for that one, never got quite the stand up on the inside shorey. So just a small score for her.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit earlier. Courtney Conlog, 30 years old, out of Santa Ana, California. 12 seasons on the championship tour, 13 CT wins, has had a great career and continues on that. But the start to 2023 for Courtney, a tough one. 17th at Fight, 17th at Sunset. Like I said, it is a must-go situation here at Super Tubos for Courtney Conlog.
This is where she can pick up that momentum. Just wipe away what happened on the North Shore. Those 2 events, you know, ultimately she would have been probably had a high expectation going into those events, being that she is so brave and accomplished in surfing bigger surf, and Hawaii, she loves competing there. But unfortunately, had to, you know, have 2 17th places, which is not what you want to have. So right now, just heat by heat, this is take a heat win right here and start building that momentum.
Yeah, and this would be the start of it here for Courtney Conlog.
If you look at results that she's had in Australia over the years, Margaret River, you know, is one. I want to say she's won there, right?
Yeah, and she
made the won at Bells. Yeah. So she's got a bell. So it's both those events.
Well, she made the quarters here last year. So if she just replicates that performance this year, she's going to be right back in the game. So that's going to be really the goal, is to make finals day for Courtney Conlog. Here she goes again. 2nd wave for Conlog. Nice off the top there. And she's going to stick with that single maneuver for wave number 2 score.
Yeah, and that one had a bunch of froth on the face, so it wasn't an easy wave to surf. Picked her point perfectly, but the rest of the wave flattened out, so she kicked out real quick. So just going to be another smaller number.
Yeah, Brisa Hennessy, 23 years old, 4th season on the championship tour. We're celebrating International Women's Day. Let's hear from Brisa Hennessy about her pick.
This year, I chose Jimena Ruiz. She's a Costa Rican who is a 2-time surf adaptive world champion. She's been really inspiring to me because I've been following her journey, and for her, you know, to find happiness through adversity is truly inspirational, and especially since she comes from Costa Rica, I felt like it was a no-brainer for me.
Yeah, thanks to Rip Curl for supporting International Women's Day throughout this entire event. Here we go. Brisa Hennessy, Rip Curl rider, up and riding. Nice slice on the Town and Country surfboard. Another slice through for Brisa Hennessy. Extending wave right here. More opportunity in front of the Costa Rican, and is able to execute a nice finish before sliding off of the board. Right behind her, Conlog continues to stay busy in this heat. Wave number 3 for Courtney Conlog, surfing way up the beach and makes this connection through here, Pete. A little slice on that oncoming section before redirecting into the shore break.
Good exchange. Both Brisa and Courtney getting their best waves so far. Waiting on Lakey. Lakey being a bit more selective. You know, and with this tide, ultimately you're trying to search up and down the beach, and sometimes you make these quick decisions and you fall yourself right into a perfect little peak, or all of a sudden you're like, wait, I'm 20 yards away from it. And that's just how beach breaks can be. Let's take a look here at this first section. Drives right through it. That's what Courtney is known for, those big driving rail turns into the lip again for the second time, and makes the connection through. So this is definitely going to be Courtney's best number. And with this fuller tide, you can see these waves load back up again, and it'll give you another critical section. So sticking with it is smart, and gets that extra maneuver for Courtney. And then taking a look here at these nice redirects by Brisa Hennessy, right back into the pit. 2 in a row. Would have loved to see another full steeper section, but does get this one done. So beautiful start for both surfers here, Courtney and Brisa, and still waiting on Lakey.
Yeah, you talked about the tide, Pete. We are at just about 4 o'clock local time here in Portugal. We got another hour until we're maxing out, so the glass is full at high tide. Taking a look here, there's going to be the first wave for Lakey Peterson. And Lakey looking smooth on the rail of that Channel Islands surfboard. She kicks out, but to the tide talk, Pete, we got another hour of incoming tide. We have about over a 9-foot or over a 3-minute differentiation between the low tide and the high tide.
Yeah, big coefficients in Europe, and so that's why it affects the lineup in a big way, especially beach breaks. You get the rips that pull out, and the tide has an effect on that. As we watch the replay here, nice full section there. First turn, little flatter section, so not as critical. Definitely better on the second maneuver here. I would say that Lakey's probably not going to hang on to this score as one of her top 2, but looking good, you know, especially on that maneuver there, attacking the lip. That's why she has been runner-up here. She's able to do it both, again, backhand and forehand. Understands how to get big numbers.
So the number comes in for Lakey Peterson, a 3.5. Brisa Hennessy with a 4.83. Courtney Conlog with 2.5, and her last wave of 5.83. Conlog in the lead. Hennessy in second. Lakey Peterson searching for just a small number to turn the heat.
You know, taking a kind of litmus on what the scores have been as far as staying in the top 2. 5.83 is a good score. That's what we've seen kind of in those surfers that have advanced on. 4s, probably not so much, you know, so trying to get at least 5 above, so you're at least in a 10-point kind of 2-wave total. Been fairly safe throughout the day. Ultimately, some of the biggest numbers we saw in the men's round was 15 points, 16 points, and in the women's, we're still waiting on some bigger numbers.
Yeah, well, as we wait for the next exchange, let's get to the last heat winner, Caroline Marks.
Caroline, we talked over this past 2 days, and you told me that you're feeling physically 100% to be back here, but mentally, on this wave where you got the title in 2019, how do you keep yourself on your toes to not let expectation override your performance?
Yeah, for sure. It's always nice to come back to a place where you have great memories of, and I've never been here this time of year, so it's a little newer, it's a lot colder. Waves are a little bit different. We've had tons of swell, tons of weather, so yeah, I literally just kind of took that as like I come into this event with a lot of confidence, because last time it went well for me, but I know everyone's really good, and it's not going to be easy, and I'm just trying to take it heat by heat and just have fun, really.
Well, after Carissa, you have the single highest score of the day. So I'm wondering, what do you think you were able to find in this heat that no one else could?
Yeah, I think kind of anywhere in Europe, every heat it changes so much. So you kind of always have to be adapting and willing to adapt. So yeah, I actually put a hole through my board this morning because I ditched my board, and then thankfully, shout out to the local ding repair guy here. He fixed it, and I rode that board in my heat. So he fixed it in a couple hours. But yeah, look, I just think you just got to be willing to adapt. And I was trying to look for those like fuller sections to kind of attack the lip, and thankfully I found one or two, and worked out.
Yeah, and you're paddling out for a badass on your back. And I want you to explain to everybody at home why she has inspired you so much.
Yeah, Katie Ledecky, she's amazing, and I'm honored to wear her last name on my back. And I did a shoot with her for the Olympics, and she was just so cool and so down to earth. You would never know that she is who she is, and to me that's so cool. And she's just real, and yeah, she's just a badass, and she inspires me a lot.
Go get some rest. I hope to see you like very well tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, Caroline Marks making a couple of points. We're talking about how the high coefficient of the tides changes the playing field throughout the day here in Europe. And gosh, that ding repair guy here at Peniche put in a hot batch right there. That's some catalyst going off to get that ding repair done in a couple hours.
Yeah, you can do it. I mean, ultimately, you got sun cure resins now.
Well, we don't have that much sun today.
Yeah, well,
there's
you got
no
a baking
UV.
box or a lot of catalyst. You could actually use sun cure with catalyst combined, and you get extra kick. So.
You got to be careful, though. I mean, we're talking surfboard talk. You put too much catalyst in. I've seen boards turn, smoke and catch on fire when you put
I have experimented with that. I grew up in a factory, so you always want to see how far you can push it.
Yeah.
I definitely set a batch on fire for sure. Luckily, it was outside.
Yeah, pushing it on the backhand here, Lakey Peterson with just a nice turn. But again, maybe the tide getting really high and some of these waves just kind of dissipating as we see Brisa Hennessy also kicking out after a ride on the left.
Well, that's why that medium tide's so nice. Yeah, we're going to get more shoulders, but ultimately it gets too full. And so then the selection of waves changes. It's not like every good wave, every wave is going to be good. Only certain waves are going to be good. So you got to be a bit more selective, or just ride more waves. One or the other.
Pete, you're pretty good with lineups and stuff. And I think at the high tide, I want your
pretty
opinion.
good, thank you.
Yeah, well, I think at the high tide, you kind of almost want to look for the waves that look like they're going to be closed out.
Yeah,
you just took the words out of my mouth. There you go. We're on the same wavelength where you don't want a shoulder right now because it's so high.
Yeah, and because you're going to get more critical section, even if it's one maneuver.
Yeah. And
we saw that from Caroline Marks. She had one solid maneuver, 6 points, right? 6.17. So it can be done. We saw it in the text this morning from our judges that, hey, single maneuvers, as long as they're in a critical section, can be good. So taking a single wave closeout isn't a bad move, especially if it's a set.
Yeah, I like it. I like the analysis. On the paddle here, left corner for Courtney Conlog. Nice carve off the top. This looks like it got a good wall to it. Snaps off the top again on the backhand. Got a good rhythm right now. Wisely just holds back rather than going down on that final maneuver, forcing a maneuver. The patience of Courtney Conlog on display, likely to improve upon her score line, ditching the 2.5 and pull further ahead of Brisa Hennessy and Lakey Peterson. Here's a replay.
Watch the bottom turn. She swings that arm across the low waist. That's how you get drive. She did it twice there on those bottom turns. Unfortunately, that section there ran off a little too quickly to go straight back up again. But those two turns, look at the arm sweeping through and low to the body. Sometimes you'll see it come up, but ultimately that's how you create the drive, is by keeping it around your knee and waist level. Both times she did that, was able to drive up into the maneuver. So two turn combos there, 4.93.
Yeah. I like the look of the boards too. I like the look of those Tim Stamp shapes that Courtney rides. I mean, just the way she was walking down to the beach, just had a beautiful kind of template to it, and a lot in a really, really nice foil throughout the entire board.
They've been working together for a very long time. Courtney knows what she wants. They have obviously a CAD that they work off of. That's ultimately, when you get your model, your magic board, you take that and you have that in the computer, so you have it scanned and have it spit out every time. Ultimately, you try to get the same blanks with the same stringers, the same type of glass jobs.
Fans are still on the beach, and we're still with you. We're going to step away for a short break, but we'll be back with more here from Super Tubos. Stay around. We're back at Super Tubos. I got something for you. Scan this code and get 30% off of Surfline Premium. What's with the premium? Ad-free cams and the 14-day long-term forecast. Sign up, get Surfline Premium, scan the code, Peter, and get 30% off. What a bargain.
That's right. And you think about all the cams they have listed everywhere across the globe. That's one of the things that I love about Surfline Premium is you can go in there and you can check the surf anywhere in the world. Also, I love the sessions. They actually have their app. You can use your Apple Watch and download your cam sessions and actually get each and every one of your clips right on your phone after your session. How crazy is that? Literally, your Apple Watch, boom, clips are in and you can just check out your surfing.
Yeah, that is a great feature if you're a fan of your own surfing.
And I am certainly a fan of my own surfing.
You can surf in front of the cams in every session if you want.
That's right. Yeah, and then you can learn a few things. Come on, you know you do it.
I like Super Spots.
They don't have cams.
Yeah. Tatiana Weston-Webb, our defending champ, she's going to be coming up next against Gabriela Bryan and Macy Callahan. And she's got a lot of support from the local Portuguese crowd. Here we go with her fellow finalists from last year, Lakey Peterson, catching a rail, though, and just going down.
We've seen that a couple times, actually.
Hennessy slashes early and goes complete. Nice timing on that top turn from Brisa Hennessy.
Yeah, and so she goes early, goes through it, and hits in that critical spot, but able to ride out below. Whereas we saw from Lakey, unfortunately, and she's had to paddle back the other direction. But look where she hits it, right in the pocket.
Yeah.
And underneath it, keeps the momentum through the maneuver, throws a bunch of spray out the back, and doesn't have to deal with the explosion of the lip at the end of the maneuver. So she comes out underneath that. And so good, like you mentioned, great timing.
So we're waiting for that score for Brisa Hennessy as she's on the paddle back out, inspired by adaptive surfer from Costa Rica, Jimena Ruiz. So that's Brisa's inspiration as we celebrate International Women's Day. Lakey Peterson again goes down.
Yeah, that was unfortunate there because that wave was actually going to be one of her better numbers. Nice first snap and then the closeout maneuver, which if she had pulled it off, that would have been critical. Two-turn combo would have been very, very nice, but didn't happen. Had to fall, unfortunately.
Yeah, what went wrong?
Well, let's take a look here. Nice first section, tagged it perfectly. And then right there, you just see that the board actually came back. And she was over her rail, toe edge. And once you're off balance like that, it can be very difficult. And the board just, you're hitting the lip, you know, and the wave pushes back. She tagged it perfectly, and then you can see it just got her off balance on the landing. And she was oversided it, went down.
Last score for Brisa Hennessy was a 5.67. Lakey Peterson on the merit of that single turn that she completed, a 2.67. Peterson in third, Brisa Hennessy in second. Courtney Collog with the lead over the pack right now, 8 minutes and 40 seconds on the countdown.
Yeah, and you look at the number needed, a 7.0. That's capable on one way, but ultimately I think that if you look at the totals, right, 10.5 for Brisa, 10.76. In your mind, you're like, okay, a pair of sixes gets you 12 points in 8.5 minutes. Yes, I can do that. One single big maneuver can do it. So ultimately, I think at this point in time, Lakey, being that she's third priority, kind of slide away from your competitors ever so slightly and maybe take a wave, the closeout hit. You can see she's kind of doing that right now, creating space. So she can kind of have a wave that'll miss on the other two competitors and maybe slide over to her. But ultimately, I would think that, you know, 7 is actually a number she can achieve. But thinking in your head right now, I just need a 5.5 or 6 just to compare yourself, get you the same kind of number as Brisa and Courtney already have in their scoreline.
Macy Callahan getting ready for her heat.
That'll be the last heat of the opening round for the women. And then we'll have a couple elimination heats, which already are stacked. Be sending our first surfers home from this event this afternoon.
Courtney on the left, strong snap there, but gets a little bit shooken up by some of the backwash now that's starting to affect some of the sections out there.
Yeah, lost a little grip on the bottom turn, didn't quite have the same amount of drive as she had on those last maneuvers, so didn't have the speed through that up top backhand top turn. No harm, no foul, really. although she did go back to the back of the line.
Yeah, it's an important heat for her. She wants to not end up in the elimination round, so she has 0 chance of getting another 17th, which she did, you know, over at Pipeline at Sunset. We can see her year so far, Pete, in the graphic.
Yeah, and you just don't expect that from Courtney at a place like Pipeline or Sunset Beach, especially Sunset Beach. I mean, plenty of experience. You know, Pipeline is a new event on tour, but everyone's learning the ropes there. But again, just in regards to Courtney and her bravery in challenging surf, she's never held back.
Yeah, Courtney celebrating International Women's Day, celebrating on her back none other than one of my favorite surfers, Lisa Anderson, 4-time world champ. Courtney chose her as her inspiration at this event.
And most likely was a huge inspiration for her as a youngster coming up, you know. Spending that time winning all those world titles, you're looking at like who's winning world titles. Your idol's gonna be definitely someone like Lisa Anderson.
Yeah, Lisa Anderson, you know, changed. It was a pivotal player in women's professional surfing in those years, 94 through 97. You know, Lisa Anderson really did help women's professional surfing gain by leaps and bounds by just her pure talent level.
Yeah, performance, definitely.
Hennessy. Nice snap there. Got a little too loose, fighting for it, but gets it.
Nicely done.
You know, what turned into kind of a little bit of a mistake she made up for, and she was able to complete that maneuver. So it's actually a pretty exciting turn.
It was definitely. I would say that the judges will probably, you know, call that a bit of an error, maybe, just because there was a little loss of control. But the fact that she was able to get herself back to her feet, again, trying to better a number of a 4.93. Again, yeah, there's a lot of wow factor to that. So maybe take a look here from a different angle. In that section, gets a release, slides her fins, somehow pulls that foot back on to her board. It literally was all the way off the rail, and she had the ability to pull it back onto her board. Nicely done.
Yeah, talk about never giving up and flexibility to boot. What a turn, just hammered it.
Beautiful glassy conditions, again, getting the release. So she wanted to put everything into that turn, so she pushed really hard. That's where the release came. But being able to bring it back under her feet with her feet moving around on the deck of the board like that, yeah, it doesn't look like it's actually going to factor in. Unfortunately, the judges, like I had mentioned, it's just kind of a bit of a mistake, a little loss of control.
Yeah, they looked at that as an error. The judges coming in with a 4.33 does not change the 2-wave total for Brisa Hennessy. She remains in 2nd place. Lakey Peterson with priority, and Peterson needs still, if she wants to do it in 1 wave, Peter, a 7-point ride, and it's looking like she may have to do that in 1 wave, Lakey Peterson, because we're down to the 4-minute mark. Taking a look at this score, that not going to factor into the top 2 in this heat, that 4.33.
Yeah, well, you have judges that separate about it by a point, right? 3.8 for the low judge, 4.7 for the high.
Lakey waiting patiently, like we're talking about, Pete, needs to do it now in 1 wave.
Yeah, at this point, right? I mean, and she can. It's you know, 7 points. Yeah, she's easily capable of excellent numbers. So it's definitely doable. She has a priority. So really now she's just hoping. And so in this moment, you're like, okay, you got to let the ocean provide for you. So you kind of, if you have a mantra, you know, you could start have a wave calling mantra. I know I have one, and I use it occasionally when I really need a set wave to come.
Do we have time?
Do
we have time for your mantra right now? We have 3 minutes on the clock.
Secret. It's totally secret. I've actually tried to do it 1 time, and then when I do it, I'm like, gosh, I should never have done that. So I'm just going to keep that one to myself, Kaipo.
It's fine.
But it is a mantra that you can kind of just start to, and I guess it just puts you in the moment, right? What are those things you do? Like you're starting, you know, the universe ain't going to work with you if you're always looking in the future or the past. So you know, ultimately, just keep your eyes on the horizon. There's a set coming. There's 2:45 to go. Now put yourself in position, Lakey.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. It's the 3 Ps, right, that come into getting a big wave score. First, you got to paddle, and then you got to pick a good one, and then you need to perform to that score. 3 Ps.
And I think, you know, there's a 7-point even on one big single maneuver. Oh, look at this. There's a set. Is she going to get her position? No.
No. That was the paddle part right there, because I don't know. That thing went off frame. I'm not sure if there was really a corner on that.
Easy to sit here in our chairs and call it out, right?
Yeah, these are the smart chairs right here. but that set came through, and after a set comes a lull, and that's not a good sign for Lakey Peterson.
I don't know. You look at the horizon, though. There's a little, some more peaks maybe. Just looks like they're moving more to that south end of the beach.
Yeah, the far bar there to the south. Peterson continues to search. Looks at this one. Again, it just walls out. It moves too far in.
And that's one of the things I think you think in your head, a 7, right? You're not thinking, oh, I just take one maneuver to do it. You kind of want a set wave that maybe give you 2 solid opportunities for 2 maneuvers. But you got to take what you get this last minute and 20.
There's a need, 7 points for Lakey Peterson.
Love to see an opportunity for her, just to see if she can get it done. Always love those last second heroics, or at least the opportunity. But it looks like, I mean, it's funny because the other 2 servers are right there next to her, but they really can't do a whole lot except for try to put the salesman hat on and try and sell a wave to Lakey. But ultimately, I think Lakey knows and truly understands what she needs to do. She needs a set wave, and she needs 1 major section.
Yeah, down to 35 seconds, so it's going to have to be the next 2 waves that hit the sandbar that she's going to choose from. Here we go. Looks like a little corner on this one. Peterson activates here, draws off the bottom, slashes off the top, extending through that turn. Little caught up there, needs to make up for it on the inside here. Eases through a cutback. Really would love a double up section on the inside. Looks behind, looks down the Apple Watch, and just has to hope that that was enough for a 7. And I'm going to go to you, Pete. You're not
going to call it out. Our last heat, we had a little shocker at the end. I don't want to call it out, but you know what? Really nice first turn, but it was out on the face. She needed another solid section in order to turn it into a 7. It will be probably her best number, but she's going to be in the elimination round. Beautiful arc here, as you see, just ton of speed and redirect there. Then the bobble, unfortunately, even though a climb probably wouldn't have been enough, it just needed another major section there, which that wave didn't have.
Yeah, a 3.8, so it was not enough for Lakey Peterson. We'll see her later in the afternoon in the elimination round. Conlog, Hennessy on to the round of 16. We're on to a commercial break. We'll see you after the break.
Quando o campeonato não tá rolando, eu gosto muito de buscar essa essência de liberdade. Especialmente na onda, dentro da água, eu poderia fazer qualquer coisa que eu queria, né?
Enjoy your lay days with a Corona. We're back at the MEO Rip Curl Portugal Pro presented by Corona. And this is the final heat of the opening round for the women. Defending champ Tatiana Weston-Webb out in the red jersey. In blue, we have Gabriella Bryant from the island of Kauai, and the Australian Macy Callahan is out in white. I'm Kaipo along with Peter Mel. And we saw a surprising, last heat with Macy Callahan. I mean, with Lakey Pearson going to the elimination round. Macy Callahan up and riding just with one hit on the backhand, Pete. And that's going to start the scoring in this heat.
Love what Gabrielle Bryant has been able to do in her first couple years on tour. She's in this heat as well, sitting at number 4 in the rankings, coming off of an excellent run in Hawaii. Obviously, being from Hawaii, very comfortable there, but doesn't always mean and translate into good results, which it has for Gabriella. As we take a look here at this replay here of Macy. Excellent backhand for Macy Callahan, all the way to a final in the French beach break. So I'd have to say comfortable in these types of waves. Has done well in Europe before. Been very tough on the championship tour for her, except for that one big result.
Third season on the championship tour for Macy Callahan. She's had to go on and off of the championship tour. Earned her spot back onto this year's World Tour by finishing off the 2022 Challenger season number 2 on the leaderboard. She's also a 2016 World Champ, and her last result in Peniche was a 9th place. That was in 2019. You talked a little bit about Gabriella Bryant. Gabriella Bryant, 20 years old. And her Hawaii season, like you said, Pete, was a good one. She made the quarterfinals at Pipe, Gabriella Bryant did, as well as the semifinals over at Sunset. And right now, number 4 in the rankings. So looking good to make that mid-season cut already.
And as a rookie,
she was last year's Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, and as a rookie to be able to make the cut from last year, again, those as a rookie, you really don't know how they're going to perform on the championship tour level, and so you get 5 events to make it happen, and she was able to do that. She actually clinched her spot on that last event at Margaret River, which is always a bit of a stressor. So she would have felt that going into that cut event at Margaret River.
Here she is on the backhand, clears that white water into the open face for a nice carve. Setting up here, gets a little early to that section, and that wave just goes very full on the inside.
Yeah,
for Gabriella Bryant.
Tend to do that. Unfortunately, they move into deeper water. At least the ones off this part of the bank, they move into a little bit deeper water, so they don't always stand up. But the rights, they sometimes will give you that inside section, which you think Gabriella would be focusing on those waves, but ultimately you get the opportunities of what you get, right? So this left looked like it was going to stay open. Just the redirective snap here, and then it goes into deeper water, so not a steep face. So she just ends up kicking out.
On the other side of the peak, Tatiana Weston-Webb went right.
Yeah, so watch the rights. They can tend to move down a little bit. This one fattens up as well, but it does move into a shallow section, so it kind of gives you an extra end section. Unfortunately, the dig of the rail there, she didn't stay with it.
And Macy got another left.
So again, on the backhand, quick hit up off the top and rides out. So single maneuver there on a smaller wave. So these scores going to be, in the mid-range. Not something that would be definite keepers for these all these surfers. I mean, ultimately you want a pair of 8s, right? But today I have not quite seen those numbers yet. I'm trying to think, do we have an excellent number all day today? I don't think so. I mean, I'm thinking back to 7.5 of Griffin, 7.83.
International Women's Day, Pete. All the jerseys have names behind them. Haven Shepard is on the back of Gabriella Bryant, the U.S. Paralympic swimmer. Let's hear from Gabby about her pick.
I chose Haven Shepard. I decided to honor her because I recently read a story about her prior to the Olympics and Paralympics in 2022, and she's a Paralympic swimmer for Team USA. And her story, just from the minute I started reading it, was really inspiring. How she overcame something that she had no control over, and how she is so positive and looks at the bright side of everything is very inspiring and something I look up to. And just the way that she handled what life dealt her and made the best out of it is super inspiring to me.
I like to pick Gabriella Bryant. Haven Shepard, a gold medalist in the 2020 Tokyo Paralympics. She took that gold medal in the 200-meter individual medley, and great inspiration there.
So cool. It really is. I mean, it's a perfect place right now with the International Women's Day and also the month to, you know, obviously think about the women in your life that have inspired you.
Yeah. This happened during that catch-up. This is a 2.73 for Macy Callahan.
Smaller wave, just quick in succession with her maneuvers. She stays with it and rattles off a few turns, but I think the size of the wave and the fact that they just didn't quite have those nice, steep, punchy sections, that's why the score stayed suppressed.
Catching up with Gabriella Bryant with a big snap to finish there.
This will be interesting because we'll get to see this wave in comparison to the scores of Macy's, and you'll see kind of what the judges want. Even though it was a single maneuver, as we take a look here at the set wave, straight into this first section and hammers it right, and just one single maneuver, quickly done. And I feel like this number is going to come in higher than the 2.73. So you think about that. It's about the critical sections that you need to look for.
Tachi, catches the rail there as that wave kind of flattened out a little bit onto the shoulder. So we'll be waiting for that score for Gabriella Bryant and see how that's going to affect the standings in this heat. But, you know, like you said, Pete, that wave for Gabriella, that wasn't like a little finishing hammer. That was a sledgehammer on that one. That was a big turn.
Yeah, and she's understanding that, you know, obviously reading the text, you know, and this morning from the head judges, you know, or the head judge, explaining about what they're going to do. Single maneuvers can score highly if they're done in critical sections.
All right, as Macy Callahan kicks out there, we'll wait for that score. Let's catch up with the last heat winner, Courtney Conlog.
Yeah, and she just came from the water, gave me a hug, and I was like, finally a freaking win.
All right, so we'll catch back up with the beach there and all of the action here in the paddle back out. We have Gabriella Bryant. We're waiting for her last score to come in, and it did come in at a 4.33. So Gabriella Bryant in a second place right now, behind Macy Callahan, who's been very busy out there. Macy with a 4.17 and 2.73. Tatiana Weston Webb, solid score of a 3-point ride, but still is seeking a backup to that 3-point ride. 20 minutes and 25 seconds counting down, Peter.
Great comparison. Exactly what we were talking about. The 2.73 for Macy Callahan. You know, 4 or 5 maneuvers on it, but not anything in a critical section. Whereas Gabriella, one big single major move, 4.33, a 1.5 difference between the two. And it now has Gabriella in second.
Yeah, and that was, again, we've talked about it before. There's a couple of ways to get a score. You can, you know, you can have some good rhythm through the wave, but one single committed maneuver still can get you the number. Up and out for Gabriella Bryant.
Still plenty of time in this heat too. You know, this is the last heat of the opening round. We will be heading into the elimination round very soon. A couple of heats at the end of the day. Conditions are holding too, Kaipo. I mean, what time? You said another hour till high, so that's what, another half hour till high tide?
Yeah, let's check it. Local time, it's 4:27 local time. We got a high tide right about 5 o'clock today. So yeah, another half hour filling in tide. But for all consideration, you know, on both sides of the tide, depending on the bathymetry and the geometry and the water moving and everything, we can just consider it at the peak of the high tide right about now.
Yeah, and it is kind of funny. Like, even though we go and you look, it's to the minute.
Yeah,
literally, but it can't be, because ultimately we all know how water moves. There we go, quick.
All right, well, let's get back to that interview with the last heat winner, Courtney Conlog.
Okay, there we go again. And I was saying that first thing she did, she gave me a hug and was like, finally a freaking win.
Yeah,
so,
geez,
Courtney.
that's exactly how I felt.
I know you love to be in Europe, and you have some waves on the CT that fits your surf so well. How's your relationship with Super Tubos?
I have mixed feelings about the wave. You know, I've had some struggles here, a lot of learning experiences, but overall, I honestly love the wave itself, and I love Europe. And, you know, whether I'm in Portugal, France, it's just something about the place. I feel really grounded, happy, just the vibes here and the culture are so rich, and just very grateful to be back here.
Amazing. And you're traveling with your mom. She was telling me that last year you had such a rough year, you know, after G-Land, that you're still getting back on your feet. So how are you working on yourself physically and mentally, besides bringing your mom to massage yourself, you know, to do well and just keep progressing?
You know, I've had such a shocker of a year so far, and this event, I just want to get that rhythm and momentum going. And, you know, I switched fins and I'm on futures now. And for me, I'm just learning these new templates and figuring things out. And, you know, and with my rhythm, I feel like I've been working really hard, but in the performance, it hasn't shown quite yet. And I was so happy to finally get a win out there. Yeah, it's been bumpy since last year, but then I ended up on a high in Tahiti, obviously. Very grateful for that win, and now I'm just aiming for that rhythm.
Okay, so let's talk about Lisa Anderson and how she can inspire you in moments like this too, being, you know, the pro that she is, the champ that she is, and what do you drag from her to yourself?
Well, Lisa, since I was a little girl, I've always looked up to her. Four-time world champion from the U.S., you know, and...
All right, well, live action again, and Tatiana Weston-Webb continues to search for that 3.61 to avoid another surf this afternoon in the elimination round, Peter.
Yeah, that's it, right? No thirds, no whammies, and still lots of time. You think about 16 minutes on the clock, that's a lot of opportunities.
Here she goes. Looking down the line, glides through there, gets the board back under her feet after a little bit of weightlessness for Tatiana Weston-Webb. 3.61 for a single lip glide. What are your thoughts?
I feel like, yeah, I think it's going to go into her top two. Again, I just don't see it being something she's going to have to carry at the end of the heat in order to get first or second. It just feels like fives. You got to get double digits to feel safe, somewhat safe. And that's just not going to cut it. She needed another section there. And I think you look at the type of turn she did there, it was really this accelerated top turn, which was pushing her down the line, ultimately looking
for something else.
Exactly, and it just doesn't there.
Here
so
it is
unfortunate.
again.
Yeah, this is that style of turn. You just lip line, glide, and you carry a ton of speed through it, and ultimately hoping that you can get one more move. You look at, she just rides the lip line and then gets right over the top of her board to keep the speed going, and see her eyes down the line, all about trying to find another section there, but just didn't happen. So she kicks out quickly and stays outside so she can hold position.
Another section would have done it for her, because she got a flat 3 for that performance on that wave. She needed 3.61. So if she was to luck into another section, she would certainly have gotten the number to change the situation, but not the case. We're halfway through the heat now, 15 minutes. She continues to search for that 3.61.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately she finds another section and she tags it again. You're looking at 5.55s, you know, and comparison-wise, really the biggest number is a 4.33. So this is really actually an open heat. You know, all three competitors could easily make it happen in just a quick rhythm. You know, you get into a rhythm in the ocean sometimes, you can catch two waves very quickly. And you see that momentum happen for people. Take an example, Steph Gilmore, you know, a very early start of the heat. She got her numbers in the first 10 minutes, and then the last 20 didn't better a score the entire heat. Luckily, she was able to get through it and finish with a second place position. But you know, if you're going to have a half-hour heat, you just got to keep pressing, keep riding waves throughout the entire heat.
And a half hour doesn't seem like a long time in your life, but a half hour of complete concentration to be in a heat that's some heavy lifting mentally.
Yeah, it can be, especially you know, depending on what the situations are happening in the heat, right? Like,
I mean, if everything's going your way, then it's bliss, right?
Right, and the time flies by, kind of.
Well, the peak right now coming through, Gabriella Bryant in second place. Bryant with first priority, the 3.61. Ironically, is the same number that Tatiana Weston-Webb needs to take Gabriella Bryant's spot. 3.61 also would take Macy Callahan's spot if Gabby's able to get that or more. Here she goes. Strong first turn. Little snap there. Check snap. Gets through a little flat section on the inside here. Nice rail work by Gabby. Having to hop through the connection, but does not make the ultimate connection to the inside shore break. But some quality turns there. Not needing a big number, Pete.
First turn was nice. Nice heavy gouge. That's what she's known for. That's that forehand snap. It's just, she can do it in any type of section. She does it with a bunch of speed and a bunch of power. And you can see right here, this wave, you know, didn't have a whole lot on it, but she just lays that rail down. But that's it. This all work here, that was just kind of setting up the inside, hoping that it was going to stand up, but it just never did. You know, busy work to a point, but again, just a number there that's not going to be gigantic. It may actually factor into her top 2, but it's probably going to hold her in second.
Yeah, 2.93 did not change the situation for Gabriella Bryant with 12 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Calhan in the lead, continues. Gabrielle Bryant in second. Tatiana Westa-Webb, these are 4.27. Can she turn the heat? We'll find out after this break. Checking out our women's rankings on the 2023 Championship Tour. You can see the cut line there with Caitlin Simmers, Tatiana Weston-Webb right above that cut line. Macy Callan needs to make up some ground, Pete. She is below the cut line in an equal 12th. Coming into this event number 3, these are all the rankings after the first 2 events. We got co-leader jerseys with Molly Picklum and Carissa Moore, both in those yellow leader jerseys coming into Portugal.
Yep, same results from the first 2 events. So they're sharing that yellow leader's jersey. We could break the tie if we wanted to, but chose to give them both the yellow jersey. Right, we could have done the heat wins. Actually, no, it would have been a perfect tie, huh? Dang it.
It's okay.
Yeah. We can't break the tie.
No, we can't.
What do we do, though, if we can't break the tie with a heat win?
We'll deal with that math when we get a chance. Right now, we're watching the. I'm sorry, this is a good time. We're watching.
Distracted you. Sorry.
Completely. Macy Callahan. S turning away on that left. She's currently in the lead. She needs a 3.77 if she wants to extend that lead. She did utilize her priority. Let's take a look at it on the replay, Peter.
All right, on the lefts, I mean, obviously comfortable with the backhand. She does have a very solid backhand, so obviously knowing that that's a good strength of hers, she's been sticking to these lefts. A couple snaps there, no real critical sections. That's one thing about the lefts is that they kind of move straight towards the beach. And with that, sometimes a steep section will appear to it, but mostly the rights are going to give you that opportunity. As you watch the replay here, little hooking snap, but see how the wave wasn't real steep on the face, so not necessarily considered critical moves. Great flow, though, through these maneuvers.
Yeah.
And ultimately, I don't think it's even going to go into our top 2.
No, it's a 2.7 for this replay that we're watching right here. So, and I'm starting to really look at things statistically when a surfer has priority and they use it and they don't change the lead. Oh my goodness, coming back to live action, and Tatiana Weston-Webb attacking the lip, and
she pulls that off. She turns the heat.
Yeah.
That was an aggressive in a very gnarly section. If you take a look here, not a major set wave, but the section itself is steep and it's aggressive in the lip, especially that she turned on the lip. But She didn't make it. So it's going to be a throwaway score. That's unfortunate because it felt like to me she pulls that move off. We see 5s, maybe 5.5s. But instead, it's going to be a .03 probably, and not going to factor in.
Look at the rip right there on your screen, getting formed up with this changing of tide.
Well, I mean, there's a good thing that comes about that is it keeps the sand moving around, digs out holes, makes little channels, and fills piles of sand, so it makes the bathymetry good. But if you're caught in it, you got to find a way out of it.
Right.
Right. So you want to paddle.
What's the best way out?
Paddle parallel to the beach. Generally, you want to move out of the rip. Don't want to go towards the beach. Fight the rip. You want to move out of it, and then you can come towards the beach. And with surfers, you know, you kind of use the rip sometimes to your advantage because it gets you outside. If you're using like on the inside, trying to use,
yes,
it'll pull you out to the lineup.
It's your escalator in a way. If you just find that nice rip to suck you back out to the lineup. Play the game there. You work with nature, not against it. Tatiana Weston Webb wants to work with nature on this right-hander, and nice carve to open up. Second turn for Weston Webb. Third turn, make it 4 for Tatiana, and the fist pump as she should. She's going to turn the heat with that one.
That was a good read because that wave, you know, anytime you see a bunch of whitewater froth on the face, generally you're looking at it going, I don't know, maybe should I pull the trigger? But she saw something in that, and sure enough, it loaded up on the inside. It gave her the maneuvers there. She's going to turn the heat now, needing that 4.27. She's going to move into second.
Gabriella Bryant wants to hang on to second. Powerful snap. And the ejection there. Oh, Macy Callahan on the backhand on a sizable left. Nice opening turn there. So the exchange from all three surfers is going to keep things mixed up here.
Yeah,
right toward the tail end of this heat.
Feels like all of these waves will factor in. You know, carrying a 3.77 is Macy Callahan, so it feels like that could improve there. But just by the slightest of margin, Gabriella carrying a 2.93 feels like that's going to be an improvement. And also, Tatiana got her best wave. So all three scores are going to be a big part of this in this last 6 minutes. We'll see what unfolds. To me, it feels like Tatiana's going to turn it and put Gabriella maybe down into second, but we'll see. Let's take a look at this first here from Macy. You know, big backhand hook into the foam, redirects that board straight down after a nice steep section. Just the one maneuver, though. So we'll see how it is in relation to the 3.77. And again, another whitewater on the face. So hard to dig that rail in with all those bubbles. 2 turns, but then this rhythm, snap, and straight up. So 4 solid moves there for Tatiana. Definitely going to be her best wave. Again, looking at the scoreline, needs a 4.27 to move into second. But Gabriella may have improved here. So these are down carve, and then just kind of a foam redirect. So not major number there either for Gabriella. So just going to be slightest of changes, if any, for all these competitors.
Yeah, well, we got all 3 numbers are going to factor in. Live action here. Macy Callahan this time going right, carving on the forehand. Long bottom turn, and an aggressive snap, has to throw that board away. Gets a little bit caught up on the outside rail. Waiting for those numbers on the previous exchange and see how that is going to shuffle out with the situation in this heat. Under 5 minutes on the countdown.
Yeah, well, the judges have to take their attention away. You know, they've already written down the score, so they'll write it down and then they'll actually go and put it into the computer screen. As we take a look at this replay here, first section, nice. There's a ton of speed in that maneuver, but just can't pull off this move. I mean, that was definitely a mistake. You pull that move off, she's going to get her best number and ultimately hold her spot in the top 2. As we watch the replay here, beautiful first snap. It's just unfortunate that she wasn't able to find the connection for the finish.
Well, good news for Macy Callahan. We're coming out of this replay is her previous wave, a 6.17. Callahan to first. Tatiana Weston Webb with that 4.97 on the backhand. 4 top turns there. Tatiana Weston Webb in second place. Gabriella Bryant has dropped down into 3rd place right now, Pete, with 4 minutes on the countdown.
Yeah, I mean, and there's that important exchange that went down. You know, the 6.17, just one single move on a set wave, big backhand hook, was way better than the backside surfing from Tatiana Weston Webb. Her first turns in the suds, she kind of had to be a bit more tentative, was able to kind of connect it, but the one major move outdoes the 4 mediocre moves. So just an understanding there that the judges want you to hit those critical sections. Prime example right there.
So what you're saying is it's quality above quantity when we look at the judges scale.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because you look at it and you're like, okay, is that how it really felt like it was? And the judge is saying, hey, you know, single high critical moves, even if it's just one move, is still going to fetch good numbers. And that's a prime example of that, 6.17.
3 minutes and 15 seconds as we look at priority to Tatiana Weston-Webb. She's in an advancing position right now, and Gabriella Bryant is on the paddle, wants to get away from the pack so that she can have a chance at getting that 3.65. Again, Gabriella Bryant needing a 3.65 to move into that second and advancing position. Tapping on her Apple Watch right there, getting an update on the time and priority.
It is all right there, as I showed you guys earlier. It's all the information needed. Obviously, you can get it from visual cues. We have priority up on a board up there. No scores, but that's from the announcers that'll give you that number. But it's nice to know, you know, because a lot's happened.
Yeah.
In this,
your score will be on the Apple Watch.
Right? Yeah. You'll know exactly what you need. You know, she's looking down and going, "Oh, I need a 3.6."
Exactly.
5. So.
And we saw her do that a number of times right now. So she was checking her time, her priority, and her need.
Pretty cool technology that we're able to use.
2-minute drill now for Gabby Bryant. Does not want to go on that one. Couple more set waves behind there, hitting the bank. High tide, super tubos is the playing field this afternoon for the final heat of the opening round for the women. Here we go, good looking left for Bryant. Off the bottom, swoops off the top. Nice control there. Little taper to the shoulder, so she's gonna have to get just a cut back in. Needs to go against the grain just a little bit to stick with this one to the inside. She's going to make the connection onto the inside shore break. More opportunity in front of her. Finishes on the sand, Pete. Did she get it?
I don't think so.
Too much shoulder.
Yeah, I mean, we saw an example of it, the 4.97 from Tatiana. It doesn't, you needed a critical section there. I just think it just wasn't quite there. It isn't a huge number, though, and I've been wrong today, but I just don't feel like it's quite enough. I feel like it's going to come up slightly under. Beautiful first look at it. You're like, oh, it's there, but look at, she had to kind of carve down there, not a critical section. And again, another carve across open face, and then you sit with it going, okay, she's gonna make the connection, she's gonna get something, but once she got to the shoreline, it was still pretty much too deep.
Yeah, and that was just tough. I mean, she's stuck with it throughout this, and we'll see, though. The number's still not in from the judges.
Yeah, they're doing comparisons and figuring it out, and this is what happened to us last time. We were looking at this. It took a little bit of time, and all of a sudden the number came in, but it doesn't quite feel like it could be enough.
Tense times as we're waiting for scores for Gabriella Bryant. She likes surfing, but she doesn't want to surf again this afternoon. That would be the elimination round. And the number comes in at 3.03. She does not get the score. 20 seconds on the countdown. She's in the short break. She's not going to get another chance. So we're going to see Gabriella Bryant in the elimination round this afternoon. And that elimination round will begin after the conclusion of this heat. We're going to get into our women's elimination round.
We're doing a quick reseed, so we'll take a moment before this elimination round.
There are the numbers. Callahan, Weston-Webb on to the round of 16. Gabriella Bryant. We're going to see her this afternoon in the elimination round, and we'll see you right after this break for that women's elimination round. Stick around.
He just owns her story and is super authentic.
She's a really powerful woman. She stands up for herself.
There are two women that have busted down the doors.
She's broken a bunch of records in the Olympics, and she just inspires me a lot.
Because she had a tough run and she came back strong.
Because she's honestly on a tear right now.
She always motivates me and sends me messages to get me pumped.
She's just supportive of the next generation of women.
She's gonna be one of the best we've ever seen at the sport. She's the best in the world.
I just love the way that she carried herself. She was just cool. Mia Haddad-Maia.
Dash Brody.
Venus and Serena Williams.
Naomi Osaka.
Sam Kerr.
Luisa Stefani.
Nora Vasconcelos.
Nawal Mutawakil.
Raisa Leal.
Katie Ledecky.
Marta.
Susie O'Neill.
And a very warm welcome back to the MEO Rip Curl Portugal Pro, presented by Corona. Always a nice place to be on a Saturday afternoon, unless, of course, you're staring down elimination in the elimination round. And that's what coming up. Stakes is high, Strider.
Yeah, it's going to get ugly out there. There's going to be some unhappy people coming up in these next two heats. Somebody's going home. We're going to get two people packing their bags.
Yes, this might be one of the most stacked elimination rounds, both on women's and men's side, so it's going to be fireworks.
And you just say you just surfed the heat, didn't quite get the waves you're after. How do you wash that off and just put it out of your mind and come back and have to go again and fire up? How do you do that?
Yeah, that's very tough, mostly for someone like Gabby Bryant that just lost her heat, so she's going to come in, barely have any time to regroup and get back out there, but I guess they're the best at doing that, just leaving what's behind and going for it.
I feel like this is all just a result of a really amazing rookie class coming in. You know, all the younger upstarts are coming at these veterans, and I feel like it's just a great clash, and that's why we're seeing such a heavy elimination round.
Speaking of young and up-and-coming talents, of course, we do have our Rising Tides programs, one of our really cool activations. Let's take a look at a package.
We're in Peniche, Portugal for the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. This is the third edition of Rising Tides for this 2023 CT season. Today, we have 20 up-and-coming young local Portuguese surfers who are getting a chance to paddle out with some of their heroes, including Teresa Abraços, who is one of the pioneers of women's surfing here in Portugal.
I started 40 years ago in a very conservative country, and we were only 3 in the whole country. One of the things I wanted was to attract more girls into the sport.
When I was younger and I was watching the surfing, the competition, Teresa Abraços was definitely like a main spotlight. She definitely inspired me to become who I am nowadays.
Empowering women and young girls at any age that if you can see it, you can be it, is what I'm all about. And so I'm so excited to get in the water and hear these CT surfers sort of be on the flip side of getting a chance to cheer on these younger surfers.
Just completely shredding the lineup out here. It is so fun to watch.
All the girls kind of just, I don't know, took over the lineup, which was really cool to see.
You know, the Rising Tides, I actually was one of them in Australia when they had their first one at the Gold Coast, and for me to be doing that and surfing with like all the pros as well, and then now I'm one of them.
This is very special for all of us. It really inspired, I think, all of us to get to the highest level of surfing.
For the WSL to put this on at every CT event is pretty awesome, and I think it'll definitely just inspire a whole movement of women's surfing in each region that the events go to.
Rising Tides! From the fun of Rising Tides straight into intensity, we're live with the elimination rounds. Looking at Caitlin Simmers here, belting it hard on a heavy section, and goes down pretty hard too.
Oh, that was unfortunate. She hit it, but it hit back, didn't it, on that bottom there when she just got to the very bottom. So right here, she turns it straight through the lip. Nice whip, but then comes unstuck as it explodes at the bottom there. Unfortunate.
Let's just set this first heat up in the elimination round. Caitlin Simmers, who we just saw taking on Tyler Wright. She won't want to be here. Neither will Sally Fitzgibbons as well. One of these three will be eliminated from competition this afternoon in just under 33 minutes time. And Tyler, after a strong showing over in Hawaii, couldn't find the way this afternoon, Jesse, and she's got to roll up her sleeves here.
I know, what a great start for Tyler in Hawaii and coming up right now in a very tough heat. So she's definitely probably feeling a little bit of nerves, but talking about nerves, Caitlin Simmers, rookie on the tour, going against Tyler Wright and Sally Fitzgibbon. You as a rookie coming up in a heat like this in elimination round, in the first day of competition in Portugal, you must be feeling a lot of nerves right there.
Yeah, I just, you know, literally, she's a Grom. I mean, she's young, she's, you know, kind of, but she doesn't seem startled, you know, when you look at her. She seems like she's just very present, ready to go to work. She decided not to go on tour, I think it was the year before last, because she was just, yeah, I'm not ready yet. And then she went back through the series and re-qualified, and now she says she's ready. So we'll see what happens.
She stands out for that decision, but she feels unique in lots of ways. I feel like we haven't really seen a surfer like Katie on tour thus far. Even the type of surfing she does, the way she approaches heats, the insights we get from her as well. She just feels like a real, a true original, kind of got that pure sort of surf vibe, that free surfing heats kind of vibe. Well, she's definitely in a competition right now, and she's going to have to get some scores on the board to avoid going out. Meanwhile, here's a two-time world champ. Nicely done from her. Smooth and powerful, and just snatches slightly at the closeout turn. She'd be disappointed not to get the finish there because she was on her way to a decent number.
Yes, that's a missed opportunity, mostly starting that strong. First turn was great, just so much water displacement and very good technique. Unfortunately, she got caught up a little bit in the middle. The closeout came pretty quick and she got stuck.
Yeah, a little hiccup, a little off the bottom snap right here. Started strong, but then right here she kind of came between hitting it, and then she was like waiting for it. I think there was a little backwash involved. She got to the party a little late and bucked her off on the inside. On that same wave, it looks like Caitlin was going left and drops out of the sky with a semi-completion there. I don't know if they're going to say that was a make or not.
Yeah, I think this angle is probably going to tell us a little better, but kind of similar to the wave before. She had a air drop and the lip just landed on her, and oh, I don't count that as a completion.
There goes Sally. She had one. Winds up off the bottom, hooks the corner. Beautiful sweep right there. Cleaned it right up, and then finishes off on the inside with a nice little turn. I mean, she had a little bit, you know, the solid technique of the line where she came into that turn and did a nice down carve and really engaged her rail. I like the way that she did the body language out of that, so I think that's some solid surfing right there.
In terms of that exchange, she did get the completion, maybe a little less risky, but crucially rode out of it. Let's see how the judges go with that. In the meantime, let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat. She's with Louisa.
Yeah, she's here with me, and she was just telling me that her body heat's really high right now because it was a battle in the water. Walk us through this heat, Macy.
Yeah, I'm really hot. It was like a lot of work out there, a lot of paddling. I was happy to find a couple though. Not the biggest scores, but made it through, so happy.
There you are on the glass, and I was talking to Steph Gilmore because I know you guys staying together, and I was like, she can tap into your wisdom and your knowledge, what kind of like advice you're giving her, and she was like, don't do what I did. That was her advice. But jokes aside, what do you think you have in your advantage having, you know, the world champ next to you on this heat?
Yeah, for sure. It's an honor to be able to travel and battle with Steph, and she's the reason why I started surfing. So yeah, she's always been an inspiration of mine, and it's nice to have someone to battle with and travel with, and yeah, she's just a great friend, so yeah.
And talking about inspiration, you have Ima McKeon on your back, and you mentioned that if you're not a surfer, you would be a swimmer. Is that right?
Yeah, growing up I was really into swimming, and that was kind of the path I was taking up until surfing came along. So yeah, I've always been really inspired by the swimmers, and especially the Australian team, and Emma did amazing in the last Olympics, so yeah, she was the reason why I picked her.
Amazing. Keep on paddling. Congratulations. See you next. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Louisa. Macy, all smiles. Got out of a tough heat with the first place as well. A little extra confidence, and also the benefit of a slightly favourable seed as well. Meanwhile, let's go caught up on this elimination heat. We're speculating a little bit on the scores, and it's really interesting to see how the numbers came in. So Tyler, incomplete on the second turn, but the first one, decent 4.33, while Sally, slightly more conservative, 2 turns, comes in under with the 4.
Yeah, well, here we go, some live action again.
All right, here we go. Here's Caitlin. Nice looking wave from her. Releases the tail, maybe just a little too casual there. Didn't quite have the speed to match the wave. And another mistake from her. She still has plenty of time, though. she'll be a little disappointed thus far. Not really able to make anything stick. Caitlin Simmers, as we mentioned, decided not to take up her spot at all, just wanted to work on her surfing. Nevertheless, she maintained some brilliant results in the Challenger Series last year. Then she sort of waited a little while to sort of confirm that she would be taking her spot. And she's one of those surfers that we've been seeing in clips and in other specialty events. That next generation, super exciting surfers, and we've been looking forward to seeing her surf on tour. I just want to see more of it.
Yeah, you know, she did that pop shove it. I think it was at Rockies. You know, and it's just not something you're used to seeing out of any surfers in the world, let alone the young ladies on tour. And then here she is. She's pushing the level of surfing across the board for men and women with that kind of maneuver.
Yeah, she definitely has that X factor, right? Like, she might be one of the most talented surfers to come out of surfing in this past few years. And she brings that to her. Like, it's so creative, so exciting to watch. And as we see Tyler up and riding.
On a bomb here, Tyler Wright looking to pull in. She's deep, big section, Tyler Wright. And she traveled through that thing. And she looked like she got the work done with a big pump. Tyler Wright will go incomplete there. Look how close she came to the exit strider.
Oh, yeah, you saw the board kind of bobbling around off the end there. She had a great line into it, read the canvas well, did a nice pump through the back of it. You can see it here. She drives through into the tube and holds that wall. But you can see she kind of got discombobulated with a little bit of wobble on the face of the wave, and just trying to hold your line and then figure out when you punch through the lip line, because you could tell she was prepared to punch through it, but she just maybe, you know, it was a little off kilter when she tried to pull up and keep the line as long as she could.
Tried to get that downshift, that wobble undoes her. Tyler Wright showing us how familiar she is with the barrel, and expect to see more of that kind of stuff as this spot lives up to his name, as the swell continues to fill in throughout tomorrow and early into next week. Winds look favorable too. That's the kind of stuff we want to see at this iconic beach break here in Europe. Decent maneuvers wave as well, but famous for the tubes. Tyler unable to get the completion, a small number nevertheless at the moment. Good enough for first place, 25 on the clock. Jesse, we get criteria and the little adjustments from the judging panel. Obviously, we're at Super 2 Boss, that's what we're talking about this morning. We had a little bit of clarification as well, but obviously you're a surfer in a heat. You see a barrel offer itself up on a set wave, you know you're going to get good points if you can make it.
Yeah, I think there's nothing more critical than going you feel throughout the barrel is what makes it so special, and it's so hardly rewarded on surfing. And she was on her way to probably an excellent score, if you say it, because she was pretty deep on it. It was a meaty section. The wave was pretty solid for today, and it was just so close but so far at the same time.
Yeah, she knows it. You can just kind of read that expression on her face. Just having a little look at where she is in terms of her position. Just almost kind of ruining that little bit of sandbar where she got undone. She'll be ready to reset and go again for more, though. Such an intense and smart competitor, Tyler Wright. That's how you get to 2 world titles. And she'll certainly feel plenty more as well for her. She's certainly going to remain in that conversation all the time she's on tour. They'll have to let a little energy go as a straight one comes through. But so far, the best of it. Tyler Wright also, Sally, got a 4 on the board. Caitlin Simmers quiet so far in this, and she won't want to get kind of stranded out there, Strider, without too much on the board as time ticks away.
Yeah, it's going to be, but I think there's enough waves in this heat, though, that we're going to see a really great kind of pendulum in the heat, where we're going to see, you know, this lead go back and forth between all 3 surfers. You know, with Caitlin, I feel like if she could just, you know, ride out of some of those turns, she would have already had some really substantial numbers on the board. So, you know, she's a smaller but powerful young lady, so I feel like if she could just hold on through some of that turbulence, she could really put up some good ones.
Yes, nicely mentioned, and she was actually being the most aggressive, and she's the smallest one and the one with supposedly least experience out of those 3 surfers. And the surfing was there. It was just that little detail of not landing those turns that would have her in the leading position as we speak.
All right, let's get a few more insights on Caitlin Simmers with AJ.
Ironically, though, this is her third straight elimination round that she's had to serve, despite it being just her third CT event. And so she is becoming a little bit of an expert on what it takes to make it through a CT, because she managed to get a 9th at Pipe and then a 5th at Sunset after having to surf in the elimination round. So I touched base with Katie's camp, say she's handling it mentally pretty well, and that she is riding the same 5.5 that she was on in today's opening round. So I'm curious, Jessie, particularly from you, what do you have to go through mentally to sort of get through an elimination round and remind yourself, I've been here before, I've done this before, especially at such a young age?
Yeah, AJ, it's never a good feeling to be on an elimination round, but we'll get back to that after Sally's wave.
Yeah, live action. Fitzgibbons, nice wrap and turn from her, just opens up on a rail and swoops again on the white water. So the first turn, decent. Second one, just maybe not heaps of energy forthcoming from the wave. Sally, with all of that experience we talked about, be looking to post a second score. She'll do that right there. But yeah, an interesting point about Caitlin not wanting to be in the elimination round, but if you are going to be there, well, she's got a decent make rate thus far.
Yeah, so far so good, but that's definitely a little bit different. So we got Tyler up and riding.
Tyler right here, hitting the section with that rail. And we know the drive. She gets out of her turns, out of section. She's got a good-looking section stand up here as well, and she'll just tag it. So really kind of whack-a-mole stuff. Any sort of steep lip on offer, tagging it all the way to the sand.
Yeah, but just going back to the analogy, this is a little different because we're getting almost to the halfway through off the mid-season cut, and Tyler, this wave, you can run us through strides.
Oh yeah, she opened up with a nice little sweeping cutback, you know, and her technique here is solid, just to try to keep that board moving, and you know, which she does do this inside section. But she's hitting a lot of white water here. She doesn't really find a lip line, so that's gonna kind of suppress the score a bit on a flatter wave. You know, on the inside, that was probably the best turn of the wave, but it didn't really offer up what the judges are looking for, those critical sections. So that's gonna subdue the score.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. And just back to, oh, there you go. Sally again up and riding. That was a very nice carve. I love the torque that she had on the top of that that turn, and just bringing it all the way around. That was very critical, and on the hot spot of the wave, just very nice surfing for Sally. But back to Caitlin Simmers. This is a tougher little moment for her because we're going through the halfway through the mid-season cut, and she's going against two surfers that have so much experience. You have Tyler Wright, that is a world champion. You have a runner-up multiple times. So that added pressure is really going to play into factor against her right now.
Think about the number of heats those two Australians have surfed between them and their illustrious careers, the amount of situations they've been in where questions have been asked, maybe their confidence isn't great, maybe their technique, and they've managed just to find that little extra to get it done and get through and come back to fight another day. They'll be drawing on all of that experience. Meanwhile, Caitlin Simmers, she's learning on the go. She is at the beginning of what we think will be a glittering career. Just an outstanding performer in all sorts of conditions. Right now, it's all about getting the bit between your teeth, getting two waves, and making sure you don't end up in third place in this. Of course, two surfers will escape, and we'll be eliminating one of these three. We check out the Danish flag, so dual nationalities there for Bella Nichols. And we're gonna have a look at live action. Here goes Caitlin, really nice from her, high in the pocket in a juicy section with punch. A little adjustment mid-face, and she'll tag that one slightly under the lip line, really. But a nice first opening turn from her, and that'll feel a lot better.
Yeah, she looked like she waited for this wave to line up for herself, so that was something that was key, to hit that section at the right time, and she really, you know, came into that with perfect timing. The last section, she had to work out to get in front of it to actually hit it, so that was a little low of speed there on the end turn. Sally setting this one up nicely, Jessie.
Yeah, it was nice first wave, and then really finding the lip on that kind of flatter section, so that gave her a little extra pop and a lot of water displacement. And just solid surfing for her. Wasn't the most critical wave in terms of the curve of the wave, but she was able to make the most out of it.
Judges will be making the comparison, the multiple maneuvers from Fitzgibbons versus Caitlin Simmers. A much steeper section, really committed on that rail in a part of the wave that was kind of motoring down the line. Good commitment to that opening turn, and then that little midway part of the wave, as you mentioned, Strider just kind of creased it for her. Let's see what that does to her scoring potential. 17.5 to go in this. And it's pretty much wide open as we are here right now. Wait for these numbers to come in for Sal. Also for Katie. Tyler Wright with priority. She'll be on the prowl. She knows exactly the kind of waves she wants to catch. It's just a question of finding them here. Coming into this one, you'd say her confidence would have been really, really high from a strong showing on the North Shore. Wants to get herself, first of all, past the cut, obviously thinking about that final 5. World title silverware. She's got 2 of those trophies already on the mantelpiece. She'd love a 3rd, and I reckon multiple more as well. As we see clean lines coming through, and a little gap in the action here as these 3 just look to reposition in the lineup. Think about numbers they've been able to get so far, where these waves are coming from, and really identify what they need towards the back half of this heat. It's elimination round in Portugal. The heat no one really wants to surf. Just got to make sure you don't get 3rd. Here's a line coming through. And we talked about this rise and swell, and here it is. And that'll catch everyone out, just breaking a little outside, and it's heavy. You talked about the power strider.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate. You get caught inside like that, could break a leash, break a board, and you're going for a swim right there. And again, that was, I think it was Sally in the middle there, getting those 2 waves right on the head. That is just not fun at all. Oh, it wasn't Sally, huh? It was Simmers, yeah. Oof. She was just trying to get skirt underneath those and just got taken out.
Yeah, just when you have to bail your board, and an athlete at this caliber, it shows how much power there is right there.
That set came through. No one able to find any scoring opportunity on it. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, the back half of our first heat of the elimination round for the women, right after this. Welcome back to live coverage of the MEO Rip Curl Portugal Pro, presented by Corona. Elimination round for the women. First heat of that round, as we see Fitzgibbons in the lead in this one. The compatriot Tyler Wright. I tell you what, there aren't big numbers on the board though. This one at the moment, it's nervy and it's tight. It's Caitlin Simmers, the young rookie. At the moment, she is in the hot seat in terms of that 3rd place position. She does have a 4.43 though, so 2nd highest score in this heat. She needs to go to work on a backup strider.
We got to get some action. We need more. I was feeling like we were going to have a lot more swings at the fence, you know, a lot more home run hits, and we're kind of has kind of been let down a little bit by Mother Nature, so to speak. It's a a pretty inconsistent one, and then that big set came through, caught everybody inside, kind of off guard. So, it's a game of positioning.
Yeah, it's something certainly we might expect around the high tide mark out here. Jessie might get some of those prolonged lulls, the little gaps in between these sets, maybe growing a little longer, then all of a sudden a bomb comes through and cleans everyone up. So tricky conditions just in terms of dealing with a little bit of inconsistency in terms of the pulses. How do you keep focused when the ocean seems to not be cooperating with your master plan that you had before you paddled out?
I guess there's that inside battle going on, like is this one of those heats that is just going to be so slow? So you just got to constantly keep positive and keep telling yourself, hey, it's okay, this is how nature works. You just got to stick to your plan and stick positive. And talking about the tides getting super high right now. The problem is the medium-sized waves are probably going to start to get too much water on the bank, so they're going to squeeze way underneath, so they're not even going to see it. So that lacks a little bit of opportunity, and you're probably going to be looking for the taller waves so they can actually break in the bank.
All right, great insights there from Jessie Mendes as we take a look south down the coast of Portugal. We are sticking right out into the Atlantic here. The most westerly point of continental Europe is the town of Peniche itself, which is just north of us. This is looking down the coast towards Ericeira, which is about half an hour or so down that coastline there. A bunch of wave riding opportunities available. Our attention's at the moment very much focused on Supertubos, and the powerful barreling beach break's been playing at home to the world's best surfers, visiting once a year since 2009 for this event. A really enjoyable one, well supported as we've seen throughout the day, and well loved by our surfers, particularly when conditions conspire. Here's a lump shaping up. Let's see if we got any takers. And we talked about that lineup shifting not only up and down the beach, but also in and out and a little out position, Strider.
Yeah, it's interesting because the point that Jessie made about the tide filling in and those other ones moving inside, you'd have to sit a little bit further out because those bigger ones are the ones you want. So you'd have to take that guess of where you think that wave's going to hit the sandbar. And as you can see, the other two surfers are out of position there.
Simmers on a bomb here off the bottom hard. Beautiful looking wave and a big section. She backed herself to take it on, but arrived late. You have to admire the guts.
That was just a full-blown body slam right there. That was just that was a go-for-it attitude. Look at this. Take a look at this section. She throws her whole body up into the lip, and then if that thing just throws right back at her, and she literally takes her body and slams her down. Oh, there she popped out the top there. That was crazy looking.
And you're looking at Caitlin Simmers. She's so little, so young, and you don't expect for her to charge that hard. And she's just literally going harder than any girl did the whole day. So I just love watching that and just showing how much guts she had and how much of an X factor she has in her surfing.
Talk about that young generation, and she's sort of laid down a marker here, and she's like, you know what, this is elimination round. I'm going to give it everything. I'm not going to surf safe. I'm not going to be conservative. I'll throw everything at it if I get a wave. She took on that section, came off second best, but hey, if she gets more opportunities, you'd be backing up to make one of these critical turns. And if she was able to hang on to that, that would have been a huge number.
Well, that's her third go at trying to bring one of those down, and I feel like the technique has to adjust. You have to go to that lip line a little earlier, and that way she can come down before that lip line tosses her, right? She's got to be able to get up into that section, but then tweak it back down and get back out in front of it before that wave is going to impact on her or send her flying. And that's, something she has to adjust with in this lineup.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point. And AJ mentioned before, she's just riding a 5.5. That's a tiny surfboard, and obviously it matches our surfer's size, but the wave is still the same size, and that is not a lot of board and a lot of momentum she's offering up. Just swatted down by what we know well to be a really powerful ocean here at Supertubos. Just over 8:15 remaining in this. Fitzgibbons still with the lead. Tyler Wright in second place, and Caitlin Simmers still looking for a number that Jessie, it's just a 3.3 that she needs right now.
And I think that's what makes it's making the surfers right now just stick to their game plan. You don't see anyone switching over to her. Caitlin Simmers a little bit more towards the side right of the bank, but both Sally and Tyler sticking together to what they think is the best spot, because right now it's anyone's game. It's a 3.3. You basically cannot block that type of score. So they're just trying to better their score, so that way it's going to make it a little tougher for Caitlin Simmers.
And look at where Caitlin's at. You know, she's by herself, giving her the opportunity. There's a little left popping off of that nobody's really looking at.
All right, let's go here from Pete Malley's in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
That's right. I'm here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and I've got a good view of the entire lineup. You know, you guys are paying attention, obviously, to the screen, and so I was just kind of mentioned about how Caitlin Simmers actually has been dealing with a lot of water, like on the paddle back out. She had her first part of this heat. She got smoked inside, took a long time to get it. That last wave when she was down at the south end, she got hammered. This last set was on her head. So she's been utilizing a ton of energy, and she's actually back in the lineup one more time. But I feel like with this next 7.5 minutes, she's got to turn this heat at some point. But she is definitely, with two major heats underway here today, she'd be feeling the fatigue. Luckily, she's very young.
She's been throwing everything at this, taking on the lip. Do you think she should change her approach right here? She
No.
think she's going to?
No, just pull one of those things off. If she pulls one of those moves off, which she's capable of doing, I love it. I think that that's the type of surfing that's going to win her a lot of heats. So you don't want to take away from that. Conservativeness isn't something that I condone. Go at it, full on.
Yeah, the Condor.
Yeah, Pete.
All right, here she goes, live action. Here is Simmers looking to get out a third, glassy looking face. Nice hit from her, and then a hammer, much better stuff from the Californian. And Caitlin Simmers just looking for a very modest number of the tune of 3.3. Let's see how the judges reward that, but this might be that situation where she gets out of that tricky third spot.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, we were talking about it a little bit earlier, the pendulum is swinging again now over towards her way. And, you know, she was third priority here, Jesse.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, let's have a look at this one. But nice transition turn and just finishing off with a great layback, a lot of release and coming out early, which is just making her come out of that foam very clean. So that was great surfing for her, getting a lot of projection on that first turn and just setting up for this great finish right here. And I'm going to say this is for sure the best score of the heat.
Yeah, that was a pleasure to watch, and I feel like the energy that she's carried through that was just it was a lot of flow, but it was also perfectly placing her surfboard in the lip line to throw the spray and to transition with speed, and that was something that's really hard, and she was coming up a little bit late on those sections before. Now she's hitting them right on time.
Great looking numbers coming in, goes from third to first, 5 on the clock. She'll hear this now as the score gets read out, the 6-5. And that is exactly the fillip she needed at this stage from that tricky third spot, going to first, and a little daylight as well in terms of scores now in the hot seat. Tyler Wright, a 2-time world champ, beautiful attack on the lip as she just tags that thing, taps the tail out, but goes incomplete.
Yeah, it's interesting watching her come out of the lip line like that and getting bucked off, Jesse. It just shows you that kind of impact power that the wave has here. The way the water moves is definitely a lot different than your average beach break.
Yes, 100%. And like you're saying too, she was also not late to the party, but she was landing with the lip after that turn. So what that does, the lip landed a little bit earlier than her, and it just, as she was going down, the lip was coming up, and it was just buckled her out very easily. And Sally on a beautiful looking left right now.
Here goes Sal. Great entry for her. Holds it off the bottom. Really nice, powerful turn. Crisp off the rail. Just the speed of that entry means she displaces loads of water with a big spray. And this heat now into the final 5 minutes is really heating up. There's a little bit more meat out there in terms of energy, and we're really enjoying this action.
Yeah, she finds a critical section right there. Beautiful, timing on that arc where she came up into the bowl line right here. And look at the way she meets the power of the wave with the wedge. I mean, just perfect timing. Comes flying off that lip line. You know, she looked over her shoulder for another one, but you know what? That wave was just offering one big turn, and she hit it in the most critical section of the wave.
Well, if she is able to improve, our number drops in, and she does for 6-7. So Tyler Wright's requirement now nudging in the wrong direction from her point of view. 5-5-1 is what Tyler's looking for. Just over 3 minutes to go. These are going to be tense moments for Tyler.
This is an interesting situation, you know, Tyler needing a score, Simmers with priority sitting out the back. Does Simmers go over and kind of play havoc with Tyler to keep her off of waves, or it's just that, or does she not have anything to do with that? That's the question. What would you do here?
I would be all on top of Tyler, because I think if you look at back in this heat a little bit, like the momentum switched when they weren't by her, and Kayleen got a wave in third priority and got the best score of the heat, and they were right there but just not close enough and got the best, most quality wave of the heat. So yeah, you see Caitlin's right there. She's keeping a look. Looks like she's going to go left in this one.
Yeah, another nice looking wave. Caitlin Simmers, good entry from her as she goes streaking down the line and has to pull that turn a little short. She saw how thick that lip was going to be pitching out, and she just tried to pull the turn back. And there'll be an incompletion for her, won't add to the total.
That's a new move, the Mark Cunningham, I think they call that.
Body surfing her way out of that one. Under 2 on the clock. The heat leader, Simmers, by virtue of that high score of ET6-5. Good combo on a right-hander, and that pressure. We talked about experience that Sally and Tyler have. The 2 world titles as well, and that ability to get out of tight spots. She's going to need to draw on that now. We know all about her mental strength. She's got a lot of physical strength too. She needs a wave.
Well, there's also the pendulum could swing completely the opposite way in the last 130 in this heat, because both Tyler and Sally can catch waves and knock Simmers all the way back down to third. I mean, this is not over for anybody as this heat winds down.
It's still a tight heat, and Sally up and riding right now.
Here goes Sal on a right-hander and pushing hard, almost too hard, but does well to pull it off. That's nice. A speed hit, and Sally recovers really well for a nice combination. And she's still going here on an inside. She'll just clip this and just milk it for all it's worth into the final minute. She's still surfing all the way to an inside, so looking to protect her spot in second place. She needs a 5.77 for the lead. Tyler Wright, a good-looking wave here. Her requirement prior to that score, the 5.51, and she's not going to find it on there. A quick in and out.
Ooh, time's winding down for Miss Tyler.
She'll make her way back out. She's got about 30 on the clock now. At the moment, it's a 5.51. If that score is an improvement, it might get tougher still.
Do you think that Sally improved on that? Was that a 5.77? She did 2 good hits there on the outside.
I'm calling she's going to go to first place, I thought.
All right, but then that leaves some... Oh, here we go. 10 seconds.
All right, nervous moments, these in the elimination round. Real high stakes. It looks like a 2-time world champion will be going out of competition here in Portugal.
Ooh.
And that is, you got to be thinking pretty much a major upset, particularly from what we saw in Hawaii and how well Tyler is surfing. It just goes to show how tough it is at this level, Strider.
That's a bee sting right there. You stepped on a bee you didn't even see, and now your foot's hurting, limping up the beach. Tyler's going to come in.
Disappointment for Tyler Wright, our 2-time world champ, as she is eliminated from competition at the MEO Rip Curl Portugal Pro in the elimination round. And that'll be a tough one to take for her. And you have to say, well done to Sally Fitzgibbons for staying at that. Got the 5.83, went to first place, just as you thought. And she just used that experience and those skills to go to first place and hold off the charge from Caitlin Simmers. That wraps up first heat of the elimination round. Fitzgibbons and Simmers advance. Join us for more live from Portugal right after this. We're live with the women's elimination round here in Portugal, and already drama from the first heat of that round as we lose a two-time world champ. Meanwhile, let's reset our second heat here. We'll check out Gabriella Bryan taking on Lakey Peterson and Isabella Nichols as well. One of these three will be eliminated at this stage. It's brutal, but it's the Elite Championship Tour, and there are no easy heats, and the tension ratcheted up further by the fact we've got that mid-season cut coming up soon. Meanwhile, let's introduce in the studio Brisa Hennessy. How you feeling?
Thank you. I'm relieved that I made it through, but kind of nervous for this next heat. It's no joke elimination round.
No one wants to be in this round, right? Just kind of avoiding this. How good does that feel in terms of your heat out in the water, just not have to surf in this round?
Yeah, with the mid-season cut, it's kind of everything to get past that first round. I think it's all about, you know, gaining confidence and rhythm, especially at this wave Super Tubos, which changes so much. So I feel like I'm just going to keep flowing, and yeah, hopefully good waves continue to come.
Couple of days here in Portugal where we're unable to surf out here, mainly because of the wind. You've still been getting in the water though. What have you been doing?
Yeah, definitely. It's really nice. There's so many different breaks, you know, across this whole stretch. It's absolutely beautiful. And, you know, when one place is onshore, the other place is offshore, which makes it really exciting. But yeah, keeping the blood flowing and making sure to keep warm.
Right, during the break, Jesse, this is Gabriella Bryan.
Yeah, just keeping it simple out there. Just a nice hit out the closeout section, and that's basically where she got her best score in the previous heat when I was watching. So kind of the same strategy, noticing that one big turn could make a difference, and that's what she's doing right now.
So 35 minutes on the clock for our elimination round. Just a reminder once again, first and second will advance and make it through. It's all about avoiding that third place. We saw in that last heat, surfers able to go from third place, move all the way up into first. There are some really good opportunities out there. With a chance to surf earlier on today, and with your previous experience at this venue, is this a tough lineup to read? How good do you think identifying the right waves, the waves you want to be in here at Super Tubos?
Yeah, definitely. I've always had a really big challenge actually out here. I haven't really found my connection with this place, and I'm trying to, I think, embrace it in a different way. I feel like there's so many hardships. You know, it's cold. I feel like the lineups move. There's so many different tides, but I think once you start embracing it more, does it change? I feel like when you have a different why of why you, here looks like a fun one from Bella here.
All right, Isabella Nichols with a decent looking section here, just offering itself up. She squares up against it and kind of whips that turn. So one quick hit from her. Nothing else offered down the line for Isabella Nichols, but always important to get a completion. Meanwhile, here goes Lakey, and just pushing hard off the bottom. You saw that wave just cornering away really out to sea and not offering much. Lakey will have to go out the back and think again. Just under half an hour to go in this, and we talked about the drama in the last heat, and when the horn went at the end, when all was said and done, it was Sally Fitzgibbons going strong in first place. Let's go and hear from her. She's with Louisa.
Yeah, and she just looked at me and was like, am I on the glass? Let's talk about wild as a wild card can be. What a heat. How are you feeling besides being hot right now?
I know I was the only dry wetsuit, so my axe wetsuit. Man, I was heating up out there. I got stuck like down on the bar and I was paddling and I was like, oh, wow, this is why I like run every day, I think. But no, that was exciting. I've got Beachley on my back this week, so Leno, I know it's early at home, but going into that round 2 and stacked heats, everyone's such an amazing surfer, but anything can happen out here, and so I just had to find that Leno grit, that determination. I just had to find a way, and oh man, that feels cool. So hey Dad, my coaching team, everyone's at home, and yeah.
What time is it in Australia now?
It's like 4:30 a.m. So I love you guys so much. My whole team's watching, so I love you guys so much.
And Sally, you know this wave so well, and I know elimination round is the worst nightmare for every surfer, but when you're stuck there in this round, in this heat, what kind of work do you do mentally to just like, okay, I can do this, I can go on and not shake your confidence from now on?
Well, I think the coolest thing about surfing is you have all these like different moments and chapters in your own career, and you know, this past year it's just been such a, I guess, a fight to hold on to my spirit and trust, and it's a wild experience when you've experienced like everything in the game and you're at the top, the bottom, and you know, and then all of a sudden it's yeah, you're just sort of floating in between, and you're having so many little close moments. Like Hawaii had so many positives, but you know, if I snuck out of this one little backdoor tube and you know, and not taking this one wave, then it'll be a different story. So I just gotta, yeah, just really kind of sit back and trust that I've got the experience and I can do it.
Okay, well, bottle this moment right now. Congratulations. You just move forward.
Oh, cheers. Thanks for sharing in the big moments with me. Yeah. Bye, guys. Yoo-hoo.
Great stuff. We're celebrating International Women's Day with Ripco. And we have Brisa Hennessy in the studio. Brisa, I'd like to just get some more insights from you on International Women's Day. And well, first of all, the obvious question, tell us about your choice.
Yeah, no, this is such a special event every year. I think it started last year where, you know, the WSL has created this amazing initiative to honor women that, yeah, we want to represent, that inspires us. For me this year, I chose Jimena Ruiz. She's a fellow Costa Rican and a two-time World Adaptive ISA gold medalist. And I think for, you know, that in general is, you know, an inspiration in itself. But I think it's her, you know, her courageous heart and how the healing powers of the ocean can heal everyone, you know, and she's has this never give up attitude, and it's been really inspirational.
Tell us a little bit about the impact she's been able to make around the world.
Yeah, I think people like that, you know, can show so many girls out there and anyone really that, you know, anything is possible, and to know that when you have a good support crew around you, you have something that you can stick by, such as surfing or a sport or the ocean, and you have a positive attitude through life. I feel like, you know, the sky's the limit, and it's important to also lift each other up. So I've been following her journey for a while, and it's been beautiful. And I personally don't know her, but I can't wait to meet her one day.
And there are things that you're able to draw from her to inspire you in your own career?
Yeah, definitely. I think just out here, I feel like, you know, she's probably had to go through a lot of change in her life, and I know that I need to constantly embrace change out here on the lineup and just in my day-to-day life. So I know everyone has their own journey and their own path and their own story that we don't know anything about. So to be more compassionate, to be more vulnerable, and to have that fire instinct too. So I think to kind of embrace all those things.
And in terms of International Women's Day, and what impact do you hope that this overall will have on young surfers around the world?
I think it's huge. I think it really, you know, shows girls that it's important to have an inspiration, but also lift each other up. And that was a beautiful turn by Bella. Yeah, action is still happening while we talk about inspirational things.
Yeah, we are watching some inspirational athletes in the water right now as we pick up the end of a ride there from Isabella Nichols, who looking to really get something of note on the board. Just a 2.5 early on from her. Waiting for numbers here. It's been a little bit of a relatively slow start with 10 gone. Let's get another look here, Jesse.
Yeah, nice clean wall for her. Very short wave, but she was able to attack there with a lot of aggression, and that was, yeah, solid for her. Smart move, trying to get a few waves on her board. And yeah, this is very slow heat as so far. Obviously we're in the beginning of it, but good start for Bella.
35 minutes for these three surfers to get their two best scores, and the number they really want to avoid is 3. Don't want to be in third place at the end of this one. At the moment, Nichols with that 4.33 in for her last effort. She's got the best of this thus far, but just one wave ridden by Gabby Bryan Lakey, just a quick throwaway as well. So lots of surfing yet to come in this heat. And it's been a big opening day competition here as we went through the opening round for the men. And now into elimination round already from the women. Brisa Hennessy in the studio breaking it all down. Happy to having to avoid surfing in this round, and looking forward, we got a decent forecast coming up, and it's always nice when the energy's moving that way at an event, right? Sometimes we open up with a banger on opening day and things drop off a bit. Looks like there's plenty of surf on the way, Brisa.
Yeah, I'm super excited. It looks like the winds kind of, you know, get better towards the end of the week too. I mean, we've really lucked out today. It's actually really nice glassy conditions, and yeah, I think it's all about rhythm here, as I said, and, you know, little by little building my house. Yeah, what would you say, you know, to Tati out there, Jesse?
Hey, I'll tell you, actually, you guys got a very fun condition today. Like, the tide filled in. You got very glassy throughout the second half of the day. and it's a good type of condition for you to warm up. Like you said, build your house and get the butterflies out the way, because tomorrow we're looking like it's going to be pretty solid. And if you really ended up running, there's that already, when it's big, there's that extra energy that comes out to you. So if you kind of can get that out of the way in the first round in nicer conditions and jumping into that, I think, in my opinion, will be a little nicer. I don't know about you, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Do you feel like in a contest you like build your house like slowly and then kind of peak, or what's your strategy here? I
think if you ask most athletes, I feel like they always have to get out of the way. I think Carissa said that in the post-heat interview. Everyone's trying to get that butterflies, get the momentum. Once you're warmed up, it's so much easier for you to get in that tunnel vision and just be confident right away. But the first heat and the elimination round is just so brutal on you and so tough mentally.
Great insights here from Brisa Hennessy and Jessie Mendez in the elimination round, heat 2 of that round at the moment. Nichols with 2 rides. She's got the best of this so far. Just under 22 minutes remaining. Good bit of energy making its way towards the Australian on the backhand here. Squares off the bottom. And a little slopey turn, a little bit out on the face from her. She'll poke it again and look to swing through to an inside section. So Isabella finding good opportunities out there. Meanwhile, Gabby Bryant, nice looking steep wave, whacks it pretty hard. This thing doubles up for it nicely, hits it again. And she's still going here. Gabriella Bryant, much better stuff from her.
Yes, that was great surfing from Gabby, just so powerful. Really attacking those sections that she had the opportunity to. So for me, in my opinion, that might have been the best wave of the heat so far, and just pushing it so much water. And as we see on replay here, Lakey's wave, we didn't have a chance to see it. And yeah, unfortunately, the wave died out. It's one of those waves that we're talking a little bit smaller, so really went very deep in the shelf of the bank. And here, Gabby really pushing some water. The second turn, exclamation mark, and connecting to the third one, and got a little extra one with a lot of energy in the end. So yeah, great serve for Gabby.
She found a wave that really actually gave her a couple maneuvers. I feel like this tide, what is it, like peaking at 10 foot or something? So a lot of these waves are really mushing out. So it's really important to find, you know, those waves that give you those sections. And she found a gem here.
Yes, and not just she found a gem, but she actually took it from Lakey. So that's like strategy, defense, and attacking at the same time. So yeah, that was very smart from her.
A nice exchange there. And Gabriella Bryant, we feel, would have the best of that. Panel are thinking about that number still. Just a second ride from her. She decided to go the run around. You see that sweep that takes surfers from the right to the left of your shot, looking out to sea, so towards the south, and it's hard to paddle back against that. So quite a wise choice, I think, just to do the run around. You can use that lip to get back in the lineup. She's going to get some good news now. Number in from the panel, 6 points for Gabby Bryant. The speed held between the maneuvers, the steepness of the maneuvers rewarded by our panel.
Yes, and that might be the first run around we had today, right? So she's gonna feel it, Lakey up and riding.
Here goes Peterson with a ton of speed. Nice turn from her, little airdrop out of it to add some emphasis as she winds into another turn. And Lakey still looking for a section on the end of that wave. And again, just a better wave from her. We've just seen it with a couple of throwaways, a couple of false starts. And that time she was able to have a couple of legitimate cracks. And that'll feel a lot better. She's gonna need a bit more where that came from. Plenty of time left to go, 19 minutes remaining in this one. Gabriella Bryant moves into that first place position with that 6. That's gonna feel real good from her, because she's able to identify that wave, and most importantly, just attacked it really, eking out all the points that were available. Let's get another look at Lakey.
Yeah, it's a little taller wave for her. Unfortunately, a little bit of whitewash, so that kind of kept her turn. Didn't pop up so much, but she did as much as she could on that wave, and just trying to get something on the board and trying to build some momentum. She's sitting a little bit behind right now, not by far, but yeah.
A finalist here in Portugal last year, Lakey Peterson, right now in the elimination round. Looking to get out of this round and see if she can build her campaign here in Portugal, where she surfed really well last time of asking. Brisa, after your experiences here last year, you came in the yellow jersey, and just overall with what you were able to do last year on tour, what do you feel like you've changed up this year? Anything that you particularly take away as lessons from last year? Where do you think you're headed?
Yeah, honestly, last year was a complete roller coaster, and I feel like if I could even imagine coming to Portugal in the yellow jersey, it never would have even crossed my mind. So that was a different experience for me. And you know, I feel like I'm in a different boat now. I think I'm more of coming from behind, and I have a couple, you know, okay results, but I think it's really time to get things going. It's yeah, that mid-year cut is stressful, and it definitely makes you work for it, and you know, it creates those opportunities that, you know, you either shine or you fall under pressure. So it's like, you know, one or the other. But yeah, I'm excited. Hopefully, you know, we get some good waves. Oh, that was a beautiful turn.
Live action, Isabella Nichols hitting it hard, and a big amplitude from that turn. You saw the ground she covered as she goes off the bottom and then up into the lip and just slightly overcooks it. We'll get an incompletion. Unable to add to her total there. She'll be a little bit miffed. She was unable to stick that turn. She'll be feeling that's the sort of turn she does in free surfing all the time without really thinking about it. But we talk about pressure and what it can do. Let's have another look. What happened?
Yeah, unfortunately right there, like actually that turn, when she hit it, she generated so much speed that almost put her board a little bit ahead of where she was expecting to, and she ended up nosediving. But talking about being smart on turn selection, that was great. Identify a big section, big wave, and she was going to get a great score if she landed that turn.
Little lump shaping up on the peak here, and a concerted paddle effort. And it's Bella Nichols once again, a great looking section, really nice turn, just carving high through the lip line, and gets a second tag as well. That's going to feel a lot better from her. So Isabella Nichols just staying on that bank. You've just ridden a wave. It's amazing how many times one will just pop up, Brisa, while you're paddling back out, and able there to get some good turns done.
Yeah, it's crazy. It really shows anything can happen, anything's possible, and yeah, this really looked like Bella. This first turn was super sharp. And she finishes it nicely. You know, that end section is kind of hard to negotiate since it kind of comes together. But yeah, this is definitely a good confidence boost for her. And, you know, I think it shows when she has confidence, she puts up some big numbers.
Yes, well said, and just so tough to negotiate that moment right there. As Brisa spoke, both waves converging into each other, so it just kind of usually sticks you to it, but she was able to really project down the line and get that clean finish. And in my opinion, she's going to get a great score out of that two-turn combo.
Just over 15 minutes on the clock remaining in our second heat of the elimination round. Wait for a score of Isabella Nichols. Concerned looks from Doug Marsh watching on the beach. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll wrap up heat 2 of the elimination round. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Portugal, where we have different ways to stay out of trouble in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. One of them's the golf experience. And we got the GOAT on the clubs, Steph Gilmore. Not looking too pleased with her swing there, Brisa. You play a bit of golf?
I don't. My dad is super into golf, but I haven't. I should.
Just one of our activations in that Red Bull Athlete Zone. Surfers enjoying their time watching all the action out in the water, just recuperating between heats. The business at hand is avoiding third position in this heat. That's where Lakey Peterson sits right now. Not big numbers posted from her. The 3.37, the 0.63. 12.5 minutes remaining in this one. And the Australian Isabella Nichols able to get a solid number, really. The 5.83, second highest score of the heat so far. Just before we went to break, the combination of turns on the right-hander. Gabby Bryan sits in second, does have the high score, and expect this to move around as we go into the final part of this heat. And these surfers all looking to take opportunities. We had quite a bit of drama and lead changes and all sorts happening in our previous heat. You think plenty more of that to come in this one. There's a lot of surfers just, you kind of feel that tension, and we know how talented they are, and they haven't really shown it yet in this heat. Just give them opportunities and they'll deliver.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like I'm on the edge of my seat because I know there's going to be action towards the end, and it's because it's pretty, you know, it's relatively close. I feel like all these surfers are pretty close in how they surf. It's such a insanely matched heat. You know, they have all incredible front hands, and yeah, I think Lakey is about to open up here.
Here we go. Here is Peterson with a spring in her step off the bottom. Nice first hit from her, collects it and tags it again with a little bit of release to finish as well. So got that 3.37 prior to that on a left-hander, and then going to the forehand, and she'll wash off that 0.63 for sure. Peterson making her way out the back. She'll want plenty more where that came from. 11 on the clock remaining in this one. Let's get another look here, Jesse.
Yeah, that's way better wave selection for her. Started off pretty well, getting a little projection down the line and just finishing with exclamation point. The wave was probably a little softer than she expected, mostly for the closeout turn, but that was great surfing, and I think she's gaining momentum as we speak. Right there, just pushing hard the tail, good release, very confident. She looks solid even though she's on round 2 elimination round and she's sitting in 3rd place. So looks like her head is in the right space right now.
Hitting it hard. Let's see where that goes with the judges. A wave will stand up here, and it looked like Gabriella Bryan found a corner, but that one will run away. Brisa, we talk about pressure and being in this heat. Different surfers deal with it in different ways. How do you handle being in this spot? How easy or hard is it to keep a cool head?
Honestly, I think that's kind of changing for me. I think last year I was stressed out a lot, to be honest, and I think I really handled the pressure, you know, in different ways. I feel like this year I'm taking a lot more deep breaths. I feel like really focusing on my why and like what's motivating me to be here, and kind of simplifying in that way. But yeah, pressure is a crazy thing. I feel like you can see, you know, surfers that really rise to it, and those that really handle it in a different way. And yeah, it's crazy to see. But this elimination round is no joke, and it definitely creates pressure.
Well, at the moment, leading this one is the Australian Isabella Nichols. AJ, you got some insights on Bella?
I talked to Bella's coach, Kurt. He's her coach and manager, and she actually switched her board for this elimination heat. Earlier today, she was riding the 5.5 DNA that she has, and he told me it just didn't sit well in the water. They feel like she's gotten a lot stronger, so she stepped up to her 5.11 right now. And one of the things that her coach told her in between heats was to cut the string. These 2 heats are not attached, so leave what happened in the opening round behind you and just focus on this elimination round. Brisa, you've been talking so much about the mental side of this elimination round. How do you do that? How do you cut the string between an opening round that sent you into the elimination round so you don't get beat twice?
Yeah, that's such a great question. I feel like it's honestly, it sounds so cliche and simple, but it's just another heat. I mean, if you didn't have that past experience and you're just, you know, embracing the present moment right now, then it's just like, this is the task at hand and there's nothing to be stressed out about. I mean,
thank you.
Besides being in the future. But present moment is where we all want to be, and yeah, super important.
All right, great stuff. Well, surfer's able to deal with the pressure. The mental side of it, the physical side is finding a wave and getting scores on the board. That woman there has done the best of that task thus far, got herself into double figures. She's got a total of 10-1-6, under 8 minutes remaining in this. Gabby Bryan with that high score of 6, looking to improve on the 3-5 is Gabby Bryan. Let's see if she can apply a little more pressure to Lakey Peterson, who's got a pair of 3s, so an improvement from Lakey. But she'll want a bit more. Here goes Gabby Bryan on a right-hander, draws out the bottom turn nicely, whipping off the top on the rail, bang, tags it as well. Nicely done, offering some variety and navigating sections there. We talked about some of those wobbles that come through the wave. She's able to just remain in the steepest part of the wave there, Jesse.
Yes, that was great surfing, nice wave selection. She only drops a 3.5. We're getting to the 7 minutes left, so she's really wanted to capitalize on that backup. And I have a feeling that she definitely did that. I don't think it's going to come too close to the 6, but it's a great wave. As you see, the problem on this wave, it started a little bit flat, but she was able to keep the speed through that first turn and really jammed at the second turn. And yeah, it looks like a great wave for her.
Well, we talked about surfers trying to deal with pressure. She was very much under pressure with that mid-season cut in Margaret River last year and just went with a massive performance in a clutch situation. Qualified for the back part of the tour and really impressive in that rookie season was Gabriella Bryan. She goes to the lead here. She gets the number, the 4-9, and goes into first place, 6.5 on the clock. Bella Nichols drops to second. Lakey's task now, it's getting tough. 6.36. And that feels like a pretty weighty number, just in the context of the energy we've seen coming through here, Brisa.
Yeah, definitely. You can see just the rhythm. It just seems a little off right now for Lakes. You know, it's interesting. I think last year she won, you know, mostly going left, and now it's mostly rights here. But you know, she's equally as strong going right as well. But you know, you never know. It's 5 minutes left. That's a super easy score for Lakey. She just needs to do one committed turn, I feel like, and she can get the number easily.
Yes, I'm with you, Brisa. She's so capable of producing that X factor. She's so powerful, has a lot of torque in her surfing, and very committed to the rail. So if she finds one big section, she's definitely capable of getting that 6.36 and maybe only one turn. It just depends on that big critical section and yeah, applying the right pressure to it.
Getting towards the 5-minute mark in this, our second heat of the elimination round. Of course, don't go anywhere when this wraps up. We got the Corona post-show, loads of talking points from a massive day of competition. Always drama on the championship tour, big performances too. That's all coming in the Corona post-show after this heat. In the meantime, let's stay focused with this. 5 minutes now remaining. Not a lot to split first and second in this. It's all about the surfer in third, and it's Lakey. And we talked about that requirement that she has. Everyone on the championship tour is more than capable of getting a 6. We see them do that. We know how skilled they are. Finding that in the dying moments of a heat. That's the job at hand. Let's check out the heat recap here. Gabriella Bryan, your heat leader.
Yes, I think she had great wave selection in this heat. Just waves that provided her multiple maneuvers, and she just kept it very solid in her foot. And Bella finding this jam of a wave right here and really applying a lot of pressure in the first turn and finishing off pretty clean and nice. And just unfortunately, Lakey not being able to identify those waves, or just not even identify. Sometimes it's just the rhythm is not going your way. And unless she changes that, it looks pretty tough for her in the last few minutes.
We saw a concerned look on the face of her coach, Richard Marsh, as we went to break. I reckon he'd be feeling a little bit better about the way things are shaping up right now, but still 4 minutes on the clock. And we saw from the previous heat of this, things can change around pretty quick at this level. Still some nice opportunities coming through. It is nice and clean. That's not something we can always say about the winds dropping in the afternoon, but so far so good in terms of conditions. And we are feeling really confident about our forecast with a little increase in swell tomorrow, and hoping early into next week as well that we will see this swell continue to fill in and continue to provide opportunities. But at the moment, it's about making out of this round. So elimination round, as we mentioned, not where you want to be at this stage. But if you get yourself in a first or second spot, feel like you've dodged a bullet, and try and take some lessons from being in this round and being up against it and dealing with that adversity. It's all part of that growing process. It's also important, Brisa, to have that strong support crew with you, and you're traveling with your mum, Katie, and she's obviously offering you heaps of support. It must be pretty cool having her in your corner.
Yeah, she is amazing. I feel like, you know, she's my rock, and I'm lucky that I can drag her all over the world. And I miss my dad, though, for sure. He's currently on a little island on a MEO, which everyone should join after this because it's cold here. But yeah, it's important to, you know, have an amazing support crew. And, you know, you think about Jessie and Tati's combination and how well they complement each other, and it really shows, you know, the success that they've both had because of that. But yeah, it's everything. I'm very grateful.
All right, just over 2 to go in this one. It's still Brian and Nichols, the 1-2. Peterson under pressure here. Second priority for Lakey as well. First priority of Isabella Nichols. Guess what? She is sitting real close to Lakey and keeping a very close eye on her, and she'll remain there all the while. She has that priority over her just to try and control this thing. Lakey Peterson, well, what she needs other than the score, she needs a set with a couple of waves in. She needs to try and sell something. She might try and wriggle away here. I reckon Bella will remain pretty close, just paddling behind her. Brisa, you obviously, you know, you don't want to get into chasing people down, but sometimes you just got to sit on someone, right?
Yeah, it's all part of the strategy here, huh? Geez, it's crazy. All those little decisions really, you know, as Bella tries to take this wave from Lakes, let's see if she can better score here. Wow, that was a huge turn.
She'll use the priority with a great opening maneuver with heaps of spray, and that's not what Lakey Peterson wanted to see. And let's see if there's a wave out the back, but Isabella Nichols just holding off Peterson there now. A minute to go. Peterson with priority. That requirement 6.36. Assuming there's no improvement there, though. We did see a couple of nice hits from Isabella Nichols. Let's see where this goes score-wise. She's back on the beach right now. Her work's done in terms of this heat. And, well, she's looking like she's feeling the tension a little bit. Some nervous face from her.
Yes, I don't think she should feel that much tension anymore, because that was the best turn of the heat so far. That was so much pressure applying the right spot, such a critical section, and just being so smart and calculated throughout this end bit of it, and just finishing it off. No, she doesn't need to batter that big of a score, so she really put the nail right there and pretty much sticking her to her guns and doing a great job.
Final 20 seconds of this. We're waiting for scores here. Lakey Peterson with priority. There she is. She's going to have to try and go something here. We're counting down. She might stand up with just around 5 on the clock. Here goes Peterson looking for a 6.36 prior to that last score coming in. Peterson off the bottom. She'll hit a lip pretty hard, and that will kind of sum up the heat for her. It's been frustration really for Lakey throughout. She got a bit of an improvement midway through the heat, but nowhere near enough. And she'll be really disappointed at a venue. She performed really well last year. Just goes to show how tough it is on the championship tour. And Isabella Nichols gets the number. As you thought, Jessie, well rewarded. She'd go to first. Gabriella Bryan will advance in second spot. Those two will go through. It's been really cool having you in, Brisa. Good luck for the rest of the event. We're looking forward to seeing you surf again. Thank you for joining us in the studio for your insights. That'll wrap up our second heat of the elimination round. Nichols and Brian Peterson will bow out. We've got the Corona post-show. Loads of great talking points from a big day here in Portugal. That's all coming up. Isabella Nichols is stoked to go through in first. Join us for the Corona post-show right after the break.
minutes before 7 a.m. we will have the ball for the festival starts at 7 a.m. So have a nice rest of it. We see you tomorrow. Thank you so much. Enjoy.
It is the Corona post-show here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. It's happy hour. And it was a happy day today as we see the fans filing off of the beach. Big day one of competition on stop number 3 on the World Championship Tour, World Surf League. And it was a big day. We had 10 hours of competition today. 20 heats completed. We've seen some people eliminated. There's a couple of shocker eliminations. We're going to wrap that all up in the Corona Post Show. I'm Kaipo along with Peter Mel and Strider Wozlowski. I'll start with you, Strider. Your thoughts on today?
You know what? Heavy hitters going into the elimination round was my thought. It was pretty heavy watching all the men do their work, and that's going to be one of the most probably the highest watched elimination round we're going to have tomorrow. I think we're going to have a lot of great waves, and then we're going to see some heavy hitters go at it tomorrow in the elimination round.
What do you think about today, Peter?
Overall, I put my expectations pretty high, and it felt like I kind of almost got there. I feel like there's so much more. I want to see some barrels. I want to see some airs, and I just didn't see enough of that today.
Yeah, I mean, it was a grindy day, though, right? And that's what we expect. I mean, the first opening round, it is a non-elimination round, so it's kind of, in a way, it's kind of testing the field.
There's nothing to lose then, right?
Well, it's testing the field, but there is something to lose because you don't want to find your place in the elimination round. We ran the women's elimination round today. We got some surprises for you to catch up on in this post show. If you didn't catch up on it today, we're still yet to see the men's elimination round. And like Strider said, it is a stacked elimination round with a lot of top seeds in there. We'll get to that story. Let's get the story of Isabella Nichols because she escaped the elimination round. She's going to be in the round of 16. She's with Louisa.
Yeah, she did escape it. And I was talking to Kirk throughout this entire heat, and he just told me that you changed boards, the strategy. So how did you approach this heat mentally?
Yeah, I mean, I've had a bit of a hard time the past 3 contests, and my first round heat didn't go quite as I planned, but I think I've really been working on my fitness and trying to gain a bit of extra muscle and weight, and I think now my smaller boards are too small for me now, or my short boards are, so I actually went up to my 5'11" versus my 5'9.5", and it felt a lot better. It felt like I could turn it and throw it around a bit more, and yeah, so I guess that board change worked.
You have a little bit of time to work on yourself right now to, regain confidence and forget about elimination round, which I just mentioned to Sally is the worst nightmare for every surfer.
Yeah.
So what do you do in this time to regroup and move on?
I've been in every elimination round this year so far, so it's been an emotional roller coaster, honestly. The downs that I feel after getting third in that first round and then having to back it up almost straight away and put your comp head on again. Sometimes to me, when I get angry at a past performance and I get to surf a heat again straight away, it kind of helps with my headspace because I get a bit of redemption and I go out a little bit fired up, which I found works for me more. I don't like doing it. I don't like going into the elimination round, but sometimes it brings out the best in me, and unfortunately I'm a back against the wall kind of person, so I've been working on trying to change that, but it is what it is.
Yeah, and it's a lot of work for sure. Yeah. Can you bring some inspiration from the woman you're wearing on your back?
Yes, I'm representing Rihanna Niflin. She's a Red Bull cliff diver. She's the GOAT in Red Bull cliff diving, and I find there's such a correlation between cliff diving and surfing, or any sport for that matter. It's that moment where you're standing there and the whole world's watching you and you've got to perform and make that dive or make that wave, and just watching her journey, she's a fellow Aussie and she's a big inspiration for me, so that's why I chose to represent her.
There you go. Big tap on your back. Congratulations. Move on, and we'll see you.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
Yeah, Isabella Nicol, as well as Gabriel O'Brien, making it through that elimination round. Lakey Peterson. That would have been an upset, Pete.
Big upset. Yeah, finalist last season, and comes in here, and that was a very bitter pill for Lakey to swallow. So, going to have to move into that Oz leg and perform at a high level, but she's done it in the past. I feel like she can do it again.
Strider, in the first heat of the women's elimination round, we saw another big upset.
Huge. Tyler Wright, she actually had the waves to make it through that heat and came unstuck a couple of times. So, for her having to bow out in that elimination round, put her head down and really take a look at it, and now she's going to have to do the same thing. But she's going into familiar territory, right? She's going into the Oz leg, so I think she'll be comfortable. But you know what? Katie Simmers and Sally really put it to her on that one.
Yeah, let's take a look at that women's elimination round. Heat number 1, Sally Fitzgibbons taking the win. Tyler Wright, Peter, unfortunately not able to put it together. She's going to exit with a 17th.
Yeah, a couple falls, and then actually the one opportunity that I saw that she missed out on was the barrel. There was that one down the beach a bit. She was in the barrel, looked like it had an exit out of there, and didn't happen for her. I love this performance from Katie Simmers because it wasn't all easy for her in this heat. She was getting pounded. She was having to paddle out and deal with it, so I'm sure she's exhausted today because emotionally that was a big day for her.
Sally Fitz, a 5.83, then this 5.17, 11-point heat total for the win. Caitlin Simmers Strider came back with a big 6.5, and that turned the heat.
Yeah, it was beautiful surfing. She attacked the lip, during this heat, Pete was like, don't change a thing, and she just kept going after it. But Sally, in the end, just came to the party. She was just really had a great flow and was finding lip line to finish off this thing. Rode this way, these waves all the way to the beach and having a lot of fun out there. And I think that her, tenacity of just holding her line and staying in it and knowing and having faith in herself really pulled her through this thing, because it was all the way at the end when she came through.
Yeah, good feeling for Sally Fitzgibbons this afternoon, knowing that she's going into the next round, the round of 16 for women. We'll take a look at these numbers right here, and you can see Tyler Wright really needed a bigger number, but when we really put things into context, first 5 events before the cut, the women and the men get 1 throwaway. So Tyler's got her throwaway, Peter. She's already got a second and a first, so she's already got, adjusted, has 13,885 points. So this is not like doom and gloom for Tyler Wright. She just cannot slip up on anything at Bells as well as Margaret River.
And again, you're just trying to make the cut, so you got to make top 10. And ultimately, she's pretty much going to go into the Oz leg as one of the favorites. So I don't have a lot of worry for Tyler, especially performance this year. She's been surfing really well today. Didn't happen for her, but shake it off and move on.
Yeah.
You're going to have a bad event.
Yeah. And going into bells, she's the defending champ over there, coming into stop number 4 on the championship tour. So
Margaret River, another wave that she can do well at. Yeah. So it's, no worries.
Yeah, no worries. But we opened up the day, you guys, with a stacked heat for the men. Ethan Ewing, Strider, Kelly Slater, and the wild card, Carlos Munoz, started off our day.
Yeah, and expectations were high for all of those surfers in that heat. And I really thought we were going to get a little more out of the goat. And unfortunately, he didn't pull through the way we thought. There was a little bit of positioning, and the first wave he was in position for, I guess. He was a little deep, but still could have went and didn't go and gave it to Ethan. Ethan ended up getting that wave and making the difference in this heat.
Yeah, here's Slater on his 4.17. It was a nice start, Pete, but he didn't have a backup.
Yeah, it was right out of the gates, right? And he got this wave. He looked polished. We weren't seeing high numbers. I mean, I hadn't seen any numbers, really, because first heat of the day. So ultimately, we just saw that everything looked good. But after that, we never saw him again. He literally went dormant. Disappeared on us.
Yeah, you got to keep moving in these heats. Those sleepy surfers are going to get exited. And that's what happened. Carlos stayed busy, got some great waves, and Ethan was on his board, throwing rails. And, he was kind of the favorite in that heat, so to speak. And here he is. He's the way he surfs these waves. He's just got so much power in his surfing. His rails are sharp, beautiful, whipping turns, great body language, good torque.
Good numbers, too. A 5.77 to open up. The backup right here, a 5.33 for Ethan Ewing. Oh, how's the release? Beautiful turn. Ewing looking really good. What's not looking good are some of these top seeds right here, Pete, as we look at our men's elimination round. Heat number 3, Joel Chianca came in, number 3 on the leaderboard. He's in the elimination round. Look at Gabe Medina. Heat number 4, he's in the elimination round. Kanoa Garashi, Kelly Slater in the elimination round. What's going on?
Well, I was just going to say, some elimination rounds, you don't really want to, you're just like, they're kind of whatever. I'll catch it.
This is next round of 32. Dude.
This is like going to be a gnarly one because there's so much on the line. Obviously, Kelly Slater trying to look for an opportunity. He's been in this round before and got through it, no worries. But he's got Kanoa and Federico, which is a very hard heat. And compared to all these 4, I would say that one's gnarly. But look, Gabe Medina, Joel Chianca, Coyote Belly, all those top seeds are in this elimination round.
Yeah, it is going to be one to catch up on, Strider.
My thoughts are, too, if you're in the elimination round, and it means you've lost your first round, and if you lose that heat and the elimination round, you're just not meant to be here.
Yeah,
so
go home.
It's just pretty simple.
Yeah, get your ticket.
Go home.
Well, the conditions will be changing, and we'll see how that affects the performance and the strength for a lot of our surfers as we go into the elimination round. We'll see if that kicks off tomorrow. And speaking of kicking off tomorrow, let's take, the crystal ball that Surfline provides us, Pete, and look at the Surfline forecast. What are we expecting?
We're running tomorrow. We've got an increase in swell. Seriously, we are. It's going to be very similar type of winds that we saw today. There's going to be a new angle in swell, so we're going to have extra juice in the water. That's always nice.
Maybe a little more offshore in the morning?
It could be a little bit more offshore in the morning. So all of those things are good. We've got plenty of swell on tap for us. We've had the winds go bad for us. Now we're going to start to see it go into a better direction and be lighter. Monday, when we look out a little bit further, Monday might be one day that we're going to, step away from. We'll take a look at it, obviously. But then after that, it looks all right, and there's plenty of surf. Like I said, there's going to be, sand's good. All we need is good winds, and I feel like in the forecast, we've got it.
Offshore, onshore, offshore, offshore. So that's good. So, that's what we wanted to see is those winds clocking around, and we've got that tomorrow. I really feel like we're in for a treat tomorrow. You can just kind of get the buzz out of the feeling on the grass, and it feels really nice and smooth for tomorrow.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, I'm anticipating another big day of surfing. We ran over 10 hours today, so we can anticipate that again tomorrow, like the Surfline forecast is telling us. We're looking for an improvement as well.
And we ran through low tide, which is another thing that sometimes doesn't happen here, especially when the banks are kind of flat and straight. Right now, we've got enough curve in it that the low tide, we can handle it. Yeah, it's more challenging, but ultimately we can surf through it.
Let's take a look at today's top 5 moments. As we wind back the clock, we're going to start off with number 5 on our top 5 here at Super Tubos. It was Miguel Pupo finds the tubo.
And we got to love it. I mean, wasn't a lot of barrels on offer today, but this man knows how to find the barrels that are there. Did that so well and just looks so free. He really does surf stress-free. You got to love what Miggy's been able to do, coming off of that Tahiti win, and then now finding the barrel once again. And he's going to do that. And I feel like tomorrow, if we get into those that round of 32 for the men, this guy could be one to watch because he's definitely in tune with Super Tubos.
A lot of flow, a lot of power.
Yeah. Miguel Pupo knows how to find a barrel, and we're expecting barrels for tomorrow. Number 4, first CT Heat. First CT Heat win for Sophie McCullough, Strider.
Yeah, you know what? It's so funny. We've been anticipating her arrival. Finally, she gets to go out, and she takes a win in her first heat. I mean, that just gives you a sense of confidence. She's battling through a little bit of pain. You know, she's had surgery. She's actually said the cold water actually hurts a little bit, but she's pushing through, and she's, got a heat win, which must feel amazing.
Number 3, the Indonesian rookie Rio Waida defeats Jordy Smith and Gabe Medina in the opening round, Pete.
Gotta love it. Airs and barrels are what you need to have in order to score big numbers at Super Tubos, and this kid's got the airs, and he brought it to round number 1, which I love.
7.83, a 7.33 for Waida, 15.16 two-wave total. Dominant performance. Jordy Smith was able to sneak out of this one as well, Strider.
Yeah, he was right there, and he was in the game the whole time. But you know what, Rio, man, the way he was surfing was so fun to watch. Just his intensity that he brought in this heat. It was something, this little tweak air, up, boom, kicks it out, brings it back. I mean, it was so clean, and just riding out of it was such pleasure. I mean, he is on point out here. He's got a trainer, a driver, and this young man, he barely even showed up in this heat. It was very odd for Gabriel Medina.
Yeah, and looking at number 2, our defending champ, Griffin Colapinto, he picked up right where he left off last year, Pete.
He did, and that's exactly what, because he's got the arsenal, right? He knows how to barrel ride. He's used to the beach break, so he can read a lineup really well, but his airs are so powerful. And again, he was one of the surfers that got 10s last year. It was right here at this break, going above the lip. And it's kind of interesting that this score came in as the best number of the heat, and it didn't include an air, but it wasn't quite excellent, because I mentioned that you watch all the scores from last year, the excellent numbers, it was either this type of surfing or barrels, and that was it. If you had the combos, although the combos do work when you need a number to get through your first round heat.
Yeah, made Janice Aragon pretty proud with her name on the jersey, and a great performance by Griffin Colapinto. Well, here we go, Strider. Teresa Bonvalat, the local, she wins at home in front of a home crowd in her opening round appearance.
Yeah, great, solid, just, powerful surfing. Timing was on point, connecting with lip line over and over again. She actually, hurt herself the other day when we saw her in the lineup, Pete. She had a little cut on her head, so she was battling through a little bit of pain out there, even with that cold water, but you know what? It didn't affect her performance whatsoever. Absolutely tearing through on the backhand out there. Timing was money for Teresa.
Well, she had the hood on. She ended up pulling that off, and that's all of a sudden when the performance lifted. She pulled the hood out at that moment. She probably was getting hot and did it on the backhand. So good on the backhand.
All right, Pete, final thoughts on today?
I think it was a good day overall. We got a lot done, right? We saw 2 surfers end up packing their bags and heading home. But I'm going to put the bar a little bit higher tomorrow even. So I hope that these surfers can lift to that level because I want to be entertained.
What do you think, Strider?
I think that the level was set by Rio Waida and Griffin Colapinto. I feel like those 2 surfers set the tone for me, not only for the day, but for the year. I feel like to me, Griffin Colapinto could be a world title contender.
Youngsters.
100%.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh,
oh,
call
yeah.
out right there.
Yeah. Well, check in tomorrow at 6:50 local time at worldsurfleague.com to see if we'll be running.
Here
and
we
with
go,
that,
Kaipo.
enjoy
You can have a
the
Cornitos.
end of today's highlights.
League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.